big black guy started riding around the rally in circles. So we're looking at him like, what's going on here? And then he says to me, today I'm gonna kill a white man. Now we know he made that up, right? But it
Hmm.
just goes to show you that, I don't know, in my opinion, these people are just irretrievably, they can't be redeemed. So what you're looking for, until they can, if something like this can't snap them out of it and make them look and see, you know what? Perhaps we're going the wrong route here. Like we gotta we gotta reroute this thing some kind. And they're not. They're gonna continue on operate. There's gonna be a new
Oh,
Charlie
no, it's
Kirk.
gonna get worse.
It's gonna get
It's gonna get worse.
worse.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse. No question. It's gonna get
So,
worse.
can I comment on that?
No, no,
Because can
y'all
y'all
go
hear me
ahead.
by the
This
way?
let this be an open forum. I don't.
So
This ain't about me.
like, so I mean, the part I struggle with, right, is that when we're talking about moving forward, you instantly are forced to like have to imagine a reality that you want. Right now, you can incorporate as much of history as you would like for it to, but for the most part, the exercise is technically happening in your mind. Right now, you're trying to use reality to kind of sort out how practical it is, but even in your mind, like it's like you're even in your mind, it's hopeless. Like that's a little troubling to me, right? So like if I asked you to visualize yourself in 10 years, you're not going to expound on all the things that hold you back. You're going to say, I'm going to accomplish this, I'm going to accomplish that, I'm going to accomplish this. I'm doing all of that in spite of the adversity, right? Like I'm not ignoring that they're there, but if I had to do it my way, I'm going to think positively about myself and put myself in the position I want to be in, right? But some kind of way when it comes to like society, we got this kind of, I'm not gonna say it's unnecessarily true or like overemphasized, but I'm saying like if that's all we're doing is trying to imagine a reality moving forward, like even in practice, our even in our imagination, it's hopeless to be like there can be a society where we're not necessarily people like or in full cooperation or some shit, but like at least can live alongside each other. Like is that like unreasonable at this point? Because that's what I struggled with that day when we talked about the bomb and Katrina, right? Like it is a struggle, and it is, it would make you say, it definitely makes me say, well, if that's the game we playing, like we would have to reroute. You know what I'm saying? We would absolutely have to some kind of way level the playing field. You know what I'm saying? We can't be the only people subjected to rules if y'all ain't got no rules and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's tough. It's super tough. I don't really know. I mean, it's very difficult for a human exercise because of course you want to include examples and your life history and all that kind of stuff, but it's tough, right? Like, so for me, the challenge would be like, so how do I actually find hope for this movement, right? Like, where is the actual hope? And not necessarily like in his death, but like I would have to say his death is ugly because I want society to look different, right? Because if I don't, then I'm almost begging to just have more of it, but constructed in a way that benefits me. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm fine with it happening as long as it's benefiting me. That would be like the opposite of what you'd be saying there. So that's my struggle, right? You can't. It's like it's so difficult to land in a place. No, I don't think it's difficult. I think that it's actually not that difficult if you desire, right, to land in a place where all of that's happening in your mind. How do you feel about that, Has? I guess I'm specifically talking to you because I think your outlook is a little bit more. You're a little bit more certain that you can't work with it, right? That's why I'm saying.
I mean, I'm not a nihilist, right? And I think everybody wants to. I believe. Well, no, everybody doesn't want to see a world where everyone is getting along. That's not true. but I certainly,
Not true at all.
yeah, I certainly want to see that. You know what I mean? Even if you hear me spew certain rhetoric and you hear me making jokes about rolling people up in packs and all of that, um, the thing is, I didn't know Trayvon people personally because I lived in Miami Gardens. That's where he's from, but I knew of them. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So when that incident happened, it hit home for me in a different kind of way. And when I watched that trial and just how everybody just got on one accord in terms of just rigging the entire process, it it made me just feel like the world that you're hoping to see and that I'm hoping to see, I just don't think is tenable. Logic, right? And for a guy to get on to say publicly that Trayvon Martin hunted George Zimmerman, that's not an opinion. That's literally saying that today is Tuesday, right? You're literally distorting material reality just to promote your racist agenda. Like I could deal with the IQ stuff and like if a person were to say to me, I think black people are just intrinsically intellectually or cognitively inferior to white folks, I'm not gonna get worked up about that. But when your hatred is so deep that you're distorting like actual reality, like that's just another level. Like the dispatch told that man, do not engage that boy. And that's a child, right? You have a weapon. You're an adult. You outweigh him. For anybody to take that and distort that into oh, Trayvon Martin, like you're trolling. And no, man.
No, and I get that. So you know, when I start getting that feeling, I give myself a bit of a backdrop. Now, I'm not even sure, like to some degree, some of the backdrop may not even be like fully flushed out because I haven't like looked at it the way I should have. But my backdrop is all the abolitionist movements that weren't necessarily led by black people, right? You absolutely have, you know what I'm saying? You got the parliament arguments over in England. You got the local people over in England that was like fighting against the colonialism of India, and like those scenarios to me, right, are human beings rising to the occasion, regardless of like what color they are. Like there were voices out there that weren't talking about it's wrong because of whatever. No, they were taking the moral standpoint of, bro, these people is human. You know what I'm saying? Y'all fucking over them because they less organized or technology, blah blah blah. Like, and if it wasn't for those movements, like our voices at the time weren't even loud enough to get some traction. You get what I'm saying? So I mean, it's hard for me. You know what I'm saying? It's hard for me to neglect that actually happened, and then that it played a major role in a lot of other things, right? So, like for me, it's hard for me to see it as being impossible when I see that there are instances where it does happen. Now, how do I like maybe stimulate it to happen again? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't really got an answer for that. But I can't go on with the full certainty that they're incapable of doing it. They did it on their own already.
Who's the they you keep talking about?
I'm talking about the abolitionist movements that happened in Europe.
No, I know you're talking about
Even
abolitionists. But with the they, are you
yes,
white people?
yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
My point is clear. I mean, I'd like to hear from every. This can't really be like a back and forth. I'd like to hear where other people stand on this. But like I said,
Yeah, I want to hear other people's views
yeah,
too.
this is Once we
Me
get
and Haskell, we probably agree more than I'd like to admit, but you know what I'm saying? I feel like I gotta have some kind of backdrop that I like. I don't want to lose my faith in humanity, bro. I feel like losing that is really losing it. Like that's the pure darkness. I definitely am not trying to like. Yeah, because that would make everything a lie.
For me, I don't know nothing about Charlie Kirk. Even when I tried to look into him last night and even this morning, I was just completely disinterested. So I don't know what that is. Like, he don't stir nothing in me that even him getting shot don't stir nothing in me to make me want to fix the country or humanity. I don't even understand what the fuck is going on. I mean, black people get killed by gun violence, you know, like constantly. Like, so for me to give a fuck about Charlie Kirk and what it means to the country, that means that I don't give a fuck about black people. That means that black people don't fucking matter if I'm gonna sit here and give a fuck about how Charlie Kirk lost his fucking life when hundreds of black people in our cities and towns lose their life to gun violence. You know what I mean? Like, black people can mean mug each other, and next thing you know, somebody can lose their fucking life. They can have words over the internet and motherfucker lose their life. So why would I give a fuck about Charlie Kirk? Like,
I don't think
like,
nobody in this room gives a fuck about Charlie
no,
Kirk.
I'm asking for, myself, like,
Oh, okay.
because I was saying I can't find the energy to, you know what I mean, to even know who the fuck he was. It would be, for me, it would be like, so what do we say about the gun violence and the murder and shit that happens on a constant basis to us? Nobody can. People talk about the sending the troops in to Chicago, and I argue with black people because I sit there and say, yo, we need it. Like, are y'all crazy? Like, if we
Say
could
that again?
fix it, we need the fucking troops.
The troops
Like,
where?
in all fucking black towns where all of this gang violence and all that, obviously the local police can't do it. They can't fix it. You feel me? Who's gonna stop niggas from killing each other? Like, their lives matter. Look, their lives matter more than the supposed rights that's going to get, or uncomfortability that the troops is going to impose on other citizens. I'm saying that if black lives really fucking mattered, then black people should be screaming for the government to bring in assistance to stop the murder of black people. Like, I just don't even understand why we saying that the troops shouldn't be there. Because if the troops are not there, the police can't handle it. Black people can't handle it. What is the black authority in the black community? Who do we go to? The church? The church can't stop it. The church been there. You know what I mean? Our political leaders can't stop it. The parents can't stop it. You feel me? So the government supposed to sit back and say, no, if we send troops in there, black people gonna be mad and scream racism. So don't do that. So I guess we gotta just sit back and let them just keep dying in the streets like dogs. I mean, that's good for black citizens, right? You know what I mean? These people are black citizens. Just let them keep killing each other in the streets like dogs. They can't help it, right? They can't help themselves. If we try to help, they're gonna scream racist. what the fuck supposed to happen? I'm just, I just don't. We don't have no. What I'm saying is we don't have no solutions to our problems. So how the fuck is we gonna have solutions to white problems? Right? That like Charlie Kirk getting killed, how somebody feel about it. What? Like, how could black people even look what we do? Like, I don't know. That's my piece.
We keep making it black and white because that's the easy way to do it. I'm gonna say this again. I don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk. Most of y'all just think y'all don't know nothing about him. Y'all think he's just talking. That nigga created a hate. He created a hate group. Turning Point USA.
We created the group.
No, I ain't talking about no gang. I'm talking about like Turning Point USA is a federally funded youth political organization. Like it's MAGA on steroids.
That shit
MAGA
don't hurt us though.
No, it does hurt us because that's he hurts us in a way. He doesn't hurt us in a way of Turning Point USA mobilizes the things that we talk about, the things that we actually complaining about, the school reform, the shit in schools. They back candidates that back policies that go against that. So he's actually like, he's not killing one person in the street. He's actually supporting policy that hits. He could be doing this in Florida. That shit hits all the entire United States. So it's worse. So I don't give a fuck about him. I don't give a fuck about his politics. And he kept campaigning on hate, and he finally got elected. He got exactly what he wanted. He got to see the hate that he was spewing put back at him. I'm not talking about black and white though. What I'm talking about is motherfuckers getting, this ain't no fucking video game where motherfuckers, we just supposed to turn on Instagram, turn on the TV, and then yesterday it was Charlie Kirk, tomorrow motherfucking was in any politician, any kind of person, because there are people that agree with Charlie Kirk. So to them, they're up in arms, this, that, and the other. Now, there's people that we agree with, the AOC, and we agree with different politicians and different people that start groups. And then are they supposed to die too? No, you ain't supposed to die for that shit. Just campaign on your shit, win, lose, or draw, right? But now him dying, don't nobody give a fuck about that. But when we get to the point where motherfuckers is just dying on camera and we just, okay, and then go watch a cat video, at some point the shit it's gotta register. We so numb from death, it's wild. Now this Chicago thing, maybe that's a whole nother show we could do, but I fully disagree with you with that. And I don't know what y'all argument's been. The soldiers ain't for citizens. Soldiers is to protect us from external forces, not to be employed on U.S. soil. That's the worst thing that could happen if we start trying to solve problems here on U.S. soil with the military. Military is a hammer. Anybody that's in the military will tell you, if you employ the military on Chicago streets, on kids and on crime, this and the other, it'll disproportionately affect Black people specifically. And then the other part is, them niggas see everything as a nail. So U.S. citizens, we're not used to how the military operates. You think the police is bad?
That's the point.
The military is, yeah, but they're 10 times worse.
That's the point.
No, hell no. That maybe I don't want to fuck up this because we go off into another point, but we could definitely have that conversation. We could definitely another time, I guess. But soldiers ain't for police and civilians. We wouldn't even know. You'll see some shit on TV that'll change your mind immediately. If you saw a motherfucking Marine dealing with a 16-year-old, they're not gonna say. They're not even gonna.
What they do when they go overseas to other countries is I would have guessed that's not what we want them doing on American streets. Like if it certainly wouldn't be an alternative to police brutality. I don't believe that.
That should have make Derek Chauvin look tame. You'll be looking at the George Floyd's death like it was nothing.
Now that's me taking a guess, but if I had to guess, they're gonna do the same thing that they do when they go to Syria.
Logic. There's laws in place. There's shit in the I could look it up, but there's shit in the Constitution for shit like that. The military was not supposed to ever be used on civilians. They've tried to stop that shit.
Yeah, them niggas are trained to deal with terrorists.
Yeah, they're not trained to deal with humans. No, they're not trained to deal with American citizens. I won't say humans. But what y'all niggas think about it? I mean, everybody's so fucking gangster in the chat. This is what happens. We do these shows and everybody talk all this shit in the chat and this, that, and the third, and then we go live and nobody got a motherfucking mumbling word to say. Nobody. Everybody just let Brass.
Yeah, I mean for whatever it's worth, I don't wholeheartedly disagree with Chef. Wholeheartedly, I don't. So I'm about 95% disagreement, but 5% I'd like to see some progress. I'd like to see something change. I don't know if I want to see the military do it. I don't know if that would be the change we're looking for necessarily.
That's because fixing the problem ain't gonna be pretty. And fixing the problem and fixing the problem like that ain't gonna look the way that y'all want it to look. You feel like that's just the basic fucking truth. You know what I mean? If we want change is never gonna look the way that. How can you dress that up? You feel me? You can't, man.
Is it possible that it could like curve the killings and crime? Yes, but like
that's all we want. That's all we want.
No, but then we want the wrong thing. If all we want, Chef, is to curb the killings, then them motherfuckers can never leave. You gotta at some point address the actual problem. The shit that you talk about all the time, Chef. The schools, the community, the environment, the this, that, and the other. Once you employ them to curb the killings, then what? It's not like so they're gonna have to be there forever because the situation ain't gonna change, the environment ain't gonna change, the school, the schooling ain't gonna change. The father that's a GD that got a child that's a GD, like this shit ain't that's the part that needs to change. Not employ the military so we can just stop the killings for a while. They do that with the police. The killings go up, they go down, they go up, they go down. When that lady, that funny looking lady, what's her name? Lightfoot was the mayor. The shit was going down. Then it went right back up. The shit goes up, it goes down. But at the end of the day, the shit you talk about, it's the overarching problems. When we had these IQ conversations and we be talking about what's the shit that it's a word y'all always use, but it's the shit outside of IQ that's the determinative factors. When they keep saying, "Oh, it's the genetics and biology," it's the other thing. The environment and the that shit. The environment's not going to change. You got to fix that shit. You got to get to the root of it if you want anything that's going to last. They tried
First, you got to pull.
First,
you got to pull niggas off of each other. If I come in your house and if your house is on fire, but you and your family is fighting tooth and nail, you dig what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You got to think of, what is the biggest problem to y'all physical survival right now? It would be the fucking fire. Like, we can't even figure out. First, we gotta put the fire out. If people are just running around the streets shooting and killing each other, we gotta fix that first. The danger to the human life is more of a necessity to fix than some other shit. You feel me? The first thing you gotta do is stop people from dying. Y'all don't agree? Like, how do you start talking about schools if the kids can't even go to school peacefully? If they're worried about life and death, like seeing each other be murdered in the street, and y'all want to talk about political shit? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it like when I walk into a situation, I deal with the most strenuous thing first. The detrimental thing that, and y'all talking about political stuff and you gotta fix this and what? You gotta stop niggas from killing each other first. Like y'all don't believe that? Y'all think
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's
Well, I just feel like
it's not really.
I feel
Let
like the
Mel
things that
get in
stop them
there
from
after
killing
that.
each other. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to hear because it'll just be me, you, and Chef talking all morning. I can't do that shit today. Go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, to me, it's not really realistic. Like, there has to be like some incentive for anyone to get involved with something like that. The reason why they don't is because there's no incentive, and there's, you got to look at it from the opposite side. Like, there's no incentive for them to get involved. They come in, clean up the shit, and go back to wherever they were. But getting involved isn't beneficial unless there's something behind it that's encouraging that. Then sure, but otherwise it's not beneficial. So it's not really realistic. We're talking here, especially about like having police or military at this point try to come and fix things when we don't even want to police our own neighborhoods. So if we're not willing to do the work, why should we expect someone else to that doesn't have a vested interest?
Yeah, but
Yeah, for me,
we're not the government. Like we're not the government, and we're talking about citizens. If
But the
other
government,
citizens is running through the streets, right, shooting each other, endangering the lives of everybody else, killing other citizens, y'all telling me that the government don't have a duty to protect the citizens
it's
at
not. It's
all
not
costs?
that they just don't have an interest.
Like if I'm an American, right? I feel as though the government should do everything in their power to protect the goddamn citizens. But for some reason, black people don't feel like they're citizens because any other people that this was happening to, I guarantee you, they'll, yeah.
You don't, but you know what? Like Chef,
We don't even matter to each other at this
you
point.
don't even see the trick bag though.
The
trick bag, because the actual trick bag is what you should ask yourself is the shit you always, bro. You smarter than the shit that you're saying right now. Why the fuck do they even care about Chicago? Chicago ain't the motherfucking. If we so focused on saving black lives and keep people being able to go to school, ask yourself why they so fucking focused on Chicago. That ain't the motherfucking leading murder rate in the United States, and it ain't been for a long time. Why they ain't in St. Louis? Why they not in Baltimore? Why they not in Memphis? Why they not in Louisiana? Because they don't give a fuck about them places. So when you talking about employing them, you're talking about murder rate. You said
murder rate. So I'm really
kids
talking about
kids.
Yeah, I'm talking about all of these Chicago places. Right, but I'm talking. How do you get focused in on the only reason because it was the thing in the news about him sending troops into Chicago?
Right, but
when
why
I'm
is he
talking about
sending troops into Chicago?
I'm talking about all of the black gang
I
violence or
know, I
murder.
know, I know.
And y'all trying to
I
make
know
Chef
that.
sound like he crazy. He ain't crazy, bro.
No,
He
I
trying to make.
know, Chef.
And
My
he
point.
basically called you dumb just now, Chef. He said you smarter than this, Chef. This is what I'm
You
saying. How come
just
niggas
see,
can
look.
have difference of opinion without the shots being thrown? Like,
You know, the funny thing is, Chef
that's what I'm
ain't
saying,
thinking.
bro.
No. Let me say what you actually saying. Me and Chef could talk to each other like that, right? And he know that I'm not thinking he dumb. He know, but you will say some shit like that to change the conversation into what you just said you don't want to happen. Like you actually instigate into shit into something else. He ain't take that shit personal. See that but neither here nor there. My overarching point though, Chef, is that there's a part of the reason why you really don't want to employ the military and U.S. citizens is something separate.
Yeah.
But why do you think that's some
My
Democratic
point,
Republican dumb shit? That's some Democratic
Chef, is like
Republican
that.
shit. They focus in on Chicago because it's the third largest city. They
That
focus
can't
in on
A lot of this
be
shit
like the
groupthink.
only
If you
way.
don't agree with the masses or whatever,
Only
you're
that.
gonna get beat up by your own people.
Logic. I don't know if you can hear us, but can you hear us?
I thought
He cutting out too.
I want I
yeah.
want the troops. I'm a fucked up black person because I want the troops. Matter of fact, I wanted the troops when niggas didn't want to take the vaccine.
But why they want to
I'm
send
that
them to
type of nigga.
Chicago, Chef?
Can y'all hear me or am I still breaking up?
No, you can't hear us, and we could. Your every other sentence we can hear. We can't hear what you really saying. But
I can
why
hear him clear
Chicago?
now.
Yeah, we can hear you now. But do you understand what I'm saying, Haskell? That whole sending
Yeah,
troops into
it's
Chicago been the
it's a
focus on some political shit. They don't
yeah,
actually give a fuck about
it's a
stopping the
political
murders and crime.
yeah, it's a political football, and like you said, they don't care about what Chef cares about, and you run the risk of it being a slippery slope.
Yeah,
If you send troops in there, it could be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. I think it's more important to look at cities like Chicago, Memphis, Louisiana, and St. Louis, because I believe last I checked, those are like the top 4 hotspots.
yeah.
I
St.
think it's
Louis, Louisiana, St. Louis, Memphis.
yeah,
Matter of fact,
and
Florida.
Chicago.
It's some shit in Florida too. In the Bronx. All these
Well,
people got higher murder rates than Chicago. Chicago just got more
right,
people. It's just the
right.
third largest city, I'm saying.
But a lot of Chicago violence is concentrated in the South Side and West Sides, right? But
Right.
this is what I want to say is when you look at Chicago, you look at what the murder rate was in the 90s and the early 2000s. It's been a precipitous drop. I we
You
can't
cut
see.
out. You're
Yeah,
cutting
can you
out.
hear
Huh?
me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, the thing is with human lives. Did y'all hear the part where I said that crime in Chicago has dropped
Yeah,
precipitously
you said it's a
since the
precipitous drop.
90s?
Yeah.
Right. So what I would say to people like Chef and people who see it like he does, right? Anything more than one murder is too much, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But we also know that it's never going to be a case where there's zero murders. It's just never going to happen. But I think we don't give ourselves, Black Americans don't give themselves enough credit. And I think sometimes because our lives are short, a human life is really short, right? You don't notice the change happening, right? And now that we have social media, so much of part, like Black people are the violence is steadily decreasing, and I feel I'm of the opinion that we're getting it together. It might not seem that way, but it's a slow process. So that's what I would say to that. Now, one more thing, I'm gonna land my plane. The whole
Mhm.
thing about having an opinion, right? I know Fetty wasn't in here earlier when I said this, and I want him to know I'm not gonna get into any back and forth, we going crazy or anything like that. I typed what I typed in the chat yesterday because I felt that way, and I still feel that way. But someone, for example, the guy co-signed a preacher who espoused the idea that black people are intrinsically servile and that slavery was good for us and that it may not be a bad thing for it to return. right? Now, those are opinions, right? And in the case of Charlie, he said that Trayvon Martin hunted down George Zimmerman. I wanted to repeat it so Fetty could hear. That's not an opinion. That's a distortion of material reality.
But you
Today is
tried to
Friday.
use that one
Real quick, real quick,
situation and
real quick.
undermine my overall point, and you acting like you
I'm
didn't
almost,
understand that. I'm like, cool, bro,
Let him
cool.
land right
I'm
quick,
I'm
almost
Fetty.
not
finished.
tripping
I'm
off that.
almost finished. I'm
All
almost
right.
finished. I'm almost
I mean, you
finished.
brought my name up. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, you're gonna have a chance to, of course, rebut, but yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. Where was I? So yeah, when you say that Trayvon Martin hunted down uh, Zimmerman, that's not an opinion. That's a distortion of material reality. Today is Friday,
Do you not?
right?
Okay, but do you?
Hold
But
on.
is my
No,
overall
no,
premise, does that change the
I'm
fact
a
that
mute.
people have differences of opinion and they're celebrating his death
Hold on.
based off that differences of opinion? You trying to play the semantic games of what do you trying to go to a Trayvon Martin case, right? Which again, I'm not tripping off
Fetty, I'm a
that
mute out.
one.
I'm a mute out. I'm a mute out
All
when
right.
I'm done. I promise. I'm almost there. Um. So yeah, I was saying that today is Friday. So someone
He
can't come
left.
to me and
Yeah, yeah,
huh?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
someone
no,
can't
no, yeah,
come
yeah,
to
he did.
me.
He left.
Yeah, someone can't come to me and say it's Tuesday. And then when I say no, you're ridiculous, then they return with, well, it's just my opinion. No, it's not your opinion. You, you're either insane or you're purposely warping reality to push some sort of narrative or agenda. So that's the end of my spiel.
I wanna did anybody else want to respond to that before I finish it?
Well, real quickly, I just wanted to put back on the table before we get too far off
I
topic,
thought
right?
Fetty was gonna
So
respond to that.
he
I
didn't
thought
step up
that
and
was
say nothing.
the
I'm gonna be real
oh,
quick.
he said.
So,
And
so
him and Fetty was
I
having that
just feel
debate.
like I think he actually left. He ain't saying nothing.
No, he
Betty,
really.
you there?
Nah, he had a phone call, probably phone call or something. He right,
Yeah, I
he
was
right
just gonna
there.
say.
He left for a second.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say, like, with the military part, right? Um, I feel like yes, I would like to see some change happen, and I don't necessarily see that as it, right? I think even if you play that out, you still have all the ingredients there that led to the problem in the first place. Only difference is you got the military standing in the way of it happening, but they're still poor. They still, what I'm saying, they're still undereducated. They're still, all those other situations don't change just because the military is there. That's my big problem. But that would go that. I just want to make sure I put that part back into the conversation. Oh yeah.
Can you hear
Uh,
me? Can y'all hear me?
It's actually
Yeah,
Thursday.
Yeah.
I
So again, I'm not tripping off what you said, Haskell, but you saying that undermines again what I was trying to say regarding being in a society again to where like you're a person is promoting the death or after somebody get assassinated based off somebody having a difference of opinion. You try to go to a particular situation and say, well, what he said right here is an opinion, but the overall climate is that when a person has certain ideas or whatever and they trying to get their shit off, it's basically an unhealthy way to promote that type of shit because we are supposed to like promote healthy dialogue. A person going to college campuses and talk, whether you don't agree with it or not, we still need to be in a society to where these things need to be talked about in a healthy manner and addressed. But if we in a society to where motherfucker can get popped, sniped in the neck for having differences of opinion, we're playing a dangerous game because I think politically it's so many ways you can go with it because I'm looking at it like, okay, again, I don't care about the individual. I don't care about Kirk. You know what I'm saying? I never even heard about him like that, but before then. But I'm saying this situation can bleed over into a larger problem if we don't nip this shit in the bud. Like, and I'm gonna blame. Look, I got the same smoke for extreme conservatives who, say if Kamala was to get popped in the neck on camera, they'll be celebrating her death too. So it's like it's a climate of I don't agree. Well, so I'm gonna wish the worst for you, and I don't agree with that. Like, and we're in danger of a lot of shit taking place in the future if we don't address shit like that. So that's all
I
I'm
don't
saying.
I don't think and I don't know if you meant to use these words or you used them by mistake. I don't think the shit that Charlie Kirk was talking about was healthy
No, I'm saying
dialogue.
taboo topics, bro. Like, because you know me, a person talking about taboo topics, even though a person may disagree with me, I still think you need to create an environment, even though you can hate the person sitting across you. But if you can't deal with them in an intellectual manner and you trying to wish death upon them and all that shit, I just think that's fuck shit to me. You know what I'm saying? Even when I saw the amount of black people wishing when Kevin Samuels died. Get him out of here. Good riddance. Like, bro, this is crazy. Like, so I've been saw the climate of people who got certain, very controversial opinions or whatever, and certain people just on the other side is just wishing the worst for that person instead
Yeah,
of really having to die. Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna cut you off. Finish.
No, I'm good. I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. Kevin Samuels just died. He didn't get shot.
No, I'm
Um,
again, bro. Do you get what I'm saying regarding a
no,
person
that's what I
with a
was saying. Go
strong
ahead. That's what
opinion,
I was saying. Go
right?
ahead.
Not the causation of how they died, but the fact that they died and they're celebrating just because he was saying things that a lot of people weren't comfortable with, whether you liked it or not. That's all I was saying, bro.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I, if a grown person wants to put him in a pack and smoke him and all of that, that's what grown people do. I don't really even give a fuck what grown people do. I just don't. I have an issue with kids seeing that shit over and over again, and I have an issue with we're starting to fall, and this is where I would agree with Chef. We're starting to fall. His life ain't no more important than anybody else's life, and the nigga was preaching on things that um some you very well know you out in the open speaking some of the shit that you're saying something may happen, right? But in the same token, I'm not gonna knock a person for being upset about it. My thoughts is just I remember Columbine, bro, and I remember what it was like. I remember what the reaction was, and I saw I see how far we've gotten when it comes to school shootings. We'll see the shit and just move the fuck on. When we get to the point where motherfuckers is just getting hit, politicians for all intents and purposes, niggas, and it was a hate group, so he's a bad example of what it was. I wish it was. I ain't gonna say that either, but this
I
ain't
never
about.
seen these extreme talking points, like even like when Trump won. I never seen the amount, especially of social media, the political landscape, and the opinions people be having if they disagree with you. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to lump all of this into a bigger picture. Y'all may not want to do that. Y'all might want to just separate this situation and address it. But I'm trying to look at this situation and look at patterns I already saw in the past dealing with politics, taboo topics, and people not respecting the fact that, again, I don't care if a person has a certain opinion, but if he's going to college campuses and doing it in a way that isn't like inflicting direct violence or whatever on a person, bro, I don't give a, because if that's the case, look at all these black people who promote hate on the other side, such and such the devil, this and that. If they get popped, I would have sympathy for them as well, even though I disagree with them. So it's like I got that same energy for anybody who get popped on camera.
Yes.
Healthy dialogue is disagreeing and debating on topics where you got some kind of like a difficult issue, transgenders, abortions, things like that. But you saying facts, he's saying facts, and then y'all move to another place and y'all trying to get a healthy dialogue is where you try to get to some form of understanding in the end, right? Even if the understanding is I believe what I believe, but I see what you're saying, and I believe what you believe. I believe what I believe, and I see what you're saying. That's two people talking to each other. That's a healthy dialogue. What that nigga was doing was he was mobilizing hate.
I don't know.
He
I'm
was
not really familiar with
mobilizing
him, but
hate.
I keep hearing that he was willing to have dialogues with people that disagree with him, especially like the youth. Like a lot, I
Yeah,
don't
but it
really know him
wasn't
like that.
healthy. Nah, but it wasn't healthy.
No, I'm
That's what I'm
saying he
trying
was
to.
willing to sit down He was willing
and
to
call
sit
a and
down.
call a and call a
No,
transgender a
I'm saying
monster.
again. You know the video, right? With the dude, the capitalist dude, talking to
Yeah,
to
20. Yeah, he did 20v1s. Yes, he did
that's the
20v1s.
equivalent in a lot of ways of him having that same, I guess, having a dialogue, right? Talking to 20 people who don't agree with capitalism. The nigga get popped. I don't know, bro. It's like you could apply this situation to other situations who have like people who got certain opinions on shit, and would you have
So,
that same energy? That's all I'm saying. Like it's
so
not a
is
white or
there
black, not a white or black thing to me, bro.
are there
It's more
opinions
so of
that
a person being able to have a difference of opinion and being able to hash it out and have a good dialogue over it. Whether
But
you
how
whether you
can a
think what he's
let,
saying is
transgender?
let
outlandish
Hold
or
on,
not.
Haskell. Hold on, Haskell.
my
How
bad.
could a
Yeah,
how could a
left.
motherfucking? But how is it a healthy dialogue? How do you start a healthy
I'm saying we need
dialogue
to
off?
be in a
Let me finish
society to
talking,
where
Fetty.
taboo topics need to be had, bro.
Okay, but
Whether
a
you
taboo
disagree with
topic,
it or not.
yeah, but I can't have a healthy dialogue with a motherfucker if anywhere in the conversation he says Trayvon Martin was hunting George Zimmerman. What the hell are we supposed to talk about after that?
So okay, so if that's the case, if Chief X was to get popped on camera, would you celebrate his death?
I don't look at Chief X ain't never started no political organization. And why are you bringing up? Why you
No, I'm just saying, like, again, a person talking about you, like, I would disagree and be a little upset, but it's not going to leave me in such an emotional state to where I can't still have the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's not all he. But
I
that's
don't
not
get it.
all he did.
You must
I
not be
feel
Yeah,
you.
that's not all he did.
Charlie.
Yeah,
I
you don't. Yeah,
feel
you
you.
don't know.
I mean, you brought it up. I mean, you brought up that example. I mean, I'm not saying
No,
that's
no.
all
The
he did,
reason
but
why
you
I'm
brought up
saying
the
that.
example.
No, the reason I'm saying with Charlie Kirk started a political organization to put some of this shit into policy. He wasn't just talk, that nigga wasn't
He
just
actually
talking.
affects the policy. He
Yeah, he
actually
wasn't just
affected
talking.
policy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead, Corey.
they talked about it's the record, and they attributed all to Charlie Kirk. They said that without Charlie Kirk, Trump wouldn't have the youth ear like he does. The white youth, right? The way that he does have the white youth ear, without that, right? And furthermore, like most people like that, like what Fetty is saying, I can tell like you wasn't familiar with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, no.
You didn't listen to none of the shit he said or none of that. You just
I listened
you just
to,
now getting familiar with it.
No, I watched like the shit y'all talking about. Like he could say or do all of that, but I'm going back to the part where like celebrating the killing and being desensitized in a way
I don't
kind
know
of
if anybody's celebrating it though.
No,
Like when we
what?
like why we
Okay, all
we
right.
gotta
No.
have we never have like the
Okay.
conversation in an honest manner. Like in any situation, like America's fucked up. Like as far as how we retain information and how we disseminate information, right? And even opinions, right? We so fucked up because like the shit he said caused hundreds, probably thousands of deaths already, right? But we don't look at that. We got the American flag flying at half staff right now about Charlie Kirk. But all of those school shootings, how many school shootings has it been? And Charlie Kirk and his audience, listen. Charlie Kirk and his audience is saying shit like those are crisis actors. Wild ass shit like that. Got motherfuckers getting followed home and death threats and all the wild shit that him and his audience does. You see what I'm saying? He reaps death. And his activism, the shit that he advocates for, his advocacy is what got him killed. The shit that he advocates for literally got him shot in the neck. You see what I'm saying? And then now we can't say it's not about celebrating. We can't keep it real and say, yo, he got the bullshit that he was looking for.
It's better for society that he's gone. And I mean that sincerely.
Absolutely. It is.
Because that's what I was saying. It's not just a matter of mere opinion. And I was going to pose a question. Can a quote unquote opinion be so odious and so destructive to the overall body politic to where it warrants that person being, I guess, muted? Because think about it like this, right? Hold on, let me finish. think about it like this,
90%
right? And
of
you're
all
right.
political violence is done
You
by the
can
right.
switch that same logic on people that look
And you're
like
right
you and
about
got
that.
wild
I'm trying to
ideologies. Why you
finish
gonna
Yeah,
this.
say
yeah.
that?
Hold on, real quick,
Let him finish the sentence.
real
Go
quick,
ahead.
real quick. So the unbelievable irony of what happened yesterday was a young person asked him, and this goes to Corey's point. The person asked him, "Do you He asked him about school shootings and mass shootings, right? And in essence, the person was looking to him to kind of say, okay, what do you think our society needs to do about this? Because clearly there's something wrong here, like in our in our society, like, there's a problem here. And what does Charlie Kirk do? He immediately deflects to black people in a
Yeah.
trolling manner, right? He thinks it's funny. Oh, what did he say? Oh, well, if we're going to include gang shootings, and he felt so satisfied with
He didn't
himself,
even get the word out.
put the mic down and got hit right after that.
No, he didn't even get the word out. That nigga went immediately. They started asking about transgenders and crime. He went immediately into gangs and didn't even finish his fucking sentence.
No, they asked him about mass shootings. He said, like, we have
Yeah,
had
I'm
10
like,
mass.
no, I'm talking about previous to that. The conversation was about somebody. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying, well, he got hit right after the question about mass shootings, because what Corey is saying is absolutely right. It's virtually impossible to prove, right? But that sort of speech that he espouses is not just mere opinion. It cultivates a environment of hatred and violence. And then when somebody says to him, "Hey,
And
what do we do
the
about?"
thing about that, Haskell, is he knows that. He knows that better than you know that, right? What you just saying that he cultivates the violence. The fact of the matter is, he is very aware of that. Ain't no way you can talk as intelligent as he do. Although he talks bullshit, we know he's intelligent. So he know the shit that he doing. He not doing something on an accident, or he he didn't know what he was saying could cause such violence and this and that and the other wild shit. No, he actually calls for political violence. He calls for people to get dead and shit like that. Like, this nigga been doing this shit for 10 years, bro.
Yeah, he said it was a necessary. He said it was a
Calling
necessary. He said it was a necessary sacrifice.
But I don't. But once again, the difference between him, because Freddie said Chief X. Listen, yeah, the motherfuckers on YouTube talking. He was worse than Candace Owens, Shapiro, and some motherfuckers is just talking. So when you saying a motherfucker's supposed to die for just talking, no, I'm saying he's different because that motherfucker actually affected you policy K through 12, math, CRT, shit like that. Turning Point USA, Turning Point Faith, Turning Point.
I said
He has
yesterday,
different.
the nigga's Hitler before the gas tanker.
He's a politician, bro. He's not a. He was a nigga that was talking. I get it, but he was also nigga getting rid of D. Like, there was certain. He's not. If you think that he was just talking, then you should probably look into some of the shit that he was actually doing. You're not no Haskell, a motherfucker that's just talking and using rhetoric. Just a human being using rhetoric and talking, they don't deserve to be. If you yell fire in a theater, that's a crime. So I don't think he's the same. What he was doing was borderline. It was right up into criminality. But I'm
Right.
more focused on the actual shit he was doing, not the shit he was saying. The shit he was doing, and once again, we still don't know why he actually got murdered. We just know he got murdered. We don't know why he got murdered, and I don't give a fuck actually. But in the same token, well, with what I'm saying, Haskell, is that a motherfucker getting murdered on Instagram, white, black, green, yellow, orange, whatever, you could celebrate it. That's your motherfucking choice, whether you celebrate it or not. I really don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that there's other ramifications to that type of shit.
Because think about
When
it
you
like
start
this,
getting,
right?
hold on. Like, I'm gonna land my plane right here. When we get to a point in society where motherfucking black kids, white kids, any kids, like that shit with Chicago was disturbing me when they started smoking on each other. Like, I'm a sick nigga because they done this nigga Tuka died 30 years ago, or however long ago he died. They've been smoking on this nigga for 30 fucking years. That shit ain't cool. That shit ain't no motherfucking, that ain't no, you know his mother's still alive, nigga?
Mhm.
Like that shit wild as hell. So I'm always,
And,
my
and, and they
point
showed
is
a clip
always gonna
of
be that.
yesterday. They showed a clip of yesterday, last year, yet to the date. This nigga was calling for the death of Dr. Fauci. Yesterday, last year, this nigga was calling for the death of Dr. Fauci, bro. It's wild shit here. That he, and Dr.
See, that
Fauci,
is yelling. That is
his
yelling
whole
fire in the
family,
That's
crowd.
his
yelling
whole
fire. That's
people
why I said
That's
that's
receiving
yelling.
death
different.
That's
threats,
That's
yelling
yelling
fire.
fire in
his
the movie theater.
grandkids and
Yeah.
shit.
But you don't get murdered for that though, Haskell. You can go to jail. You could be censored. You could be banned from going to college campuses and shit like that. But shot in the neck is extreme, my nigga. But bro, do you just last week when since Chief X was brought up in the conversation, just last week we got into it with Chief X over motherfucking George Floyd and him saying they weren't wrong and all this, that, and the other. Cool. But if that conversation ended with motherfucking somebody killing him and pointing to this conversation, I'd have shut this Discord down. That ain't what we trying to. That's not
Yeah, but
even
that's
as a
what I'm saying.
society.
With this guy, it's not an apples to orange comparison with Chief X and this guy though.
No,
That's
I
the
know, but
that's the problem.
I'm speaking to your point of when you said if a motherfucker was if a motherfucker's talking, should they be muted? I'm assuming you meant killed. I don't
If
know if you meant
well,
like
no, not even necessarily killed, but
okay.
like what you were suggesting, like being banned from college
Yeah,
campuses
all
and
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
Right, and that's the bigger issue is that America, at least a critical mass of the society, we know all white people aren't like that, but a critical mass of the society supports that stuff enough to where this man made an industry out of this thing, and he had various backers, various funders of what he was doing. You know what I'm
Worse.
saying? So America
Worse.
got to take a look at itself and say, hey, we
America's
got
got the
people.
flag flying at half staff for him right now. That should tell you
Yeah,
something.
Yeah,
Exactly.
no, he
And
was.
and you want to
But
know what's
but
crazy?
Haskell,
Actually turning them into
but,
a martyr.
but
they're turning
Haskell,
this
he
shit into
was
a martyr.
Haskell. He
Well,
was
obviously, him
worse.
getting
I just
killed.
want to
Hey,
be clear.
when that senator and that's two senators in Minnesota got killed in their home in their bed, they didn't fly no half flag for them. They
They
ain't do
did.
shit.
They did.
No, they didn't.
They
I
did.
don't think they did.
No, they did. I'm telling you, they did. They did.
I don't
When
recall.
you
I
say
believe
they,
they
I mean,
did,
yeah,
but
they
if you're
did.
saying they
Yeah.
did, I believe you. But I always
I
thought
don't
they
recall
didn't.
it
I
being
get
like
I
a
get your
thing.
point. I'm just saying that they did. Like you don't have. There was politicians that died.
Maybe in
They fly
Minnesota.
that shit for They fly that shit for whatever. Like they fly that shit for that. Flags being
This
in
man
half
called for this
mast
to be
don't have the
flown
same meaning.
nationwide. I don't remember. I didn't see him call for any half flags to be flown nationwide.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck with Trump. You talking about Trump?
In general, just the whole response to it all. Like just we're seeing the playbook right in front of us over and over. All that man
He
did
did a
was
speech
speak to the
yesterday.
he
He the one who
to that
confirmed his death.
Yeah, he the one that
Donald
confirmed his
Trump is
death.
the one who confirmed Charlie Kirk's
man's
death
death. Yeah.
yesterday.
But what I'm saying is he spoke the white nationalist playbook to the T. He was the most popular one currently. He's your modern day Rush Limbaugh's and niggas like that. You know what I'm
No, he
saying? Like,
wasn't, bro.
yes, he was. He speak the
No,
same
he
type of
wasn't. He
shit.
was worse. That's
I'm
what I'm
not.
trying to
I'm
tell
talking about
y'all.
the
Y'all
type of
don't
shit
know
that
who
he
that
Rush
nigga
spews.
is.
Limbaugh
The
couldn't hold a
Y'all
Rush
really don't
popularity.
Limbaugh
know who
couldn't
that
hold a
nigga is.
candle.
Y'all
He
don't know.
couldn't
Y'all have
hold a
no
candle
idea
to
who
Charlie
Y'all
Kirk
missing
was.
what I'm
I get
saying.
what you're saying,
I'm
Sid.
saying
I get what you're saying.
Rush
he was
Limbaugh couldn't
popular for
hold a
that
candle
rhetoric
to Charlie
and
Kirk.
that
Just to let you
only.
know that.
He was popular for spewing that. Like he had a Rush Limbaugh had a syndicated radio station damn near. Like,
He
but
was.
end of the day, he was in prime gun country on a campus where I think I read you can openly carry on that goddamn campus. Like
Yeah, you can.
it's deeper than him being killed for what political opinion he shared. It's more like how look how easy it was for somebody to just walk on a college campus and knock somebody off. Like that's the way bigger issue here. Like look how easy and accessible it is for people to just walk through with firearms. And like he was so gung-ho about being able to, he talks to those NRA mugs and appeals to them just fine. Like he even said recently,
I don't mind, a few gun deaths a year so we can, keep our 2nd Amendment. Like, bro, like, I don't think he was meaning
Oh no,
himself.
he said
He wasn't
that.
saying himself was going to be he didn't say himself was going to be to pay the cost. He wanted it to be somebody else's mama, father, sister, brother, or whatnot to pay that cost
Crying.
so they
Hold
can
on,
have that
you
2nd
said he
Amendment.
said
When
what?
does it? I'm
He
curious,
said,
y'all. When,
he said, I don't know verbatim. He said, for us to keep our 2nd Amendment and to defend our other rights, to have guns, we're going to have some gun deaths. And he said he's willing to pay that cost for us to keep our guns. For
Oh, he
for
paid.
a few gun deaths a
Oh
year
yeah,
is what he
case
said, or
closed.
something like
Case
that.
closed.
Yeah, that's what he said. So it's like, I don't think he meant himself, but it just
we
so
got
happens that's
people
what it is.
we got people killing each other in Chicago and all over the place for just people saying things. Like, when is that shit gonna stop? Like, that's crazy. Like, people are literally killing each other in Chicago for shit that they say, not to
Bro, I
do.
should cuss your
They should.
motherfucking ass out
So,
for getting on there
Chill
saying
out,
that.
Corey. Chill,
I
chill,
should
so
Corey.
cuss your
Chill, Corey.
motherfucking
Chill,
ass
Corey.
out.
you wouldn't talk to me
I
like that if
should
I was
cuss
in your
your
Chill,
face. You
motherfucking
chill,
wouldn't
ass
you
out.
chill,
wouldn't
chill,
talk to
chill,
me.
You
Corey.
ain't
You ain't grown. You ain't
That's
grown.
not even the
You
topic,
ain't
though. Like,
grown.
why
You
would you
wouldn't
even
talk
say
to me
some
like
shit
that if
like
what
I
that?
was
just
in your
what
Like,
just
face.
happened? I
I
told y'all
guarantee
niggas.
you, my boy, you wouldn't talk to me like that if you was in my
Chill,
face.
chill,
You just
chill,
wouldn't.
chill, y'all.
Hold on, what
Y'all
just
gotta
happened?
talk to people like if you were in front of these people and for real. Y'all talk
No,
like
I'm saying what happened between you and Corey. Fuck all that. Corey left. What? You and Corey got some kind of issue or something? Because I don't even
yeah.
think he.
I don't have an issue with him. I'm
Okay.
coming out to say my opinion, and he's getting emotional. What the fuck? Like, what
But
is
what
up
was
with
you
that?
saying? What was you saying?
All I said is that
What about black
we
on
got.
black crime in
Let me.
Chicago?
No,
This proves my point right here.
no.
This
Well,
proves my
yeah,
point.
yeah. Let's talk about that. So,
What about black on
what
black crime?
what about when people are shooting each other for just saying things?
That ain't what we.
That's got to stop.
well,
That
that's not the
is
What's your
discussion. And,
what's your
and if you're
genuine.
gonna
comparison?
say,
That's really got to stop.
these
Look,
concentrated,
people,
No,
we're
I
in
don't
America.
understand this
We're in
point.
if you're gonna
America.
say the concentrated violence
Y'all
is
need
just
to
over people
realize
saying
that we're in
things, and
America. We have
Hold on,
you're
free
not
one mic,
speech.
recognizing
one
the
We
mic,
can
one
talk,
escalation,
mic,
you're
say
bro.
tripping,
anything
One
we
bro.
mic,
damn want.
That
one
nigga
mic,
sound
Just don't
fucking
touch
crazy,
me.
bro. That nigga ain't spoken
one
months.
mic,
Y'all
Out of
not
bro.
nowhere
What
with
getting
was
that
it.
you
Y'all
even
not
bullshit.
really
saying?
getting it.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Well, I don't even understand what you're saying. Just get your. What is
it's
your
real
point?
simple. I'm
Yeah,
trying
He's
go
to
ahead.
saying
say
what I
it's
said.
very. No, see, he's trying to frame the argument. What I'm simply saying is, it don't matter what the fuck come out of your mouth. You can't shoot people for what they say.
Mhm.
You can't do it. It's crazy because what if I don't like what you saying? Go ahead and shoot you.
Yeah, bust a cap.
Oh,
That's what
come
I'm
on, man.
saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. You can switch it on, like you can
Hold
switch the
on, hold
scenario
on.
around. Like,
Y'all ain't
So you're
switch
saying,
shit. That's a
but we
terrible
don't. Okay,
argument. It's fucking dumb.
first off, we don't know why Charlie Kirk got shot. We could think until it comes out. We don't know why he got shot. That's the first thing, Tony. The second part is you most certainly can get shot for what you say, whether it's right or wrong is your
You will
opinion.
get shot.
No,
That's the
you
problem.
can.
You
No,
will get shot.
everybody don't. What do you
That's the
mean?
problem.
What are you saying?
Yeah, look,
Candace
if
Owens is
people are
still
getting
alive.
shot for,
Rush Limbaugh is still
I'm just
alive. All these
I'm
niggas.
just saying,
Yeah, what
Nah,
you
Rush
mean?
Limbaugh
I'm
dead.
just I'm just simply saying
Shot, yo.
you can't get like
Ignorant,
shot for what you say because dialogue has to occur, man. People have to talk
And
to each other.
nobody ever said no shit like that. Like, you supposed
Yeah,
to
but
get
what
shot
that
for
got
what
to
you
do with what
say.
we talking about,
Yeah, that
Tony?
sounds
That's all. Maybe
crazy.
that's why I'm missing the connection. What's the connection to the
We
conversation we have?
well it's is well Kirk, he was known for something, right? He was known for opening dialogue between people that literally don't understand each other. He was
No, that's
that
not what he was
guy.
known for, though. That's how
Yeah,
I
Wait
you're
a
get
minute.
that, though.
No,
misrepresenting it
no. Wait a
now.
minute.
You're
Wait a minute. Wait a
misrepresenting
minute.
it.
Go ahead,
That's what
You
he
just
was
buttered
known
that shit
for,
up.
and how ugly it looked. How ugly it looked. It don't matter how ugly it looked. That's how it's gonna look. But it was dialogue. It was these people. You know,
Hate
he has
hate
his own
speech is
opinion.
dialogue now.
He has his own opinion. Like he could put out
Hate
his
speech ain't
opinion,
no
and then
fucking opinion. What the
what do
fuck?
you mean? What?
Bro, are you serious?
Can you give me an example of what you mean by he was known for opening dialogue? What you mean by that?
Normally,
Uh-huh.
Democrats aren't having dialogue with Republicans. Normally.
They have
Okay.
dialogue every day.
Yeah, that's not true. But go ahead.
No. What you consider dialogue is debate is more like arguing, or like he put a platform, a large platform, to express his opinions, and obviously a lot of Democrat young kids were interested, and he was changing them. So apparently somebody didn't like his results, and so they went to shut him up.
I don't think you're very
But he
familiar
had
with,
a
with
but
a
Yeah,
but
lot of
that's
the
he
your
things
opened
that's
the
that
your
he
take
said.
okay,
on it.
okay, so
Yeah,
Tony, if he opened,
whatever.
but if you're saying that he opened the dialogue, you do know he had an organ. There was an agenda behind all of these conversations, correct? You know, there's a reason why he was on these campuses. He was recruiting.
Yeah,
Part of
of
this is
course.
over. Part of this is right. Hold on. So if it's listen, open, healthy dialogue, there is no agenda behind it. There is no there is no you're trying to build up your base and all this, that, and the other. And then on top of that, if while I'm talking to you, you're dehumanizing me as I'm talking to you. Like I've heard the shit that he says to transgenders. I've heard the shit he say to people that were victims of gun violence. Or who've had people that died from gun. Like I've heard the
Or
things
we
that
said
he's
the
actually said.
Palestinians, all
This
type of
wasn't
shit.
healthy dialogue. The shit he was saying about
Okay,
Gaza, the shit there
okay, that's
wasn't. No, no,
your
hold on. No,
that
no. Listen what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm gonna let you finish. But let me say the difference between Charlie Kirk and all of these talking heads is he actually put his shit in. He was affecting policy. When you found, if you just up there talking, then you really are, you just Chief X and all these other niggas and just saying crazy shit. But if you, and trolling, but if you actually take the next step and create a group called Turning Point USA, where you are active, where you're effectively creating a base of hate. You're creating,
that's not hate.
and now, what?
That's not
Did you
hate.
hear this? Did you hear the shit he was saying about
Listen,
actual gun deaths and, and, and,
I
and
heard some of the
transgenders and shit like that?
I have heard some of the real rough stuff he says. But a lot of it is true. I mean, we have to. When are we
Rough
gonna
Oh
like
stuff
yeah,
and
look?
it's
it's
fucked
true.
up.
What the
When
fuck?
are we
What
gonna
was
look
true?
at?
What was
Bro,
you
they about to
true?
kill you,
No,
bro.
no, no.
They
Tell
different
me.
type
No,
When
of
no.
pain. They
I'm
about
not
to
about to
kill you,
kill him. I
bro.
want to talk to him.
It ain't no
I'm not.
different
No,
type
give
of
I'm not
me?
pain.
about to
I know
kill him.
y'all
When are we
y'all
gonna look at
Yo,
that?
y'all look
y'all
for
just
We
trying
one
to
got
up
like a
niggas
problem,
down. We
man.
can't have a
We really got a
conversation.
problem looking at
About
our
to
We
own
kill
trying to
you,
selves.
have a
man.
conversation,
nigga
bro.
This the overall.
talking about
We
gay people
trying to
This
being
the
have a
stoned to
overall
death and shit.
society
Like,
conversation,
are
at
y'all
large,
man.
man.
tripping?
Niggas
Like,
can't
what the
talk
fuck?
about taboo
That
topics.
ain't a
One
difference of
mic,
We
opinion.
really
Saying
we gotta
somebody should
look
one
get
at
mic,
stoned to death.
ourselves.
What the fuck?
please, one mic.
How you
We
gonna sit
gotta
Yo,
up
look
there and
at
let
say
the
that's a
nigga
ourselves.
difference of
talk. God
opinion? This
damn,
man
y'all,
talking about
y'all,
people should
y'all
get
ain't no
stoned to
better than
death.
him when you start yelling the nigga down. Just when you say, I'm trying to get to the heart of what he's saying. So you said he said some harmful fucking things, right? That were difficult, this, that, and the other.
I didn't
I
say
want to know
harmful.
which, hold on. I want to know which ones you agreed with, though. Because you just
I
said
didn't
he
say
wasn't wrong.
harmful. I
So
didn't
tell me
say
which one. No, then tell me which ones you agreed with.
uh
Because you
I
said he
agree.
wasn't wrong. Tell me what you
I
agreed with.
I agree with focusing on communities that have high level of crime.
That ain't,
People
no.
dying. People dying.
No, you said topics that was not
Oh, don't say no.
necessarily.
I'm telling you what I'm telling
Where did
you.
he say this at? And how did he say it? You just
What
making
do
a
you
blanket
mean?
ass statement. I'm
Yeah,
telling
that's
you
too
what I
blanket.
mean. Where did he say it? Give me his words.
You
Come on,
want
he
me to
just
do
said
some research?
he
I can go do some
yes, do some
research and come
fucking
back with you a
research. You
little
just
bit
saying some
later
blanket ass
and
shit.
tell you.
Everybody feel like that. What the
How
fuck?
y'all
Yeah,
gonna
because
ask
he,
the
because see,
man?
when
That's
you
crazy,
say
bro.
no, because when you
He's
said,
saying
look, let me give
he
you an
talk
example.
he
Hold on,
Why
stepped
say,
up
y'all
and
so
said this shit.
hostile though, bro?
what on said. What I'm
Shit, y'all
saying to
don't hear
you,
what this
Tony,
man
Y'all
saying.
get
What the fuck?
emotional, man.
Tony,
Y'all get
Tony,
real
what I'm saying.
emotional, real hostile. Y'all
No,
want to
we're
get
not being.
like,
I'm
hey,
not being.
raise your voice and like,
Real
No,
like
different.
kill niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy.
nigga, I'm just talking to you, Tony. I'm not. I'm not
I'm
hostile.
not
Don't.
saying
Nigga,
you.
this
I'm not
nigga ain't
saying
spoke
Okay,
in
you.
three
cool.
months.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying
Okay,
you.
listen to what I'm about to say to you. This is a man that said George Zimmerman. When you said that he said some things that was a little whatever, and you agreed, I'm saying this is a guy who said George Zimmerman. I mean that Trayvon Martin hunted George Zimmerman and
I know
deserved
what
what
he
he got.
said. I know what
Right. You
they.
don't, but you don't agree with that, correct?
I'm not gonna shoot the motherfucker for it.
No. I said you don't agree though.
But there's things I agree and some things I don't agree with him. But I'm not
Do
gonna
you
go and
agree with
fucking
that
shoot
statement?
him.
No.
I'm
I'm
not.
not talking about shooting him. I'm saying, do you agree with that statement? You
Which
just
one
said you
exactly?
agree with some of the things, some of the provocative, polarizing things that he said. Do you agree
Yeah,
with that statement?
Which one exactly?
That Trayvon Martin hunted George Zimmerman and deserved to die.
I have to actually really look into that. I don't have a. I really don't speak on shit I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. But I know he says some shit, crazy shit. You know, and he
But
says some
Tony,
factual shit. He mixed it all
Tony, it
up. You
sounds
know,
like Tony. It sounds like to me you don't even know the stances that this guy
He
takes or
don't,
what
bro.
I
He
don't
the
know
just
things.
all of
talking.
them.
You
I don't
haven't.
know all of them. I don't.
You don't know
you're in
one
here
of them.
apologizing for somebody you
Not,
don't even know what he
no,
said.
You
no,
can't even
This
name
is
one
bad.
of them.
no.
You can't name
That's
one.
not true either.
He's
That's not
saying the
true either.
This is
principle the
bad.
man shouldn't be shot because of his opinion.
I don't
Bro,
really care
we
what he
passed
said,
that
man.
part.
To be
Nobody
honest,
on
like
earth
you don't shoot
believes that,
people.
No,
bro. And if
he's
you
actually
hanging on
taking
to
it a
that,
step further and saying
you
that
making a
some of the
flawed
stuff he said
argument if you
wasn't so
hanging on to
bad.
that.
That's kind of what he really said.
That's a flaw. What's happening today is people who were never even aware of this man are getting hip to what he's saying. Nobody believes that the motherfucker should have got killed for the shit. But it's now becoming, he was a polarizer figure that's now crossed over into
What
mainstream
politician is not
news and media.
polarizing?
What?
What
Before
politician person is
him, we
not
hadn't heard
polarizing?
anybody
That's the
say
job.
Charlie
That's
Kirk
the
wasn't so
job.
bad. Nobody said that.
That's the job, to be polarizing. That's the job. That's the job in
The
politics, is
job is not to
polarizing.
spew hateful rhetoric about communities you ain't even got shit to know. You don't even know nothing about. You ain't got no connection
But
to. What the fuck?
everybody is spewing hate today.
So that's okay?
See what I'm
What
saying?
the
No,
This
fuck?
is crazy.
that seems to be the currency of dialogue.
Man, you sound like
Hate
a fucking
back.
wild ass dude for saying some wild
No,
ass
I'm
shit
not.
like
No, it's true. It's y'all spewing hate. He's spewing hate.
hate speech is
Everybody's
the
spewing
currency
hate.
of the day. You hear that you hear that when you say that again, bro. And
I'm
really
not. I'm
dissect
not
that.
saying it.
It's
I'm
fuck.
not saying it. I'm saying it as a reflection of what I see in digital places and in real life. People are
Yeah,
just spewing
and I
hate
don't
back
know if
and
you
forth.
caught the whole
And
conversation, but we're
wait,
saying
and
we shouldn't be numb to that. We
that
shouldn't
hate
be numb to that.
manifests itself through violence. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
it's actually not uncommon for somebody to want to do something like that to you when you campaign, create companies, go around the
I get
goddamn
it.
globe
I get
fueling
it,
this
but
shit, bro.
I
What do you
get it.
mean? You make
I
yourself a
know people
target
want to
like
kill
that.
him,
You can make
but
yourself a
hey,
target
you
though.
can't
Do you
do
agree with
that.
that?
You
But do
just
you agree
can't
that
do
you
that
can
though.
make yourself a target though? Do you agree with
You,
that?
yes, I agree.
Therefore, all right, we done.
But you don't go out and pass the that border and make us and go kill somebody because of
No
it.
one
You
said
just
that's
don't.
okay. No one's saying
We
that it's
also
okay.
don't
People are
know
gonna
that
get
that's why
upset.
he.
Yeah, people are gonna get
Hey
upset. They're
Tony,
gonna be
but we
pissed
also
off.
don't know. Hey
They're gonna
Tony,
get
but that's why.
emotional.
There's
Gonna,
a way to go around the globe campaigning and sharing your opinions without degrading and disrespecting communities, bro. There's a way to do that, and that's not what he did. Like, knock it the fuck off.
well, whatever he did worked.
Hmm?
What?
Wait,
You
what?
right? Shit, what the fuck?
What?
He
No,
turned. He turned over a lot of young Democrats, like those same kids.
Yo,
Like those same kids that are coming up to him to ask all these crazy hard questions that he
you
asked, that
making
they
this
asked him.
motherfucker sound too close to Malcolm X for me, though. I ain't lying.
No, that's what
We
I'm
just
telling you,
we
like
might
what
have to
going
just
happened.
on right now.
I'm telling
They saying
we
his
just
my
might have to
opinion.
change course,
is
yo.
up there with
You
MLK, bro.
you
They saying he's a modern
apologizing
day
for him and
MLK,
you
bro. I
admitted
swear
to
that's
him
what they
what he
saying.
said.
My life,
We might have to just,
hold on, Elijah, go for it.
I don't
like,
like.
and you over here pushing
well,
that
I'm like,
shit.
wait a second.
This
This
man over here
motherfucker done
pushing
went.
that
He
shit,
done
bro.
he's
Hold
shining. He's
on.
starting to shine
Like
this
this man
man
a
up
fucking
for us.
martyr
You
or
know what
something,
I'm
No,
bro.
saying?
I'm not shining nobody. I would have said the same thing about another. If like the mayor from Chicago got shot, I would have said the same thing. Like this nigga, like this motherfucker could say whatever he wants. Like, but they don't shoot the guy.
I heard it.
Heard that
Yeah, that
ER,
ER,
Don't
that
boy.
shoot the
ER
guy.
was a little tough. That ER, I don't know if you
Yeah,
disagree.
Like, come on, y'all. Y'all playing, y'all.
No,
You know what I'm saying
That's
though?
why
no.
you
Like
ain't
if they
never said
shot
much,
Chicago,
nigga.
if they
That's
shot
why
him,
you ain't never
Tony,
said
I
nothing
don't
in all
know if
these
you
months. It makes
mispronounced
sense
nigga, but
now.
that ER was prevalent in that last one. Hold on. Listen what I'm gonna say to you though.
y'all
I'm
stop.
not.
Y'all please stop
That's just
that.
a
Don't
joke.
do.
We just joke.
I know
But what
y'all
I'm
joking,
saying
but I'm
is,
saying
I
though,
hey,
ain't
listen,
if
joking.
listen.
they
No.
shot him,
I want to
I
go
hear
back
the
to the first thing
undertone,
you
bro. I
said.
hear it.
if
I want
they
to go
shot
back to the
him,
first thing
y'all
you
not
said.
listening. Like if
Y'all
they
let
No,
me
shot him,
Tony,
drive, and
I
I hear the
am
undertone,
listening,
bro.
but you're just unclear.
ev-
I want to go back to the first thing you said. I'm just unclear because I got confused because it seemed like sometimes in these arguments, motherfuckers start arguing and it be some other shit. But when you first started talking, Was you comparing this to black? Do you think black on black crime is real? Like it's a real thing?
Oh, absolutely, it is. It has to be.
Oh,
There's
okay.
black and white on
Nigga
white.
said it
You know,
has
there's
to
both.
be.
There's both. There's
I
both.
No,
believe
I've
it.
never heard.
I
I've never
believe it.
heard them use the term white on white crime.
I
There is
believe
no
on
both.
black
Crime is
on black
crime,
crime.
bro. You do crime on who you're in proximity
Wait,
to
you
most of the
believe on?
time. What
You
the
believe?
fuck?
But there's just a lot of crime in Chicago, man. I don't know, like,
Why y'all keep talking about
In a
Chicago?
concentrated area in Chicago. It's not the whole guy. Man, what?
Yeah, wait, no, Chef, you believe in black on black crime for real?
Hell yeah, I believe in back on back crime, nigga. I
That
said
is
I ain't
real. That's a real. Do you believe that's a real
yeah,
thing?
it's real, nigga. It's real. What the hell?
Oh man. Okay. I can't even
you
begin
don't know
to talk
about
to
Y'all
you.
do know
YNs
that that,
killing
that
each other? You ain't
terminology
heard about
wasn't
some
even
YNs killing each other?
around.
I can't
That
even.
terminology
What,
wasn't even around. Man, what are y'all?
yo, what the fuck, Chef?
Y'all hear about some YNs killing each other?
What? Yo,
Y'all
black
crazy.
on black. Yo. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Well, we'll be arguing all day behind that. I ain't got nothing. I'm gonna assume Chef just said that and left on purpose because it ain't no black on black crime is not even. That's not even a real thing. Black on black crime isn't real. There's no such thing. You commit crimes against people in your close proximity, and we huddle together. And if we're being real, white people kill white people way more than black people kill black. And I ain't never heard the term white on white crime. It's a political tool. It's a news subject. It's something that's used to paint us as savages and shiftless, and we can't control ourselves. When in actuality, if you study crime, you commit crime against the people in your close proximity.
Worked on
It's
that,
very
nigga.
easy.
Because
It's very
that's all
easy
they
to
saying right
explain.
now. If had this been a black man that they found out that shot this man,
Begin a race war.
it would be all black people and thugs and whatnot. But they found us a white dude. It's like it's someone from the left. Man, knock it the fuck off, bro.
No,
Y'all
or
peddling that shit.
he had mental issues, or he had a
Like
manifesto.
he helped peddling that shit, coming in with that nonsense, talking about some a nigga got assassinated on the college campus. Well, what about Chicago, man? You don't go to the fucking man. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, black on the fact. I think a lot of times
Ignorant, bro.
I could tell the news. The news has had an effect uh on people on their talking points. There's no way we talking about Charlie Kirk at 10:30, and then at 10:31 we talking about black on black crime in Chicago. Two things don't even. Not even the Mandela
Yeah, I was
effect is
confused
making
why
two
y'all
things
kept
connect.
mixing in the Chicago shit with this. I was confused about that.
No, the chef started talking about military shit in Chicago. That's all that was. But no,
Look, all I'm
I
saying is, Brass. All I'm saying is, Brass. I could agree with most of what y'all are saying, but at the end of the day, like yesterday, you even said R.I.P. Christian Kirk and take into account that he
because
has
he
a
died.
family and they.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying. If you didn't take anything else from what I'm saying at least you understood that part. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I can admit. I mean, anybody would.
And this man put out content after content. If a nigga, if
no, but
somebody
See what
there's
I'm
came to your
saying? See
block,
what I'm
Hey,
saying?
Stead
somebody
See what
came
I'm
to
Breeze,
your block
saying?
Stead
for
Breeze,
5
Stead
years
Breeze.
straight and
But
just
Stead, you know
yelled
there
at
are
the
some
top of your
people.
block and said "fuck you niggas" and all type of racial slurs, you just gonna sit there and look like
See what I'm
eventually you're gonna be like,
saying?
Nah,
man,
See what I'm
hey,
saying?
niggas kind of
Stead
tired
Breeze,
of
I'm gonna
hearing
say
this
something
nigga,
to
bro.
you. Hey, Stead Breeze, I'm gonna say something to you. I think we're
God,
talking
it's
past
crazy,
each
bro.
other. I have no issue with this motherfucker being not here anymore, bro.
I'm not. That wasn't
I think
Two
specifically
things
no.
can
I'm
be
not
true.
saying
Why
me
can't
at
you
all.
compartmentalize that? Two things can be true.
hold on. But let me get my point out, Sid. But my point to you is, to some people online, you know what I keep hearing about Charlie Kirk, and the more people talk about Charlie Kirk, most people don't even know who the fuck he is. He
That's why I
wasn't even
said that
doing
they're
a good.
learning
He
who
wasn't
he is
even doing a
today.
good job. So my overarching point is
I
the
wouldn't say that.
sentiment after a motherfucker getting murdered. Like a kid don't know who Charlie Kirk is. Most of these kids don't know who the fuck.
No, they
If I
don't.
go ask my son right now,
No, they
did
don't.
you see
So,
that
I
guy
mean, a
who got
certain
shot?
demographic of kids do, but
Say
not
it,
yeah, not
Breeze. Come
not
on, my nigga.
they
Y'all,
don't.
But wait,
y'all don't.
earlier y'all was saying that he the reason why Trump got the grip on the youth.
No,
A lot of
no,
people
A
don't know
certain
who it is.
demographic of kids
yeah,
definitely
but
know
that's a
right now.
demographic of kids. That's the Christian nationals. That's the MAGA
Yeah,
children. That's
yeah.
the young right shit like that.
Just
Ask the
MAGA. Period.
average
Anybody
kid.
caught up in that?
Yeah, just
Didn't the
ask
dude
the
from
average
didn't the
child.
dude from MSNBC get fired because he
Yeah,
attributed
he got
the dude
fired. Yeah,
death?
yeah, he got fired. Yeah, because remember MSNBC ain't stupid. The more than half of the viewers that watch their show are motherfuckers that directly support Charlie Kirk. Like they're not some of their ads, people run ads on there pro Charlie Kirk, like the shit that he
Well,
believes in. Pro
question, Brad. My bad to cut you.
yeah.
This confuses me because you have people on Twitter and other people saying that his death was a direct cause of what he said, but you even said not too long ago we still don't know why he got killed in the first
Nobody
place.
even knows why he died.
Nobody knows
Oh, I'm
that. You can't
confused.
You know what would
definitively
you know
say
what
that.
would be the funny joke? You know what would be the funniest joke right now that I could make is it's ignorant, but I'm gonna say it. It could be what if it's a motherfucker that was completely against transgenderism, abortion, all kind of other shit. What if this was on some like lover shit or some weird shit? So the whole
Yeah.
world is
Nigga
like he
probably took his
died
bitch or
because he
something.
was racial, and then you find out this nigga got killed by I don't know some silly
Probably owe
something
somebody
else.
money or something.
Yeah, like this nigga. Oh, we found out he had gambling debts, or he owed the mafia. Like it could be something like that.
But that'll put a
But
mirror to the people who automatically jumped out the window and justify his killing based off a person having a different. So that
well,
would kind of
but
make
he
Well, people
also
are speculating the
campaigned.
likelihood right now.
Yeah, but he
gotcha,
campaigned
yeah.
on hate. Well, he campaigned on hate, and he got elected, my nigga. So I get that part, but I'm saying what I'm saying is, yes, I'm sorry, Chef. Bro, what I'm saying is the motherfucking my overarching point is to the average everyday person, even if you into politics, you know who Charlie Kirk is. But to the average everyday person, that's just a white man getting hit in the neck on Instagram. That's what I have an issue with. Not any human being like when what's his name died? What's the other guy that got killed? And it was basically live. Back in the day with Kennedy. Fuck, man. Kennedy got shot. Then they arrested the guy, and then somebody killed this nigga on TV.
Wallace, who
Fuck.
was it?
Who's the guy that
Lee
murdered?
Harvey.
Who's the
Was
guy
it
that they
Wallace?
said killed Kennedy?
Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, Lee Harvey
Oswald.
Oswald.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
he
killed
got
me
shot.
when they killed Lee Harvey.
Remember
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
TV
everybody.
they was right. They was the police was
He
walking
was at
them
the
out,
phone booth.
and somebody
Wow.
walked up and shot him and shit. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that was appalling. Remember Columbine, my nigga? That shit was appalling. That shit was like
that nigga just killed the president
yeah, but
and
you
shot
don't
the
know.
governor.
You don't know that he should. First off, that's the nigga that got arrested for killing the president. You don't know what the fuck he did, Chef.
Oh man, he did that. He did that.
I forgot who I was talking to. But look, remember Columbine, Chef? Since we're on the subject,
Hell
remember
yeah.
how the world was going crazy? They was having crisis. I remember that shit. It was mental health in the fucking
They
school.
shut our school down. We had metal
They was
detectors. We had all type of shit.
like, what the fuck is going on? The whole world was talking about this shit. Do y'all know that yesterday, right before Charlie Kirk got killed, it was a school shooting?
Colorado.
And nobody gave a fuck, bro. Last week in Minnesota, it was a fucking school shooting. Niggas ain't even
This
bat
was
an
the
eye.
46th school shooting this year.
Yeah, I
And
don't want to get to a point when niggas is dying on
the school
Instagram.
year just started.
Just started.
Literally. Well, for some, but
So
yeah, literally.
that's what I'm saying about people who are for gun rights. It makes no sense.
No sense.
Everything y'all been saying don't make sense to me. I ain't gonna lie. It is all political. Like I haven't like even when Brad asked me, do I believe in black on black crime? Like, of course I do. I see it. Like, what else would you? If black people commit crimes against each other at a disproportionate rate, what would you call that?
It's not
Proximity.
black on black crime.
Okay, well, it's Mexican on black. If a black man
That's like,
robs
are
a
you saying that like
black man,
if
is that Mexican
black
on
folks,
black crime or is that black on black crime?
Are you saying
Listen,
if two black people live in the same city but on opposite sides of the town, right? And it's just them two, you think one is just gonna be inclined to drive over to the other side of the city and commit a crime on this man if he wanted to commit a crime, or is he gonna do it to the motherfucker close to him? Like that's crazy to say that, bro. To think that
Both.
because it's just proximity
Both.
that categorizes it now. It don't. That's just what happens when you in the same place as someone else. There's gonna be a crime. It's probably gonna be committed on the people next to you.
So let's walk through this.
It's brothers I know who would fight their
They
own
don't wake
kind
up like, man, I can't wait to go
with
kill a black
another
nigga
race of
today.
people.
Like, what the
No,
fuck?
no, it don't have to be as visceral as you saying, right? But
You label it like that.
it
It sounds like that.
no, if we're saying if you have statistics, right, where black people are disproportionately um um harmed by white people, right? Then you will label that. And it has been labeled. So when they start doing the statistics and say, okay, well, it's crimes happening to black people that white people are not committing. So
wrong.
when black people are committing crimes on each other, then that's black on black crime. If
No, it's
white people
not.
start committing
It's all
crimes
crime
on
is
black
just
people,
jumbled up.
I
Like
guarantee you it'd be a name for that shit.
Wait,
it's just
y'all
No,
saying
but
crime.
black on black crime it doesn't exist? That's what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
no,
what they
black on
saying now.
black. No, because
Get
and
the
it ain't
fuck,
disproportionate. You saying
man.
disproportionate. Hold on. White homicide victims
That's crazy
are
talk.
killed at a rate of 85%. 85% of white people that
That's
die
white
are
on white
killed by
crime.
no, it's not white on
Niggas
white
saying
crime.
black on
Hold
black
on,
crime.
bro. Let
Yeah,
me
we
finish
done,
my
bro.
sentence before you
We
just
done.
cut
So
me
you
off.
said the
If
rate is
85%,
high,
hold on, said
label.
Breeze. If 85% of white people kill 85% of white people, I ain't never heard the term, and 90% of black people kill 90% of black people. That's the difference. You saying they at 85%, we're at 90%. That makes it disproportionate. But black on black crime is splashed everywhere as a political tool. I've never heard the term white on white crime.
Hold on. What? My grandmother used to talk about black on black crime.
Cause she
She was
watched the
saying
No,
news.
that
rappers back in my day used to talk about black on
Because
black
they were
crime. This shit
wrong.
is real.
No, they were wrong. They were wrong.
Man,
They
y'all are
were
tripping.
wrong. You can't.
Yo,
You all y'all doing is just
See, we can't
motherfucking
even find
furthering.
common ground on
Why do you
simple.
keep coming in this motherfucker like Rodney King
because
every time I
where's
start
the other
talking?
labels? I don't see no other racial group singled out
Damn,
when it comes to it.
you bugging
Like,
out,
why can't
Eddie.
y'all name the
This
other?
shit sad, bro.
Where's the Asian on Asian crime? The Puerto Rican
Yeah.
on Puerto
There it
Rican? Where's
go.
all
There
that?
it go. Asian on love. There it go. The Joker
Where
card.
is
Where
it
no,
though?
bro.
You saying it
Nigga,
don't
we
exist?
promote black on black
Are
violence
you
and not
saying it don't
promoting music.
exist?
No Asian on
Oh, now
Asian.
we going to the music. Like y'all can't stay in one spot. Y'all squirm every goddamn
I,
time.
Crime is local. White people kill white people more than they
I
kill
agree with that.
anybody else. Black
I agree
people
with
kill
that.
black people more than they kill anybody else. My concern,
Black
Chef,
on black
is the term black on black crime is a political tool to make us savages, my nigga. When we don't do it any
self-destruction.
more than anybody else, bro. And
Y'all
then on
saying
Self.
top of that, you know
Remember
what
it's
the
it
song
deliberate.
"Self-Destruction"?
huh?
Self-destruction. Remember the song "Self-Destruction"? When all of the rappers got together to fight it, to preach against black on black crime.
What the hell are
You
you
know, they
talking
were
about?
saying that shit in their lyrics. Self-destruction. You're headed for self-destruction.
Y'all remember that
You
song? I
remember
remember that
that?
song. Yeah, I
Right.
remember
That
that
shit
song.
was
No, I don't
about black
remember
on
that.
black crime, yo. Are y'all crazy?
Did
Yeah,
y'all
they
drop a
bugging,
bomb for
Chef.
that
They
dumb
bugging.
shit?
No, it's how you saying it.
Cocaine everywhere.
It's how you
Yeah.
saying it.
This nigga
You saying
Tony
it
bugging.
like it's deliberate, like it's specific to us. It's
I'm
not.
just,
It's crime is
well, when
every
that
There's
song
goddamn
nothing
where.
came
wrong
out,
with saying that
Crime
we
is
should
every
stop
motherfucking
killing each
where. Like,
other, but
come
just
If
on,
we
like
can't
labeling
agree to simple shit like this, the solutions ain't never gonna be
because it don't
like
need a label. It's just
it ain't
fucking
because it ain't
crime.
no we, nigga.
The
we
fuck.
it's
really
black on,
done. If
it's
we
black
can't
Bro,
on
admit to
black
because it
this
ain't
shit
crime.
no
like this,
we.
All right,
we
man.
It
done.
ain't
Well, I
no
want to
we.
hear when y'all talk about other
It ain't
crimes,
no
talk to
fucking
everybody in
we.
the same way.
It ain't no we. Black on black crime is a tool used against you, and y'all just choosing to use it because you ain't got no goddamn good common sense.
Yo, that's great. This would be a good show.
No, it wouldn't. It'd be a short
Yes,
show. I'm
it
gonna cuss
would.
one of y'all out. Yeah, I might cuss. I feel like cussing y'all out right now. It's too early in the day.
I'm
We can
trying
have
to
the
figure out why
conversation.
y'all denying it.
I'm
I'm
not
trying to figure out why you
denying
say
it.
it's disproportionate.
I'm
That sounds
I'm
like
getting away
rhetoric
from
to
the
me.
term black on black crime as a term is detrimental to
You
us.
only using it because
You
you
want to
feel
call
it's
it
Make it seem
disproportionate.
like we are
African
different.
American
Crime
against
no,
African American crime?
black on black crime is
Tony,
Crime.
Tony,
African American
Fuck.
crime against African
It's just
American.
crime. It don't need no explanation. Crime
No,
is a goddamn crime.
black on black crime is detrimental to black people, not the label.
There's no such thing. I'm
Fuck
not
the
accepting
label.
it.
Crime
Man,
is
y'all,
I'm not,
detrimental to
accept, I'm not
anybody it's committed
accepting the
on.
term black on
Nobody
black.
Hey,
benefits
Chef,
from a
you pushing,
crime.
bro.
What the fuck?
You ain't crazy, Chef.
Nobody
I
benefits
told,
from a
and
crime.
once
Like, you ain't even
again,
got to make a
when
statement
Fetty
like
is
that.
agreeing with
No
you,
one
you're on the
benefits from a
wrong
crime.
path, my
That's
nigga.
not even
Trust
a
me, Chef.
profound statement.
Trust and
No one
believe.
benefits from a crime.
When Fetty tell you you're doing a
Fuck.
good job, nigga, you might
Yeah,
want to
you
just
speaking
mute
that
your
you
mic. You might
speaking
want
that
to leave
Murray
Discord.
that Murray lingo.
You might want to, because you know one thing you forgetting, Chef? You actually going against your argument with Fetty when you talk about socioeconomic factors. Because you ain't even thinking about that. You right
No,
now, all the shit
because
you
that's
say
not the
about
issue.
IQ, you ain't even bringing it up. It most certainly is. Environment and socioeconomic factors most
No,
certainly got
Chef only
something
gave
to
it a
do with what's
label
happening in the
because he
city.
thought it's disproportionate. That's why he gave it that label and is okay with it because he feel like it represents the disproportionate amount of crime that's going on in the community. He's trying to be slick. They all are.
Yeah, that shit. Anytime they say black on black crime, they want the world to think
You're trying
that
to
black
make it
people,
seem like it's something
that
more
black people
alarming than
just kill
anybody
black
else's
people
crime.
way more than everybody else.
It is.
That ain't true. It's not true.
It is.
Yo, you can scream
Are
all you
y'all
want.
We just got a
crazy?
problem then. We just all fucked up.
Yeah, we
Yo,
are.
we are. I'm glad y'all
Bro, that's just a
acknowledge
small
it's not
portion of the
Charlie Kirk's fault.
the
They
fact that
finally
It's Charlie
the fact
Kirk's
that y'all
fault.
say the lowest part of the culture
Tony's
represents
just
the
throwing
culture
gasoline
is
on the
wild. Like
Man,
motherfucker.
y'all
y'all
want to highlight the
we
lowest part of
can't
the
even have
culture.
a real convo about our own selves. That's why I say the solutions ain't gonna
What's
never
the
be fixed,
combo
bro.
then? Let's
Done.
then have
If
it
y'all
then.
saying
Then
black
Niggas
have
on
it
black
always
then.
crime,
go.
stop.
What's
If
the
Niggas
y'all
combo
always
believe
go
in
then?
to
black on black
other
No,
crime,
but then
groups.
stop
what's the
saying
Black
we
on
combo
do
black
though?
it. Ain't
crime
no
ain't a
We
we.
just
real
making
thing. It's like,
statements.
bro, it's no accountability,
Y'all
bro.
just making statements.
Anytime a
What's the
nigga bring up
conversation?
culture or things
What's
that
the
we can change,
conversation?
niggas get mad. That's a fact. And
But I'm
Chef,
saying, what
Yo, hold
is the
on. Let me
Chef,
conversation?
hold
Chef
on.
has been,
Listen,
Chef
listen.
has
I
been
want
I
to
could
hear
You
talking
be
the
his
wrong.
know,
I could
hold
be
on.
wrong.
Chef been on his
I could be
Hey,
accountability
wrong.
Chef.
I
bag
want to
Yeah,
for the
hear
yeah,
the
past
but no.
2
No,
conversation
years.
no.
though.
But Chef, when
Niggas
you
been
walk
killing.
this back, Fetty and Tony still gonna be talking the same bullshit. Listen to what I'm saying to you, Chef. The FBI, the Department of Justice, the NYPD, no police organization designates crime by race. It's by type, homicide, robbery, this, that, and the other. The media created black on black crime so that y'all, I was about
It
to
feel
call
like you a
y'all
bunch of
something niggas
crazy
call me.
niggas.
So that y'all niggas will be pushing the fact that we were savages. I looked up that stupid ass song y'all just thought up for self destruction. With half of them niggas I ain't never even heard of. That's just my limited hip hop shit. But that song ain't have shit to do with black on black crime, bro. They was
What?
talking about an overarching, yeah, they was talking about the rise and
Did
killing.
you just chat GPT
Yeah, I don't
self-destruct?
even, I
I'm
never
done.
heard,
shit up.
I'm
I
done.
never heard the song.
I'm
I didn't
done.
even,
I'm done.
I never heard the song, bro. I ain't never heard that song before a day in my life. Never. You know what's
Yo,
funny? ADQ.
Oh
You know who
shit.
ADQ, you know who pushed black on black crime? You know when that shit started? Reagan. That's Reagan. That term started floating around from Ronald Reagan. And now
Late 70s, early 80s.
Fetty and Tony, Chef Fetty and Tony somehow think that this is some shit that we need to be saying today.
it was called self-destruction.
Yeah, fuck that
Meaning,
stupid ass
meaning,
conversation.
meaning we were doing that shit to ourselves. Self-destruction. Just
Black
listen to
on.
the title of the song and then listen to the lyrics and tell me we not talking about we need to get our shit together
I
because we're
bet you
harming each
I
other.
bet you
Everybody got
Bambaataa
to
was
get
at
their
the
shit
hold
together.
on.
We
I
just
bet
make
you
songs
I
about
Bambaataa
the
was
said
at
shit.
the
he tried
video
to
shoot.
say self-destruction wasn't
I
about us
bet you
and
if
black on
KRS
black
One was on
crime.
that song, KRS One was on that song, and I bet you
Yeah,
Bambaataa was at the video shoot. Fuck them niggas. You know what the fuck what they talking about? Fuck them
no,
niggas, bro.
no. I'm just saying in the black community, in the 80s and early 90s, that shit was real and black people actually discussed black on black crime.
Here's the
I
funny
don't know
thing.
why it's taboo now. I don't know
They
why it's
discussed
taboo.
probably the uptick in crime.
No,
You
listen,
labeling
listen.
it
Hey,
black on
Chef,
black
listen to this. I
like
looked at
it's
a
got some sort of
timeline.
like
Yeah.
underlining thing, like we just some crazy
Yo, my
Negroes
grandmother
on.
and them would talk about how crazy it was for black people to be doing this shit to each other. You know
And
what I
you know,
mean? Like, yo, we done lost our man. Black
white
on
people
black
don't do the same
crime.
thing. White people kill
You
white
know,
people at a hold on. White people kill white people at a 5% less rate than we do. And I guarantee you, white
There's
grandmothers don't
millions
say
of
to
them.
their white sons. Hold on. White grandmothers don't say to their white sons, look
That
at
ain't
all
no
this
flex.
white on white. No, they just say, look at all this crime out here. They don't say, look at all this Caucasian on Caucasian crime. We need to fix the community. They don't say
Yeah.
that dumbass
they
I don't
shit.
think,
That
man,
should.
ain't
this
real.
They
this shit
should.
this
They
shit is
cracker,
done by
they
people
cracker
who are
crime.
pledging gangs and shit like that. You acting like it's just a regular motherfucker waking up out his bed like I'm about to go rob a nigga today. Like, man, come on, y'all crazy, bro. Y'all acting
Y'all
like this shit is
bugging
just
out.
some fucking innate issue within just us. Like, oh, what the
That
fuck?
shit is
Everybody
a
commits
Exactly
media
crime,
what's
bro.
trend.
happening.
Everybody commits fucking crimes, bro. Everybody on planet Earth.
Hey, listen, said Breeze. So I looked up a timeline of the word, just the term. It says in the 60s and 70s, civil rights victories sparked a backlash. Politicians started emphasizing law and order rhetoric. Crime in black neighborhoods becomes a focus. In the 80s crack era, black on black crime in quotations becomes a nightly news trope. This was the lead in for the war on drugs, mandatory minimums, and super predator myths. The 90s crime bill, the narrative that black communities were out of control, made it politically popular to push harsh sentencing laws. Anytime black activists protest police brutality in the 2000s and now, it says Chef, Fetty, and Tony, and any other black activists, they say critics deflect by saying, what about black on black crime is used to delegitimize outrage as systemic injustice, and we should mute Chef, Fetty, and Tony for the rest of the day. That's exactly what ChatGPT just
They
told me.
peddling that
So I'm
shit.
gonna mute you
They
niggas, man.
peddling that. It works with y'all.
Yes, I was gonna say earlier.
Works
Same
with
thing
him.
with Trump trying to send troops to Chicago. He's gonna pull back on that because the agenda originally was to show how Democrats can't
Cities
manage
on
their own
land.
city.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
that's the whole
it's a
point.
political agenda, but people
Yeah.
think he actually cares about crime. He's
Oh,
using crime as buzzwords.
If he cared about crime, Mel, he'd go to Memphis. If he cared about crime, he'd
St.
go
go
to
to
Louis.
all
St.
those fucking
Louis.
redskins that
Yep.
got
He'd go to
the
Louisiana.
the
They
top
going
10
to
in
Chicago
fucking.
because Chicago is always a political tool to show the failure of Democrats.
Correct. And
Y'all don't understand that
if you
shit.
Yeah,
looked
like
at
y'all ain't a bunch
recent,
of little niggas
real
claiming
quick,
gangs and shit. Like y'all ain't like just regular
real
kids.
quick, if you looked at recent Chicago crime news, crime has actually been down
Down,
in
yes.
Chicago.
Yeah, I don't hear none
No,
of
but
that
we
shit. I
got
don't
to
hear none
send
of
in
the
the
shit that
fucking
is like, come
SEAL
on, bro.
Team
I want
6, though,
I
man.
want the troops. I want the troops.
Down from where? From like 500% crime or something, or down from what?
If it goes down
Yeah,
500%,
Tony.
it's
Tony,
zero.
you're a
Context does
What the
gaslighter,
matter
fuck?
though.
man.
That
I
How
know
you
context
what
say
does
you're
something
matter.
like
doing,
that?
Tony.
If it
I
goes
ain't
down
feeding into what
500%,
you're doing,
it's
Tony.
zero. What the
100%.
fuck?
This nigga Tony want all the smoke
You
today.
wild as that
Shut up.
wild
Jesus
ass nigga, bro.
Christ.
The fuck?
That nigga he want
If it
all
go
the
down
smoke.
Wild
That
is
500%,
nigga
rent.
said
Tony want all the smoke and
fucking
everything that comes with it.
Are
are
you
you
That
crazy?
nigga
crazy?
said 500%. Lord,
Weird ass nigga, man.
nigga.
I can't even say nothing to that. He's
He
just
hate
Bro,
niggas so much, bro. He
500%
say some dumb ass shit like that.
would mean
We at
and look and
500%.
I,
We gotta
That shit
go.
came from his
We gotta
fucking
drop
everybody
it
soul.
done
down
committed
499%.
5 crimes, yo. 5.
Five a
bro,
per, five per person.
Logic over here
you
doing
know what
numbers.
Logic, you know what
100%.
500% looks like? That's a
That's
riot.
that's that's
That's
every
a
individual is
full-on
at least
riot in the
responsible
street.
for
Now
5 crimes,
that's a French Revolution. Like
Yeah, that's the
each.
French Revolution.
500?
that's the Haiti
That nigga hate
Revolution.
niggas so much, boy.
You know what's
That shit
funny?
came
It's
from his
niggas
soul.
walking in Chicago right now that's like looking around, like, where's the 500%? They looking around like,
That's
where's the
each
500%?
person committing at
Yeah,
least 5 crimes.
they
That
let
would
these
be
little
500%.
16, 17-year-old niggas with these
That's
guns representing an entire fucking black
that's
community.
niggas
That
running
shit
around with
is disrespectful, bro. Y'all let
Yeah,
the
bro.
lowest
TVs
part of our culture represent the whole thing. Like y'all disrespectful
and Jordans,
motherfuckers,
right?
Acting
bro.
like it don't.
That
Stop
shit
acting like it
crazy.
don't though.
It don't
500.
represent it, motherfucker. That's what
Yes,
media does.
bro.
This nigga said Breeze sound like
Bro.
1980s Ice
How
Cube.
crazy though. I can't
Y'all
believe
about to
that
drive this nigga.
motherfuckers think
Y'all
that
about to
So
shit,
so
drive
bro.
what?
this
So
nigga
what are some things
absolutely
you want to correct
insane.
about our
Come on,
culture
let's
today?
have a
Do you have
combo
any
though.
critique or
Say it,
accountability
have
at
a
all?
combo.
I'm gonna let
Yeah.
you motherfuckers on
What
everybody
you say,
got the
DQ?
Be accountable. Be
What you say, DQ?
I
accountable
said
for once.
10
What's
Teddy
something about black culture
bears.
you don't like, Ted? Huh?
how much you tell me this? What percentage you think the black community is committing all these crimes? Tell me that first, so we have a starting point. What percentage of us
500%.
is so alarming that we have to address it? What's the percentage?
I mean, you ain't answer my question, but go ahead.
I'll answer that. You answer mine. I don't even know where you stand. You just sound like a nutty ass nigga right now.
Hey, that's crazy.
Now let it build. Let it build. Oh shit,
Yeah.
50 left. What the
What
fuck?
percentage of our community do
No,
you
he
think
probably got a
committing
phone
all
call.
these
He
crimes?
hung up a few times and came back.
Somebody answer that.
I can't hear you, bro.
500%. I'm
Keep
still
that
stuck on
500.
Percentage of the black community
500%.
is committing all these crimes.
You talking about in
Is it
Chicago?
10%? Is it 5? Is it 15? What is it?
Let's pull up some numbers. Throw
No,
in the
what are
chat.
you talking
Oh, they
about?
supposed to know. It's
They
so
don't know
alarming.
You talking about
They
total
don't
percent of the
understand.
black population in Chicago?
It's so alarming. This should be readily available for them because it's so alarming. They want to have the conversation so bad, but we got to look shit up now. But it's
The
so
niggas
alarming.
you talking to ain't even here, I don't think.
I'm not
Well,
talking
but
about
I
I'm
said
just
what
saying
you
in
said.
general. I know it's probably about the listening. They believe in
Nigga
that nutty
said
shit
he
too.
sleeper
That
nigga
nigga
today.
was that nigga was sleep Tony. No, he was sleep Tony specifically.
I'm talking about Charlie Kirk. What about Chicago? What the
That nigga
fuck?
was sleep Tony.
See the title of the show? They can't wait to drag black folks in the shit. The same shit that nigga would do.
My nigga said be getting turned the fuck up, boy.
That nigga is
I'll
here.
let that
That
shit
nigga.
slide.
No,
Like it's
because
crazy.
you wasn't in here. You wasn't in here though, DQ. But that nigga, yo, motherfucking what's his name? Corey.
Yeah.
This nigga when he was talking about Charlie Kirk. Tony said, but what about the black on black crime in Chicago? And nigga Corey said, hey man, fuck you.
Straight up.
That nigga said, I could kill you right now.
Bro,
Hey,
I think we should take a quick moment to acknowledge.
And didn't come back. That nigga was furious. He probably
that nigga
worked
was
the
hot.
fuck out of somebody on that concrete.
Yeah, that nigga was definitely hot as fuck. Nigga, see, let me get out of here, yo. If I turn this motherfucker upside down, let me get out of
Corey cleaning up his sniper right now.
That nigga Corey said, man, what? Man, fuck you.
He reached for his sniper.
Corey on that site giving them niggas hell right
Hey,
now.
I know he
niggas
was
hell right now.
For real, we got to take a moment to acknowledge.
It's a nigga on that site right now that don't know Tony, but he hates Tony with a motherfucking passion. This nigga Corey got a whip out on them niggas right now.
Corey got these niggas doing suicide like basketball practice.
Yeah, put the tools down. Put the tools down and line up, nigga.
Put this bag of concrete on your goddamn
Put the
back.
tools down, line up, nigga. Right now.
Oh shit. He got them niggas carrying concrete bags on their back. Like, nigga, fuck you, nigga. Yeah, Corey was hot, bro. He
Corey took all the dollars.
serious.
That nigga took all the dollars, put them on the back of his truck, said, y'all got to carry this shit by hand. Y'all got me fucked up.
For just a second, though, yo, we got to acknowledge just how ignorant that statement is, bro. We got to, like, we ain't going to hear nothing that crazy for at least 2 weeks. We got to acknowledge that. Nigga said 500%. 500% crime, bro. We gotta give him some kind of something. I don't know about props, but we gotta acknowledge how ignorant that motherfucker statement was. That's like some donkey of the day shit.
No, he said, is it down 500%? Meaning like
you know what you gotta acknowledge though. You gotta
That nigga
acknowledge
mean that shit was Gotham, nigga. Gotham.
We gotta do a slow clap. No, we gotta do a slow clap for media, bro. The media has done an amazing job, bro.
Marvelous. Miraculous job.
They'll make you look right past St. Louis, Louisiana, New Orleans, and Memphis. They'll make you look completely past that and still only be thinking in 2025, Chicago is the worst place for black folk in the United
States. The funny part is,
I'm gonna say that's some of that unfortunate evil genius shit that we was trying not to acknowledge the other day.
Even with it being in Illinois is not even in the top 10 of gun violence when it comes to in states when it comes to gun violence. And when they did a study, they saw that 60 to 70% of the guns that do make it into Illinois, because it's really tough to get a gun legally there, that they come from states with lax gun laws. So it's like y'all miss a whole bunch of steps when you just say a bunch of nutty ass shit. That shit wild. So you didn't really look into the conversation at all, but they don't want to have a conversation. They didn't even look into the nuances. Like, just want to blanket every thing.
No, but then you guys
A bunch of little kids running around crazy. Like, that's everybody.
You gotta unleash SEAL Team 6 on the kids in Chicago. That's the only way it's gonna stop. What?
Yeah.
SEAL
It wouldn't
Team 6
matter
and the Marines. Come on, bro.
It wouldn't matter how the guns got into Illinois. It's what the niggas do when they get there. You feel me? Like that? Like
They do what anybody that wants to be in the gang gonna do, but everybody in the black community ain't in no motherfucking gang, so it's not representative of the whole.
Yeah, but so the niggas, everybody in the black community ain't in no gang. Fine. It's the niggas that are in the fucking gangs. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with that?
What percentage
you
of what
ain't
percentage
gonna
of,
do it.
what
You
percentage of
ain't
black
gonna get
youth
out
do you
there
think
and
is
pull
in
them
gangs,
guns
Chef?
out them niggas' hands.
What percentage
You're
of
not
black
gonna
youth
do it.
do you think is in gangs, Chef?
Nigga, that's
What
what the
I'm saying,
cops is
what I'm
for. What are
saying
you
is,
talking about?
what
That's
I'm
what the
saying
cops
is,
for.
for the people who don't have, who's saying that the shit ain't a big deal, because y'all asses ain't dying in the fucking streets. You feel me? So it's easy. It's real. It's people, children dying in the fucking streets. But it ain't a big deal. It's not big. Like, I don't understand that.
No one ever said
You
nothing like that
changing the
neither. Y'all are
narrative, yeah.
reframing the whole thing.
You doing
it,
some weird
I'm trying to
shit
say,
when you say
my
we
question is,
saying it ain't a
why do you
big
feel this
deal.
is so
Come on,
representative of the entire
Nobody saying it ain't a big
community?
deal.
listen, a murderer don't have to be representative of the whole fucking group. But it is a detriment that needs to be dealt with immediately.
Yes, I agree. I agree, but not with the military.
Immediately.
I agree with you. I fully agree with you. Not the military, though. And I do think it's a big deal, but I don't think that because the media got you thinking that Chicago is the worst place in the world for black on black crime, like you know what you're saying? With the black on black crime, you think that they should be deployed in Chicago because the media told you Chicago was the worst. But if they actually care about the worst and not just trying to show the fact that Democrats have failed, right? And try to and try to flip Chicago on some political shit. If they actually cared about the worst crime, they wouldn't go there. They wouldn't even start there. They go to the Bronx. They go to Memphis. They go to St. Louis, but don't nobody give a fuck about them places. They just trying to prove a political point in saying Chicago. That's about Democrats.
But we gonna
right
stick with the Chicago point and not the overall point that these black cities need motherfucking troops on the ground to stop this shit. It gotta just be about Chicago, right? So I
Who
don't
you
get
talking about, Brad?
No, nobody. I saw somebody else.
Hey,
you know what I
I
mean?
want
Like
to say something.
Oh shit!
I want to say something right quick, bro. When it comes to people like Fetty and Chief X, etc., right? Even Tony, you know, everyone deserves to have their opinion. Everybody deserves to be heard. You know, I try to be as congenial as possible. Sometimes that's not reciprocated, but it's okay. People think they're more intelligent than other people and all the rest of it, right? Because they could regurgitate some convoluted garbage about IQ and, you know, whatever. But this is what I want to say. When it comes, particularly when it comes to African Americans and those of the diaspora who happen to be wearing the same biological uniform as African Americans who live here in America, right? When Nazi Germany, when the SS whipped up the public in enough fervor to eventually do what they eventually did to the Jews, right? They didn't just get up one day and say, let's go persecute the Jews. Let's go put them in some ovens, right? You are going to need the backing of the public, right? In order to do something on that wide of a scale to a demographic of your country, right? They had various people spreading propaganda
whipping up frenzy about the Jews, and some of it was true about like what they do with the banking system and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But a lot of it was bullshit. The point being, if Nick Fuentes, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him on the panel, right? But Nick Fuentes, he spews the same anti-black rhetoric, but on top of it, he spews a lot of anti-Jewish rhetoric, right? The reason why the Jews are so hypersensitive to anything, right? Look at what happened with Kyrie. He just forwarded a tweet or co-signed it or liked the tweet or whatever about a book that says the black folks are the real Hebrews. He wasn't even advocating for anything disparaging or castigating their community at all. But they was right on his ass immediately as one collective. Now, if a person like Nick Fuentes were to get clapped in his neck and one goofball Jew were to go out there and say, well, he shouldn't die because he has, everybody should have their opinion. You know what would happen to him? And the reason why it would happen to him is because they know rhetoric leads to action. The people who are putting money into Charlie Kirk and other people like him, like Richard Spencer, right? They have an end in mind. Okay? He co-signed a preacher who says that black people are innately servile and made and predisposed to be the footmats, right? And the doormats of society, right? It's because we live in America and things are so plentiful. And most people, the vast majority of people, just want to go home at night and see their family, right? And America is very peaceful. When you think about how large the population and the landmass is in relation to the amount of, it's extremely peaceful, particularly compared to other places in the world. So, in my opinion, I believe that people like Fetty and Chief X, they don't know what a clock a strike. They're complacent. These aren't just mere words these people are spitting. They are looking to radicalize a section of their community, particularly the young people, to see us in a certain way. And don't think for 1 minute, you can't imagine it right now. It seems completely implausible to where this rhetoric could take root, grow to the point where the little tiny sliver of a community that we have, which is what, 13% or whatever, right? If they could whip up and never mind the weaponry and how we're outgunned and all of that sort of stuff, you think it's completely unimaginable that a certain demographic could get whipped up, a good amount of critical mass of the country could get whipped up into a frenzy by this rhetoric to where servitude of our people or wholesale extermination of our people can't happen. You think the people funding him, you think they don't want to see that? That's the end goal. But I'm going to stop right there. Does anybody think I'm being sensational right now?
No.
Conspiratorial.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I don't.
Go ahead,
because
Brad.
that same
No, I know.
base
It's something very simple. I don't think you're wrong. I'm just saying. I don't like using Hitler in conversations. That's just my preference. So it's nothing. It's nothing that you're saying wrong. No, I'm not saying anything you're saying is wrong. I don't want to give. You know how I am about that, giving motherfuckers a little bit too much credit and power. I'm not putting Hitler is one of the all-time worst motherfuckers in the history of the world. I'm not putting Charlie Kirk. I'm not putting Charlie Kirk. I didn't get the connection.
how it starts.
I didn't get the connection. I could be wrong too. Maybe
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
not
get
about.
It starts with that rhetoric.
You
Yeah, it's
gotta
not
have
about
a Hitler so we know where to go at though, Brass. Like you gotta have a Hitler to know, this is what this shit could lead to. You feel me? Like,
okay. So you're saying like it's
we gotta
like,
use him in contrast so we know not to go off the rails, yo.
Or like creating like Hitler when he was creating the third, like the turning point. Like, okay, so you saying like,
or the night
I'm
of the
trying to
long
make the connection
knives,
to Kirk, like
the night of the long knives, and all of that stuff.
Right. So
Right.
Kirk
So
Because that nigga was going in restaurants, standing on tables, shouting that shit.
Okay.
Right.
Okay,
So
I get it.
this
I
is
get
what
it.
I'm saying, right? I understand, Brass, that in a civilized society, right,
Yeah.
we have to let the Richard Spencers live. We have to let the who's the
What's the
other guy that I thought
Constitution?
Fuentes,
Yeah.
Nick Fuentes, right?
Yeah.
Those people, they have, so that's a beautiful thing about America, is that you get to say what you want, right?
Yeah.
And we can't start
But you
curtailing
can't yell
certain
fire
people,
in the movie theater though.
right? We can't start curtailing certain people's speech in order to placate, certain people. But
Right.
what I'm saying is, when it comes specifically to our demographic, there needs to be, when it comes to certain issues, a almost uniform, almost robotic like coalescence. Like we could disagree on a lot of shit, but when it comes to certain shit, like, no, because this is the survival of the
Some shit
very.
is non-negotiable. Fuck that.
Some shit is non-negotiable, and I
Well,
Like,
then
bro,
the
think
you got
people.
punishment should
people
be.
champion a
Wouldn't you
dude.
agree? Wouldn't you
People
agree that the
champion a
punishment
dude.
should be
Go ahead, bro.
like a? Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll fall back. But
I'm
Allah
just saying,
knows best, y'all.
we seeing
Let me just
people
say that.
shut your ass
champion
up, bro.
a dude who thinks that shit like civil rights is was a mistake. Like that's their idea. Like
Yeah, you said the
do
19.
you know
You
what they
said the
imply by
1964
saying
civil
that?
right. Yeah, sorry.
That's
Real
not
quick,
just an
real quick.
opinion. You know what's implied by saying that? You're saying that you prefer times when you could just crack a nigga in the head man, go ahead, bro. I'm about to get hot
Yeah,
even
yeah,
thinking about
and
this.
that's what fit. You see, a guy like Chief X, I look at Fetty as a more intelligent person than Chief X, right? A more perceptive person. A guy like Chief X is nearing 60. He comes from a certain era. He's not a particularly bright individual, right? That doesn't mean he's not industrious or love his family or any of that. But certain of these. No, I'm serious.
Yo.
I'm
Can I say something to you, Haskell? Hold on,
Yeah.
please don't
School
say
is
something.
nuts.
Haskell, I don't know where you get this shit from, bro. You will say the most craziest shit, right? Yeah, go, and then the next thing you say, you think you cleaning it up
You think he
by
cleaning
saying,
it up?
yeah, like by
Okay,
saying
I ain't
something else.
saying he not that bright, but I ain't saying he not industrious and don't love his
No, but look,
Go ahead, bro. I be trying to listen to what you saying, bro. But you just called the man a dumbass. But it don't mean he don't love his family and he ain't industrious. Like this shit, bro. This shit. Go ahead, bro. I hope I
here's
ain't
the
fucking
thing.
up your point. But that's
Here's the
go
thing.
ahead.
Tell the truth.
Here's the
Jesus
thing,
Christ.
though. Here's the thing, though. Even very intelligent people cannot can fail to see like certain machinations happening at the time that it is happening, because the reason why the Jews say never again is because when the ember was first starting to flare up, right? A flame starts from a 4 alarm blaze starts as an ember, right? When the ember was flaring up, they said, okay, that's just some one-off nigga just running his mouth. Okay, that nigga ain't nobody. Then the ember went to another piece of wood, and that flared up, and before they knew it, everybody was so whipped up in a frenzy against them that it was too late, right? And what I'm saying is, there's a certain level of perceptiveness that you have to have, because the people who fund people like Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer and all of these people are extremely cunning, right? So they can couch things as, oh, I'm just saying my opinion. I thought it was better when you guys didn't have civil rights. I believe that you guys are just innately predisposed for servitude and slavery. It's just an opinion. What are you gonna do? You're gonna kill me for opinion? Yeah? And then you sit there. What I'm saying is, we don't have the luxury to look at this as a purely intellectual argument or intellectual exercise. We don't have that luxury,
Mm-hmm.
because the people who are funding these people, I'm telling you, they are looking either extermination, servitude, or having us as a permanent underclass. That's what they're looking to accomplish.
Bro, we've already seen this group be mobile.
That's what they're looking to accomplish.
We watched the president
That's
of the
what the
United
Democrats
States
accomplish.
incite a motherfucking insurrection, and they ran up in the United States Capitol and they killed a police officer and another woman got killed. They were going in there with zip ties and shit. We think they were gonna do if they encounter people. They had zip ties and weapons on them. What they're going to sit there and just talk? Like, what the fuck? We've
So
seen it
Yeah,
real
I don't want to
time.
move. No, I got
so
you. I got
Haskell said
That's the
so
same
Haskell
group.
said or
That's the
whoever.
same
you.
group
No,
we're talking
I
about.
agree with you. That's all you're saying. I agree with you. I don't
So
disagree with that.
so I just heard that the Republicans are trying to do what the Democrats have been doing for the past 50 years. Later.
No. It ain't about Republican or Democrat, Tony, and that's why and that's why I say, right. And
I don't
I
even
don't
know what
want
that
to
even meant.
I don't want to insult you, Tony, and I'm not going to. But
Yeah,
it goes to
but
my
you're about
point.
to.
But no, seriously though, Brad.
I
You
know.
could
There's
insult
Hey,
me, but you don't know me.
but just insult him, Haskell. Don't say I'm not about
no,
to insult you and then
no,
insult him. Just don't.
I'm really not trying to though.
I
And I
know you're
don't want
not
to.
trying to, but saying it
Yeah.
don't make it no different. That's all. That's
All
my
right.
only point. Saying
So
you're
this
not trying to and doing it.
yeah. So after all that I said a while ago, right? If the first place your brain goes to is a simple binary as Republican and Democrat, then your level of perceptiveness it isn't at a threshold to really perceive what is going on.
I'm
This
good.
this goes beyond Democrat and Republican. You think there aren't Democrats who would sit idly by? So like once if the fervor gets whipped up enough, right? The Democrats might not be the ones that have the stomach to blow out a 13-year-old child, 13-year-old's brain like they did to Tamir Rice. But you know what the Democrat may do? They may, hey, I mean, hey, it happens sometime. So there are Democrats who are white supremacists just like the Republicans, but they may not be willing to get in the field and they might not be able to stomach certain. So this ain't about Republican or Democrat. But go ahead, Tony.
No, I was it.
Um,
I look at it like this. Like, I mean, it's kind of simple. Like, we're in the same situation for 50 years. I mean, at some point, someone's got to we got to do something different because what's happening for the past 30, 50 years, these Democrats just doing the same old thing, is played. It's not working. They got to do something else. I mean, like before the first Democrats were cool, but these new Democrats, they're not like the ones from before. They're a little different. So it's like something's got to.
So
no,
Tony, do you agree with Charlie Kirk or something?
Yeah.
I agree with some of what he
he
says.
don't
It's not,
disagree. That's cool.
I don't always I don't agree with everything everybody ever says. That some things he agrees with, something he doesn't. I so happen to be.
What is making you what are the things that you what is he right about?
He won't answer it.
Far as it comes to black people.
No, I don't
Because
think you
that's
know.
our issue. Our issue is not that he's conservative, is some of the rhetoric that he spews that would harm us. So
And I don't
I'm
agree with it. And I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it.
Oh, okay.
But he's trying to, that's him. That's not me. What he's overall
He's trying to do what?
What I'm trying to explain. He's trying to overall show these wild
So
young.
you think he has an overall message that you can get behind and excuse the rhetoric that would affect us? You think his overall message is good for
I'm not
America?
excusing his rhetoric because that's his opinion. I mean,
hold on. Walk with me. I'm saying like if somebody's all right, say like his overall message will be beneficial to America and not the rhetoric that he just spews for black people. You don't think that one can cancel out the other? You think he could be disparaging towards black people, but somehow be a benefit to America? That don't make sense to me.
Well, it's the policies that I'm looking at. I mean, he can say all he wants, but when it comes down to the policy, that's what I'm looking at.
But like what? What policy that would be beneficial to America?
Whatever policies that results from him pushing his information about
Keep going, Tony. Just keep going, bro. Just keep going,
like whatever his point about dialogue and bringing people together. And
everybody say that he's not useful if that's just what it is.
He's not
because everybody talk about creating dialogue. Like anybody would say that. Like, so we don't need him for that. He's not famous for that.
But we don't. But
That's not why we.
there's nobody out there doing that.
Yeah.
What?
Whoa.
There's only people talking to their own people. There's nobody really bringing people together.
So
You know what
he's
I'm saying?
looking to
Like,
bring us
So,
together.
hey Tony,
Charlie
do you generally just agree with white nationalism?
No, I don't think he
no,
knows.
no,
No.
no.
If y'all listening to him talk,
He
bro,
don't even know
he
what
don't
he's
know
No,
who
saying.
no,
Charlie Kirk.
I
Yeah,
know
he
he
don't know who
doesn't,
Charlie
right? So
Kirk
that's why I'm
is.
asking. Right. So
Yeah.
since you don't agree with white nationalists, you're defending like one of the best of them.
No,
You don't
you're
even know.
defending the final
I'm not
boss. Then
defending. I'm not defending.
Nah,
I'm
Richard
not
Spence, the
defending
final
his
boss.
opinions.
That
I'm not
motherfucker.
defending his opinions or like the ones that are, really
Yes, you
provocative.
are. You just said the policies.
yeah, I would agree.
Right. Well,
I would agree.
he's not a politician to make policies, is what I'm trying to say. Also,
He is though. That's the thing you don't know. Turning Point USA is a political group. They
Why
influence
you gonna say
policy
his
and
policies and then say he's not a politician?
Go look up
He
Turning Point
means
USA.
in
That's
a
a
sense of being
political
in
group.
it's
office.
nuanced.
Hey, he means in
No,
a
but
sense
he's
of
worse.
being.
No,
Yeah,
no,
he
but
means in a
Rodman.
sense of. But that's what he means,
He's
though,
not
bro.
No,
a
but
I
policy
know.
maker.
Haskell, hold on. Wait, Haskell. But Turning Point USA, you gotta look. If y'all think the
No, I
Heritage
agree with you, Brad.
Foundation, if
I
the
agree with
Heritage
you.
Foundation and
They
Project
influence policy.
2025 bothered you, hold on. If the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025 bothered you, go look up the Turning Point USA. That's all I'm gonna say to you. Just look it up and look at the shit that they espouse. Look at the shit that's a political action organization that mobilize. No, there are, but there are some. Like there's 1,000 niggas that can play basketball, but then there's Michael Jordan.
I'm not looking to
No, you don't know. It's not that you looking. You
How
don't
do you
know.
know what I don't know?
Because you keep saying all he doing is talking. He wasn't just
Well,
talking.
that's what he is doing. He's talking. That's why he got shot.
No, he got shot while he was talking. That's the only time he was talking. This is a nigga that puts shit. He doesn't just talk about the shit that he's saying. He actually influences schools, K through 12, and policy and communities.
And the government votes for it, and people vote for it. Whose fault is that?
That's not how the government works, bro. That's not even what you saying is not. That's not him just talking on a college campus is way different than him trying to influence shit that goes against black communities, bro. It's two different things.
I haven't seen anything that he pushes that is detrimental to the black community.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Just go look.
Because you ain't looking.
Go look. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, okay, I'll look.
Because I'm telling you, he has, bro.
It ain't hard to find.
No, I'm not going to tell you. You won't understand.
I'm not going to
tell you. You don't understand. Just go find it. Just go find it. It's not a difficult thing.
I don't start looking for like, I already see.
So why you advocating for what he stood for?
Because I already seen. Look, the whole overall arch thing for me is dialogue. Mm-hmm. Okay, whatever happens in there, cursing, screaming, spitting, I don't really give a shit what happens between that. Whatever the fuck he says, whatever the other side said, I don't give a fuck. The fact is what I like that they're talking. You're not getting what I'm trying to.
You're saying you like people saying hate speech back and forth.
You're trying to create and frame your own argument to argue it against me. My argument is dialogue. Communicate. Get things through, iron things out, because that's what he was doing. He was actually influencing these young kids.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
They were winning. That's all right. You might say that, but when you look at the facts,
no, based on what you're saying is what I get from that.
Right, he was influencing kids to be more white nationalists.
You can't say that he was not influential.
Hey, we got somebody new in here too. I want to get
somebody over the head, bro. That's what brought him.
But you can't say he wasn't influential.
No one said that neither.
All right.
And
that's why he got killed, because he was influencing people.
Hold on, real quick.
What if?
Hold on.
No one knows what. Go ahead.
Hold on, Sid. We got somebody to join the Discord just to have a conversation. They might only just be talking and leaving. I want to let them get their point out. Go ahead, Fairmont.
I'm done.
No, you got to be done. I just want to hear from the. We got.
No, I'm done. I'm doing this.
Okay, no, I got you.
I got house tours.
Yeah, and I'm about to step out anyway. Fairmont, if you got a mic, go ahead and talk. But yeah, go. I would still say go look up Turning Point. Turning Point is
I'll look it up. I'll look
it's a
it up.
little
I'll
rough.
look and
Yeah, it's a
see.
little rough.
You know, I really will look that shit up for real,
Yeah.
because I know how to look shit up, and I will look it up, and I will see what was the outcomes of his meetings with these people. What were the political outcomes? I'm gonna look at that.
He
Hey,
created.
Brass,
Go ahead.
you still up for doing Garvey later?
Yeah.
All right.
I asked you in the chat what time. Remember you said I was ducking. Go back and look. I tagged you. I was asking you what time you want to have because I got to step
Okay.
out around 12, but I'll be back after that all day long.
All
But
right.
back to so just to give you a little bit, just a short search, right? So he created a school board watch list. This is Turning Point USA, K through 12 and universities. Says he built a national database to target school boards for teaching about racism, slavery, and systemic inequality. The result, though, it fueled recalls and elections where boards banned books, censored Black history curriculum, and fired superintendents in places like Virginia, Arizona, and Texas. Black students in those districts lost access to a fuller history and cultural representation. Turning Point USA celebrated and lobbied for bills in Florida. The state universities banned from using DEI funds. Alabama SB 129 outlawed DEI in schools and colleges, added bathroom restrictions by biological sex. TPUSA pushed these as wins in the campaigns. Turning Point Action ran Chase the Vote 2024. While not a law, it helped elect candidates who further then advanced anti-DEI bills, stricter policing in Black communities, stricter voting laws, and law and order platforms. These policies disproportionately hit Black voters and communities. Book bans criminal justice. By elevating crime in Chicago as a national talking point, Kirk and Turning Point USA give political cover to calls for National Guard deployment to Black neighborhoods, state level laws increasing mandatory minimums, or enhancing police budgets. This is agenda setting. Trump, in 2025, Trump appointed Charlie Kirk to the U.S. Air Force Academy Board of Visitors. This is an oversight body for curriculum, meaning Kirk can push anti-DEI, anti-affirmative action policies inside of a federal academy. So he's not just a guy that was on college campuses talking. He was in the political. I'm gonna tell you right
question,
now.
Brass, is that racist? Because you got Black people who agree with
No,
those same.
I didn't say what he. I
I
said
was
there
asking.
are
I was
things
just
that.
asking. I was just asking.
No. I said he is racist, but when you're pushing anti-DEI, I don't look at as fully racist, but I know he pushed it as that. I don't think anti-affirmative action, but he's foolish enough to think he pushed it as that. The law and order reforms that he called for were specifically in Black communities. The book bans were specifically books on slavery and stealing a history that kids should be taught. So yeah,
What were the
he
outcomes
might
of
have
those policies? What
So
were
if a
the
Black conservative had that same power and was able to, do the same things that Kirk did, would y'all be celebrating the death of a Black man based off his
I don't think
his stance?
anybody's. Why do you keep saying people are
No one's
celebrating his death?
celebrating his death.
I'm not
yes,
talking
they are.
about nobody. You said
People are
nobody.
celebrating
Okay,
it.
No,
People are
I'm
celebrating
asking
it.
you.
y'all
No, I'm
bugging. That's
asking
what
you.
I'm saying.
Anyone
No,
in
I'm not.
here,
People are
anyone in
celebrating
Nobody,
it.
anyone in
nobody
here
in
having
here
this
is
Yeah,
doing it.
People are
conversation is
celebrating it.
celebrating that
People are
man's
doing
death.
it. People
what the hell?
definitely are
That's
doing
what I'm
it.
saying. We can't
In
Who
even
in this
here,
Discord?
in
People are
I'm not
here,
talking about
celebrating it.
nobody
in
in
here,
here. I'm not
in the
talking about
conversation.
nobody in here.
I don't give a
Okay,
fuck about what
Fetty.
the people
Okay,
on the
no,
internet are
that's
doing
all I'm
either.
All
saying.
What the
right,
fuck
bro.
is about
Y'all got
them?
it, bro. Y'all got it.
Fetty, that's all I'm
No,
trying to figure.
he's right. There
I
are
was trying to
people out
figure
there
out
are
who in
celebrating.
here, the world. Yeah, there are
Yeah, we
people
don't
in the
care. We
world
know
doing
people
it.
are
I
gonna be
wasn't being
ignorant.
clear.
That's not a
Bro,
profound thing
that's
to
why
say.
I'm trying to get people to see the forest from the trees and say if this gains legs and this becomes a big topic, this is going to become something bigger outside of Kirk. That's all I'm saying. Like he shouldn't be the focus. It's dealing with again what Tony was talking about. I don't care if you have a extreme. I don't care if a person has all of the beliefs or whatever the opposite of mine. You still need to promote a healthy way to get those dialogues off, even though it can be racist or whatever. And if there's a group of people on social media championing a demise of a person based off that, then that's dangerous because we already in a society to where certain topics can't be had already. So now as a result of this, who's to say like, and I disagree with her on a lot of points. Let's say a person like Candace Owens or somebody like that may not be as open to share her opinions on him anymore based off the fact she's in fear for her life.
There's a chill effect.
Well, I don't care. I would hope nobody would want to share their hateful speech anymore. What the fuck? Y'all acting like these people were making some profound statements or something, bro. They weren't.
Again, bro,
People say the most
you
wildest
listen to
shit.
nothing I just said, bro. Like,
I
you
heard
got it,
everything
bro.
you're saying. You're caping for these people like as if what they're saying is something like that's beneficial, bro. They are talking pure lies and bullshit and propaganda. The fuck? That don't need
Yeah,
no. You don't need a place for
this
that.
was not healthy dialogue, and if y'all just classifying what he was doing as healthy dialogue, then I think we need to readjust what healthy dialogue is.
He
'Cause
has
that
the space
wasn't
to
healthy.
say what he wants. In
It wasn't
America, you won't
healthy.
go to jail for saying hateful, racist speech on a platform like that. But guess what? You might trigger somebody when you campaign and do it globally. Somebody might get triggered, bro. That's just how human beings act, man. You got to take that into account.
So the question,
They acting like
so
it was like
said
government
Breeze, while you there,
allowed or something. Like we
the
allowed the
question for
government
the
just.
show is the question for the show: should you be murdered for your rhetoric? Answer the question. Should you be
Hell
murdered?
no.
Should you
Never.
No way.
if you put credit if you put the
That's crazy.
hold on Tony, then you can go answer right after said Breeze. So you are someone that agrees, and somebody else got
Yeah,
to take over for a second.
yeah.
Are
Go
you
one by
somebody
one.
that agrees
Let's
that you
go in
should
a
be
circle.
murdered
Everybody
for your
answer.
rhetoric?
So one
Never.
by one. Who's going first? So Seth goes first.
I don't think anyone should be murdered
Yeah,
for their
Haskell, can
rhetoric.
you take over for a second, please?
However, in the climate of like those type of situations, those political climates that you see how people get riled up over these things, like you could rile someone up to that point. I'm not alarmed or shocked by that aspect of it. Do I think it should be happening? No. People should have control across the board, but we know that's not realistic. But I can see how it's possible, especially in a place where access to guns, all type of shit. It's possible somebody can get shot for something they say. It's not right, but it's possible. And if you ignore that shit, then you trying to create some utopia that will never exist.
I don't like the word murder. I like the word executed. Should you be executed for your My answer is yes. My answer is yes. Because I remember watching the world and
Hold
genocide.
on, two piece. Hold on. We're going in the line with the question. So Fairmont is next. Do you believe that some people should people could possibly have rhetoric so harmful that they deserve to be removed from the planet?
Yes.
No.
No, Fairmont. Soupy, we're going in a line. We're going in a line, Soupy. Fairmont, you're next.
No.
There's no sound, we're gonna say. You're just saying no, and that's it.
Somebody got background noise.
Can you hear me? Is my sound bad?
It's better now.
Yeah, I would say no. No one deserves to be killed for their rhetoric, no matter how extreme it is.
All right. You got more to add, or you just want to leave it there?
Because I wanted to point out, the brother kind of touched on Candace Owens. You know, she would go around with Charlie Kirk often to do these same kind of rallies and speak the same kind of rhetoric. So I have two questions. One, how would you guys feel if it was Candace Owens shot by
Hold on, but
FNAF?
we got a question on the table already, Fairmont. So let's get that
Okay,
question
all
resolved,
right.
then we'll come back to yours. So we got next up the vaunted superstar of TMI, brother Mujasi.
Oh, no, no, I'm not a superstar, not at all. I'm just a black man that's read one or two books. That's it. If I heard the question right, no. Regardless of how much I would disagree with someone on their political views, nobody deserves to be gunned down because of their views. That's the position that I land on. How I feel about the person after their death, that's different. But do they deserve to be gunned down? I can't justify that in no way, in my moral, ethical, and political being.
Done, Mujasi?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we got Stu Peas up next.
I'll say something at the Stu.
Okay, this is me. Every genocide that ever occurred started dehumanization of human beings. And people, I didn't say murder, I said executed. Because I want a formal tribunal before you put a bullet in that person head. Not just scare him and somebody off. Because when they want to be in Vietnam, when the CIA murdered that that Chinese girl who spoke perfect English, who was spreading propaganda. In Rwanda, when the radio stations were broadcasting, kill the cockroaches. These people are cockroaches. I was broadcasting very hateful speech that resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. In Germany, when it happened. In the Soviet Union, when it happened. Before the Soviet Union was the Soviet Union. Hate speech is the first thing that starts before the murders. Hate speech starts and dehumanization of people start. But people say, oh, they are just words and words are just wind. That's lie. That's a lie. If you go through history and look at it, it starts with words. The Jews weren't cockroach and kike. Right, but they turn them into that before they start putting them into ovens. And a lot of people sit back because they saw that these people were less than. No, if you don't want to believe that, and if you want to believe that people can wash their hands of the situation, that they can wash their hands and say, I didn't kill it, I didn't throw the death stone, I just identified problems that I saw. No, no. And then people saying that people is allowed to have them arguments. How much poison would you allow in your water supply? Are you allowing people to poison your water supply because it wasn't enough poison to kill you? They just add a little poison that can make the society sick? No, people must be very careful. He could not do, Candace Owens couldn't do what she's doing in Israel.
Wait,
She
we have
couldn't do
five
what she's doing
people,
in Israel.
five
All
more
right?
people. I'm not real quick, Stoopies. You can keep going if you want, but I just want to let y'all know 5 more people are left to answer the question. So if anybody's
Yeah,
waiting to speak, just be patient. We got 5 more people after Stoopies.
yeah.
So
So when people
you
say
done?
no, let me just finish. So when people say no, talk is talk. Talk is never talk. If you believe in politics, if you study politics, talk is never talk. Talk get people into power, and power get and with power, other people do very, very, very dangerous things.
Logic.
I finish.
Yes. So I think that you got to be careful, right? Because if you say that people can or should be able to die because of what they say or who disagrees with them, well, who is the one holding the gun? You follow what I'm saying? Like you. So who gets to determine what is like shot worthy or not at that point? You get what I'm saying? Like we already would be, in our personal situation, we would already be the minority, right? So if we are trying to play the game in that particular way, it doesn't seem like it benefits us. Like it doesn't work in our favor because they would be the one determining what's acceptable speech and what's not acceptable. It takes even more power out of our hands. The way I look at it, and then if you add that up with possibly the military being on the streets, I mean, you almost don't even have free speech anymore at that point. Well, you couldn't because you can die for what you say. But ultimately, what I'm saying is, if we're not in control of what is, I guess acceptable speech, I can't see that working well for us. Go ahead. Anybody else want to say something?
So we got Smalls up next if he's available. If not, then Fetty is next. So I'm gonna give
Yeah,
Smalls. Go ahead.
yeah, my answer is fuck no. People should not be killed for their rhetoric. Um, as Logic just made an excellent point. Uh, it depends on who's got the gun, who's espousing the rhetoric. That's a very good point. Um, and as far as people spewing insightful shit, we have laws to deal with shit like that. We have First Amendment rights, but we also have laws to deal with people who are, you know, doing that. And so I hear what you're saying, Stu Peas, but I don't think the answer is to kill them. We have other ways to deal with it, So once you start making that the norm, then a lot of the shit that you know, we're saying on here is polarizing, and so a lot of people who wouldn't agree with the things that some of the people on here are saying, you know, you'd be the target. So like, yeah, no, that's fucking ridiculous. So no.
Fetty on next. If Fetty's not available, it's Cuban after him. And if Cuban's not available, then it's Chef. So we're gonna give Fetty 10 seconds, and we're gonna give Cuban 10 seconds after that. So let's see if Fetty's available. You there, Fetty? All right, I guess he's not there. So Cuban, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. You want to say something to the question?
Um, I'm just gonna hold my opinion. My opinion and my thoughts are not respected or valued too well amongst people here. I like to listen, even though that is the view. I still like to learn from y'all, even if I disagree. So I'll decline my opinion, what I think. But what I would say is that the United States government is in no way, shape, form, or fashion justified to say, such as Kamala Harris, she just said, and others have stated that violence should not be. Basically, I'm paraphrasing. She said it more simple, but I can't quite remember exactly how she said it. But basically, violence should not be done to anybody because of what they say or think or believe. And so my issue with that is that if this is the free nation and the greatest nation in the world, then morally, who is America in any position to say that, but yet partakes in coups and assassinations and attempted assassinations, such as the attempted assassination of Fidel Castro 600 times? That's for what? Because his political position is different, his economy is different, or whatever other country is different. So I think that if it's going to be that, oh, we don't do this here, then be the example and be what you claim that you really are and demonstrate that to the world. And let people
Beautiful.
say what they want to say, if that's the case. Like we still live in a country where a homegrown terrorist organization still exists that was never dealt with, but yet goes halfway across the world and exterminates innocent people and takes out and takes over places, but yet you have the Ku Klux Klan still in existence. So I just think that it's very biased. I think there's some double standards. I think there's some hypocrisy.
To be clear, Cuban, you said no, right? You said no, I believe.
My
Okay.
personal opinion, I'm not even going to say.
Oh yeah, you said you weren't gonna say. All right. So we got Chef last. We got Chef last, and then we go back to open. This open talking. So you there, Chef? Hold on, CPs. We're almost done. Is there Chef alone leave? You there, Chef?
Oh yeah. Listen, man. Like I live in a world where what you say out your mouth has consequences. I never lived in a world where you could just say whatever you wanted to say. So I think it's unrealistic for people to believe that they could, that you can say shit and it don't have consequences to it. So, if you're man enough to say certain shit, then you got to be man enough to know that there's going to be certain shit that could possibly come along with that. And then you got to be a man enough to be able to stand and take whatever comes or deal with whatever comes with that. That's a part of being a man. You feel me? So I don't want to take that away from human beings. You know what I mean? If you're strong enough to stand there and say something,
you know what I mean, then you willing to deal with that shit.
Yeah. So
That's
real
my
quick
view.
before you
That's
go,
my view on it.
Stoopies. Real quick before you go, Stoopies, I want to say I felt the same way that you did, but now that I hear everybody's opinion and I'm thinking about it, there isn't really a way to enact something like that, right? So like in America, you got organizations like the North American Man Boy Love Association, right? It's literally an association that advocates for pedophilia to become like legal in the United States. Now, personally, I feel like you could wipe them people out. I wouldn't care. But the more that I think about it is it's a slippery slope. So as a society, we have to find some other way to stymie those kind of very harmful rhetoric outside of this outright
Okay.
execution. So I think I'm gonna adjust my position.
Okay.
There's no doubt that it's
Let
difficult.
me
I'm gonna be sure. I'm gonna be sure. There's no doubt that it's difficult. But like so, but you gotta like some kind of way you have to juxtapose it to something, right? Because if I take exactly what Chef said, I feel like I could find a white nationalist that would have repeated that same stuff when Martin Luther King died. I believe that that could be a part of the sentiment. Oh well, he shouldn't have been out there saying what he was saying. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like this. It's kind of difficult when I juxtapose it. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
but Martin
saying? It's
Luther
easy to
King even
say,
acknowledged that though. Hold on, but Martin Luther King acknowledged that though.
but
He
that don't mean it was
acknowledged that
right.
what he said could cost him his life. No, but he was man enough. Make you know this. You feel me? I gotta say it. So if you feel
I
like
do know that.
convicted, yo, so somebody can motherfucking deal with your dumb ass. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, Shefford, this is what I am
I'm
saying.
Charlie Kirk.
The victims, black people,
I
all
agree
of a
with
sudden,
that. I
all
agree
of
with
us,
that. Go ahead,
all of a
GP.
sudden, all of a sudden, black people sympathetic. We are the historical victims. All of our people who come out and stood for something that was against the system ended up dead because the system pushed back. Right? So that's how the system work. When your mouth write checks, be prepared for your ass to cash it. And whether it want to be extrajudicial or not, that is how politics and society work. Those outlayers sometimes get laid out. And they have to. They have to. Because sometimes change, whether good or bad, is very disruptive to a system. No, we are hoping that going forward we'll have change for the good. But many persons are resistant to change for the good. They're telling people that liberalization is bad, that this people is bad, that people is bad, because they're not us. That they're not us. So therefore, we can do what we please. And don't play with what is happening. Don't play with all of these young black men who diluted by white people argument, who can't see a griff coming from a mile because they programming them over time. So when he was writing checks, that is ask and crash. All that happened is that the chicken came out to roost. The chicken came home to roost for Malcolm, for Martin, but they was on the side of good. And history acknowledged that. Well, history will acknowledge whether Charlie Kirk was on the side of good. And I can bet that history will say no. He was a hateful individual who espoused hate speech. History is the deciding factor. After people die to decide who was on the side of good and who was on the side of bad. And I prefer to die on the side of good. But that is how it works.
There's two variables that I want to make sure that we add to this conversation so we can distinguish between our arguments. Justification or deserving something versus consequences and what's inevitable. And I think that what's happening is that we're kind of infusing both of those in as we evaluate this conversation. What my brother Chef elevated was that this is the consequences of taking on a certain position. This is the consequences of doing certain things. And what logic is elevating is he's elevating, like, is it justifiable? And how do we take that ethical justification process and apply it to other situations? And they're different because sometimes when we evaluate this, in when we put it in juxtapose it to some of our martyrs who's died and what Cuban was elevating is that we have to look at who's the ethical standard, who's evaluating, who's behind the gun, and are they doing this based off of their justifiable reasons? Do this person deserve to die because of this position? Versus, are they more than likely going to die because of the consequences of their positioning and what they're doing? And they're different. And if we kind of blend the two, then it's going to make it difficult to distinguish between how we evaluate this or not. I'm very clear. I don't think he deserved to die. I don't think it was justifiable to take his life because he had these ideas. Whether I don't agree with nothing he said. I don't think he deserved death because of it. Because then I would have to reevaluate my position on numerous different incidents, like Cuban was saying, in terms of how America has put themselves in a judiciary position to deserve who can live and who doesn't because their political and ideological views. I'll land there.
I just
Still
add
here?
something.
And Mujasi, you know what you have the ability to do that I don't?
What's that?
You have the ability for me and you to almost say the same exact thing, and I will immediately get yelled at, screamed at. What are you talking about? This, that, the other. I'm gonna hire you as a PR coach because I swear to you, I said the same exact thing yesterday, and the pitchforks came out for
Oh
what I said.
man.
But in here,
Man, I said the same thing, and the pitchforks came
a
out on me
choir
too.
director. When you was talking, nobody said a word, and it was like a choir director hushed the gospel choir when you was done. So
Oh brother.
I need to talk about how I present my arguments or something. Because apparently we could say almost the exact
Bro, we
same
literally
thing.
said the same thing you said, Mujasi, and I got killed for it.
Oh wow.
But go ahead. Somebody said they wanted to talk.
I just wanted to say, actually compliment your guys have had some very interesting shows. Very interesting shows and topics. And I like the diversity in the perspectives. So I just wanted to compliment you on that.
Oh, yeah, no, I appreciate that. Well, we appreciate that. Speaking for everybody. I like to create a space. That's why even though we don't agree with Tony or people may have a adverse reaction to what he's saying, I still want them to be able to get the shit out because then we can at least get to the heart of, even if we vehemently disagree, get to the heart of what it meant. Because my biggest confusion wasn't even what Tony was saying. My biggest confusion is how did we get from Charlie Kirk to black on black crime in Chicago? And then that would help me understand more of what he's saying. You know, that would help me more understand what he's trying to, at least the point he's trying to get across, not get so, because sometimes we'll get so caught up in what a person is saying, we forget there's an actual point he's trying to get across. So if we don't hear that and we just immediately shout him down, we just don't get nowhere. So I actually want people in here that don't, I prefer we all don't agree. Now y'all might think that leads to arguments, but what it does is it gives you a better idea of what conversations across the United States are having right now. Because believe it or not, there's some white nationalist discords right now having the same conversation right now. And imagine being a person in there, one of us sitting in that conversation and thinking we're going to be able to be heard. So everybody at least deserves to be heard. Now, when you get your shot to be heard, what you say in some cases determines whether you need to be heard again. Because if you're just trying to troll and this, that, and the other, trolling is cool sometimes, but sometimes I just want to hear, really what somebody think. I appreciate you, Haskell, for taking over the panel. Where I was going, I didn't hear what y'all was talking about, but it seemed pretty orderly. Cuban, what was your point about
Hey, Fairmont had posed a question after we had went around the room. I didn't know if we wanted to still address that. I don't know if
Oh,
he
he
put a
did
pin
speak.
in it.
Shouts to him. I didn't know if he
I don't know
actually
if he put a
spoke.
pin in that question. I remember Haskell wanted us to go around the room, but I don't know. I was just trying to see if we could.
What was the question?
I don't remember. That's why I was trying to help him out.
Yeah,
Fairmont, what was your question?
yeah. The question was it was two questions. One, if you would feel the same way if it was Candace Owens that was shot, because she would used to travel around with Charlie Kirk and she shared the same views. So that's one.
Mhm.
The second one, in terms of bringing it to like the conscious community, Captain Tazariak. If you found out today he was killed by a white man for the views and the rhetoric he spews, how would you guys feel?
Candace Owens, I would feel similar in the way I feel now. I don't know if she has children, because my main concern was children.
She
It is
has
what it is.
children.
Okay, so my concern would be for her children, not her, because I keep saying it. If you campaign on hate, you'll get elected. You can't. The things that you get campaigned on, that you campaign on all the time. These are things that will. They'll. I don't believe in the chickens coming home to roost. I think it's actually a vile statement. But I the if you're doing that, that's a consequence of what could happen. You know what I mean? So if she got shot while she was talking, I would feel worse. One, it's a black woman, no matter what anybody say. Two, I don't think you. I think she's more a talking head though. Fairmont. I don't think one. Kirk has always been. It's always been that he that turning point USA. You weaponized your argument. You politicized your argument. You made it a tool. That's always going to be a little different for me when it comes to Candace Owens. Candace Owens is a talking head on YouTube. I look at her almost like a streamer now. As far as Captain Zaria, if a white person killed them, I don't know what does he say? Does he speak against white people? I mean, I don't know. I don't necessarily know his talking points.
I mean, he has
Oh,
the
oh
Black
yeah, oh
Hebrew
yeah.
Israelite
You didn't
views.
said white babies should be. I mean,
He
all
talk
of them.
about killing white people.
Yeah.
He don't talk about. He don't speak against them. He talk about killing them.
I mean, they
he believes it too.
ultimately believe
I mean,
that
they Black Hebrew Israelites.
And
So he
they
taught their
they
whole shit.
also openly say they want to enslave them too.
exactly. That's
They
what I was
say
about
all
to say.
kind of wild.
Exactly. They want to kill. They want to kill. They hate the black folks. Them black Hebrews. They hate Africans. They hate them, and then they hate white folks too.
All right. I
They
mean, we get back to
there
the
was
questions.
okay, go ahead. So,
We were going around the room. I don't know.
And my answer for Captain Tazariak, if that's the case, then it would be no different. If you can't, I agree with said Breeze in this statement. If you run around spewing rhetoric and hate, and then somehow that same hate finds you, then I'll say just like my grandmother says, everybody ain't playing and everybody ain't talking. Some people, when you say certain things or you do certain things, you can't just because you slap me don't mean I won't shoot you. So yeah. I mean, it would be no, it would really be no difference, but it would also be a black person, so I would feel differently about it, if that makes sense. Somebody else could do it. I don't know enough
I
about
mean,
Captain Cesario
I
to
don't want
make
no
an answer.
one to ever get killed for the shit they saying. You know what I'm saying? Like never in any world. And in the best case scenario, I would like if we would find a way to deplatform these folks, like hold the people on these who own these publications and platforms accountable for allowing them to use their shit to spew this free hate speech, because algorithmic free speech ain't the same as free speech. When you got a platform that's getting blasted out to all these different people and you got a wide reach than just a regular motherfucker, that's not just free speech no more. And you're doing way more. You're doing a lot of harm at that point. So we don't got not kill them, but don't help them have the voice. Don't uplift them. Don't let them be on these platforms like that. That's the way to let them go somewhere over in the corner with their own little folks and talk that shit over there. But when it's out to the public, it's getting to everyone. The 15-year-old on Instagram and Twitter, the 12-year-old, like that's fucking dangerous.
Said,
You know
before you stop, I got a question.
Facts.
Hold on. It said Breeze and Mujasi. I wanna add a piece to your question, pause. Fairmont. Then should Sinetta be killed for showing it and promoting it?
Wait, what? I'm
If
lost.
we're saying anybody that says Tazariak should be killed, right? Anybody that agrees that Tazariak should be killed,
at that
then
channel.
understand we would never even know who Tazariak
I'll
is
about that.
at first if it wasn't for Sinetta and them. So should Sinetta be also killed? This is where the slippery slope of killing people gets crazy. Because
And after they answer, Brad,
no, I don't think no one should be killed. I'm saying like no one should.
I'm saying people that
shouldn't
do. I'm saying
these.
people that do. Because Hits just said in the Discord, I'm trying to get his clarification to see if he means killed. He said you should be out of here for rhetoric. Then wouldn't the person that's promoting the rhetoric also hold the same responsibility? If we just killing
it would
people
be
for
more like
rhetoric at this point?
YouTube. I would be more like, yo, why are you allowing these people to at wide ranges and numbers use this shit on your platform? Like, you could openly be like,
Well, that's
people
free
will stop
speech.
using this shit.
No, it's free speech.
It's not free speech when it's rallying people up to
no, but it is free speech. No,
when the free speech is talking about harmful people and
no, it's
conditions
free
you would like to
speech.
inflict on
Trust me,
people.
Sam. In the Constitution, the reason why they yell the fight, the reason why they had
these are private businesses. You don't have to allow that. Free speech just means you won't go to jail for it.
Yeah, but we can't tell a private business also what to do. That's in the media and communication. What I'm saying,
and they will get the fix it.
No, there's
That's
a
how
point.
most things are done.
At some point, you do something. At some point, they'll allow you to go X, Y, Z, this, that, and the other. The guy that was talking about the Rutgers basketball female team, he had been saying a whole bunch of crazy shit over time. And then finally, after a while, he got comfortable and called them nappy-headed hoes and lost everything. Right. So I'm saying they'll allow you free speech until the free speech is too far. Yelling fire in a theater, the reason in the Constitution in regards to free speech, you can say pretty much whatever you want, but the key word is it can't lead to immediate danger. So with him saying what he's saying on a college campus amongst people, it could be the most hateful rhetoric, this, that, and the other. But unless what he says at 4:00 leads to something immediate, it's not illegal under the Constitution. That's the difference in free speech, just so we clear.
Yeah, we understand what
right. No. But my point is, but answer that question though. If rhetoric can get you unalived and removed, what about the people that push it? What about the people that promote it to people? That like Fox News, like the head of Fox News.
I think if you openly take those people's message and promote it on your platform or whatnot, yeah, you're complicit. You're for sure.
Okay. Then but see, now you see, for the people that say you should be killed for rhetoric, you know how many people you gotta kill for rhetoric?
That, by the way.
Now he's saying unalive. You know how many people you'd have to kill?
Yeah. But should you kill the messenger?
You'd have to if you believe you kill him for rhetoric.
Platform the messenger though.
Yeah.
I don't think you should kill the messenger.
No, I'm not saying anybody should be killed, but there are people
don't get far.
No, just so we're clear, I don't think you should be killed for your rhetoric. I'm asking the people that do believe you should be killed for your rhetoric. Then, if that's the case,
I never think
then it would have to be. Then you know how many people you'd have to kill, bro?
You can end up getting
Here's
killed.
The thing. Here's the thing for those that disagree with Charlie's views. Killing him is the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, you just made him a martyr.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I agree to that.
Amazing point.
I agree to that. They martyred him. They made him a martyr.
Yeah.
Like he was literally saying this shit is the most important assassination since MLK, bro. Like, come on, bro. That's the
there are governments that don't kill certain people that because they know what that should have turned that motherfucker into. That's why you do shit like that.
I tell people
he'll be more powerful in his death than he ever was alive.
Exactly. That's what I tell people. I said, don't they look at the recent history? Anytime you try to do something like that, it backfires in a real bad way for the people that are trying
Give me an
to.
example. Give me a real life example.
Trump. They tried to kill Trump a few times, and look what happened.
He done lost popularity. He had 30%. He had his worst. He done least popular president that ever been a president before.
That's
right now.
okay. That's okay. He's about to get a third term.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
I'm saying, like, this is why I don't be listening to these niggas, bro. Y'all listen to a lot of bullshit, bro. Y'all listen to a whole lot of bullshit.
I'll platform this question now.
Nobody's gonna be nobody's gonna go up in arms about Charlie Kirk. None of them niggas, none of them right wing. They like his rhetoric. He roused them up, but nobody's finna go and riot or do anything about Charlie Kirk. They don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk, bro.
No,
nobody's gonna make him some type of true, and it's gonna be a whole movement, and they gonna come out and start killing black people. Stop it!
Nobody said that. Nobody said killing
the
black people.
What y'all keep being scared. What I notice is that everybody who come on and comment keeps being scared to say the motherfucker got the shit that he had been talking about for 10 years. He said he was good with it.
All been saying that, Corey.
He said he was good with what he got.
Yeah,
it's actually there's actually he actually said that some people got to be sacrificed.
Yeah,
he did say
that.
that.
Corey, we up here sitting up trying to act like we supposed to take the higher road and all this old wild shit.
What show
you're not supposed to. I've seen countries not assassinate people because those were motherfuckers who was going against the government.
What show?
Motherfucker who on the side.
Good. Get off.
Doing the regime. They're not talking about the people that's on the side with the regime. They talking about the people that's against the oppressive regime. Not the motherfuckers that's helping out, put the propaganda out that's helping the fucking oppressive regime. Those ain't the ones who become martyrs and all of the shit that y'all was saying.
Did you just start listening to the show 5 minutes ago? You had to have only been listening to the show for about 5 minutes. Niggas done said 1,000 times he campaigned on hate. He got what he deserved. You chopped the screws, Corey. Corey, you chopped up. Corey, you chopped up. Just go out and come back.
Yeah, your phone breaking up, Corey.
Yeah, you chopped up bad. You chopped up, G. Just come back.
I'll go out and come back in.
Yeah, go out and come back in.
Peeking.
Corey phone know when he angry. That's what it is. Corey phone be like, hold on. Okay,
you start thinking.
Go ahead, Corey.
Said anything about anybody deserving anything. The word deserve never came out of my mouth.
No,
right?
I didn't say that either.
Okay, all right, because
I'm saying
keep going there. Y'all keep going. First I heard celebrating, then I heard the other wild ass nigga that I just about cussed out while I'm in the middle of working. Right? Then I get back on the phone again. We talking about you just gonna make him
You gotta love Corey, bro.
You got to, bro.
You gotta love.
Hey,
that's
right. I wouldn't
that's
say he's a martyr.
It's himself, yo. That nigga is
himself.
His rhetoric is amplified today.
Himself, yo.
His rhetoric is being amplified right now.
No. But Corey, I don't know. I know you didn't hear us, and you chopped up.
What I'm trying to say, real quick, because y'all done had. I'm chopped up again.
We didn't hear nothing you said. You clear now. We didn't hear nothing you said before that. You clear now.
Well, I'm gonna go back to what I was saying.
Okay.
The martyrs are made from the niggas who's going against the oppressive regime, not the niggas that's supporting not the rhetoric for the fucking oppressive regime.
Good point.
You see what I'm saying?
That's a good point. So that would be like, so you mean like a Che Guevara going against Cuba and what was going on in Cuba, he would be a martyr, not necessarily a nigga that's going with Cuba.
Niggas and all wild shit, bro.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was just
That
saying
makes
that
more
his
sense.
message is being
Yeah,
amplified.
No, that makes more sense because you can't become a martyr by
it's
killing
not
the overall
Smotrich.
community.
If
Yeah.
somebody
His message
if
is
somebody
amplified though.
kills Smotrich, listen, no, it's not. It was already amplified by the government, bro. Nobody's got to amplify because the government is already doing it. The regime,
I
the
meant more like
oppressive
people who've never
regime
heard of the
is
man.
already pushing. The oppressive regime is already pushing the bullshit. His message ain't no louder. It's not no louder. They can say, oh, now this is why we doing what we wanted to do any fucking way.
His message was
Like it's
effective to
not.
young
I
people.
meant from the people who never even heard of him before. Like they're hearing about him today because
Yeah,
of his death.
people who never even heard of him before. It
Yeah.
don't matter to them.
Nah, for
It
sure. But
don't
I'm just
matter
saying,
to
like,
them.
that's what I mean. Like, he's getting more, like, it's getting, like, amplified to a degree because it's reaching places people never even talked about the man
And it
before. You know
should
what I
be
mean?
amplified. It should
It
amplify the people
shouldn't
who
be,
didn't
but
know his ass. Because
yeah.
this is the shit that when it gets you fucked up is the shit that you be asking for. When this is an example of fucking around and finding out of getting what you was looking for. See, this is a prime example of that. But we can't say that. We're supposed to take the higher road because we gonna make him a martyr. We gonna make white folk want to kill black folk as if that ain't what the fuck some of them want to do any goddamn way. Like us saying what something against Charlie Kirk while his ass is dead is gonna make white folks go up in arms. No, white folks is already batshit crazy. It's 4 guns in America for every fucking human being. Now y'all gonna tell me white folk ain't batshit crazy all fucking ready? We gonna make a martyr. We gonna make white folks come up in arms. And I hope it wasn't a nigga who did it because black folk gotta watch out. No, black folk better watch out. Since we come up on these motherfucking shores, we been better watched out. You niggas ain't know? You niggas didn't know that the whole time? You better be watching the fuck out. It don't take Charlie Kirk and some wild ass nigga to get on here and ask me what about Chicago. Like that, a bunch of wild bullshit that the regime pushes. Not Charlie Kirk. He just a voice for the regime. This is the regime's rhetoric. The Trump regime, the Republican regime, the gun lobbyists. What's the motherfucking gun sale people? Raytheon. This is a
Yeah.
Raytheon. It's a Raytheon rhetoric. Zion, and all of the arms dealing motherfuckers. See what I'm saying? They already done put the fucking rhetoric out there. They done already said everything that could be possibly said. Black folk supposed to be quiet and be nice and say thoughtfuls and prayers and all the rest of the book. No. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Call a duck a duck. A spade a spade. See, that's the fucking problem where we at right now, because nobody wants to call a spade a spade.
Preach, preacher.
We get the well, what about? What about? No, what about all these white folk, these honkies killing up each other at a rate black folks couldn't imagine? Huh? What you say, Concrete Corey? Did you say white folk? This is what y'all ain't been saying the whole time.
Brad said it
White
earlier.
folk been killing each other at a rate that black folk couldn't even imagine. We couldn't even afford the ammo to kill as much as they kill each other.
That's false.
We couldn't even afford the goddamn ammo to kill up niggas as much as honkies kill honkies.
Who's doing the fact checking?
Go ahead. Fact check me. I love when you niggas, I love it when I say shit that you niggas can't believe. And then you say, well, actually, well, I mean, you right, but I mean, when you look at it this
But
way,
what about Chicago?
see? And what about
What about
Chicago?
Chicago?
Oh, wow. All the fucking while. You know, I work and I travel and I shop in Chicago every fucking week. I take my daughters, my 4-year-old and my 9-year-old. You know, Chicago is their favorite city to go to. When they see those skyscrapers, when we on the highway, when we on 94 and we coming into the city and they see them motherfucking skyscrapers, they know we finna have a ball. They know we finna go and do something exciting and have some fucking fun in the big city. They love riding the scooters and shit up and down Wacker Drive and shit. Michigan Avenue. A beautiful, the best city I've ever been. I done been to a lot of places. Chicago's my favorite fucking city in the goddamn world. Now, I ain't been to all the cities, but so far, Chicago is my favorite city in the fucking world. And guess what? Chicago know how to treat niggas. Chicago welcomes niggas and treats niggas like human beings in Chicago. I go to these other cities, these affluent areas in other cities. They look like we ain't supposed to be there. See what I'm saying? But you go down to Chicago, I'm not saying, oh, it ain't no wild places in Chicago, but motherfuckers is going to get fucked up because they in close proximity of each other. They living all up over the top of each other, and they poor. You see what I'm saying? But we don't factor that in. We talk about, well, what about the government? Well, get these niggas some jobs and some money and some affordable housing, and I bet you won't see all that crime. As a matter of fact, crime's been dropping for the same reason why crime was dropping in Washington, D.C. See, I bet you niggas don't know why the crime rate is a 30-year low of crime in Washington, D.C. I bet you niggas don't know why. It's the same reason why the crime rate is dropping in Chicago. It's because of the fucking relationship that the authorities is building with the community. Motherfuckers on the ground, not saying, well, what about Chicago every time some white folk get shot? It's motherfuckers on the ground building relationships. And you niggas, not all of y'all, but the nigga that I heard earlier probably never even been to fucking Chicago before. But he talking about, what about Chicago? Well, what kind of relationship building was you doing down in there? Or did you even know that the crime rate done been at a fucking 20-year low? It's been dropping. They have these, what the problem is, they'll have a shooting and then it goes national news and now that's all every motherfucker's talking about. They don't talk about the white boy that shot up the goddamn factory in Chicago, though. Or the fucking white boy that got road rage and got out and beat another white boy to death with a fucking... See, that don't make national news. How crazy white folks is. Go to Chicago and look at the local news. And you gonna see motherfuckers is pushing motherfuckers off of buildings. Motherfuckers is kidnapping motherfuckers and putting them in the sex rings and shit, sex trafficking, all kind of white folk. White folks is doing it. Y'all think that shit's out in New York? Y'all think the mob and mob hits go on in New York back in the 80s? No, nigga. That shit go on in Chicago in 2025. See what I'm saying? Y'all niggas is fooled by the propaganda that the regime them put out. And now you're trying to tell me I better be careful because somebody's gonna be a goddamn martyr. Y'all need to cut this bull. Y'all on here talking soft.
Hey, Corey.
To a bunch of wild ass niggas.
Hey,
Go
Corey,
ahead.
can you do me a favor? can you put Chef's name to the shit you saying though? I'd appreciate it. Cause Chef was the nigga that said the shit about Chicago with Tony. Just so we clear.
Well, I
Just
didn't
so
hear. I
we
wasn't
clear.
there. I hung up when Tony said it. I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
hear Chef.
Chef said
But
it's black on black crime and release the military. And I'm telling you, niggas in Chicago is walking around trying to figure out what the fuck is going on that military is needed for. The governor don't want to do it, the mayor don't want to do it, and the people don't want to do it. But it's niggas on
no,
the
it's the
internet.
regime that want to
He's
do it.
so
No, it's
concentrated,
niggas on
man.
the
It's the
internet with
oppressive
fucking
regime
names
that wants
they
to
ain't never
put its
been to
foot down on.
Chicago that think it's the worst place in the world. I've been to Chicago. That's the Midwest New York City, nigga.
It's the Midwest New York, right? But it's a city of love. You see what
Hey,
I'm
hey,
saying? It's
hey,
actually
Corey.
a city of love, bro.
Yeah, that wasn't
Y'all
just
need to
Tony.
come
That
out
was
here.
Chef
Come out
saying
here.
that shit too.
Hey, Corey, just to help you out a little bit. No
Listen,
one in here was
Indiana.
saying.
See, motherfuckers don't talk about how Indiana's gun laws is laxed. You see what I'm saying? Because all them guns in Chicago, guess where they come from? From my city, from my home city, the city where I'm born and raised in good old Indiana. Good old Republican Indiana, where you can walk around, where you can walk through Walmarts with 3 AR-15s strapped to your fucking neck. See? Nobody's saying nothing about that.
Nah, because they like that shit. They like the guns, man.
Yeah. Nobody said, I didn't hear no motherfucker talk about the kids that got shot up in Colorado yesterday. Did nobody know that a bunch of kids got shot up in
Yeah, it
Colorado
was a
at a
school
school?
shooting right before it. It was a
Yeah.
school. I told you it was. We're
Nah, we
so
mentioned
dumb in
it.
the school
We mentioned
shootings.
it.
It was a school shooting right before that. Somehow this racist motherfucker is top of the news. There's
Yeah.
I
something
know,
wrong.
right? Top of the news.
After he get through throwing salt on shit like that, school shootings and shit like that, he
Mm-hmm.
actually talked himself right. His
Into one.
rhetoric and the shit that his advocacy, because he advocates for it, for violence, for gun life. He calls for the death of motherfuckers. He advocates, and his advocacy got him shot in the neck. The shit that he actually advocates for is what he got. Why did he advocate for it? Because he thought he was insulated. He didn't know it was real. He didn't know white folk kill. He thought it was just niggas. See, somebody told him that it was a black on black thing. Black on black is the crime that needs to be stopped. But he didn't realize that white folk is the only one doing all the goddamn killing when you look at the numbers. He didn't realize that. Just like the one nigga, I don't know what his name, Tony? Phony Tony? Baloney Tony? Like, he didn't realize that them hunkies kill up more than any nigga could dream of. And way more savage ways. This nigga couldn't stomach some of the ways that white folk kill. He wouldn't be able to stomach it. Yet he want to say, well, what about Chicago? All this old tough guy. Well, he talking about black on black crime. Listen what this nigga did, Brass. Unbelievable shit. You can't even make this shit up. I promise you I'm not this creative. Then in the middle of him talking about, well, what about black on black crime in Chicago and all that, the nigga goes to tell me, well, nigga, you wouldn't talk to me like that if we was in face to face. Oh, wild shit that you couldn't make it up, Brass.
Yeah, but stop the killing.
I forgot he said that.
Wow.
I forgot. I ain't even.
Wow,
But
shit.
you wouldn't talk
That's
to
why
me like this
that
face
nigga
to
hang up
face.
the phone.
I forgot
That's
he
why
said that.
I'm not
He
talking
said, "What
to
about
these
the black
niggas no
on black
more."
crime?" And then said, "But if you was in front of me, though, we be doing
Yeah.
some black on black crime."
Wow,
But
shit.
it'll be
But the
some
principle was
furniture
correct.
moving if you was in front of me. There be some furniture moving.
There's some furniture moving around this motherfucker. You wouldn't
Right.
even do it.
Y'all
All
kill
right,
me.
man.
Like, I'm glad Corey
I'm
came
not
with
entertaining
go
this
my
shit no more.
energy, bro.
And
Am I hearing
You know
this
what,
shit, bro?
I'm
Am
with
Corey?
I hearing what
Actima.
I'm
I'm
hearing?
with Actima now, man. I'm with my man's Actima. I'm not entertaining this shit no more, bro. Because it's dangerous. I keep telling y'all that the mis and disinformation is deadly. I keep saying it over and over and over and over again that this shit is deadly, bro. Just because it ain't got you dead yet, don't mean it ain't deadly, bro. We gotta quit entertaining this bullshit, bro. Call bullshit when you see bullshit.
What's up,
Call
puppy?
it.
What you doing? Hmm? You being a good boy?
You shut it down, Corey. They silent, man. They
Because it ain't no comeback for that. Because
it
they
ain't.
start thinking about their own family members. They start thinking about their own neighborhood and shit like that. They start thinking about themselves. Because that's what the real deal is. When these white folk run up in one of your kids' schools. Because your kids ain't safe. In Chicago, the kids is good in the neighborhood. They riding scooters and dirt bikes and all kind of shit up and down the street. Right now, go down there. Go down to the south side. Go down to the west side. Go to the projects. But you know where it's dangerous at? Where they more likely to be shot in the fucking face at? At kindergarten. They more likely to be shot in the fucking face on the playground at kindergarten than they is in a neighborhood. In the neighborhoods that you niggas saying is dangerous. See, all the kids, not just black kids,
Yeah, all kids.
every child in America, the most dangerous place for them to be right now today
in school.
is at school.
That's
Going
all.
to the first and second grade, going to the fifth grade, being a
Wait, hold
junior.
on. Who said
That's
that's not
dangerous
true?
today.
Who said that's not true? Because that's very true. Guns are the number one killer of children in the last 3 to 5 years. That's you can't make.
Wow,
That's not a made
shit.
up stat.
I was
Not
referring to
car accidents, not cancer, guns.
You just was talking. You just wanted to think you could rebut somebody because you think it's a bunch of dumb niggas on here.
no, I don't. What I wanted to say is because I have made a comment in the chat, and Brass asked me to respond. The number one cause of death of black men from the age of like 18 to 30 is homicide. The number
We
one
said
cause of death.
children.
Talking about kids.
We said
I'm,
children.
I'm talking about the point of why they call it black on black violence, even though I don't agree
I
with
don't
the
give a
term.
fuck about why they call it. I don't
So
want to hear.
my point
I don't want
my
to hear it.
point
I don't
is,
want to hear. I'm finna go. I don't want to hear the
my
bullshit.
point is, even though I don't agree with the term, because I feel like when you try to isolate it, you don't galvanize the country to solve it. It should be an American problem. But my point is, in terms of some of the statistics that was mentioned earlier, the number one cause of death amongst black men between 18 and about 32 is homicide from other black men. The number one cause of death of white men, the same demographic, is vehicle homicide, is from car crashes. So it is an issue whether we want to accept it or not.
Anybody talking?
Yeah, it got quiet
Everybody,
for a second. Where's
no,
everybody
everybody
at?
mics and stuff. No, everybody mics and stuff went out. So you keep hearing people click off and click back on to get everything. It be glitching sometimes, y'all.
Damn.
Gotcha.
All right, bitch. I was like, nigga, it was silent. I was like, nigga.
Right. I heard those statistics thrown out, and then everything just went silent.
Yeah, I'm about to say my nigga dropped a bomb apparently. Oh shit.
What statistics? I ain't hear it. What did he say?
Yeah, run it back. Run it back on that nigga.
How y'all niggas gonna believe on black crime? I'm still
my
stuck
point
right there.
to the black on black crime, even though I don't agree with the term per se in terms of finding solutions, but it is a reality because, as I mentioned, the number one cause of death amongst black men from like 18 to 32 is homicide from other black men. In that same demographic, white men, the number one cause of death is car crashes.
What that got to do with that?
So that
The
somehow
children though,
proves
like
black on black
I'm lost.
crime is real. That's what you're alluding to. That means
Yeah, it's
you have a
real in the sense that there's a disproportionate amount of homicides.
I bet you if
Among
you
black
dig within
people.
that, it'll be mostly gang controlled and concentrated violence. It ain't just random black niggas just popping up dead. It's usually something concentrated in that way. It's not that cut and dry.
No, you're right. You're right about that because in every community, it's a very small percentage of black men that are committing these homicides. You're correct on that.
Amlodipine and hydrochlorothiazide.
But it's still at such a high rate,
And 10. Or
causes
the
the
5
numbers
is
to reflect that the number one
amlodipine
cause of
10.
death
No, I think they're
is
both 5.
homicide.
Yeah, they're both 5.
Yo, mute up, bruh.
Hydrochlorothiazide.
You know, Fairmont, I think here's a question that I'm curious to hear what brothers think about this. And I'm not sure where this enters into the conversation and where it departs, because I'm not sure what Corey's position was yesterday. I wasn't here. But is it a necessity to bring up the homicide and the death rates of black men, let's say black men, which was specifically talking about black men, that's perpetuated by other black men in the midst of a conversation where we're talking about racial violence, white men murdering black bodies? Like,
Political
is that
violence.
right? Political violence. Is that
No.
appropriate? Is that deserving? Like, and the reason why I ask that is, and I'll land here, when George Floyd was murdered the other year, a few years ago, I can't understand, time that went past, a few years ago, a lot of us was like organizing and just doing all this stuff, protecting our community, blah, 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 blah. But one thing that came up was a counter narrative campaign to bring awareness to the homicides that was happening in our community. And it almost seemed like there was a bottleneck where they were competing for the attention because it was a lot of national attention and even global attention, elevating the discourse on political violence around racial hatred and white body suppressing black men, black bodies. But there was a counter narrative that was pushed up again. But what about black on black violence? And what about black men killing other black men? Does that deserve the same level of attention in the exact same discourse? That's the
No,
question I
because
ask.
one of them,
It
we were up in
deserves more.
arms.
It deserves more. It deserves more.
It's a
We were up in
weaponized.
arms
It
about police
deserves
officers
more.
killing
It's
unarmed
a
black men. We weren't up in
weaponized
arms with the nigga
term.
who brandished a weapon towards the police. We didn't go march for that person. It was about the killing of unarmed black men. That's what that was about.
How
So yeah, those are separate issues though.
how we got to the point was the brother earlier had brought in Chicago, and what he was trying to allude to, at least how I interpret it,
Thanks, Moss.
allude to people being shot over words, right? And I think he's talking about what he was alluding to was gun violence in this country. So he was kind of connecting those two things. But in a general sense,
Gotcha.
I wouldn't have the conversation and bringing up black on black violence, but I wanted since it kind of evolved there, and people were saying that black on black violence doesn't exist. That's why I brought up the
No, that's
statistic.
not what we. No. That's not what we're saying.
I never said
So
black
just
people
so
don't
we're
commit
clear,
crimes with other
yeah.
black
That's not what we
people.
said.
It's the
We're not
labeling
saying that there's no
in the
such thing.
framing, in the framework you're using it in. You're not just saying it like it's just some thing. You're making it seem like it's disproportionate,
Nigga, get
and
out of
it's
my
not.
ear with all that bullshit. Can't you hear I'm talking, motherfucker? Back the fuck up, nigga.
Like black men getting arrested is disproportionate. Exonerations
My
with black
fault.
men
There's a
making
nigga over
that.
my
Like I
goddamn
mean,
shoulder. My fault. Go ahead.
it is what it is, man. I don't know.
No, I
No,
agree.
nigga,
I
he
agree
was
with
over
you,
my
bro.
shoulder
It's
talking
like
about
we
what
missed
y'all
so
talking
many
about.
points.
Nigga, mind your business.
Just to hunker down that we just got these deranged motherfuckers and shit crazy.
I
No.
think two things
Hold
can
on,
be
Fairmont.
true.
I want
I
to get
think
my
two
point
things
out. Now
can
that
be
this
true.
ignorant nigga is not paying attention to me.
Well,
Yeah, you bitch ass nigga.
Fairmont, were you around when Brass read where the origins of that
Hold on,
phraseology?
Smalls. Let me get this point out because I can't. No. Go ahead,
Or
Smalls.
when and where the origins of that phraseology came from? You were around for that?
Yeah, and I had said I prefaced my statement with saying I don't even agree with the terminology.
Oh,
You know, because I think it should be understood as an American problem instead of trying to
Come on.
isolate to Black
okay.
America. You know what I'm saying?
That
I
right
think
there.
you'll
But
find
Right
Fairmont,
there.
Fairmont, we're not
Right.
saying
Okay,
that
for
there's
sure.
no such thing as black on black violence. We're not saying that. I'm just making sure when you say
Yeah,
black
because
on
my
black
thing
crime,
is
can y'all hear me?
I can't agree with that terminology either.
I can hear you. I can hear you,
Okay.
Brass.
All right.
Yeah, I
So
can hear you.
when y'all say black on black crime, you got to understand that's a weaponized term. That's like literally created.
What
for
about Brass?
Huh? Oh, well, that's a
Smalls, can you hear Brass? Brass is talking.
No,
I
what
can
it
hear.
is tell Smalls, do me a favor. Tell Smalls. I
I
think he muted. No,
muted him.
hold
I
on.
muted him for myself by
He didn't
accident.
server mute
Yeah,
you. You
I didn't
him.
server mute him. Yeah.
No,
My bad. I thought I server muted you.
Yeah, there's no question that there's black on black violence, disproportionate. You know, what I mean, it's not even disproportionate to be quite honest. Like I said, the numbers of white on white murder is 85%. The numbers of black on black murder is 90%. So it's not disproportionate. But they don't call it white on white crime. They call it black on black crime because it's a weaponized term used for politics. So when you use that term, you can say it's nothing wrong with saying there's black on black violence or wanting to help your people. That's cool. But just understand when you call it black on black crime, I want you to go find me something where they're consistently talking about white on white crime and the number is 5% less.
Now I
So
agree.
your point, hold on, let me finish. So your point about that their number one leading cause of death is not firearms, what you should be pointing, not what you should, what that points to is an American social ill, not a black on black ill. That's not we shouldn't, because see, now if I wanted to be technical, right? And I think this is what Corey was saying. If we're also saying about how many what whites kill, then we'd have to also take into account how many white people do they kill across the globe. See, so now when he starts
Hey,
talking,
Kiana,
I'm
can you
assuming
grab
that that's
these
what Corey's
lights?
talking about. When Corey was talking about
These are the last two.
oh yeah, when Corey was talking about how they kill in ways that you don't even imagine. Remember, if we're gonna do the white on white, if we're gonna do the white black thing, then what about the military and the drones and all the murder we do all over the globe? We just gonna focus on the kids in Chicago though.
No,
Come on,
I
man.
agree. I agree with you on that point. I really do. My only rebut was to your point about the disparity, because you brought up the statistic about the 85% versus 95%. My only point was within that it's disproportionate against black men, which is why the number one cause of death is homicide amongst black men.
And that's why I mean we could focus on the violence in our community. I'm just saying when you put the term, I just want people to understand the term black on black crime was created by the media and politics to paint us as savages right after it came out during the crack era. And then after that, then they used it to push forth the 94 crime bill. That's when you started hearing terms like super predators and this, that, and the other. So when you're saying these, I'm just saying, just the black on black term is just not. It's a politicized, weaponized tool against black people. Us using it, it doesn't further or help us at all. We can recognize violence in our community without saying it's black on black crime.
So
Yeah,
you
I
think
agree.
we
Black on
should
I
black
go
agree.
crime.
against the
I
department? So do you
I
think
agree
black
to
people should go against
criticize.
the Department of Justice because they say it?
The Department of Justice, no, the FBI and the Department of Justice and any local police department, when they classify crime, they classify it as a type of crime, a robbery, a murder, a homicide. They do not
I'm
classify
looking at
crime
it
by
right now on the
race.
Department of Justice website, and they talking
And
about
what? And
black on black homicide, a psychological, political
yeah, do
perspective.
they say black on black crime?
They said it says black. Yes,
It says
that's
the
the title
words
of it.
black
Black
on
on
black
black
crime.
homicide.
No, then you're not listening to what I'm
Oh,
saying.
okay,
Black on
okay.
black
So you
crime
saying
is a
so you
specific
saying
term.
black on black? I thought you
The
was
words. I'm
honing
saying
in
the
on black
words.
on black.
No, no,
I
no,
thought
no,
that's
no,
what
no,
you
Bruh,
was.
no,
is
no.
you
I'm
serious?
saying the term. The
Bruh,
term
is you
black on black
serious?
crime is a political
Get him,
tool.
chef.
The
Get him, chef.
words. Yeah, you already know you about to say something crazy because Fetty agree with you. Go ahead, Chef. Go ahead. Hear what you about to say.
Listen, I'm having a hard time with this one with y'all
You
today. I ain't
sure.
gonna lie.
But why wasn't you
Like
speaking when
I'm not.
Corey was speaking though? Because see, I want to see you and
Listen,
Corey disagree. I want to hear y'all go back and
well,
forth on it.
go get him back
No,
on
he
here.
was here. He was speaking directly to you, and you didn't say a word. Nothing.
No, listen, go get him. I can
Okay.
defend that black on black crime is a real thing. I
It's
don't care
not.
what you niggas say. I
That's
don't care if
fine.
y'all don't like it. I don't care if y'all don't like it. Yo, reality is reality. You dig what I'm saying? I live in the black city. Nigga, that's black on black crime that happened here. It ain't
It's just
nobody
crime in
else
your
doing that
community.
shit to them.
Crime is
Yeah, and
interracial.
they
It
all
happens
black,
in
so
your
it's a
community.
black person committing a crime against another black person.
No, all races kill within their own group.
Yeah,
Mostly kill within their own
that
group. It
ain't.
ain't black on black.
Do you think that helps you?
Yes, it does
Do
because
you
you
think
don't.
that means?
No,
Do you
no,
think that means that that's not black on black crime?
no. It's not because there's no such thing
That's
as
the
white
very
on white crime. No, no,
definition
no.
of it.
There's no term. You don't hear the term. You don't hear the term Puerto Rican on Puerto Rican crime. You don't hear the term Asian on Asian crime. You don't hear the term white on white crime.
Who
Why?
noticed
Because
that?
they don't have
Who,
to
who
politicize that.
noticed
No,
that?
it's the media and the news that you falling for.
Well, let me tell you why I think black on black crime actually became a thing for black people, right? Because I remember when black people used the damn term, right? And when black people was using the term, they was coming out of the historical segregation, Jim Crow, the violence that was precipitated on black people by white people. So when we start moving up the cities and we start doing the shit ourselves, black people start saying, yo, that's a crime that we're actually committing black on black crime. It ain't the white man doing it to us now, we doing it to ourselves. That's what they start saying. It's a real thing. It was a sentiment in the black community. Maybe y'all don't live in the black community. I made this up. You feel me? I made this up, but black people actually felt this way. Matter of fact, outside of the internet, black people do feel this way. Y'all are unicorns. You feel me? I can explain this to anybody else on the street, and I guarantee you, we won't be arguing about that shit.
Right.
We wouldn't be arguing about that shit. I'm a barber. I'm in a barber shop with black people all day, every day. We talk about black on black crime. We ain't crying about it's being political. It's a real thing. We're acknowledging what goes on in our community. Like, it's crazy. Y'all got it though.
I tell you what, Chef. Like I don't like the terminology. I don't believe in it. But do I believe that there's a bigger systemic problem with black people or underlying issue? I do. Uh, and I'll say it's more of an economic. So it's more the shit that we're coming out of and the shit that we face. It's not nothing that's wrong with us. you know, and so that phraseology kind of lends credence. That's why I don't like to use it because its origins were, lending credence that like there's something wrong with these niggas, you know. But yeah, I
But
will say that
we're talking about us. We're having a conversation amongst us, though.
Yeah,
amongst
but
That's
us,
you're
what I'm
right? Yeah,
also
yeah,
saying.
yeah.
talking about
Like,
a very small percentage of people in the black community are driving the largest share
right.
of the killings. This is not evident of the black
But
community.
you're not
That's
talking to
why
a
it
white
becomes
man, though.
dangerous. No, I know,
And
Chef,
no,
but it's
that's not
dangerous when
true
you
for
say black
no
on black.
other ethnic group. That's not
Yeah,
Yeah, I
true.
yeah, and
understand, but that
that's what
still
I was
doesn't
about to
make
say.
it. But that still doesn't make it black on black crime. Listen, the context
Right,
y'all
right.
leaving out is that
I
whites,
don't
like once
understand.
again,
I don't
correct me,
understand.
whites, Latinos, and others kill mostly within their own race. This is not like a unique thing. What's unique to us though, and this is why I'm about to put on my full blackology uniform and my hat with my pins, is that we are the ones that got hit with concentrated poverty, fucking redlining,
Yeah, that's what I'm
segregation,
saying.
crack epidemic, heavy
Right.
policing. All of that magnifies these
So,
rates at a heavy police. Yeah, see, if that's your response, then have at it,
Basically
man.
saying what we crying
That,
about.
that's exactly
So why
that's
the hell do we
exactly what I
sit
was
here?
trying to
yeah,
say,
you got to
Grass.
deal with it.
So why the hell do we sit here
That
and
don't
talk
mean you
and,
start
and
killing each
defend
other.
all those
That don't mean
elders?
you start killing each other.
Right.
So what are
People
we
are gonna kill each
saying?
other.
Yeah,
That's
The
I
bigger
know we got to
inevitable.
deal.
problem, the
I
bigger, the
know
Are
we
you
bigger
got to
are you
deal
trying to
problem.
with shit.
portray a world where people don't kill each other?
Yeah, the biggest problem is not us being black. The biggest problem is we got access to guns. We don't have a lot of
Right,
access to
Or
cash, and
right.
it's a structural set disadvantage for these people. And once again, I'm gonna say this to you. you this
War
is
don't
a
make you
very
kill people,
small,
bro. Like, stop it.
concentrated
wait, I thought we were
segment
talking
of
about
the black.
crime. We talking about just murders in
No,
general.
we're talking about murder. Well, I mean, crime in general if you want, but he's talking about murder because he said why the homicide rate. But my point, the reason I'm speaking
War
so
don't make you
specifically,
kill
Gangs,
people.
bro. You can't stop gangs from killing. Man,
no, this
Or
is a
poverty
small,
does not
concentrated percentage of people driving
poverty
a large share of these killings. It's a
poverty
small amount.
denotes
And
poverty
that's a
denotes
good point
crime,
too.
but poverty does not denote homicide.
Right.
and they say right here,
How not, Kermit?
14 to 15% of kids have identified as being a part of a gang. So you're telling me that 14% just fuck the other 85? Like, man, what?
And that's the majority
Hold
of the
on.
killings. In that
We don't have
14%,
gangs in Baltimore, so
y'all definitely have
that
gangs in
you
Baltimore.
don't even
Shut
need
up.
to be in the
Yeah,
gang
y'all do.
to kill some
Y'all
motherfucking
definitely
body.
got
I
gangs
got
in
a homeboy
Baltimore. What are you
running that
talking
claim
about?
20th Street.
Bro,
What is that? He's
Yeah,
had it all over him.
it's rolling 60s in
what
Twentieth
is?
Baltimore. What are you
Street.
talking about?
I don't even know. I don't even know nobody who live on 20th Street. What
Yes,
the
that's what he
fuck is that?
claimed. He don't live there
That's
no
a
more, but
gas.
that's what he
Oh,
claimed. His name is
I've never heard a bad motherfucker coming off of 20th Street.
It's a gang.
I'm telling you,
You know what that
he
is?
claimed a group. He claims a group. Like, so whether you want to call it a
He
blood
claimed
or a clique,
20th Street.
it's still a group of
They
people.
some bad
Y'all got
motherfuckers.
Grape Street. Y'all got every gang that any other inner city community
Ain't
got.
got no damn Great Street Crips
Yes,
in
y'all
Baltimore.
do. Y'all do have Grape Street Crips in Baltimore. Trust
I mean,
A
the
Great
general
Street
point is
Crip.
correct. The general point is correct. It is a
So you say you
very
don't have
small.
groups of people that click up together under a moniker, and man, what?
me. He just don't know, bro. Let it go. He
It
don't
is.
know.
Y'all general point is correct. It is only a small percentage of black people in these neighborhoods committing this crime. The point is, this small percentage account for over half of the homicides in the whole country.
That's fine. So then, but then if it's a small percentage, then why are you calling it black on
But we
black?
also
We ain't doing.
account for a high proportion of wrongful convictions and exonerations.
So, for example, if Asians were killing each other in their
They wouldn't
communities,
call it Asian on Asian crime
and
because they do.
listen, if this was happening
Like I
and
said,
they were
Grape Street
responsible for
Crips.
half of the homicides in the country, even though they're a small minority, they would be calling it Asian on Asian crime.
No, they wouldn't. They don't do that for any other race than us. I just listen to me. Murder crime is intra-racial, meaning you commit crimes with people that are in close proximity to you. I just showed you that the murders, the killings is 85% in the white community. You've never heard the term white on white. You've never heard that
You keep
term.
missing my point, bro. You keep missing my
No,
point.
you just said that if the same thing was going on, they would call it Asian on Asian crime. But if I'm
No, that's
telling
not
you
what I
that
I don't
said. That's
understand
not
what
what I
y'all
said,
in
bro.
denial over.
That's not what I said. Every
No
community
one's in
that you
denial. We don't
mentioned.
like the framing that you're making it out to be as if like it's
I'm not.
significant to
I'm
us.
not doing
No,
nothing.
no.
I'm
Listen,
not
let
doing
me
nothing to you.
Because
try to
I
be
need to
I'm
hear
not
that
trying to hold
terminology.
no.
I need to hear
let
you
me try to
describe the
put
other crime the same way, so I know you're being fair.
hold up,
Then I can't
it'll
tell
go
the
get
difference.
to you.
let
Just
me
hold
No,
on.
this is what I was
I'm not being fair though.
So did that,
Well,
bro.
then there we go.
It's gonna get
You're not gonna
to
give us a
Yeah.
fair shake in the
you.
world. We ain't never gonna get
You
nowhere. We don't
think
get
I
a fair
treat?
shake.
You think I hold? You think I'm going to hold your children accountable like I hold my children, or you think I'm going to look after another family how I look at my family? You always treat yours harsher because you know that the penalty of them fucking up is more detrimental to your family's well-being. So I'm sorry I'm not as concerned about what Italians do to each other. I'm sorry I don't know the statistics. I'm sorry that I'm not as invested in what white people do to each other more than I'm worried about what we do to each other. Because I live amongst black people in the black community. So what we do to each other, I don't give a fuck about what white people doing to each other. When
That's
white
not. But
people
we're not saying that neither, though,
Yeah, we're
Chef.
not even saying that, but
and come in the
But
black
changing the
community,
subject.
I'm saying when you say
then
like
I'll worry about that.
when you
I'm
say it's
changing the subject.
disproportionate and you see that the white rate is just as alarming, it's like what is
It's
it
not.
disproportionate to?
It's
What is
not.
it
That is
disproportionate
false.
to?
That is false. I keep trying to explain to this point. Every community, there's inner violence. We know that. People going to kill people in close proximity to each other. The point is, in the black community, it's happening amongst each other in a much higher rate. So much that even though black men account for 6% of the population, they account for half of the homicides in the country. That's
Yeah,
epidemic, man.
Yeah, no
right.
one said it's not
Damn.
an
But
issue,
our
but
only, but right, a Fairmont,
replicate
you
those
got a great
conditions
point.
across the board, and
But
you'll
it's
see
not
why.
Is that
because they're
true?
black.
Hold on.
A
Is that
Fairmont.
statistic true?
Yes.
I'm
I
not
need to
sure
look
about
that up.
that.
Somebody, if that's true, yo, I'm done talking to y'all.
And I'm not saying that those external factors are not there to to influence those things. You are correct, but it doesn't change the fact that that is an alarming statistic. And
Any
you can't
murder is
hide around
alarming.
it.
It's no like no one ever wrote that off as not alarming.
He just said white people kill each other at a higher rate, and that's
No,
false.
I didn't
I
say
didn't
that.
say higher.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I did not say that. I said they're at 80. I said uh, white on white crime is 80 to 85% white on white. Black on black crime is 90%. So I didn't say it was higher. I'm saying I'm not alarmed that theirs is, I'm not going to be alarmed that ours is 90 while theirs is 85 unless I feed into the term black on black. Because see, what you're saying about that
But that's not the
6%,
point.
hold on, Fairmont, let me finish. When you're talking about that 6%, when you say that, then you would literally damn near be saying that it's because they were black.
Because what I was going to ask Fairmont is if you say those contributing factors maybe just the influence, well then what else is there?
No, I'm
Like
not.
See,
When I
when you throw out, see, I'm bringing up all the other factors,
Acting
the
like people ain't trying to have
socioeconomic,
gang
the
intervention
structural
and
disadvantage.
whatnot. Like,
I'm
no,
bringing up
kids are gonna do
everything, and
wild
the only
shit,
thing
man.
you trying to say, honestly, Fairmont, I done brought in all of the reasons in these small, concentrated pockets. Because when you keep talking about 6%, you know it's another 94%, right? So when you're saying this, and we're telling you, and you agree that it's a very small percentage of us that account for this whole the majority of these killings that all the savages is doing. So my point is, are you trying to say that it's because is this a color thing? This is why I'm trying to
yeah.
remove the color.
what I'm
That's
saying is there is a problem in the black community that does not exist in other communities.
Yeah, so
But what about
replicate
the
our
other? But what
conditions
about
amongst
the
those
other?
communities and
But
see the
we
difference.
have structural and social conditions in our community that don't exist in other communities. Would
Listen,
you agree?
I agree.
You're talking to a people that just got right 60 years ago.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, Brash is literally giving you those what the issue is.
And
Like,
I
he's
wasn't
literally telling you.
arguing against that. I wasn't arguing
I
against
think
that.
it's a
The
mental.
only
I think
argument
it's
that I
mental.
highlighted.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on.
Chef saying the real shit.
No, I just went and
See,
got
Chef.
some stats. Wait. I
Yeah,
just went and got some. Hold on.
I wouldn't
But
disagree
I
with
just
that
went and got
neither.
some stats too. Hold on. Y'all went and got some stats too since we doing stats. 30% of white men commit 40 to 45% of the homicides. Do you ever hear white on white? Do you ever hear that stat? Never. You don't.
No, they say
Because
the
it don't
kid has
even
a mental
exist.
illness. You know,
It
there's
don't
Hold on,
something
what
You
does
would
that stat
expect.
mean?
You
individual
would
with it.
expect. You would expect.
Explain that one.
You would expect 30 to 40%
They say
of
all
white
black people
men
are thugs. They say
to
the one white
have
kid
that
is
Right.
a
percentage
mental
because they
illness.
How do you get
represent the dominant
6%
society.
account for 50%?
That's the
Because it's in a
point.
small. It's
That's not
Read that
alarming.
statistic that you just read again. Read that statistic. That didn't
Right.
even make sense.
white
Right.
men,
They
about 30% of the
should account for
population commit.
more because they represent more of the population.
That was crazy. 6% is accountable for 50% of the fucking murders. But
Well, black men in and of
man,
themselves are only 6% of the population.
That's the
So
point.
hold on.
So how can we account for 50%
So
of the
you're saying
murders?
every black male?
No, you're literally. But see, by your terminology, it's 6% of that 6%. Or what are you
It
saying?
is. Yeah,
right.
I agree. Within
So it's
black
even
men,
worse.
it is a small percentage of black men. I do agree.
Right. So then target them.
And
not
then pull
well,
up
you,
the
hold on,
exonerations and false arrest. And let's see that. Watch those numbers shrink.
We should target those
Watch
black
that
men.
number
I
shrink.
agree. I agree with you.
No, I don't. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think that we should target those. No, bro.
We make up
What would
70%
you?
of exonerations.
How do we
No,
go
we
about
have to.
addressing
We
those?
have to do that. We have to do the same thing that we talk about when we talk about IQ. When we talk about anything in regards to the black community, we have to start at the structural and social disadvantages that we face, specifically that are unique to us.
Yes.
We have to focus on those because if you just focus on the kids, they do RICO busts and all this, that, and the other. By the way, Chef, for the grape streets you said in Baltimore, I just put the federal indictment of the grape streets that are in Baltimore in the general chat. But back to you, Fairmont.
Buying no goddamn great street.
Yeah. Well, it's in the chat. The
The
federal government
that's
disagrees.
some shit
Chef,
and
I got
goddamn.
No, the federal government
Man,
disagrees.
federal government.
Yeah. You gang violence
MS
affects all black
13
communities
in
except yours.
Baltimore.
But Fairmont, my overarching point is
I'm
that
trying to. Y'all gonna
a
tell
lot of
me
these
what
murders.
and I'm.
Go ahead, bro. I just read the indictment and tell me they're not Grape Street. Just tell me that.
Listen, the government put all kind of shit on people.
Oh God.
That shit don't be, man.
Including high murder rate.
You just accepted a stat. You just accepted a government stat from Fairmont, but you won't accept. You see, you don't even make sense when you talk, bro.
No, we're talking about murder.
That's from the government.
About murder.
Statistic like that could only come from the government.
Exonerations in this black on black crime. Y'all reading that stat? Post that 70% exonerations that black men get. Like, because that's that y'all reading is probably pre that exoneration. So you're reading the inflated stat.
Okay. So 70% of the exoneration is black people committing murder.
Yes.
So who is committing the murders in the black community?
Crimes in general. I know.
So who's committing the crimes in the black community?
A very small.
I don't care who's getting exonerated. Does the crime happen, and is it an outside entity that's coming into the black community, creating the crimes, committing the crimes, and then black people getting locked up for them?
It can happen a multitude of ways. I'm not saying there's one.
What are we saying?
Exactly what it says.
So
that
somebody lying on
accused. What do you mean? How are you gonna say?
No,
so you don't agree
I'm
that black
saying
men
it's
are
gotta be
arrested disproportionately? We don't agree to that?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Black men
That's
aren't
off of my
convicted when we
point.
have
I'm
people
saying
making
that
campaigns about
you.
So listen to this. Let me
So
explain that
who is
6%. Hold
killing
on.
these
I'm
black
about to answer
people
your
in these
question. I'm about to
communities?
answer your question.
never
So,
gonna
because I
not
went and
kill each
looked
other.
at, hold on, I went and looked at, because remember, stats paint a real broad brush. So I went and looked at where Fairmont got this from.
Mhm.
So it says the total US population, 330 million. Black population is 46. Black men is about 20 to 23 million. The age group involved in these homicides is 15 to 34. So when people say 6% of the population, they mean all black men of all ages in the US. But in reality, the
No,
majority, hold on. I'm not saying you, I said
It's
people.
even a fraction of that.
I'm not saying people. I just want to give clarity to the 6% so people understand what you actually are saying. I think you're saying what this is saying. In reality, the vast majority of that 6% isn't involved in homicide at all. Within that 6%, the highest concentration of homicide offenders and victims are young black men 16 to 27. Even within that group, it's a small fraction, upper fraction. Studies show in any city, 1% of that city's population drives 70% of the shootings. For example, Chicago's research fund found that a few hundred young men in a gang or crew networks were linked to 75% of the shootings out of a city of millions of people. So that stat paints with a broad brush because
That's
when
what I
you
say.
say
It's gang.
6%, hold on, it says when you say 6%, it means that all black men equal half of the homicides, when in actuality, it's a high risk subset of young men in disadvantaged neighborhoods. Middle class, working class, professional black men, the majority have rates similar or less than, in most cases, to other groups.
that's correct. That's correct.
Right. So you're not talking, but when you say the term Fairmont, now understand my point. When you make the term black on black crime and you're talking about a subset of disadvantaged young youths that don't represent all black men, it don't represent the 6% that you're talking about. That's why saying black on black crime is dangerous. Because you're
That's
talking about
listen.
that
That's
mean it feels like you're talking about all of us when you're talking about
no,
a
no, brother.
small group of
No,
people.
Y'all acting
no,
like y'all gonna tell some
no,
kids ain't none of us can be told what the fuck to
no.
do when we was
That's
teenagers. You
that's
wasn't listening to nobody. What the man?
no.
What?
That's
You
the
about children.
that's that's kind of like an assumption because when you read these statistics in general, they go and break it down. You
You
know
know, most people
that's
don't
true.
understand how to
That's
read
the same thing
statistics pretty
for
much.
that's the same thing for mass incarceration. Majority of black people aren't being incarcerated. It's only a small percentage, but it don't change the fact that that's the actual problem.
Yeah, but mass
Same thing with
incarceration,
homicide.
but when you bring up now, you switch to mass incarceration, but how can you say the words mass incarceration without over policing?
No, my point is when we say the term mass
No,
incarceration
answer
as it
that
relates to
question.
let me just answer. When we talk
Okay.
about mass incarceration as it relates to black people, that term doesn't represent all black men. That term is applied to a small percentage of black men that's being impacted by that system. So what I'm saying is, yes, all black men are not committing homicide. It's only a small percentage, a very small percentage that's doing that. But nonetheless, they're creating it at such a high rate that we have to either develop a term, whether you agree with it or not. Like I mentioned, I don't agree with the term, but it don't change the reality that that's the actual fact. Like the point that only a small percentage of black men represent half of the homicides, that is a crazy statistic.
But the reason why I'm saying it's human or social is because you skipped over the fact that I told you in any city, 1% of it, now take the race out of it. And then you realize we have a social issue in America because 1% of any city is accounting for 70% of the homicides in that city, irregardless of race.
No,
It's
but it
always
goes
a
back to
small
my
margin.
point in terms of the number one cause of death is homicide for
No,
black
but
men.
do you
That's not
understand what I'm
true.
saying? Do you
That's
understand
not
what I'm saying?
true. That's not true for no other group.
But do you understand? Right. And like I told you, our structural disadvantage and socioeconomic status isn't true for any other group either. We are
And
the
I
only
agree
group of
with you on
people.
that,
We're the
bro.
only
I
group of
agree.
people that have had rights for 60 years.
I agree with you on that. I wasn't debating you on that. I'm
No,
just
I'm not.
saying.
No, I'm not
However,
changing the subject. It's just
however
when
we
you keep
got
saying
here,
it's unique, you can't. When you
it
say it's
is unique, bro,
no,
because
but
it's
listen
not
to
true
what
for no one else.
I'm not. Yes, but you can't say that one thing is unique when the direct cause of it is unique to us too. The
It don't
same thing that's
all of it is unique. It don't change the fact that it's unique.
no, it's no. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not. And also, and once again, I'm not fighting you with this. I'm just trying to make sure. In these conversations, a lot of fair amount. I don't know how much you heard us. A lot of times when we talk about Black people in these conversations, we will literally just remove um, certain aspects of society that have caused these things: socioeconomic status, redlining, scientific racism, all of these different things. Now, here's the thing: I'm the person that'll literally tell you all the time that there's something that we need to be able to look past, and you're not used as an excuse. But in this particular case, I know for a fact that it is a direct, our socioeconomic status is a direct correlation to these numbers. These, I get people telling me all the time, we should be able to say anything we want because of dogs and hoses and all of that. And I don't agree to none of that. But I'm saying these homicide rates, though, in a concentrated small pocket, and it has to be a social issue if 1% in any city is 70%.
Yeah,
It
but
has
the
to be.
1% is
That means
mainly
a
going to be
small
the black.
pocket of any race commits the majority of the homicides. We're not unique to that.
No, we are unique in the sense of homicides being our number one cause of death.
Yeah, that's unique. Yeah, that's unique in our race, but that don't make it black on black crime.
It is.
You
It's
have
black
to,
on black in the sense that it's amongst black people
but you'd
that's
have to
committing
ask
it.
why.
It's
But
not.
when you
It's
say
not. It's not like the number one cause of death is homicide, and 50% are white men killing us. The
so
number one cause of death
how
is
much,
homicide from another
okay.
black person. That's what I'm
What
saying.
part of it? How many people, 15 to 27, make up all the black men in the United States? If those are the people that's majority committing the murders, I want to know what's the percentage. What is 50? Let me look this up. 15 to 30. Y'all go ahead. 15 to 30.
I'm trying to get a question in here too, because
Go ahead.
the way I see black people in crime is I see it directly related to some of those adversities that are put in our way, right? Like I think it's more of a product of poverty and miseducation and lack of opportunity than it is, they just want to be criminals. You know what
No,
I'm saying? So when I follow that line of logic, I can't then
Y'all
go
think
on to
niggas that
start.
poor?
No, I'm not even that they're that poor, but I'm
Don't let him
saying
throw you off with that silly
the
ass
higher
answer.
crime areas. Yeah, the higher crime areas. I would, I'm assuming are going to be in your lower income areas. That's an assumption. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's
but what I'm
that's correct.
I just threw it out there. I'm moving on. So that's how I look at it. So I can't then follow that logic and then later on go on and accuse them of bad behavior when whole time I understand their behavior is a product of circumstances that are imposed on those people. Right now, are there things, of course, that we can clean up? Yes, but let's not completely remove some of this. Actually, is done on purpose, right? Like some of that, there's no coincidence who's poor. You know what I'm saying? So there being a connection between, people committing crimes and being within a certain poverty threshold. There's no coincidence. It's there's some purpose to it. So
And
I
need
can't
to
remove that. You know what I'm
I
saying?
need
So
to
when
ask y'all. I need to ask y'all.
when you evaluate it, it sounds like you're removing that. Go ahead.
Are you saying me or Chef?
I need to ask y'all. No, I
Phil
need to
ain't
ask
doing
y'all what is the reason for the murders in the black community? What is the reason for that?
Man, they pay billions.
If y'all going to tell me it's social economic, you dig what I'm saying, or lack of job, what could be the reason for it? It got to be.
You said what could be the reason for what?
for the murders in the black community?
That's a good question, but it's so
Because it
complex,
can't
man.
just
Yeah, like the
be
FBI,
the
they
poverty.
pay people, they pay consultation firms billions of dollars to figure shit out like that. We ain't gonna
Yeah,
figure it
that's
out
Well,
like
what do
that's
you
a
assume is the reason, Chef? Hold up, hold up. Oh, what would you say the reason? I just told you what I think. What do you think?
I know what Chef gonna say.
I think
that. I know my,
I think it's the
I
culture.
know the literal
I,
answer.
I done heard
I
you say
think it's
mental
the culture.
issues and stuff today.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's the culture. You dig what I'm saying? We listen to our music, the things that our kids engage in. All of these things that is bad cultural
Right.
practices. You know what I mean?
Which
The
one of
fact that
those? Well, which one of those formed independently of those adversities that are imposed upon us?
see, well, that's your reason. I don't even understand that.
it's a
No, it ain't.
Okay.
I think it's
Finish
a
your thought. I didn't want to throw you
Yeah,
off.
listen. Here's my answer. Concentrated poverty. Anywhere where you see concentrated poverty, you can go to the favelas in Brazil, you can go to the white Appalachian Mountains, you can go to St. Louis, you can go to Memphis. Anywhere where you see something like that, you're gonna see a high, high homicide rate.
No,
Highly
that's not
high
really accurate. No.
homicide. Okay, so let me ask you a question, Fairmont. Homicide is tied more strongly to race or poverty.
I would say it's a combination
Oh,
because
yeah, I'm not the conversation.
poverty doesn't necessarily poverty denotes crime,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
poverty doesn't denote homicide. You
Okay.
have communities that have
Okay.
high rates of crime that's poor, but they don't have the same homicide rate.
Okay.
So to Chef's
That
point,
mean it's genetic.
so
That
no,
mean is
I think
as in our genes.
I'm not saying that it's genetic. I think it's a combination of the
Well, if you say it's
social
in our
economic.
race, if you say it's like a product of our race, that would be genetic.
If you saying it's
Oh yeah,
because you
then
black
let
and
me
it's genetic
clarify.
and
Let me clarify.
biological.
That's
Yeah.
not what I'm trying to say is that it's a combination of social, economic, and cultural influences.
No, it's poverty, bro. If you
How you
hold on,
start off
Kachi,
saying
hold on.
race?
Yeah, what the fuck?
I said I spoke by mistake.
I think it's street peer pressure.
You definitely did.
It's that street peer pressure. Ain't nobody trying to be a marine biologist out in the street.
Y'all cuss them out. I all got the energy.
I mean,
I don't disagree with him.
I don't know what to say about that,
He's
Joe.
talking about the
Can I chime in just a little bit?
Yes, Johnny, please chime in. Please.
So Brass, I just want to say you was incorrect about that disparity point. That's all I said.
No, that's fine, brother. That's fine. That's fine. That's cool.
Please, Najasi.
I ain't gonna fight
Please.
You know, there's no way to bridge all the different perspectives and analysis that's been put on the table because this is what Chef asked
it's
is a
very
hard
difficult.
inquiry. Yeah, it's difficult because there's people who's made their careers. And like Brad said, they get contracted for years to try to investigate what comes first, the chicken or the egg. Is it poverty? Is it pathology? What's causing the homicide and the murders and the crimes? But one of the things that we're kind of sometimes we create a misnomer with is that we use causation when causation, according to some of these scholars, is not the right term. It's correlation. Can you correlate elevated statistics of homicide and poverty crimes, what we call like jackings and house break-ins and stuff, to poverty? Can you correlate that? And is there a correlation to race? And overwhelming evidence and data shows that yes, there's a deep correlation. They won't go so far as to say there's causation, but there's deep correlation between how a person's racial identity and makeup and their propensity to experience homicide, be the victims of it, or to perpetuate it. In that relationship, there's a deep correlation between race and the social conditions and the political disenfranchisement that a group of people experience that create the trajectory of their experience, their racialized experience. That's where the term racialization comes in at. And so part of the argument that A lot of people land on is like what I hear from Chef oftentimes, where he says, no, this stuff is cultural. It's part of what we do and what we're not doing. And that's the pathological argument. That's the idea. You hear that from white conservatives to even some black folks, where they say, the history has nothing to do with why that brother murdered that other brother, why he stole from that house, why he did what he did. It's all about the decisions that he made and the media that he's watching, the cartoons and the music, and his parents wasn't a good father and the mother father. And yeah, and it's like he has agency in that. And if he chose to make that decision, then the onus is on him. And so that's the pathological argument. Now, I would not say that there isn't an element of truth to that. The only element that I tend to pull out of that is that we still have to have agency, like Chef said, and we still have to take some responsibility in the inaction of how we address some of the issues in our community. However, there's also the contextual argument. The contextual argument is what Brass is trying to pull up. You have to draw the correlation between the social conditions of the people and how politics and economic decisions have created concentrated poverty that has subjected people to abject conditions that impacts their psychology, their well-being, their access to resources, and their ability to survive and adapt in that. And part of that survival and adaptation has been what Jawanza Kunjufu calls entropy, where we turn on ourselves to try to survive. And some of that is what we see in the murder rate. Some of that's the domestic violence. Some of that is the child abuse. Some of that is the what we call the economic crimes. And when you have a structure that's centered around a group of people to criminalize them and lock them up more because of that survival ability, then you go into the conversation of mass incarceration. Then you go into the conversation of railroading people into prison because of them trying to survive in the social conditions that they have. And so Michelle Alexander elevated in her research that a lot of the brothers who are locked up in prison are majority because of non-violent crimes and not violent crimes. And that's uniquely disproportionately different than other communities that we see who commits the same level of crimes and incidents. And so you can't separate these arguments from each other because they're complex, they're interwoven, and they're difficult to unfold. But if we side more on one than the other, then that means we're missing a huge important consideration that we have to have in order to understand and examine the conditions of our people and why we murder, why we suicide, why we hurt each other, because it's never just one answer. And the solution usually lands right there in the center somewhere. And I'll land there.
Jesse, let me say something.
Now, hold up. Now, you see how complicated that was, Brass? Now, remember, what did I say? What did I say before everybody came in here?
Go ahead, bro. What did you say?
I basically said it's going to be easy to take either the low road or the high road. It's going to be real. It's real easy to say. It's real easy to say F him and he got what he deserved, or nah, I'm just going to be the Pope and peace, love everybody. But when you got to navigate all that nuance, I think you find the right answer a lot closer to the center than what you probably wanted to
in the
be.
middle. No,
you probably wanted to be somewhere else, but it's probably a lot closer to the middle. And that's not an easy place to navigate with all the moving parts. You know what I'm saying? Because some of that stuff doesn't work out in your favor, but it just is real.
And when Johnson, let me give you these stats real quick. That's a good point, Logic. And you did say that to start the conversation. The reason, and this goes to Fairmont's point, but this is what I want y'all to understand about poverty and the correlation, right? Black Americans, about 23% of us live in concentrated poverty neighborhoods. Even though we make up about 51% below the poverty line, there's a difference in concentrated poverty neighborhoods. So about a quarter of all Black people live in concentrated poverty neighborhoods. White Americans only 4% live in those neighborhoods. So as Black people are 6 times more likely to grow up in that neighborhood. Now I'm going to correlate it to the violence. Because this is where the poverty comes into play. In white concentrated poverty areas, the Appalachians, the rural Midwest, and poor white pockets in cities, their homicide rates are comparable to inner city black neighborhoods. Some Appalachian counties have homicide rates higher than Chicago's poorest black neighborhoods. But the reason why the rates look different is because only a small fraction of whites live in concentrated poverty. Their average overall homicide rate stays low because you put these numbers across all whites. For black people, a much larger share of that population is stuck in those neighborhoods, so the average looks higher. What you fail to realize is that the violence pattern applies to both groups. Homicide does not follow skin color, it follows concentrated poverty. Poor black neighborhoods, high homicide. Poor white neighborhoods, high homicide. We're just in more concentrated poverty neighborhoods. It ain't got nothing to do with being black, bro. There's nothing to do with being black. Nothing to do with being black. There's no race in murder and homicide. It's concentrated poverty. That's why I told you, go to the favelas in Brazil. See, y'all just from wherever y'all from, but in Ohio, you got there's a place called Youngstown. That's a white neighborhood, but it's a poor white neighborhood. They was calling that shit Murder Town, USA. And most of the
Don't
victims and the
nobody live
offenders
in
were
fucking
white.
Youngstown.
Shut your ass up. Fuck. I wish I wasn't in public. I'd cut you out right now. But like the Ozarks in
And there
Missouri
no
and
black
Arkansas,
in
I
Youngstown.
guarantee you it's a lot
What's
of
the
murder.
population of Youngstown?
Nothing,
Big
bro.
shift
Listen,
for
if you ain't got the point, you ain't got it. New England,
Kelly
Millstown,
Patrick.
rural deep south.
Kelly Patrick from Youngstown. Yo,
Yeah, you all you know, you make the weirdest correlations because of boxing.
That's the only time I've heard
You
about
make
the
your
motherfucking
correlations
Youngstown.
But
Oh
I'm
my
telling you,
God.
it's the poverty, bro. If you can find the same homicide rates in poor, concentrated poverty white neighborhoods that you find in poor, concentrated black neighborhoods, but it's a quarter of us in there and it's only 4% in there, I'm following the poverty and the structural disadvantage of socioeconomic status, not the race. It ain't black. It's not black on black. Y'all go ahead. I hate to fuck up the conversation with actual information.
No, you didn't. You didn't. And that's in so many words, I probably diluted and said too much when I was trying to explain that.
No.
But
It's a
that's
great point.
essentially that's what I'm saying, because there's a complex arguments that's made around that. And where I tend to look at the people who talks about the pathological argument around these issues, I don't agree with them. But what I do say is that it's hard to be inactive with that argument when we're saying that, yes, we have to take into the consideration the political, social, historical. That's what I preach and teach from. That's my practice. But I don't rely the solution there. I try to say, like, somewhere in our culture lies the answer. Somewhere within our makeup and our resilience and the social factors, we have to make decisions to be active around addressing the development of Black males so they have some sense of grounded stability and identity for themselves and ethical development so they not leaning towards those type of decisions. We have to address our young ladies so they're growing up in some deep levels of femininity so they know how to conduct themselves in society and build cultural practice and human practices around themselves. So that way we're looking at our own culture and our own practices and our own psychologies and our own well-being within ourselves to affect what's happening to a social, political, and economic level. So that's why I say
But
that
Jackson,
we
so
can't
when you say
entirely
the
ignore
culture
the
is a
people who
reflection,
says
when you say the culture is a reflection,
it's
not a
always a
cause,
reflection.
when Ice Cube and them was
Yeah,
saying
it's
fuck the police and all of that, they were saying that as a
mhm.
reflection of what was happening, not what they was pushing, correct? Or no? Am I off base on that?
Wait, I'm confused. No, I might be
When
confused and
I'm
I might have
saying
lost the question.
I'm saying with culture, because see, you know the danger with culture is because then it makes it sound like it's something inherently wrong with us. And when
Right,
it's such
right.
a
And I
small
disagree with
segment of the
that. I
population,
disagree with that.
I think that culture is the reflection of what's going on, not necessarily the cause of it. It's like the drill era.
Gotcha.
That's a reflection
Yes.
of the neighborhood. It ain't no cause. When you say cause, music might. I mean, music is. I don't look at it that way. I don't look at it that way, and I don't think. And I don't
No, I
think
don't either.
culture when
No,
it
I
comes
agree
to
with you.
policy. Yeah, because
Bro, y'all
when
just
because
figured
you
it
know
out.
what.
It's poor on poor, bro. It's poor on poor crime, man. That's
So,
basically what you're saying.
no, but let me help Brass with the distinguishing. The
Right.
culture, see, that's what I said. That's the pathological argument. When we say, oh, it's the culture of the people, we can look back in like 2013, and Paul Ryan said the same thing in a speech that he did when he was the head of the committee, Republican convention. He talked about the culture of inner city people, and we know what that means. You know who he's referring to, and that they've been using the same language around that to say that it's black folks and who they are that makes them kill one another and have all these babies and do drugs and blah, 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 blah. No, but in that space, not him, but when black folks internally is having that conversation around our own systemic dialogue, it's within that culture that we have to find solution, not correlation or cause. It's solution. We have to turn internally within ourselves to be able to change those social conditions. That's what I mean. That's the clear difference. And that's why I'm saying I disagree with Chef when his conclusion is always like it's culture. We just fucked up. But I may not agree with him on that, but I agree that the solution lies in us internally figuring out what we have to do to address not only who we are as a people, but how do we start making different political and economic decisions. That's what I mean. That's the distinction.
I think we should also I think we should just look at how we make what drives our decision making. You know, because you can go into a neighborhood that's rough, but then some people will get out and some people won't. So it might be a good thing to just look at what are decision motivating factors in those neighborhoods. And then because you can make some decisions, even in the midst of all that craziness, you can make the decision not to shoot somebody, you can make a decision to do something else. So that might be something to look at. Hello?
Yeah. We're still here?
Hello?
Yeah, we're still here. Brother still here?
Oh
Hey,
yeah, I was
brother's on
done.
mute.
I don't know what happened, but I was done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I think you're right. There's some thoughts on that too, especially how we navigate our own lives and stuff like that. I hear you, bro, in terms of that piece. But I think these conversations are difficult. They're not, like Brad said earlier, we can't solve this within this one conversation. It's not even virtually possible. I tend to side on the reality because of the research that I've conducted and the data that I've looked at is that, we can explain a lot of the social psychological um, behaviors of Black folks in America by understanding what happened to us historically, by understanding what happened to us politically, by understanding what happened to us economically, and looking at the social and political engineering of our current existence today. And I believe that gives us a lot of information that correlates to why Black folks show up in the ways that we show up today. I don't think you could separate the two. When you look at a young 16-year-old brother from South Minneapolis or Baltimore, Chicago, South Chicago, whatever, and you look at some of the assets and the resources and his ability to be able to affect in his life 16-year-old
Breaking up.
young brother from his parents. You can't separate 16-year-old young brother from his parents' conditions and their uh, great current, but you can't separate that. It all correlates and impacts his ability to be able to have, to be able to access, and to be able to resource today. And so I think that's critically important for us to understand and examine how we make moves and find solutions to some of the situations we're dealing with today, whether it's homicide, domestic violence, suicide, all of that is part of that conversation.
Let me ask you a question. How do you think about well, I think that groupthink is, we have too much groupthink in our communities. We just have a lot of groupthink. So if one has a bad idea, everybody, groupthink, right? Everybody just tags along on it. But what do you think about having too much groupthink and not too much of individualism, and people just thinking on their own and making their own decisions as opposed to just going with um I want to call it
Curious.
peer pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I want to call it peer, like street peer pressure. Like, people aren't looking to be a marine biologist. They're not looking to be some sort of genetic specialist, or everyone's looking to do something like really not fruitful. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just
Mm-hmm.
curious to know about that the group think versus individual thinking. Some people, like some folks, don't believe that we got to get together always, and I don't really believe that we have to get together. I think we just have to individually think for ourselves and what our individual situations are, how we grew up, and make decisions off of that, not off of group think situation. That's my thoughts.
Mm. Mm. Yeah, that's good insight. I don't know if how much I've thought about it, and now that I'm hearing, I was going to ask you what's your definition of groupthink, but now that I kind of get some clarity on what you're saying, I'd be curious to hear what you're. I mean, I really don't know to answer that question directly. I don't know. I haven't thought about it enough because I'm curious on when you're supporting someone's inspiration to pursue a profession or a career or something like that, do we give our children or whoever we're encouraging the freedom to decide whatever they want to do, or do we want to encourage them to align to something that benefits the group, the collective? Like, I want to throw that up in the air to what you're thinking, because we see different communities have they're on different spectrums of how they do that. There's some communities, ethnic groups of people here that says, look, you ain't got no decision in this. You're gonna be an engineer, you're gonna be a doctor, you're gonna be a lawyer. You have no choice. If we're gonna pay for you, if you're gonna build off of our family legacy and wealth to be able to access what we're offering you, then you're going to have to become that profession. And this is good for not only the family, but the collection of the people. But then you have other people who's like, whatever you choose to do and whatever direction you want to go in is all up to you, as long as you do something good for yourself. And so I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Majestic, big up yourself. I love you. I love you as an intellectual. You can put
Likewise,
into
likewise, my
words.
brother.
You can put into words that I can't. I struggle to formulate the proper wording of certain situations. When you're the basic sociology, the first definition you learn about is community and society. And society and community don't exist outside of a group. It's a group of
Yes.
people coming together, sharing same morals and values. Right? That's a basic definition. I did it. I did that 30 odd years ago. So please excuse me if I don't get the definition verbatim. Right?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yes, sir.
the group has always existed, and people has always existed in the group for the benefit of the group.
Of the
When
group.
people are
Yes,
when
sir.
when persons are not beneficial to the group, they get ostracized and they get placed
That's right.
outside the group. So when people
That's
come
right.
and say they don't believe in group thing, is that societies and communities don't exist without group thinking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
here's the nuance. Here's the nuance to that. That may work for certain countries, but in America's built for individualism. It's not built for groups.
that
Any kind of group. Well, hang on. Let me finish. Don't get emotional. Let me finish my point. Is what I'm saying. So when you're trying to like make a path for your life, you know, you really ought to just draw, of course, draw from your community, but you draw from them as like a little bit of encouragement, help, assistance, but ultimately you need to make your own decisions about what you want to do, about your legacy and your following generations. You can't allow a community to tell you what to do.
So you cut me. So let me teach you on this. The American dream is a group dream, regardless of your professional, because the professional is to satisfy the American dream. It was sold on TV to us from Little House on the Prairie, where you have that house with the dog that look like Lassie, the wife in the housewife in the apron serving the chicken, and the white picket fence. When you think that you're doing something individually, you have already been programmed to act in accordance to the group. While you might have decision on the profession that you choose to do, if that profession don't fulfill what the group wants to fulfill, meaning that you're not selling the white picket fence and the chicken in every pot and this idealistic look, the group is going to ostracize you. The group is going to ostracize you. Young man, how old are you? Can I ask? Because you need to read more and you need to observe more. And you need to realize that you decided to be a lawyer, teacher, a doctor, or an Indian chief is okay within the group. The group makes accommodation for those dynamics as long as it fulfills the end goal of the group, that you're going to conform to the group, that you're going to be a nice middle class citizen. You'll be okay.
That's not none of that groupthink is working for us, at least.
No, you're changing you're changing the dynamics of the argument to say that
none of that groupthink is working at all. It's
no,
not working.
But dude, you know what you do? You listen to respond. You don't listen to learn.
I know what I did. I know what I told my kids to do. I said, you better get to college, get something, get a school, you're not going to be just hanging around out here. So I told him, you need to not be following, you know, I that's what I did. And so that's where they're at. So groupthink is not good. Groupthink, it doesn't work, man. It hasn't worked. Like the groupthink in the community is shitty.
But that's what everybody tells
you
them
hear the
children.
community, you know what the group think? The group thinks they actually think they're Egyptians. They actually think they're Hebrews. They actually think they're American Indians. They actually think that's ridiculous. That's all ridiculous. You know, foundational Black Americans don't do shit. Like, what is all this? They don't do anything. They get together and talk online. Make their own social media, fish bowls. They don't really do any impact to the community. Nothing is working.
Dude, you're a group thinker, you don't even know it. You're a group thinker and you don't even know it.
I am. Yeah. Listen to me. Let me explain.
You don't
Can I
even know it.
Can I explain? Can I explain my group thing? Can I explain my group thing? The group think I mean is the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. That's my group. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights. First, Fourth, Fifth Amendments, Sixth Amendments. That's my group.
Dude, no disrespect, but you need 20 years of life experience before you can have a conversation. You have zero life.
All right, Mr. Know-It-All.
I'm not Mr. Know-It-All, but you need 20 years of life.
You're acting like you know more than me. Like, are you more successful than me? Are you more successful? Do you know if you're more successful than me in life? You don't know that. I don't know. Wait a minute. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know if I'm successful. I don't know if you're successful. You can't tell me if I know less or more than you.
I didn't say that. I said you need more life experience. I didn't
How
say
do you know that? How do you know that you're absolutely right?
Because how you argue a point. You argue that
it's not about how I act. Look at the community. Look at the community, how they act. not me. Look at the community how they act, not me.
You know, my brother, I'm not sure if I got your name. Are you Tony? I'm not by my phone.
Yeah, I'm Tony.
Okay, brother Tony. So I hear what you're saying. I mean, there's a large element of disagreement that I humbly respect between you and what I may share and view, and that's good because it's good for discourse. I think the position I tend to try to uncover and in some of these dialogues is what is our idea around collective identity? How do we identify? And when we talk about groupthink, sometimes I hear not from you, entirely, but other people, is that there's this disagreement or this pushback or this contention with identifying with a larger body of groups, a collective idea. And some people position themselves to be like, yo, I agree with the ideology of America that is our our ability to pursue life, liberty, and happiness, and have this individual freedom to be able to um, examine whatever I want to choose to do in life. And that's fine if that's what your creed is. I think when we look and examine at the position, let's say African Americans here, I'm always looking at what is our movement to build a collective identity and how much of that has been a complicated conversation over the trajectories of our generations. Because that's been one of the number one nucleuses of discourse that we've had that's been internally difficult for us to identify and be able to make movements politically and socially and internally for that collective. And so some of us just say, fuck the collective. It's about me and my family, and that's all I'm concerned about. And then there's other people who say, well, I'm going to commit myself to being the best professional in service and making a career to serve the collection of my people. And so, in the midst of that, I don't know if I can qualify and say that our pursuit to try to adhere to collective identity or a group thinking translates into being Egyptians and all of this other stuff. I think you can make an argument for some of that. But I think there's some people who generally identify themselves as being African American, and what that means for them is a heritage of a unique experience. Some will say today a lineage, a culture, and a peoplehood. And that peoplehood is related to certain things that I choose to do to serve that peoplehood, which is very similar and congruent to other groups of people who establish their idea of peoplehood and tend to work and serve and better themselves for the collective of that peoplehood. And this translate down to the micro conversation of the family, which is what Stu Pease was trying to elevate. That there's a conversation we have to have when we're socializing and raising our own children of like, when you go out and pursue this, there's an obligation you have to the family in terms of economic, financial, and resource development and your professionalism. And then there's an obligation you have to your collective people in some way. And it
I
doesn't
agree.
mean you work, so that's the
I
piece that
agree.
I think comes up in these conversations. I'll land there. Go ahead.
I totally agree that you should every ethnicity should have their own little community community to
Mm-hmm.
get together, but they shouldn't be like, how do I say it, like they shouldn't guide your personal family decisions. They
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't. You should um you should be able to make your own reasonable decisions within you and your family. And of course, you look at the community. But I believe that if you focus on what I just said, like your own decision, what affects your family, forget what everybody else, what the result will be is that you're going to have those kind of families in the community. And it's just going to be more people thinking that way in a community, and then that becomes a strong community.
I think there's an argument to be made for that. I think,
No,
but the question is if you have, and I'm gonna put it in the different terms. If you have strong, stable, grounded families that builds up community, does that automatically, and I'm asking you this, does that translate that strong collection of families that have some individual self-sufficiency and stabilization, does that translate into a community that collectively identify with each other, share common values, and share histories and connections to where they're operating and attempting to operate in one accord? Do you think that translate into that peoplehood development?
Absolutely. I think if that was to happen, I think the culture would get stronger in a positive way. Look at
So you think? Go ahead.
What will result is a bunch of positive things that is actually indicative and representative of the Black community, which the real Black community, not what we're seeing right now. I'm the real Black community, people that love their kids, their families, they want to, this thing.
Majasi, big up yourself always. Always big up yourself. Always big up yourself. I see what you're attempting to do, but the language might be a little bit too convoluted to understand that, to compare and contrast the individual to the community. Whether or not a community
Right.
full of individuals with individualistic ideas will share common goal. I don't speak English well, but I understand it. And I can write it. But I cannot speak it. It's a brain block for me. No. I understand where you're coming from. And I understand that you did sociology, among other things. And when you look at communities all the way back, there's always an intrinsic core. There's always a core or a value system that is shared within its member. I tell my son this when he was having a conversation that when you're born, whether you like it or not, you sign a social contract with the community that you live with, that you live in, that you're born to. And that social contract says, I will adhere to what this community is. Now, sometimes you have outliers who push the barriers, who change certain things. Like women weren't allowed to vote. They have outliers who say that is unfair. We're going to change that within our community. And I'm using the word community holistically. I'm not referring to a small group of people. Because a country is actually a community. And a bigger sense of things. I always have outliers in that who push the barriers, who makes change. But it was never individualistic change. Because the whole is greater than the one. So when somebody say, I am an individual, no, there's no community with one individual. That's why loners can't make change. Lone wolves can't make change. Change is made within communities. And if we look back at it that way, that's
I'm
why.
not saying communities are inherently
Can
bad.
I'm not saying that
I'm
to
saying
you,
our
dude.
community is. I'm not saying
But
communities
let's
are
do peace
inherently
finish.
bad.
Let's do peace
I'm
finish.
saying ours
Hold on,
is.
Tony, let's do peace finish. Let's do peace
I'm
finish. Go
sorry.
ahead, Stu Peace.
No. What I'm saying is that, and I lost my train of thought, but to say this is that when we strengthen our community, we're strengthening values that would apply to the upliftment of the community. When Brass come in here and him talk about financial health and financial responsibility, Brass not talking about himself alone. The outlier who decided that, listen, I think this would work for the betterment of the community. He's not saying that I am okay, I have 200 houses, so if you don't have 200 houses, you're not a part of my community. No, he's saying that I'm going to help other people within my community. He's an outlier, but he's trying to push the barriers. Right. And that's what people need to understand about communities, is that we have to share a similar goal. And that's what Malcolm tried. That's what Martin tried. That's what even W.E. Du Bois tried, where he tried to segment the community by saying that these people will do the work when it's everybody. Because community is not 10 people within a community. It's everybody. It's from the lowest of low to the highest of high. And it has to be inclusive. Always. Yeah. But I think I can't, my head hurt me. My head hurt me, and I promise I'm not going to cuss out anybody. I promise I'm not going to cuss out anybody for the week. But Monday I have one cuss out. And I'm saving that cuss out. But I have one cuss out a week. Yeah, saving
One
that cuss
curse
out.
out a week.
One
Big
cuss
up
out a
to you,
week.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Big up
Yeah.
to you, my brother. Big
No,
up to you.
Big up, yeah.
I appreciate you, Stu. I know we
Yeah.
got at times we got a whole panel
Is he just
full of
chopped up for
fire
me or?
crackers, and
Yeah,
we
no,
keep it
he's
together. So
logically.
that's what's up. Go ahead, Mujasa. I ain't want to say nothing.
Hey, Stupid, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
We currently have a community right now. Okay, we have a black community right now. So
yeah.
What is wrong with, is the community functioning, or what do you think should change, or what? Because we got a community right now.
No, we have a community. And we have a community that is experiencing a lot of stresses or stressors, a lot of interaction from external forces, a lot of divide within the community. But we have a community at its core. And other people, as I mentioned earlier, like Brass, see a problem within the community because this community don't have one fix to it. It's fragmented.
Well,
this community is fragmented. Let me finish. Ask my question. Yeah, ask my question. So therefore, we have to be patching the holes as we move along. So we identify them and we strengthen our community. It's going to take time. But when this person come with this magic bullet to say, "Oh, Democrats is the reason why this community is this way or that," and you really look at it, and you say,
"What's the first thing? If you have the ability to do something about what would be the first thing you do?"
Well, if I had an individual idea, as I said, what Brass said was to refer to the financial aspect of it, because my idea might not be the best idea. So I'm going to draw from the best people around me and listen to their ideas, and I'm going to copy it. But what I'm going to give them credit. Yes, because in the American society, money play a vital part in how and where you live. So if you can increase the financial level of individual,
how do you do
can
that?
move them out of areas.
Move them out?
You can move them out of unhealthy areas. Communities are not restricted to an area.
Move them out.
And then within that area, you can develop it with the other people that are left.
You said move them out.
Yeah, because I believe that we have overcrowding in our communities.
Move them where?
America big.
Come on, Stu. Come
America
on.
big. Them can live anywhere. Black people can live anywhere.
Like that.
Black people can live anywhere. And I'm not saying people are. Let me change it because I said my English is not good. People can move to other areas, and people within that area.
How about education? The ability to take your kids to any school you want.
What is education? Define education to you.
School, high school, kindergarten, college, to go any school you want.
What about skills?
Meaning, well, that too.
Skills.
Yes.
No, we like to use education. What about skills?
Answer that one though. What about
commerce? What about commerce?
Wait.
The thing that you're saying that what is important to you? What is important to you? You ask a single, but education. If I have an educated population without the resources to employ or to provide resources for those people to be entrepreneurs, what difference it make? What difference it make?
I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
Not only educated people, but very resourceful, and
that's two things you're talking about. No?
Wait.
You said one. You said one. You're using two examples.
You're not gonna let me answer though. Like that's
all right,
the whole
so
thing.
You can use one. You said what is the one thing, and you're saying education, and I'm saying
education.
Right. And what did I say? I would use Brass' idea. What Brass is saying?
It's a combination of stuff.
No, you said one. You can't move the
Yes,
goalposts. You asked me
exactly. And I
what's the
say
one thing I
education.
would do. So I'm asking you what the one thing that you would do. And you say
I
you'd
said it.
educate all your people.
Well, I would give them the freedom to go to any education institution they want.
And then afterwards, how did they get employed?
They become very good at what they do, right?
And get employed
And
by
then
who?
and then it's a merit system. Or what I did is get out of that whole system entirely and
You
start
ain't
my
say
own
a
business.
merit system in
And start my
America.
own business. That's what I did.
You know,
I set up.
I'm coming off because I'm about to cuss out somebody, so I'm going on mute.
Me?
Yeah, I don't know if you can fight the merit system, Stupides. I
Me?
don't know if you can
Curse
mount
me out.
a
Wait, what
defense
did I
against that.
say? You guys get so emotional.
He being funny. He's being
Oh,
funny. He's
I'm like,
just
what the
gracefully
fuck did
bowing
I
out the
say?
conversation. I
So,
mean, I too find it kind of far fetched to say that I can trust America to work off the merit system. I don't.
well, that's what I'm
That don't even
saying.
sound right.
I agree. That's why I started my own
But
business. Let me
that
tell
will
you my story.
require a lot of faith and trust
Let
in
me
a
tell you my
system that
story.
doesn't have a track record of
I agree.
you
Let
know.
me tell you my story. I agree. Let me tell you my story. I worked for American Express, Bank of America, Xerox, big corporate companies, right? I knew my shit, but I kept on being overlooked, for nepotism, this, that, or the other, not having enough brownie point. I wasn't like that. So I got tired of it. So I got tired of like all this bullshit, and I felt a little bit, like these white folks are all the way up here, like, I see the movements. People are what's going on here. I can't get out of this. I can't get out of this. I'm going to start my own business. That's what I did. We all can do that, you know. So I'm not complaining about this country. I know how it is, you know. Other countries are a lot worse. That's not an excuse. But what I did, well, I'm going to start my own business. It'll take a little while, but I did. And that's where I'm at. So you have that ability. Everyone has that ability to like make decisions like that. Like, fuck these motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to start my own little business and, it worked for me. That's what I did.
That's good that it worked for you. I think that I would even have to say I've come around in saying everybody isn't cut out to be an
No,
entrepreneur.
agreed. But they gotta try. At least try. If you don't try, at least
Right. So you can't right. So long term, you can't devise a plan that hinges on a large
No. That was no.
a large
Mm.
population of entrepreneurs because it may not be for everybody.
No, I
So
agree.
you would have to incorporate stuff for people who just don't have the aptitude or whatever the discipline, all that stuff that it would take to be a successful entrepreneur. So
And that's
you
why.
can't leave
That's
out
why.
other people.
No, I'm not leaving out anyone. That's what I'm saying. It's not for everyone, but like if you're really that fed up about the white folks and working for people, you really every day talking about it, and you haven't paid $50 to start your own little stupid business doing whatever, like then I don't know what people are talking about. But what I'm
Well,
saying,
what if you don't get fed up until you're 65 or you have an injury and now you can't work so hard, right? Like you still got to incorporate other people. You know
you
what I'm saying?
shouldn't.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Like there's never,
I
it's
mean,
never too
I
late.
get it. I get it, and I can be as shrewd as anybody. But I'm saying, like, you would have to at least have some way for them to be participating in it too. Because if you don't, well, when the people actually do get what they're looking for, they're gonna say,
Oh
"Nigga,
yeah,
you ain't
I'm
did
not into.
shit."
I'm not
Right?
into exclusion.
We already deal with classism, so you would be needing to
But I'm
try
not.
to bridge both of those gaps.
I'm not into. I'm
All
not.
right.
You're framing. You're framing an argument of exclusion. I haven't said anything about exclusion. I'm saying what I would do if I was tired of the man. I would start my own business. But the original thing was, what do you do in a community? Like, you know what I'm saying? What would be the first thing that you can do? Like, to change things. It has to be education, where it be, trade school or like, whatever it is. You got to learn something. You know what I mean? And I think if people in the community were able to take their kids to different schools that are not in the community, you know, any school they wanted, I think that would be a good step.
For sure. It's complicated. I really don't think that there's a right answer, but I would say that there's a right mentality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because when the first time Stu Peace brought up W.B. Du Bois, it kind of was difficult for me to like listen to what he was saying. But I guess the more that conversation kind of flushed out, I understand more about the point that he was making about he was actually being a bit more divisive or creating division. He saw the division within black people to be a part of like progress, right? He wanted to identify and isolate and promote the talented 10th, right? Which of course takes all the limelight off of the little people, you know, who just work down in the factory. But those little people who work down at those factory, we need those people to support those 10, you know, that 10%. We need them to also be behind it. So they can't be totally left out, or you'll just end right back up where you started in classism. And those black elites will feel separate from those, you know, black just working class people.
That's the thing, you know, if you have the ability to take your child to whatever school you feel or he feels or she feels best, and take them out of the schools in the
But
community that
you keep saying that like do they just not let you in the door, or are you talking about
well,
the fact that they
schools are,
price you out of it, or
you know,
what are you
like,
saying like
well,
they can't?
you're normally only allowed to go to schools in your district, like your area.
What are you talking about, high schools?
Schools, yeah, like, yeah, school, high school, any school.
Okay, I'm thinking you're talking about college or something else, but go ahead.
Yeah, so if you have the ability to move your kid from an inner city school that doesn't have a lot of resources for whatever reason, doesn't have the resources, and say, I want my kid in this school that has a lot of resources. I mean, I think that'll be a difference. I mean, I think it's gotta be an education, and we gotta start with the young kids because the older guys are gone. They're not. Mm-mm.
I don't know.
And my bad to jump in. My bad to jump in and derail the convo. But
Nah, by all means.
I'm
By all
not, like I said,
means,
I'm
baby.
not really that familiar with Kurt, but I just uploaded a video of him talking with I guess a black liberal student, and the dialogue wasn't as contentious as I thought it would be before clicking on it. And Kirk may have been. I'm not trying to defend him or nothing. He definitely sounds like a wild guy, but he was to the. He said like, I'm not to. I see a black person individual. I don't want to judge you preconceived. I want to see what you bring to the table. So it sounds like, especially like with DEI and a lot of the convos, I could be wrong. I'm like 10 minutes in the video. Sounds like he just promotes meritocracy. And a lot of policies he's discussing is probably isn't. I don't know, but what he's saying, what he's talking with this black student I'm watching in this video is actually a good dialogue, and they're letting each other speak. They respecting each other. So that's all I was asking. Did anybody watch that
No,
particular interview?
I didn't watch it, but I actually find the term meritocracy a bit offensive in a way, because
Oh
like
my
it's like
God! Everything is a God
it's
damn.
to me it's like you veiling. It's like a veil that you could use, right? You say
That's offensive.
meritocracy as, let me explain what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
You say meritocracy as if you can detach everybody in the environment and give them equal start,
No.
equal
See,
footing.
that's what people mess it up. Well, people who promote meritocracy, a lot of them ain't even saying that. They're saying create pipelines to find the best quote unquote African Americans you feel that are underrepresented. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, that person has to be there based off their merit and not having a quota.
Qualification.
Because some people are saying when you emphasize inclusion of a particular group, the direct byproduct or result of that is going to be exclusion. So that's why you got people, a lot of Asians or just certain
No,
people.
man,
Go ahead.
that would disproportionately affect one group over another because it's like it's like if my dad is an NBA player and he can afford to put a basketball goal in his backyard, like I got a head start that the kids, you know what I'm saying, that can't afford to do that have. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll almost never be able to catch me if I'm taking that serious. You know what I'm saying? I just can get up more shots than you anytime I feel like it.
Don't black people do that as well, though?
When you But I'm saying, but like in larger numbers, that works
Okay, I got you.
against us. You get what I'm saying? When you look at the larger population, they can afford to give themselves that head start and take advantage of that meritocracy in a way that we
No,
can't.
I see what you're saying.
And
I think a lot of people have new
basically
brains
never
when
will.
it comes to meritocracy. Like I think America as a country does need to emphasize, like, all at the same time. They need to create a framework that emphasizes meritocracy because, again, in education, y'all was talking about schools, middle school, high school. When you talk about the Department of Education and certain educators in certain states, they don't emphasize AP classes and outlier students and shit like that. They got this idea that everyone is the same. Take race out of it. Every individual is the same, and if you give them the same whatever, they would be the same. And that's just not true, bro. It's just not true. So I'm saying, like, that thought that you have isn't wrong, but everybody that promotes meritocracy isn't going down the avenue that you're speaking of by not being unaware of these certain things that you're saying. They're just trying to create a framework saying, hey man, as America, we kind of leaning a little too far on the extreme if we not gonna emphasize, where what I mean? That's so
No,
two things
I
can be
feel you. I feel you. I would just be concerned that the drivers behind meritocracy would be different drivers than behind equality,
You can
right?
have
Or equity for that matter.
you can have meritocracy within a community.
right.
I mean, but it would make more sense among a community where things are considerably equal, right? Because if not, you're basically subjecting some people to start the race with a head start. I mean, I don't like if y'all acknowledging that that's a part of meritocracy. Like, how could you like think meritocracy could be like work in your favor when predominantly we don't get this head start? I don't understand.
When people say meritocracy, I laugh. Meritocracy is a catchword. If we look on a whole, most black people will never achieve meritocracy in America. It is not promoted. If so, black women will be in the highest position in America because
Hello?
black
Hello?
women is the most educated group.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yes,
Oh,
I
okay.
can.
All right.
Black women,
Okay, I'm sorry.
black women
I
is the
think my
most
signal
educated group.
I
So
think my
they would have
signal went
all of the
out.
highest.
Did y'all hear any of that?
No,
Hello?
we're
Hello?
just getting back. We're just getting back too.
Damn.
It wasn't just you.
Okay.
I guess
Hello? Hello?
Discord
Hello?
must have had a hiccup for a second.
Yeah, I
Mujasa,
see
you
what
might have to come, might have to
I
leave out
see
and
what
come
you're
back.
saying, bro. Like, I'm not nobody's trying to undermine what you're saying.
The
Like,
last
those
thing I
are
remember, at least what I said, was the meritocracy. I mean, that
Yo,
you
did
can
you
have.
just hear him talking, yo?
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I don't hear him.
Oh no, you good, go
No,
ahead.
that's why I'm asking you because Mujasa sounded like he having the same problem. We might. I'm gonna back out and come back in.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what
can
I
y'all
did.
hear me
No,
now?
I
everybody
don't
can
hear
hear each
him.
other. People just
I
no,
don't hear
y'all
You
Fetty
doing this
either.
shit on purpose.
hello? Can y'all hear me now?
Y'all doing this shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can hear
I can
you,
hear you.
Oh,
Jesse.
well,
Okay,
Jesse got
okay, yeah.
exclamation point.
Okay.
Yo,
Got
I
can
don't know what
exclamation
oh,
that
can y'all
point.
hear
means.
me?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead,
we
Fetty.
can hear you, Fatty.
All right.
I
If
don't
you
hear him.
all I was gonna say was that when a person wants to promote, again, two things can be true. I
Go
think
crazy.
you can address the things you're talking about, logic, like a lot of the things that comes with if you have a fully meritocratic mindset, and you have to be mindful of those things. But again, people and experts are trying to create new frameworks every day to address both issues, because you can admit that the intent of DEI and the results of what's going on are two different things. You did shows on that. So obviously the intent was had good intentions or whatever, but results are a whole different thing. So when you got people who want to value, even in the black community, yo, we don't have to lower our standards, especially when you talk about standardized tests or college admissions. Why do we have to lower standards to fit a quota when we can
Yeah,
just
I forgot
find
about that.
when we can just create healthy pipelines for African Americans that are that score as well as other people, and create a balanced system that way. That
That costs
kills,
no
like,
money.
go ahead.
Costs no.
Up a little bit.
Dang, what's up with Discord today, man? This audio's not
You
working for us,
sound
brother.
you sound just fine. You sound just
Right, but
fine, bro.
I think Chef was about to say something.
How do you
I
see it
don't.
unfolding, Mujasi? I feel like it'd be very difficult to convince me meritocracy works well for black or doesn't disproportionately work better for white people. I
Right,
I can't see it not doing that.
that's what I was trying to say earlier until the audio got messed up, is that it's difficult because I mean I get what Brother Fetty is saying. I know there's some people that's trying to um change the discourse around meritocracy and say that theoretically it can work if we do this and do that. But most of it is theory. Most of it is not projected with data. Most of it is not projected with any grounding experiences from history and our current political situation. So a lot of it is
There
a
is.
projection.
No,
A lot of it is
no. This
a
this
lot of
one
it is
thing. My bad to
projection.
cut you. It's a framework
let me
called
let me let
inclusive
me land
excellence.
here because let me land
Yeah,
here
listen to record
because
here. Go ahead. Go
yeah, I don't want to necessarily, I'm not dismissing, or I may have an element of disagreement with what you're saying, Freddie, but I don't want to dismiss what you're saying because I know that there's different peoples trying to elevate meritocracy to say that if we equalize the playing field and create resource access to people being able to access higher education, job opportunities, career opportunities, and industries, then meritocracy should be the way that people can fulfill their levels of being able to be qualified for these things.
No,
So
I'm not
I
saying
think
that. I'm not saying that though.
I know you're not saying that. I'm talking
Oh,
about the
let him
experts and
finish.
some
Just
of the
let him
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
finish.
I'm
professionals.
sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah, just some of the professionals. This is not Fetty. I'm not speaking to Fetty. I'm speaking to the conversation and the stuff that I've read about people arguing for a meritocratic kind of system. I think the argument that we've been able to make against that and to kind of examine that is that it doesn't align with the history or the marginalization of different groups of people that was qualified for years in professions and degrees and expertise and never had the ability to access resources. Meritocracy does not consider, when we talk about it, it doesn't consider the power dynamic of people's positionings, that there's a power dynamic that still favors white centralization in this country. It still favors white people. And so meritocracy theoretically and through practice have worked for white people and given them advantages historically. And it's created policies, it's created programs that has favored very specific groups of people. And so some of the policies that came about in the 60s and that almost got reversed in the 70s were to try to remediate those meritocracy discrepancies that did not work for other groups of people. And it did create some complications in affirmative action, and it created complications in quotas and disproportions of people getting in and lowering bars. It did create complications with that, but it wasn't supposed to be the solution base. It was supposed to move towards a meritocratic society, but dealing with that white centralization, that white supremacy was difficult for true meritocracy to unfold. So I have a hard time with meritocracy because it doesn't take into consideration the history and the power dynamics of how people experience and are limited in their access to attain what they want to attain for themselves. I'll land there.
Right. And we had hold on. Let me say this real quick. And look, if you was listening to what I was saying that meritocracy and the historic aspect of it hasn't really been beneficial to Black people, right? But there's
Right.
a framework. I watched lectures from the University of Michigan, Missouri, TCU, and HBUs of Black experts introducing a framework and other groups of people called inclusive excellence. And
Absolutely.
inclusive excellence, just by those two words, obviously is a framework that addresses the things you're talking about while also promoting excellence and
Right.
not lowering a standard just to meet a quota based off a
Right.
certain number of bodies based off race and a position. So inclusive excellence actually was developed, I think, in 2005 by the Association of American Colleges and Universities. So it's something that's being pushed again to address, because again, like you can have something on the left that's extreme, something on the right that's extreme. But if you create a framework to try to address both sides and find middle ground, that's the best option we have at this point. So I'm saying again, people, you two things can be true. You can promote meritocracy. Basically, meritocracy is another thing for saying I want to promote excellence, Black excellence. You know those sayings. I want to promote Black excellence, but at the same time address those things that you're talking about. And there's a framework
Absolutely.
that's been published in the motion. Of course, it's kind of new, but I know regarding like a lot of these convos, meritocracy and DEI is so cold and hot. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times for me, I try to be in the middle of the joint. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I see what you're saying. Like if we follow the same framework of meritocracy we have been doing, and how other people used it in a messed up way, and how it hasn't been beneficial to Black people, I agree with you. Throw that framework in the trash. But I still want to promote some form of Black excellence while also, you know what I mean? So that's all I was saying.
So
No,
my
I
brother
wanted to say,
Fetty, how would you get Black folks to trust this new and I've heard about that theory of intellectual excellence. How would you get Black folks to trust this new theoretical model that's been introduced?
By having Black experts like the ones I saw at colleges be the ones to give them the message. Because I think if a white person said, they ain't gonna listen to it, which is understandable. Because it's like, damn, you not me. You don't belong to, well with my people. So how can you really know my best interest? But again, you
Hmm.
got Black experts at PWI, even HBCUs and shit like that, promoting inclusive excellence. Because again, you got Black physicists like James Sylvester. I forgot his last name, who also said in his classroom he noticed that young Black children wouldn't maximize on their homework when they was younger, and how he equated it to sports. He was basically saying like, I don't want to misquote what he said, but he made the analogy of in sports, meritocracy is something that's very valued, like to where, yeah, you discriminating, but at the end of the day, it's like it's based off results. And if you got a football team or whatever, the coach is not looking at a
Ernie,
person's skin color and saying, "Hey, we need to
Ernie.
put him in it." But yeah, I would say look at that. Look at what Black experts say that support uh inclusive excellence or some form of meritocracy versus letting DEI and other policies they feel that hinders African Americans from maximizing their potential by always relying on something that could uh just not again maximize their potential. You got Black experts that got a problem with that.
we use meritocracy on almost everything we do, on all the decisions we make. But when it comes to ourselves, we don't want to go ahead and use it. It's pretty strange. Like we
Yeah,
we
that's
want
true.
to buy something, we're gonna get the most best this because those people make
because
it
it
best,
because it doesn't
Let them cook. Let
mitigate
them
the
cook. Let them cook. Let them cook.
adversities. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
right? Y'all,
Finish your statement.
we all make those decisions, and it's not. It's a product we're buying. It's pretty funny and take it to the next extent of buying Black business products, white business products, how people think. We're buying stuff because we think that they do it better, blah blah blah. When we can actually get the same product somewhere else. You know what I mean?
And the point about how do we get there is easy. You know, it's just we just got to get people educated in all aspects and fields that exist. You know, that's by letting them kids go to whatever school they want to go to, you know, wherever it is. Now, it was mentioned that there wasn't a precedence. The Islamic community is using meritocracy and in a crazy way where they're putting out their best to take over. I mean, it's happening right in front of our eyes. That's an example of precedence, you know.
That doesn't
Now,
make sense.
so what I'm seeing is that the meritocracy does not mitigate the systemic issues that create the discrepancy in the first place. To me, it actually it exaggerates. Right? Like, you can
You
say
should
all you
stop right
want about
there.
a pipeline.
Hey, Lodge, you should stop. That was
What's
the
up?
clearest point, right? You just said the clearest point right there. Like, say that again. Just
We
that
agreed
phrase.
though. We said meritocracy hasn't worked, the framework, and we got to change it. I thought we agreed. I literally said everything Logic said is right and exact, and you have people that is emphasizing the points he's talking about and the importance, even in a culture or just America at large, to promote excellence. So you can address both problems and create a framework based off that. So I agree with Logic. I agree with him.
Yeah,
Any
I
black
don't
person,
think
any
the
black person,
conversation can move past what Logic said though in good
it
faith.
can't move past.
He said meritocracy, like he doesn't see how it could benefit black people, especially when you incorporate historical things. I said all of that.
No,
I
that's
agree
not
with
what
him.
I said.
Right.
I
So
got really
I'm saying the
specific that
conversation.
time.
Yeah.
He said he's not
He
a
Go ahead.
said
Go
believer
ahead.
that the
Go ahead.
he said that there's disparities already in the system. So a meritocracy won't work for the people at the short end of the stick right now.
Yes, I agree.
It just wouldn't.
I'm telling you,
Right. So
inclusive
we can't.
excellence, black experts, again, because you haven't, I'm sure you haven't like probably watched the framework and why they're addressing it. They talk about all of that. It's called inclusive excellence. It's
But it
addressing
don't
what
work.
you're
It
saying.
don't work.
I mean, it sounds good. Yeah, that all of that shit sounds good, but
Can I?
it doesn't address the problems that created that circumstance in the first place. It
So
doesn't.
you know the full
As a,
framework. So you know the framework of what they're trying to talk about
I mean,
regarding.
if it's anything other than equality, it can't do anything
Why
but
not look
exaggerate
it
it,
up?
huh?
Like that's all. All right, you're right.
Can I say something? Can I say something, please? Thank you for giving me.
Say it. Say it.
Because you know, Sheffrin, one cuss out per week, please, and I do it already. Meritocracy. When a black man promoted meritocracy, I knew that he's brainwashed because
Here we go.
meritocracy.
Here we go. Here we go. This nigga always reacting.
Take it, take it easy. Take it easy on my guy
Here we
Fetty,
go.
yo.
He
Take it
always
easy
he
on.
never address. I be cooking this nigga all the time. He don't
Let me
never address.
take it easy
Here
on
he
my
go.
man Fetty,
Here he
bro.
go.
We gonna devolve the conversation for no reason,
Nah,
Fetty.
bro.
I mean,
We put
Oh, he
meritocracy
can't have this
nah,
dialogue. He
I'm
always got to
I'm
talk.
talking to Stu P. I'm trying to get Stu P to chill.
Fuck
Like
out of
we
here.
don't have to say it like that. We don't
My
gotta do it like
apologies. My apologies. Meritocracy has never worked in the black community. Never ever worked. My uncle came here in 1975. He got a job at Chase Manhattan Bank. He left Jamaica with a first degree in 75 in finance. In 75, a degree was a big thing. Right? He got a job with Chase Bank and he worked there for 10 years. And the position that he got the job in, he never got a promotion. And guess what? He trained many a white persons who came into the job who was less than. Many of us here who have friends in corporate will tell you that black people will get through the door, but half of the time it's hard to get a promotion. Because then based on that now, they will say that that black person was not the best for the job. Although he trained many of his supervisors and he acted many of the positions, but he was never appointed to those positions. Meritocracy don't work because the system that exists does not promote meritocracy, especially for black people. You have outliers. I say outliers. I love to talk about outliers. You have outliers. You have those persons that will advance if given the opportunity and will rise to the top. But on a whole, right? Look at CEOs in Fortune 500 companies. Black CEOs only measure 2%, yes, we have 15.3% of the population. We can go all the way down with most professions and most appointees. Although we are 15%, black women are the most educated women in America. But how much of them is management? How much of them in charge of Fortune 500 companies? How much of them in charge of Fortune 1000 companies? Meritocracy is a catchword that is used by many to tell people that, listen, if you work hard enough, if you're industrial enough, you will be appointed to the positions. But that is not true because the history and the experience.
Or it will create brain drain.
Yeah,
It'll create brain drain. It would take the best of us out of our community, and you know what I mean. That's it. So it would just be sucking our best out of us and using them up, but our community as a whole wouldn't get nothing from that. You dig what I'm saying? So that's easy to say. Okay, we're gonna go to all fucked up communities and just take their best. You feel me? Like that's crazy. Like, of course they want our best. Of course they want our best to feed their motherfucking meal. Like, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, how does that benefit us? Right,
Well, can I
Yeah,
say
how does
something
that
right quick?
instead
It's
of
really
fixing
not
the
about.
system?
That guy's part of a community.
My bad.
So
Go
let me
ahead. Go
get
ahead,
this
Sean.
out. Let me get yeah. So when we're talking about structural things that will fix it for the majority of black people, right? So the pipeline can be open wider for more of us to get through, not shrinking the pipeline so only the best of us get through. Then the rest of us is just stuck in shit. So when Tony was talking about the school-based choice, you know, or that where if a parent can put their child in another school, they should have the opportunity to do that. But the parent that don't have access to move their child across the city every day to go to a school, you know what I mean? Then the other kids got to stay in the fucked up school. So only the ones that's have the availability or the access. You know what I mean? So you're saying we're not going to fix the problem for everybody. We're just going to allow the ones who have access, you know what I mean, to get better.
It's not like
That's
that.
fucked up.
It's not like
But
that.
It is.
but that's what I'm saying. But
It
you got to
is.
think about DEI though. Like I think y'all confusing what DEI was for. DEI was not to give people positions just because of the color of their skin. So when I heard that, that's what made me come up here because I'm like, nah, that's not what DEI was about. That's not how DEI works. They didn't just give out random, you know what I mean, jobs because a person was black. No, you had to be qualified. What it did was it opened up opportunities for the people who were qualified to actually be examined and to be given a chance to do the job that they are qualified for because of the fact that meritocracy was only working for a certain group. It wasn't working for everybody. So meritocracy, they wasn't paying no attention to what black people were capable of doing. So therefore, black people weren't given the opportunity to even try those things. So that's where DEI came into place. The thing that messed DEI up, well, I won't say that messed it up, but the thing that people pay more attention to is the fact that it helped more women than it did black people in general because it wasn't necessarily set up just for black people. It was set up for people who have who might be disabled. It was set up for people who might be older and still want employment and stuff like that. So it wasn't just set up to benefit black people, but it was set up in order to give black people an opportunity to showcase what we know.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. You're right. And then people get believe that when they hear DEI, they almost say, "Oh, it's unqualified people getting the job." That's not true. It's qualified people would not get a second look if it was not for DEI. But then we buy into the bullshit that was sold to us, the propaganda that that's a DEI person. up until the point now that black exceptional soldiers' pictures are being removed from the Pentagon archives on the web because it's insinuating that these soldiers who perform feats of valor were unqualified. Be careful with the propaganda that you buy into because DEI don't mean that. DEI mean that the qualified black person would never get a second look, got the opportunity. That's what it means.
There's a difference between intent and results.
Oh.
Can you show? Can you show any results? Can you show like you saying that would mean that you have proof? You saying that
people or groups benefited from it.
No. I'm saying you saying that only being a talking point or whatever. That means that you have proof that black people who weren't qualified were getting these jobs. Can you show any evidence of that?
I mean, yeah. We had these convos before. I think it benefited like DEI again. It like the intent of it was
no,
I guess,
no, that's not the
good,
question you
but
asked.
when you talk about the results, it actually benefited like white women and shit like
Yeah,
that.
but
And these,
unqualified black people who got position based on DEI. Show me one unqualified.
yeah. I mean, I don't fully disagree with DEI. I mean, and like the results, like, because again, it does address creating again pipelines to fill certain quotas and shit like that. I'm not tripping off that, but I'm saying.
Let's ask you a question.
Damn, why can't I finish? God damn, you talk. Oh my God.
For today,
Yeah, like, bro.
Over what you're promoting.
You don't even let me land my plane, bro. God damn.
Black people today.
I can't even hear you. I can't even hear you, bro. It sounds like you in a submarine.
Which one you prefer for today? For black people today? Is meritocracy better than DEI?
See again. You trying to again. You're trying to create this hot and cold environment. This either or. When I literally broke down how you can incorporate. See, you niggas don't listen. See, I'm done. You playing the trick bag by making me pick a either or, and I'm literally addressing.
I think he's asking you to explain how you can do both of them.
No. I literally addressed how. No, he asked me a question. He said, would you want black people to prefer or be under meritocracy or DEI? He made me basically to pick an extreme either or. Did he not do that?
I don't know why y'all picking at each other right now, and I really hope y'all stop because I think this is like a good ass.
I just asked you, bro. Did he not do that?
I honestly,
man, bro. Niggas,
I don't know. If I heard him say it, I'd have said it, bro. I don't know what he said. I was hope y'all stop picking at each other because I think it's a good combo.
Yeah, so can I feel some of the confusion though? Because I think that the confusion is coming in because of the fact that it's the way that we're trying to use DEI and meritocracy, because meritocracy is still included with the DEI. That's the point that I'm making, because DEI is not necessarily giving anybody a job. It gives you an opportunity to get the job. So your merit is still, the meritocracy is still there. You still have to be able to do the job. There's no black people out here getting jobs just because they black.
Waypoint.
That is not a reality. You have to be able to do the job. And we usually have to do it 2 or 3 times better than our competitors. So that's like our merit is already there. We don't have to practice any meritocracy because we've already been at the top of the meritocracy from damn near the get-go. We've always had to work twice as hard.
Education.
You say we draining that education?
It starts with education.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's always been the case, though. That's been the case since, even since the civil rights movement. You saw people getting into positions. Jesse Jackson was one of the guys when he first crunk up the Rainbow Coalition and everything. He had programs in New York where black people was getting on Wall Street. That was his connection with Donald Trump initially.
Yeah,
because he was helping black people get on Wall Street, somewhere that we weren't able to be at all prior to that. So
he actually hijacked the Rainbow Coalition from the Panther Party of the Young Police that Fred Hampton.
Yeah, Yeah, that's cool. I mean, that's irrelevant to what I'm saying.
You
I
still
mean, I'm
also
just saying
have
as far as
meritocracy in
what he
community.
did and the reason he was doing it. The reason he was doing it is based on trying to get black people in places that they weren't previously. So, like that's why I say like meritocracy and the DEI thing is not separate because black people, even when hired through a DEI program, still had to show and prove that we could do the job 2 to 3 times
Right.
better than our competitors. So
I
we've
I think
always had to outdo
I think it's
our
more
competitors.
nuanced.
Always.
I think we're
I
talking about meritocracy in a community, not in the corporate
no
or political
no that
sphere,
no
within a community.
no
Okay, well
that
you got to
that makes
explain that
sense.
further because
Yeah,
I
that
wouldn't
no that
understand.
don't
I
even
don't
make sense.
understand how that
And,
works.
and look,
Go ahead, Chef.
all of that DEI and the meritocracy stuff, you know what I mean, is an attack on black people, right? And a good way for y'all to see it is the way that they've been attacking immigrants and Mexicans nowadays. That they're taking American jobs and all of this shit. You feel me? The same way they try to say DEI was taking jobs from white people. You dig what I'm saying? And people who were more qualified and deserving it. They've been struck down affirmative action because they got the motherfucking Asian community to go against affirmative action because somehow they was getting uh um discriminated against because of black people. So everything this shit is a fucking attack. You know what I mean? Now black people was
It definitely
stopping.
is.
Yeah, black people was stopping Asians from getting their motherfucking harvest. Y'all really believe that shit? Like that crazy shit. White people did that shit. They used the Asian community to do that shit. They had to use another minority group so they could strike down what they already had disagreed with since the motherfucking shit came into existence. And people need, in the same way they try to use black people against motherfucking the Latin fucking community. Now, they taking y'all jobs. Like, really, niggas want to go pick fruit? Y'all, now niggas want to go cut grass? Mexicans is really taking y'all jobs? Are y'all certain? Like, this shit is, yeah, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
The whole idea is like if you have meritocracy in the community, they're supposed to be they're supposed to be within that community. You know what I'm saying? Like all aspects of industry. You know what I'm saying? But they're in the community. Get it?
No.
I never agree with Chef, man. And I got to get Chef.
Damn, come on.
Earlier, you made a statement, and I just wanted to I'm trying to understand what you meant when you said meritocracy in Islam. What do you mean by that?
Just like like in the community, right? Like let the people who can lead have shown that they can lead, have a huge business. You know, they're doing something, not just like you gotta just have your professionals. You know, I only consider it to the extreme level is how the Islamics are doing right now.
You gotta turn your camera on. You gotta turn your camera.
When you say
We on COINTELPRO watch now, nigga. Hold up.
No pity, none of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm strictly to the information. Okay.
When you
say the way the Islamics are doing right now, the way the Islamics are running things right now,
you gotta turn your camera on. I ain't talking to you no
pulling
more.
out, that's crazy, but they're pulling out their best. So what they're doing within their community, they're pulling out their best to represent themselves.
But I'm trying to understand. When you say they, okay, who are you talking about?
Islamics, Muslim Islamics.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. The largest ethnic group in this country,
Muslim Islam. Muslim Islam.
Okay. So when you say Islamist, there's technically no such thing as Islamists. But what ethnic are you speaking of? A specific ethnic group? Are you talking about Arabs? Are you talking about people from Bangladesh? People from Pakistan? People from West Africa?
I don't really give a fuck where they're from. They're bringing in that
Sharia Islamic bullshit. That's what I'm talking about. The point is, they're
There you
trying
go,
to switch
Tyrone.
paths. You're
So
trying to
what
switch.
I'm
You're
That
trying
was
to
a
switch
not,
paths.
horrible way
I'm
to
trying
bring
to.
that
You're
home,
not letting me
but go
finish
ahead.
talk. All right, go ahead.
I'm not trying to switch anything. It's just that I'm listening to a conversation. I've been quiet. I heard something, and I just asking a question, and I'm trying to give you clarity on something. So when you say they're trying to implement Sharia, now I'm asking the question: who? What Muslim? Be specific, because there is
I'm not going to
no.
get
If
specific. Here's why.
there
Because it's
That's
going
there,
off the
that's Nick
rails of the point
Fuentes.
of my conversation.
but there
You're
is
taking it
no.
off the rail of my conversation. You're not going to be able to do that with me. So that was not the original point that I was trying to put here. Listen to me. Stop talking for a minute. For a minute. Let me talk now. I'm just going to be done in 30 seconds.
Yo.
Okay? Just 30
I'm not.
seconds. All I
But I'm
said
not
was, all I
trying
said,
to.
no, but you asked it 3 times. Like, you know what I'm saying? I wear
Hold on,
glasses
hold
and I
on.
heard you the fourth time.
Was he finished talking, yo? Like
I'm
I
trying to
wasn't
answer,
even.
but he answered the same. All right, but answer, ask a 4th time.
Let's lay something else straight. I'm trying to be very calm and patient and not be an asshole and flip out and then I'm the crazy fucking spit in the Discord. All right? I'm just having a
What's your name?
conversation. I'm trying to understand, and at the same time, there's a reason why I'm trying to give you clarity, because you're speaking about something that I know about. This isn't something I read in a book. This is experience. So, trying to understand who is trying to usher forth Sharia law in America when, under a Sharia law, the Muslim would not be trying to usher in a Sharia law because there is no Khalifa, there is no Amir, there is nobody of that position in this country to do so when they believe in respecting the laws of the land. So are you talking about fanatical extremists? Because if you're talking about that, then they're not Muslim. Those are what you call Khawarij. Those are extremists.
He said Muslim Islamist.
So then you're talking about what people will call extremists. They're extremely retarded, and it wouldn't happen, and it couldn't happen. It would be very problematic. So that's not anything to be fearful of. That you see some people in thobes and beards and kimars that they're trying to take over. That's very odd thinking. That's generalizing a group of people. I'm hearing a conversation about black people and stuff and society, just says it's insanely retarded to categorize black people. It's insanely retarded to categorize and have a phobia and a fear of something you don't know about. That's the point I'm trying to get at. That's just
Let him tell you about the Muslim Islamist, though.
So let's hear about. Let me hear about this.
The Muslim Islamist.
All right,
crazy.
Are you done?
That's like saying the Christianity Christian.
Are you done?
Go ahead. Tell us about Muslim Islamist.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to answer. You did the whole thing. I'm not even going to address it because that's not my point here. You're trying to derail me, and you're not going to be able to do that here. Told you that already once or twice. I'm gonna go silent so you can ask me.
So you mentioned the Muslim Islamists for no reason.
So you derailed your own.
No. I did mention it for a good reason. Can you put Cuban on like pause? I just want to answer his question. He doesn't let me.
Let me go in the corner and let me get my rice and beans and be quiet.
Yeah, my whole point was the way the politicians, Islamics, they're coming in and they're like they took over London already, and they're putting out their best forward to do these things. They're using a form of meritocracy within their own community to do what they're doing. So what I'm saying is, it's working for them. I mean, so I don't understand like how not like using some form of meritocracy within a community any community. I think all communities do it. And the
Brother, I
meritocracy
don't
will
want
get
to
the
cut
best
you,
out
but
there, for the community. I don't see how that
can
wouldn't
you
be
break it
positive
down? Can
in the
you break down
community.
like what they're using as far as the meritocracy? Like I keep hearing you saying meritocracy over and over again, but can you
They're
give us
best
examples of
educated.
what they're doing exactly?
They're best educated. The ones that have shown proof what they've done. This is not only Islamic. This is any communities. They bring out their force to represent themselves.
Right, but represent in what way? What are you saying? Politically, financially? Like what?
In
I
the
don't understand
community,
the
whatever,
plan that
as
you're
a
saying that they're using.
spokesperson, as an attorney, as a geneticist for their people, just all sorts of different ways.
But that's what I'm saying. Like I still don't get how you're trying to differentiate because all people use the best of their kind. Like if I want a doctor, I'm not gonna go to the guy on the block. I'm gonna go to the hospital. Like I'm gonna go to where
I
the
agree.
people who have
See
the
that
experience are.
you and I, we agree. We agree. We agree that the black community, you can use it a good way or a bad way. Our community doesn't. I don't know. Well, do you think we're using it the proper way within the community, not in a government?
There is no. Well, that's what I'm saying. There is no like no like bucket of a community. Like we don't have we have a very um spread community when you talk about
No,
the
we have
black community.
communities.
There's
We have
no
communities. We have blocks. We have neighborhoods.
brother
We have.
brother.
All
We
right.
are we are 40 million people spread out all over America. All right, the majority of black people in America live in the South. All right, so if we want to break down community, then we have to start talking about what is a black community. Because for one, in Atlanta, where I live, we don't have projects anymore. So therefore, they don't isolate. Black people aren't isolated to one area, one particular spot. So when we say community, are we talking about a area, or are we just talking about people that passing by each other and whatever? You know what I mean? It's different sides of Atlanta. I live on the west
I
side of Atlanta,
agree. I
and there are
agree.
people on the east side of Atlanta that I
I
might not
agree.
ever come across.
I
So
agree.
that's my point. Like, so how are you saying do it? Are you speaking like?
I
Let me just
agree.
throw something out there, and maybe you'll agree with what I'm saying. Like, are you saying like if we do it politically, we should find the most politically
No,
astute
I agree. We should
individuals?
define what community is, and I think Stu Pease would love to define that because he said that something about we need communities, so or like neighborhoods. So maybe Stu Pease could add a little bit of information on that.
Better, Snoopy's talking. Better if the white supremacists that you listen to did say something, you could regurgitate it verbatim. But when a black man says something, and a black man inside this room is talking to you, you dismiss everything that they're saying. Yet still, you've been spitting out, vomiting white talking point all day. You sound just like the dude who got shot. But if a black person says something in this room, you dismiss it, you don't remember it. But you can't remember every white talking point. Everything I hear you saying, I'm listening to you carefully. But through next week, Monday, I want you to come on. Because I'm going to cuss you out. And I'm going to call you all kinds of names and I'm going to put a mirror up to you. Because you're one of the worst kind of black men.
You're not even
White ice is colder. White ice is colder. That's the kind of black man you are. But go ahead. Next week, Monday. I'm black first. But next week, Monday. Monday coming. 4 day time. 4 day time, I'm going to hold a mirror up to you. Because you are the greatest of the assholes that ever existed. You come in here and you're espousing. I don't know what you look like. Anybody who hiding behind a picture, everybody know what I look like. I'm short and fat. I'm old. I've lived a long life for everything that I've done. But you, I don't know what you is. I don't know what you is. And it's scaring me because you're not unique. If you were unique, it wouldn't bother me. But it's scaring me because there's a lot of you out there.
Unhinged.
This is
Daddy
moving
You're gonna go
conversation
past you
backwards.
1 week, Stu Peas. Be careful. You're gonna go past it.
This is moving conversation
Yeah,
backwards.
yeah. That's what
Unhinged,
scared me
unhinged,
because he's not
unhinged.
unique.
Yeah. Unhinged. You're unhinged. Relax, bro. What are you getting so excited about, bro? This is about information. You're scared. You're this. You're that. I don't even come on here, dude. Like, relax.
Well, I think the issue.
Again,
I
if you
think
were
the
next
issue is
to me,
that.
again, if you were next to me, you wouldn't talk to me like that. I won't talk to you like
Right.
that.
Okay,
If I was
wait.
next to you,
Right. Let me
Don't
move it.
I
Let me
was
move
next
it.
to you.
Let me move it along.
You
Let me
couldn't have been
Just
next
leave
to
him
me.
alone. Just leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Can I try to move the conversation forward a little bit? Like,
Yeah, come on, you guys.
because like I said, it's
Let's
all
go.
about understanding. So I want to understand exactly where you're coming from. Because like I said, I mean, I get where Snoopy's coming from. You know what I'm saying, with his feelings or whatnot. And I'm trying. I didn't want to come up here, even though I was listening. I didn't want to come up here and actually, you know what I'm saying, like go straight off of it. But I feel where Snoopy is coming from, because like the stuff you were saying, it's kind of like, where in the hell did he hear that from? You know what I'm saying? Like who taught you that? Like, you know what I'm saying?
So
So I
what?
was
All
confused at
black
first
people
myself.
don't. All black people don't
I
think
get all
the same.
emotional and all crazy about it. Like, relax. Like,
I get it. I mean, that's what I'm
you're
saying.
in a
That's why I
fishbowl.
want
Right
you
now,
to
you're in a
explain more.
fishbowl. Right now, you're in a little fishbowl, and you're not used to different opinions. I totally understand that.
No, I'm used to all kind of opinions. I'm just trying to figure out what yours has to do with black people and the progression of black people. So if you can and that's why I'm
You're
asking you
trying to
questions about
derail the
community and how
conversation
it
to
works.
something else. You're
No, I'm
weak at debating. You're trying to derail the conversation to
I'm
something.
not debating.
We were talking
Bro,
about
hold
meritocracy
up.
and how
Pause,
meritocracy
bro.
works in the community.
Brother,
Remember
and that's
that?
all I was talking about. That's
So now
all I
you're
came
talking
on here
about me
talking about is
personally,
DEI.
and
I'm not talking about you
what
personally.
I
You not.
offer to the
This is
black
not
community.
stupid. This
I
is
raise my
not.
children, man. Get the fuck out of here. You don't know who the fuck I am.
Okay,
You don't know who I
calm
am.
down,
I don't
bro.
know who
Calm down.
you are.
Calm down.
I didn't talk
Calm
about you
down.
personally. Your
I'm not talking about you
information is
personally,
shitty.
bro.
You stay
I'm
on
trying
topic.
to,
But no, I'm
brother.
trying to help you.
Brother, you
You're the
trying to
one trying
crash
to
out
make,
right now.
no, you're trying to make me look like some villain here. Like we were talking
I'm not
about
trying to make you look like
meritocracy and how it
anything.
helps the
I'm asking
community.
you.
Why don't you focus, man?
Okay, all right. Well, you got that out the system. Now, let's go back to the conversation. Okay? So we're talking about meritocracy and DEI and all that type of stuff. And you was telling me about how other people, other communities do it and make it work for their community. So I've
Yeah,
been
baby.
asking you to break it down for me. Are you listening to me right now?
I'm
Because
actually
I'm
going to listen
asking
for the
you in order to
for the
get.
next couple of hours. I'm going to actually start listening like the way I usually do. I hope you don't mind.
Okay, no problem. Whatever floats your boat, bro. But I'm trying not to get personal with you. I'm trying to keep it to what you're talking about, and you seem to
You
want
can't
to
get
be
personal
personal.
with me. You don't know me. How the hell you
Right.
gonna get
So I'm trying
whatever
to
you
ask
say
you
about my
about the
mom,
information.
about
So I'm
me,
trying to
about
ask
my
you. I'm not
it don't
talking
matter
about
because
you
you
personally.
don't know me.
Got you. So calm down.
Whatever you
I
say
got
about me,
you. I
Order,
man,
got
man.
you.
is
So
Yo, yo,
calm
yo,
down.
yo. Before we
Man,
move to the
wild.
next
It's
joint,
wild. You're in a fishbowl. You
yo,
think that things that you say over the internet affect people? It really
Yeah,
don't.
super emotional
It
right
really
now.
don't. You need to like
I'm trying to
chill,
talk
bro,
to you, bro,
and
and
get
you
back to
being
the
hey,
real
hey,
topic.
emotional for
let's
no
get
reason.
back to the topic,
order,
bro. Like I don't
order.
know what the topic is, but this ain't
Right.
conducive to nothing,
I
man. Let's
just
just get back
broke
to it,
down
bro.
what the whole topic was. I just broke it down. Like I just talked about the DEI and everything that meritocracy. I'm trying to figure out how that works in his eyes, and he's having an issue explaining it, so he's getting upset with me. And I don't understand that because I'm being very patient with you. I haven't called you out. I haven't done anything disrespectful to you, bro.
You
I'm
Can
called
just
you
them
being
ask
very
him a
weird.
patient
direct?
with
Can
you.
you ask him a
You
direct
called
question
them
again?
weird.
So we.
I didn't call
Like
him
you
anything.
don't need to do the ad hominems just because a person
I
has a
didn't call
different
him
opinion.
anything.
We didn't have people pull ageism saying that because he's not over 30 years old, he can't talk on certain issues. Now you
I didn't
saying
say
that
any of that. What are
man,
you
he sound
talking
like
about?
Charlie Kirk. You said that you was
I didn't
almost
say
about
that.
to agree with Stoopies, and you came on here because
Right.
he was sounding all weird. And stuff. Like we don't need to talk to each other like that. We all men.
Bruh, I'm giving you my opinion. Men give their opinion. I can do that. If I didn't call you out your name, then you being fucking sensitive. Like I
Like
can
I
come up here
said,
and I can get
if
all
we were
reckless and
face
I can
to
talk
face,
all
we would
wild
have
and all
more
that
decorum.
extra ass shit, but I'm not
All right, so
doing it. I'm
do you
actually
got a
trying to have
question
a
for the man?
conversation.
Cause like y'all gonna end up going left, bro. Like you got a question for the
That's the
man?
fucking question. Y'all niggas keep bending the question. I'm trying to see what does meritocracy have to do with the progression of black people. It's that simple. The fuck are y'all talking about? Can anybody answer
You
that?
got an answer for him? Anybody? I just walked back in. I'm just trying to get it back in order. It sounded a little chaotic in here.
That's because niggas getting emotional instead of answering questions.
I mean, it sounds like
We
nobody got
talking
an
about
answer for you, but that don't
meritocracy
mean
and
y'all
somebody
y'all
asking
ain't
about
gotta
meritocracy.
yell back and forth though.
Niggas
You
don't
know.
want to say that. But I wasn't yelling. I was literally just talking to this brother. He started yelling and getting emotional. I'm just talking. Him and Stu Peas went back and forth. I tried to get in between that so we could go back to the conversation. But now it seemed like the conversation is really what's targeting this whole thing right now of this whole crash out. So I'm assuming that the question can't be answered and it was just a whole bunch of gibberish coming out just for the sake of saying some shit. Because when I asked y'all about how this shit works, don't nobody got, oh, I don't know shit. Other people did it. Well, how did they do it? So we can fucking incorporate this shit into the conversation. Crickets. Y'all gotta do better at this, man. Because this is bad. But y'all said that this was for black people to come on, or people in general to come on and have these conversations or whatnot. But as soon as you had a conversation, it seemed like if you ain't the head of the conversation, then niggas get upset and mad and want to stuff and fight and shit. What we doing?
See that. My apologies to cut your conversation. My apologies, my sincerest apologies. But when people or everybody here at one time or the other in this room, let me see, the most people here I have seen what they look like. The ones that I don't see what they look like has never been just using white supremacist talking point verbatim. They have never been doing that. If you are using white supremacist talking point and you show yourself, I don't have a problem with that. But if you're in the background and you're coming directly from the Hodges twins or the police officer or the dude who died, and everything you're talking about is exactly what they are saying, right? The anti-Muslim in England, because England got this Muslim prime minister now, or no, London got this Muslim mayor. So all of a sudden now, oh, the Muslims are taking over London. The Muslims are taking over England. We can't afford that to happen. It's because they have their version of DEI. Once you start listening to people and you realize what they're talking, they're using the same talking points, but they're doing it behind an avatar. The same hate speech, but it don't disguise. We're not calling anybody niggers anymore, and all different kind of names. But we're using other words. Right? Because DEI now became a racial terminology, meaning unqualified black people. Nobody can disagree with that. That's what it was being used for. Oh, DEI higher. And we all know that all it did was open a door, and we did not benefit the most from it. But we did benefit. And then when people start talking about meritocracy, where in America? We don't own the businesses. One or two of us fight and reach the top, yes? But any black person will tell you that. Other people were there with them that were black at the lower level. And they were passed over. Because you're going to be the token Will Smith, right? We can name the black actors. First you had Eddie Murphy. No, before Eddie Murphy, you had the comedian Richard Pryor. And he was a big movie star. He and Eddie Murphy could be two big movie stars. But no, when Eddie Murphy rise to the top, Richard Pryor had to go down. Then after after Eddie Murphy, Kevin Hart, or whoever it was, Cat Williams, we never have 2 or 3 or 4 in prominent position. Yet still we are more talented than them. But if you listen to meritocracy, the white comedians or the white actors or the white actresses are better. That's why we have so many of them being called movie star. They use movie stars when referring to white actors and actresses, and movie star when referring to black people. But we live in a meritocracy, or we want a meritocracy. When you watch Big Bang Theory, and you really watch that show, and you look at it, and you say, how is it that this show started out where all of these actors play characters that weren't shit? Penny worked at the Cheesecake Factory. The other girl worked at the Cheesecake Factory. And by the end of the series, she was some big biochemist. One person win Nobel Prize. They all had big jobs. All the white people in that show had big jobs. But the Indian wasn't shit. The Indian in that show wasn't shit. The Indian dude who was in better position than all of them, his father was a millionaire. He lived better than all of them. But by the end of the series, he's the no-shit character. Right? The girl who married to the Jewish guy, she used to date a basketball player, Rick Fox, in the show. Because I started watching the show before I started complaining and said, this is bullshit. How a girl moved from Rick Fox, 6'5", good-looking guy, to that little Jewish guy that looked like a geek? That's not realistic. But what they promote all the way is that white people will always touch the stars. While black people, if you watch Girlfriends, the show with Queen Latifah, why her magazine never become #1 in the country?
Living single.
It's what they promote. It's what they promote. But we use these talking points and talking about, oh, if black people work hard enough, all of us would be, no. And the black people who you see, that you can see now, they work their ass off. They work their ass off. The scientist guy, Tyson, whatever his name is, he's not the only black scientist. But he has to show that he has an intelligence level, that he can understand so many different things to get notoriety. Neil deGrasse Tyson. But everybody's going to say, oh, meritocracy. If black people work hard and we're educated. We did the school thing. Because we had more black people enroll into colleges than anybody else. We did it. Jack and Jill do it. We're doing it. We're doing it. But when you look at the cabinet, who qualified there? Is that white people pushing meritocracy? But when you look at Trump cabinet, anybody there deserve the position that they get? Based on the education? RFK. The minister, the Secretary of Defense. We can go down the line. But you excusing, oh, black people should practice meritocracy when white people not practicing it? Listen, I'm the dude who go into the movie theater and open the back door for all of my friends and everybody that look like me. That is how I practice meritocracy. I'm going to open the back door for everybody. And if the dude who don't know to drive the truck, I'll teach him how to drive it in first gear until he learn to drive it in second gear, until he learn to do all of the gears then. Because we were always disadvantaged. And you're coming here talking about meritocracy. White people say this, white people say that. Oh God, Jesus Father. Monday, I do a cuss out.
Now those are great points, Stoopies.
No, you think about it. Do white people practice meritocracy? Do white people practice meritocracy?
No, because then you wouldn't have a phrase that ain't about what you know, it's who you know.
Right. So we're at a disadvantage already. All of a sudden, oh, get yourself educated. Go and get educated and come back. When you ask some white people what their degree was in, some white professional in certain areas, When you go to the hospital, and you see the nurse that's in charge of the nursing for her area, the black nurse have a PhD in nursing and nursing administration. And our boss, guess what our boss have? A diploma in nursing. The white girl have a diploma in nursing. The black girl have PhD. Go to all of the nurses that you know. Ask them if Stupid is lying. If the white boss is as qualified as they are? And I guarantee that 99% of them is going to say, hell no. But you come in here and talk about meritocracy. That's why I say you need to live 20 more years. We have a professional in here, and I've listened to him spoken, and he has said how he got through the door. And then after he got through the door, how he has to justify why they chose him. So at the end of the day, they cannot say, oh, we made a mistake. Even when we get through the door, we have to work 3 times as hard to prove that we deserve the position. Ask any of your professional relatives if Stupid is lying. Ask them. As I said earlier, my uncle, by marriage, came to this country, and he was one of the first person working in Chase Bank who wasn't cleaning the floor. Everybody else black in there was a cleaner. And he was there for 10 years. And he did not get a promotion. And the dude who had hired alongside him to do the same job he done got $10,000 a year more than him in 1977. Talk about meritocracy. Talk about that to somebody who don't have no life experience. You listen to them while people talk. And because I'm a Caribbean national, I don't know no history about America. My family has been coming here since the 70s, early 70s. I will understand that when they moved down to Florida here, all the Jamaicans who live in Fort Lauderdale and Lauderdale can tell you that when they come and they landed in the community and they bought these houses, by the next month, for sale signs were being put up left, right, and center. That all the white people moved out to the community. That's why Jamaicans got the houses. They got the houses cheaper. Because the white people were so afraid to live with black people. Are you going to tell me about meritocracy? You live in America, you don't even know the history. That's why I don't like talking to anybody under 40. If you're under 40, you get to grow up and watch He-Man and the Masters of the Universe and Transformers. So you think that the life is a fairy tale. Anybody born after 1985 I have a problem with. Especially if they don't read. They don't know the history of their own country. They don't understand it. That's why they get easily brainwashed. That's why they get easily brainwashed. And once you start expose them to certain things and they start reading, they realize that, oh, I didn't know shit. This is what they were experiencing. That is what was going on. But let me stop. Somebody else take over.
Well, I hate to say I agree with you, Stupid, again, but you know, I want nobody to rage on me right quick. But I do, but I agree with everything you just said, bro. Like for real, for real. Even the over 40 thing, you know what I mean? Because I'm starting to notice that experience is taking the lowest key in this, the lowest play in this, you know what I mean? Like I can speak on meritocracy just on, you know, and some of the stuff that I done did or whatever. Like I was a chemical spray tech for 10 years. Had a guy come in 60, 65 years old, somewhere around a 52 old white guy come in. Don't know nothing about the job, say he been doing it 2 years and was depending on me in order to teach him how to do the job. You know what I mean? But at the same time, he got the same position as I do. So just on merit alone, you know what I mean? Like we shouldn't be in the same breath, and that's based on experience and expertise and know-how. But I understand how the game goes. That's how it usually goes, especially in the South. You know what I'm saying? Your cousin, they cousin or they brother or they uncle or they sister or whatever is gonna get hired on, whether they know the job or not. And then it's gonna be on that black, that Mexican, that whoever, in order to teach them how to do the job
See that?
and not
See
get
that?
paid
You
for
know, see that? Let me tell you something. See that? You know what meritocracy is at its core? It is to give black people excuse not to hire other black people. Because back in the day, what black people used to do is that I got into an institution or a job, and I would I would get other black people, although they're not as qualified as I am. And we, as a group of black people who are doing that job, will teach that new black person the job. But what they tell you that, oh, you must practice meritocracy. That means you must hire other black people who is less qualified. So therefore, if you can find a black person who is just as qualified as you or more qualified, you can give them the job. But the likelihood of that happening is slim to none. So it's to give black people excuse not to hire black people. Why did you hire that unqualified black people person? Don't worry about that. We'll teach him the job. You don't worry about that.
Exactly.
You don't.
That's what I'm on. Because that's what I mean. And when we talk about what they practice, like I said, they don't practice meritocracy. They looking at it. They think, what do they say? What do they call it when LeBron got his son on? What's it called when people put their family members on? Nepotism. Nepotism. That's what the word I was looking for. So we need to show more nepotism. They've been showing nepotism for a long time, and it worked for them. So why are we so scared to show nepotism, like you said? So what? That brother don't know how to do the job. Teach him. Bring them on.
We teach them.
Show them how
Bring
to
them
do
on and we teach them. But no, but them brainwash that fool to say, oh, no, he's not qualified enough. He's not the best. No, that's how we open doors for people. That's how black people have always opened doors for people. That once you get in, as long as the dude willing to learn, you talk to him, you know him good, you go to the boss and you hype him up. They say, yeah, man, him good, him all right, man. Him go, all right, me responsible for him. And then you bring him in and you teach him, say, all right, do this, do that, start out at this, start out at that. Any problem you have, don't go to nobody else. Come to me, or Devon right there, so, or Samson right there. So them two man there, three are gonna look after you. Within 6 months, you think him out there 10 years. Because we'll bring him up. We'll bring him up. That's how we do it. That's how black people have always do it. Talking about, but, oh, he's not qualified. You take white people talking point and use it against your other black people. Well, we have never worked like that. We have never worked like that. Ask Sheffrin.
They ain't
How
never
much
worked
Bob
like
I'm
that.
doing?
My bad, Stevie. I was just
No, go
agreeing
ahead.
with you, but they've never worked like that. Like I said, they've always used nepotism. You know what I mean? They've never been the type of people to just say, "Oh, well, no, you gotta wait until you get out of college." And no, bro, they get their kids their job before they even graduate. Like they know how to practice nepotism right. We the ones that send our kids off to go work for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? We the ones who need to learn how to, like I said, keep things in house and learn how to, especially when it comes to the profit. Like, we need to learn how to keep them things in house and actually support each other and teach and push each other and actually have that drive to be the best. Like that's part of the problem that I see most times is that a lot of us don't have a drive to be the best. We just want to make a couple dollars. Nah, bro, you gotta actually want to be the top in order to achieve that shit. I'm back on mute.
No, look at something like barbering, the profession of barbering in our community. If Chef was an asshole, he would be the only barber in Baltimore. But ask Chef how many barber has he taught? How many persons has he taught? When they come to him, they're green as hell. They can't
Honey,
even
are
hold
you
that.
done, bro? Are you done?
Yeah, who that?
Okay, thank God.
No.
Listen,
I'm not
you're
talking to
not
you.
done? Shit.
I'm
Let me
not
go
talking
take
to you
another
because I
shit,
don't know
bro.
what you look like.
But that's
Because
what you're doing. They're coming out
I
of your
don't know
mouth.
what you look like. I don't know if you're black. I don't know if you're black. I don't waste time talking
What we
about
doing? What we
Listen,
doing? What we
man,
doing? What we doing?
meritocracy has
What we doing?
not worked for the African American community, right? According to you, right? But we use it all the time. You got to reconcile that. Then, why is other communities using that meritocracy and it works for them, but it don't work for us? Why not? You got to answer that. You gotta look in the mirror and answer those, real hard questions, because other
Let me
communities
answer
are
it.
doing.
Let me
Other
answer it. Let
communities.
me answer it.
Wait.
Ask me a question. Let me answer it.
No. I
And-
wasn't. Let me just add a little more. Because you did
Yeah.
a thing there. So you gotta explain that. Okay, you gotta explain why it worked for other communities, and it doesn't.
Can y'all hear him or no?
Nah,
Yeah, I
Yahweh
think.
got him.
Yeah, nah,
Yahweh cut him out.
yeah, yeah. Wake up.
Okay.
You said Yahweh got him.
Yo,
Hey, you-
and what I was gonna say, because he came back in, so I'm talking like we wasn't just talking, like we just explained all of that. You wouldn't have a
It's a
question if
live.
you were sitting back listening.
This a live. This is not. This is into the chat. This is live. Every now and then, somebody in here go into the chat because they asking y'all questions. But this is a live. We're live on the on
How
Carnivorous
do you see
right
the
now.
Facebook? I mean, how do you see the YouTube chat from here?
Huh? I just go onto YouTube.
How do you see it? Oh, okay, you gotta actually leave out.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm in
I just want something to do it from
StreamYard. I
here.
can see it. Yeah, I'm in StreamYard. I can see it too. But just like put it on mute, and sometimes they asking y'all questions. Or shouts to you, see that.
Oh, for
Yeah, I
sure, me
left. I've
too,
been
brother.
gone for like an hour or two.
Yeah,
But
you
the
have been gone for a
conversation
while.
changed. Yeah, I've been
Huh?
out for a while. I haven't
Yeah,
been here in 2 hours, so the conversation changed.
no,
Yeah,
no.
once it got a little
Yeah,
crazy, I had to come back and they was into it. But
Oh yeah, I wasn't
I
here.
can jump
but
back
I
on
was.
track. It sounded like
I
it
just
jumped
got
back
back
on
in
track.
just now.
no. The conversation was about meritocracy. If
Okay, what
meritocracy is
about
the
it?
best for people,
Is
and I said,
meritocracy the best for us? You said.
yes, and my thing is that in the current American society, it doesn't work for us. It doesn't work for us. It doesn't work
Yeah,
for
but
us.
then Buddy
We have
came.
exceptions. We have exceptions, yes, but also holistically, it doesn't work for us. Right? In the
Can I
workplace,
figure out from Buddy? I want to know from him, like, how does he see meritocracy working for other people? Because he never explained any of that. I ain't hear not one thing, one example of meritocracy working for other people. Like, he just said that it's some communities and they have people in there and they put their people at the top
All right,
and
let me repeat
that's
it.
meritocracy.
Let me
So
repeat
I
it a
don't.
third time. Let me repeat it a third time, okay? Because you actually reacted to it when I answered it. Okay, I'll give you another example so I don't get other people excited. You know what I'm saying? The Jewish community, right? Don't they have a form of meritocracy where they, you know what I'm saying, right? That's one. The Islamic community, right?
How?
Yeah, you got to give the
How?
example, bro.
Examples.
What?
Yeah, give examples. You just
Yeah,
saying it is not an
give
example.
examples, but y'all gotta let them finish, and then y'all come in. So go give some examples when you're talking about it, Tony. When you say
How they
Jews
get
have it,
together,
give an
like how
example of
how
it.
they get together and decide who's going to come forward to represent them.
That's not
That
meritocracy.
okay? That's my
That's
definition
just
of
a
it.
vote, bro.
That's my
That's just a
Yeah,
definition
vote.
of it.
meritocracy.
That's
Just so
my
we're
definition of
clear.
it. Maybe you
Yeah,
understood it
okay. So
wrong.
we're
Yeah,
using a
but
separate
wait.
definition.
But no, but let me no. Hang on. Before you
Okay.
continue, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you understood it wrong. Okay, that's
Okay.
what I meant. That's what I meant. I meant when a community, y'all all over the place. I'm talking about a community. Somebody said communities don't exist. I'd say let me call somebody in that talked about communities. He flipped out on me. So what I'm saying, a community just gets together and puts forward their best, and there'll be other people, but they put forward their best represents that community. That's what I'm saying.
meritocracy. And I respect your point. What I'm
That's a
saying is,
meritocracy within a community. You know what I'm saying?
but
Within a community.
I get it within the community, but we live in America, so the meritocracy that we exercise in our community, unfortunately for us, there are certain things that have to be in place for meritocracy to work.
And it won't really get far in our
Meritocracy,
communities.
meritocracy in and of itself, essentially just work hard. That's to pick yourself up by just work. Put your head down and work no
Yeah,
matter what.
you'll rise based on your work,
Right,
your
but
merit.
the United States, even if we were to try to do it specifically in our own communities, we don't own the communities that we'd be trying to do this in. And then part two, meritocracy assumes an equal playing field. Now, we can have the idea that we could rise above our station, and I think we all should have the idea that we could rise above our station. That's part of meritocracy too. But the thing is, the it's like a sandwich. So, and I'm hungry. That's why I'm making a food analogy. Um, the meritocracy, meritocratic part of it is you got to assume one slice, the bread is the equal playing field, the middle is the social mobility, but then the top is the recognition. Now, you're not going to get the recognition. The excellence is not going to be rewarded regardless of your background. And then also, it's no equal playing field. So you're not, meritocracy wouldn't fit us here in the United States.
We have more of a nepotist type of system more than like people get casted in the fucking SP 500 company just for being that nigga's son or nephew or what I mean. It's not all just merit based.
But there's different communities. There's different communities at different levels, and each community is going to pull up their best.
Or their favorite. Not always have to be their best.
No, it can't be their favorite.
We see it all the time.
But we already do, though. We already do. The best of our communities do the best of what they're capable of. The best doctors work in the best hospitals. The best of our community does the.
Yeah, but they're not.
I'm trying to get the practice of what you're talking about because you keep saying it like black people don't use.
Are they giving back to the community? Are these folks giving back to the community?
A lot of them are. A lot of them are, but it would depend on. Listen, it would depend on what you would classify. Listen, bro, it would depend on what you would classify as community. If you're just talking about a certain neighborhood, or if you're just talking about a certain neighborhood, that's why I gave you examples of neighborhoods that don't exist anymore, that were full of black people that don't exist. So black people are scattered throughout all of these cities that we live in. So therefore, there is no singular way to point out a black community unless you're just talking about black people in general going out, doing the best they can with what they have to do it with. So we have that. That is not an issue. That's why I don't understand. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, what you're saying, because it don't add up to reality. You know what I'm saying? Like the best of black people do the best of what they can, and they also help other black people. So what are we talking about?
Okay, it's not. It's not systematic. You know what I mean? It's not systematic.
But that's what I'm saying. What Muslim, like even when you brought up the Muslim example, what Muslim is the speaker for all Muslims? Who have they put in that?
I don't want to get in. I don't want to. You're not going to drag me into that. I can drag
okay,
you
what about white people? What about white people? What white person is it for all white people?
You're going to what we are. You're doing it again. We're not talking about religion right now.
The one person who runs any community, the Jewish community.
We're talking about something really simple. We're talking about a community coming together in a systematic way, pulling out their best to represent themselves wherever they go. That's called appeal to ridicule. When you laugh, appeal to ridicule because you can't answer that.
I'm not, brother, that's not me laughing. I'm still trying to figure out.
Somebody is, whoever it is.
Don't worry.
Whoever it is.
I get laughed at too. It's just what it is, bro.
That's never going to happen. I know it's funny.
No. I just want you to give me some, like, I want you to show me so that way I have something that I can work off of. Show me the white people, the white person. No. But That's what I'm saying. I'm asking you for examples of the white person who is a speaker for all white people, or the Muslim
What?
who is a speaker for all
I don't know
Muslims.
what you're talking about now.
Brother, you said we was talking about meritocracy, and you
Yeah,
said that these other
in
communities
community.
have representatives for their entire community.
Then you
So I'm
said white.
asking you for an example
Then you said
of
white.
these.
Why did you do that?
I'm asking. Oh my God, bro, this is crazy, right? I'm asking you for an example of anybody, white, black, anybody, any other community that you're referring to. Give me an example of the person who is running those communities.
Oh, you want an individual?
Yeah, that's
You
what
want
we're
a name of an
talking about right
individual?
now.
That's what you're
Yes,
talking
give me
about.
an example.
That's what you want from me. What I'm trying to tell you.
I don't know what you're saying, man, but I'm just gonna go back on mute and listen.
Exactly. Because you're trying to wrap me into something that you want. It's not about that. It's about basically communities producing the best out of it. I mean, what's wrong with that? You got messed up because you thought I was talking about it in the corporate world and the government world. It's got nothing to do with that.
I'm talking about period. Period. At all. Give me examples.
Let me
Stop just
finish.
saying shit. Give me examples.
I already gave you examples, man. This is crazy.
No, you haven't. You haven't given any. You just keep saying random stuff. Randomly saying
why you raising
these
your
people,
voice?
this community, what
I can't
community,
hear
and
you
then
no
give
more
me
because you're raising your voice, dude. You're raising your
name
voice,
the
dude. I feel like
community,
turning off right
name
now.
the community, name the
Stop
community,
yelling.
and name the people that you're referring to.
I already did. I named two.
Okay, bro. You at this point, you a waste of a conversation. Yeah,
Okay,
have a good
good.
one, bro. There's no disrespect to you.
You
You're
can hit
a
the
waste
red
of my
button. You can
conversation.
hit the
If
red
you
button.
can't even
Hit that
explain
red
your own
button.
point, when you can't even explain your own
I already
point,
gave you
you're a
two
waste of a
communities
conversation.
that do it. You want individuals, and you want when were they doing it, and you want to go keep on going down like it's called a Martin Bailey. You move from one point to another. Cut it out. I already explained the community. Sorry, lost this one.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Is anybody watching the game tonight?
Who playing tonight? Who winning in the fantasy football league so far? Who is in first place? I think Brass is in first place now. I think the fix is in.
Yeah, Brass is underhanded. Ain't no using backdoor trades and shit for money.
Yeah, he played me this week. You about to take it slow.
It's way too early to tell. You don't really even you really almost don't even know whose team is good until like week 5 for real. Like you gotta let the ball roll and see who really getting touches. Let people establish their role on teams and shit like that.
I just being
Yeah, I know you just talking crap. No, this was a hell of a topic, yo. I wish we had kept it together a little bit longer. Somewhere in there we got off the rails, but man, for a little while we was cooking. Like even with the people who we didn't agree with, we gave them space, let them say it, and we had some good like rebuttals back and forth. It started getting crazy, but this was a hell of a fire conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
this is a good topic. Yeah, this is a good topic for sure.
yeah, it's a pull yourself by the bootstrap argument. And we know that don't work. That don't work. So all the white farmers there
Look, hey,
crying.
Stu Peas, is it possible you can incorporate both? Why can't we do two things at the same time? Like, why can't we draw? Why is it that we have to operate on such a like that or that?
Send me your email. I want to send you my picture, bro. I
We're doing both.
I want to send you the way I look. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so important to you.
That don't even sound right,
Don't
Joe.
say.
Yeah, that's
Moving right
You're the
along.
one that asked for it.
That man said, "I'm gonna DM you my picture, yo. Get out of here."
You're the one that asked for it, though.
There's so
Yo, this
many.
nigga asked for it, bro. He was like, let me see your picture.
It's a lot of
Oh,
pauses. That's a lot of pauses, yo.
Oh,
A
yeah,
lot of
that was
pauses.
extra crazy. Yeah, that was a little extra crazy. But for real, Fatty. So I believe that to whatever extent you attempt to do both, you're gonna dilute the other because I feel like they kind of like in direct opposition with each other. So like meritocracy would prefer to keep things a lot closer to the way they are without addressing those systemic issues and still have the benefit of filtering out our best and putting them into their environments, right? What the
Yeah, a lot of
opposite
the.
would
Oh, my
be,
bad. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm almost done. What the opposite would be growing our environment and allowing us to kind of dictate, hey, what do we do with our best? You get what I'm saying? Rather than literally pigeonholing our best into the best thing that they can do with that is go serve purposes that don't have nothing to do with us. You see what I'm saying? Like there's got to be that in there. So that's why I
Yeah.
feel like you can't put the emphasis on both sides, right? And if you stay in the middle, you wind up doing nothing.
Well, I sent sources showing that that's why I just want you to read the sources I sent. I ain't just talking. That's what I'm saying. When we talk about shit like this, I wouldn't even speak on it if I didn't read it already and see how it's very effective. And it doesn't it addresses everything that you're speaking on. And they're saying that in the source I sent you, they talk about how most people think that these this meritocracy versus inclusions are mutually exclusive, and it's not. And shit has been put into play already to show when you incorporate both and emphasize both. Because again, bro, in Black communities, these teachers, they have to promote excellence, bro, for all students. And if you're gonna sit up here and say, when you talk about quotas and money being allocated, a lot of these teachers, they just let students go by half the time. And a lot of standards are lowered because of that, which is detrimental. Like if we going to talk about both sides of it, we got to talk about both sides of it. So again, excellence in some form of fashion has to be incorporated, and promoting that in community, culture, people who are in high positions to make that change. Because if you just have the mentality on or having the mentality of not a victim mentality, because those things are rightful things to talk about, like the systematic barriers and how really you start in a race, when the motherfucker already ran 3 laps already. And that's true indeed. But in order to try to alleviate the problem in some form of fashion, you got to incorporate both. Because if you lean in two way or the other, like these convos dealing with merit versus this, or it's so hot and cold, but we both listen to each other, whether perspective you got or not, and you can see that each side is giving truth. You know what I'm saying? And the brother
No,
Tony,
I'm gonna check it out. I'm good. I thought you was done.
Oh no, and the brother, I appreciate his perspective, because that you shouldn't be shunned when you're a Black person and you're talking, with Black people, and you want to highlight the fact that, hey, in the household, things of that nature, in our direct communities, we need to value certain things as a culture. That's just a fact.
Can I do a comparison? Let's compare swimming to track and field. Does meritocracy for Black people work in swimming? Hell no. Does it work in track and field? Yes.
Yes.
In soccer, yes. In football, yes. In sports that don't require any equipment, meritocracy works because we're pitting our best against everybody best. But in sports like swimming, where you require a pool, where you require water, where you require chlorine, where you require so many different things, meritocracy don't work because people don't have access to those.
Point.
But look though, stupid. Say a group of Asians or white people were to protest and say we're underrepresented in certain sports, and me as a parent, go ahead.
That was one of the best analogies I heard all week, and usually I'm not a big fan, but that was one of the best ones I heard. Well, go ahead, stupid. I mean,
but if all factors are equal, then we can discuss meritocracy. But if some people have innate advantages, it is unfair. Although some people don't like to use the word fair because
I
they say you
agree.
feel
I
fair.
agree.
Right? But that is an argument about meritocracy. That's the problem I have because some people use it as a tool, especially and those people who
I think you're
gravitate.
referring to the radical people. Yeah, I agree with that. I
Yes,
agree with that.
some people gravitate towards it because, especially persons who are doing well, people who do
Right.
well like to champion meritocracy because they said, I was able to pull myself up by the bootstrap. Why
Mhm.
everybody can pull themselves up by the bootstrap. But we
But
know
look,
that life is
Stu Peas, do you realize why I bring up the importance of addressing? That's why I bring up genetics and all of that, because I understand everyone isn't resilient. Everyone varies. Because I did some, I know that the other person probably can't do something and vice versa. So how do you create a system of equity and equality when so many people vary individually?
right, but that's the middle ground. No, that is the middle ground. That you're going to have mediocrity people in high position, and we have brilliant people in high position. And when it comes to certain persons are going to fail and certain persons are going to excel. But certain persons who never get the opportunity, you'll never know how good they are.
Right. But that's
You
why
never know
creating
how good they
pipelines
are.
based off excellence and incorporating cultural differences. If black people or the education system or whatever can create a pipeline to address the things you're talking about, going to the worst of the worst communities and finding variables to find certain black children and black children at large to help maximize their potential. I don't see nothing that's wrong with that. Like,
But
No, so Fetty, well, let me get back in. So Fetty, what does this pipeline do? Does it like produce more qualified African Americans, or does it just seek out the qualified African Americans?
it actually does both. It does both. At
Okay,
the
so
same time,
how does it help produce more?
because it produces more, because it incorporates things like y'all talked about, like in dealing with IQ tests and standardized tests. They want to incorporate cultural differences and how different cultures learn differently and things of that nature. So they want to implement that on the ground level at young ages and stuff like that, and it's shown that it's worked. And at the same time, promote those people who may not be outliers in the classroom, but to still be prepared to be in a diverse environment.
It
AKA when that
fosters
black child leaves his
competition.
immediate environment and assimilates, he's still going to have the tools to know how to operate, whether they're in a room full of white people, Asians, or whatever. So they're trying to, like I'm saying, read it, bro. They talk about all
It
of that shit.
fosters.
No, I've never heard that before. That's why I was asking you the question.
And
So,
look,
so I
and
mean,
I hate to bring this into
It
it.
what
fosters
that
competition and
says,
excellence.
I hate to
no,
bring this
that's
into it.
like, go
I
ahead,
hate to
say
bring this
it.
into it because even I'm not going to talk about it that much, but in the section of the bell curve, they say when controlling for the things that a meritocracy society would, they found that black people was at positions at a higher rate than white people. So when you
I'm
factor
gonna
in
leave. I'm gonna
excellence,
leave that part out. Oh, go ahead.
I'm saying when studies have shown when you factor intelligence and outlier scores, they find that black people outnumber other groups. So it's like and again, I heard Stu Pease a couple of days ago say you can't save everybody. Remember we was talking about education, that really you can't save everybody, and the ones who are the outliers in the class needs to be in a more class that's not homogenous based off just them being black. Like we talked about all this. You know what I mean?
No,
So in
and
reality,
I'm gonna take a page out of Sheffrin book right here, right? Because this is how Sheffrin kind of sort of shows me that he's not like trying to kill me. You know what I'm saying? He'll say shit like, "You kind of fucked that up," but he ain't gonna sit there and be like, and go back and forth with me over an hour because he's not making it personal, even though he just reminded me, hey, you might have messed up a little bit somewhere. So what I'm gonna do, I heard you in the bell curve stuff, and I'm gonna just keep it back on the regular stuff that we've talked about. I'm on your side, so I'm
no,
saying
that ties
that would be.
again. If you ain't understand what I was saying, like tying that
No,
analogy
I
to that,
did hear you. I just wanted to give you a
incorporating.
compliment before I
Oh,
started
okay,
talking. That's
okay, I
all.
got you, I got you.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I just wanted to reaffirm. We in a good spot. That's all I wanted to
yeah,
do.
for sure.
But for what you were saying earlier, like that would be kind of blending meritocracy and equity at the same time, right? Because
Right.
I view both of those things as like direct opposition to each other. right? Now, if you're saying that the pipeline, see, it's still unfortunate because of how politics work, right? I don't want to have stuff like that shrouded behind other things like meritocracy, right? Because if you ask me, I would much rather y'all just work on this pipeline and we could leave meritocracy all the way the hell out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be how I would want to do it. You know, because like I feel like if you're talking about increasing IQ scores, you're talking about early childhood development, I can get behind that, right? But all that, but I guess the language can kind of make it a little tricky for the rest of the stuff. But go ahead. What else did you want to add? Now I'm done.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. But yeah, this definitely a good convo. I think instead of like again, somebody whenever we talk about things that we can do on our own, I think that's what the meritocracy, even though it's not a direct correlation, meritocracy can be used as another word like excellence. So again, if you're black and you want to promote excellence and not lowering a standard, just to have us sitting at the table, I think we should hear more black people out who got those perspectives, man, instead of just thinking, oh, you think that you a coon and all that. That's all I'm saying. Because in reality, a lot of those black people who had those perspectives actually care about moving black people forward. You just may not agree with the roadmap that they trying to get that done, but that don't mean that they hate black people and shit like that just because they address things that we can obviously.
No, I agree. I was
I
the
don't think
only
that's what
person in here who
he was saying.
said that you're not a racist, and that's why, because I believe of how it happened. Right? We said,
Bro,
hey,
you weren't
how
a
do
good
you
example.
help out black people? And you said you offered what you said in the spirit of helping black people. So I don't think that you're a racist. Now some of the shit that you say sound like it, but I don't think that deep down inside you. I don't believe you're racist. Go ahead, see that. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
but
fuss at me. What I do?
I don't think that's what CP was saying. I don't think he was calling that man a racist particularly. He was saying that he was using
Well,
white
people
supremacy.
call Fetty racist all the time. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not. I'm saying that in the situation to what Stu Pease was talking about, he was saying that the brother is using white supremacist talking points in order
He was
to
talking to
explain his
another
theory.
person. He was
Man, niggas
talking to
forget that I
it
had a
wasn't
black
the
like that.
yeah
I'm black and I had
yeah
the black
you got the
experience.
voices mixed
You know
up.
what I mean, I've been around a lot of black folks in my life, and I mean my unique, life path of me playing football, being in different states. I have a good pulse, especially on my age group, on what's going on and what we focus on and what we don't. Even though I can't speak in
What's your age
absolutes,
group?
even though I can't speak in absolutes, and I don't know, I can't understand what all black people are doing, but I have a good idea of what my age group, what we value and things like that, and things I see that are patterns, no matter where you at in America. So if you say that's white talking points, I mean, just remember that I'm black, and and I'm not just talking based off.
No,
Listening to
Well,
white
Tim
people.
Scott. Tim
he
Scott is
thinks
black.
that you're somebody else, Fetty. He talking about the other guy that
No,
was in here
no,
that
no,
was
I'm not.
arguing with
No, I'm
Corey.
not.
I got
I'm
you.
Yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah.
I'm not.
I'm
I'm
telling
not
you, you are. See
confusing
that
on.
you're confusing him. I'm
I'm
telling you.
not. I'm not
All right,
confusing
bro.
them. I know the difference between him and the other brother that I said I couldn't have a conversation with. I know the difference. So that's what I'm trying to
Okay.
tell you. I'm not speaking on the other guy. I'm speaking on
Okay.
what the brother was talking about. And when Stu P said that it was that some of the talking points come off as white supremacist talking points because we're talking about meritocracy as if like that's something that we do. Like the whole meritocracy conversation comes from white folks. They brought that shit up. Black
Huh?
folks ain't out here talking about no damn meritocracy.
Asians been
White
doing
folks
that for
brought that up with the
3,000
whole
years.
DEI conversation. The whole DEI conversation was brought up from white folks, not
I got
wanting
some.
black people to have affirmative action or diversity, equity, and inclusion. Like that came from
But
white
do you
people.
but do you
So
see
if
why
black
some
people
people
get
think that
behind
those
it and say,
policies are
"Hey, yeah, you
harmful?
know what? DEI is not
Lower
right."
melting temperature.
I got you.
I'm just saying that when you have black people that say these things, you're using
Oh,
the
AKA
talking
you a
points
coon.
from white
Just say it. Just say
supremacists.
it. Just say it. You a coon. Just say it.
Who a coon?
No, I'm saying if you have any
Who a coon?
talking points address. No, I'm saying if a lot of black people feel you just said it. If you have talking points that critique certain things dealing with certain policies or just
Right. All right.
directing the energy to black people on an inward thing instead of saying, you know what, let's stop blaming external things for a moment. Let's huddle up real quick and see what can we do as a team to make our situation better. To a lot of black
Got you.
people,
But why
you will
are you
be
doing it?
labeled a
What
you will
started?
be labeled. Hold on,
You
you will
have
be
to go with
labeled as giving white supremacy talking points in the cool.
no, because you have to go
Right.
with what started the
Exactly.
conversation. Number one, it's always gonna go off of what started the conversation. This video was titled "R.I.P. Charlie Kirk." Okay, so I'm off the dribble. I can already
Mhm.
know that this conversation was
Mhm.
started. The beginning of the conversation was started based on shit that Charlie Kirk had spoken about.
Oh no, we've
Shit
been
that
talking
Charlie,
about DEI
what
like
in
for months. Like
particular?
Chef
Hold
and
on, wait,
Logic
wait,
did a
wait,
show on.
wait, bro. Let me land it. Let me land it because I'm telling you why somebody would say you're giving white supremacists talking
I
points.
gave
So I
these
want you to
talking points before.
understand
I gave these talking
why,
points
and it's
before
not based
personally.
on somebody just
Whatever.
being a brother. It's not just based on somebody being able to call you a coon or a sambo. It's
Okay.
based on white people using these talking points against black people. So when you adopt these same talking points that white people use against black people, then automatically other black people who have heard these talking points on a regular basis are going to assume that you're getting your talking points from these same white supremacists because these
But
are not talking
that's
points
not
that's
really
going
fair though,
on in the
because
barbershop.
you already excluded black people. So like you exclude. It's not a fair fight because you automatically said like, okay, any black person that's spewing this is doing this, and if the white person is saying that, you echoing what they saying. But what if I were to tell you, what if it's just certain humans that feel this way? Why does everything have to be again so hot and cold, bro? In these
Yeah, but I'm
conversations,
not.
bro.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not making that. I'm just telling. I'm explaining to you where the rationale comes
You don't see
from
how that
when
rationale
someone says you're
is
using
faulty?
no,
Okay,
because it makes sense. If
I got you.
somebody is using the same talking points of the people that's been
Like what? Like
antithetical
what?
to
Like
black
what? What's my talking
people,
point? What's
then
my
of
talking point?
course, why would I not say, well, you getting that talking point from a white supremacist?
So white supremacists trying to change the black community? I ain't know that. Because again, like I think
They've
what's
always
important is
been
what you
trying to
do in
change.
real
What
life.
do you mean? You didn't
Hold on.
know white people were trying to change
Hold
the
on.
black community?
No. I'm saying
You didn't really just
I'm
make it.
saying in my real life, I can't be called a coon or whatever because I actually help the black community.
I
And I
didn't
can
call
show
you
you
one.
in a no,
I
I'm
never
just saying.
called you a cool. You know what I'm saying? But
I'm
I'm
not
trying to
saying
see the
you
reason
said that.
for
I'm
calling
saying
you one.
no. Listen. I'm saying that premise is faulty because I would automatically give a rebuttal and say, hold on, let's apply real life for a second. How can a person on the internet who's so pro-black, this, da, 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 and police everything somebody say, right? How can you call somebody a coon or whatever you saying based off their talking points if you don't even know what they do in
Keep
real life?
reverting it back. This is what I'm
I'm just
saying. You keep reverting back to that same talking point that's not
no, I'm
being
saying
used
no.
against you. I didn't
Again,
call you a
I don't know
coon
any
or a
white
Sambo.
supremacist
I
or
didn't ask you
anybody
about.
who's
See,
doing
you
what
keep
I'm
cutting me
doing.
off, bruh. Bro, I let you talk. When I
All
start
right, go
talking, just let me finish, and then I'll let you
ahead.
talk back.
Go ahead.
You know what I mean? If you cut me off every time, I don't understand how you can get what I'm saying. And all I'm trying to tell you, I'm not calling you a Sambo or a coon. What I'm trying to tell you is that the reason someone would come to the conclusion that you're using white supremacist talking points is because white supremacists have been using them. So if you come back and regurgitate the same thing that we've heard from white supremacists, then where are we supposed to think you got it from?
Okay, can I talk? You done?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So again, I think you misinterpreted what I said. Like I never said you said anything. We were talking about people that had that idea that if you say this, you're that. So I don't know where you got that from, but in
But I just
regards to,
cleared it up for you. I just cleared it up for you.
I
I
got you.
said
No, I'm
when
saying
people say
I
that you're
got you.
using white supremacist
But
talking
again,
points,
let me finish, bro. You just talked about not somebody cutting you off, and you just cut me off. But I'm saying
you
when you
asked me a
talk about,
question. I was answering it, but go ahead.
I got you. But when you talk about these things, it's like you trying to corner me by again saying something like, yeah, if the person insinuates this, yeah, I'm telling you that fault is that premise is faulty if I go further into detail and say let's really talk about the conversation. So that's why I say I find no validity in a person on the internet hearing my talking points and saying, oh, you're this, you're that, because if you peel the layers back, most of these niggas who have these talking points against me ain't doing shit in real life. So I don't care. Like that's all I was saying.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. That wouldn't like I don't fit that box. So therefore, I don't know if that was like a shot or something like that or whatever. But I
Bro,
don't
are
fit
you
that box.
listening
So
to
it
what I'm
has nothing
saying?
to
I
do with
said
me.
this isn't
What I'm saying,
directed to you. Can you listen, bro? Like
I
I
got you.
said, this
I got
isn't
you.
to
That's what I'm
you.
saying. I got you.
Okay,
I'm not
but
attacking you,
okay.
brother. I'm just talking to you.
No,
Okay?
I'm saying you feeling offended, but I keep trying to make the
I'm
disclaimer.
not
I'm not talking
offended.
about
I'm
you.
talking to you. I
Bro, you
never
literally
said you
just
was
said, I
talking to
don't know
me.
if that was
I'm
a
not
shot,
offended.
bro. You literally said, I don't know if that was a shot. Let's slow down. You literally said, I don't know if that was a shot. You're not listening to what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. We be talking past each other so much in conversations, just in this Discord overall. I literally made the disclaimer 3 times. This isn't directed towards you. And at the end of that, you said, I don't know if it was a shot. Like, come on, bro. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead.
Okay. I think you want to lean on stuff too much, but it's all right. You know what I mean? Still the basis of my conversation is the fact that you saying white supremacists or things that white supremacists say will automatically
Give me some
lead to a
detail. Give
person
me some
who
details.
listens to
What
white
do I be
supremacists.
saying? Like, what do I say that's so white supremacy? Like, I don't get it.
I didn't say you said I'm like I think you so busy trying to respond and
No,
not
bro, I'm
actually
telling you
hearing
that
what
that
I'm
premise
saying
that
to you.
you're talking about is faulty. So I already established why. So I'm trying to figure out why
If
we
it don't,
keep.
okay, well, cool. If it don't apply to you, then it's not about you.
Okay, I got you. All
I'm
right, cool.
giving you an example of why somebody would say that you're kicking white supremacist propaganda,
Yeah, and I told you why. Yeah, I got
especially
you.
by bringing up meritocracy and DEI
Did
as
you hear
if
the context I
DEI
brought
is
up?
something
Did you hear the
negative
context
for
I
black
brought up
people.
meritocracy though? Was that a white supremacy talking point in the way I brought up DEI in this conversation and meritocracy? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'm just giving you an
Okay.
example of why
Okay.
somebody would go to the point of saying that you're kicking white supremacist talking points. It's probably
Okay.
because you are. I don't know
You
how to
saying
simplify
problem? That's
it.
what I'm saying. It's a lot of
Simplest way.
what about or this or that. Like I'm trying to stick with reality. Like I mean,
I don't know your
like
reality. It can be
that's what
totally
I'm
different
saying.
from
If you're
mine.
gonna talk about, hey, you're talking about white supremacy. Not you. You're not saying that, but you're saying if a person thinks you're saying this about meritocracy or DEI, this is what they would assume. But I'm making the clarity and nuance that I don't give those talking points. So I'm trying to figure out, like, it's like you throwing stuff at the wall and see what's trying to stick. But it's like I'm literally.
I'm explaining what you asked initially was why do people? For one, you said people call people Sambos and coons or whatever. So I was giving you an example of why people go to
So
you're using white supremacy talking points.
critiquing
If
my
you're
own
using white
culture is a
supremacy
white
talking
supremacy
points,
talking point.
yeah,
I
I
can't
swear
do
to
that.
God, bro, it's like as soon as you ask a question and then before you get the answer, you start
No,
talking over
I'm just
it again
confused, bro, because you
because
didn't
you're
give
not
any
trying to hear.
nuance. I'm
You
sorry.
wouldn't
Go
be
ahead.
fucking confused if you just
I mean, you
let me
kind of
finish.
incoherent a little bit, but go ahead.
You wouldn't be confused at all.
Again,
It wouldn't be incoherent
let's
if
go
you
into the
just hushed
details. So a
while I
black
was
person
talking. And
critiquing
as
us to
soon as
do
I was
better.
done talking,
That's
you
white
could respond.
supremacy talking point.
But you don't even understand that. But let's talk about your age range since you want to talk about the people that's in your
Yo, can we
area.
let's talk
How old are
about
you,
something
brother?
else, yo?
How old are
Y'all
you?
take a break, man. Let's
It's
talk about something else.
I'm
black
This
asking
is
this
people.
here
brother a
developing,
direct
man.
question, man.
Critiquing
I'm
us to
asking the
do
brother
better.
a direct question.
Nah, man.
How old are
Nah,
you, brother?
yo. Nah, yo. We was
How
doing
old are
good,
you,
man.
brother? We're doing good
Hey,
now,
nah.
bro. I don't need you to come in and
Nah,
do
we
that.
not.
Like,
We
me and the
not.
brother
We was
having a
talking about
conversation.
we
We
you
talking.
asking a man
If
about
you're
his
not cool with it,
age and
cool.
you
Because
about to ask
you
the
like
nigga
for real
what he do on the weekends and shit, yo. I want to
Bro,
know
I'm trying to be so
about this other
respectful, bro.
shit.
I'm trying to be respectful, bro. But you're really making it
Motherfucker,
hard.
I'll just kick your bitch ass out this motherfucker. For real, for real.
Okay,
You
well,
ain't
do
gotta
that.
respect shit up in
Do
here.
that. Do that, my
Real
nigga.
shit.
Do that.
I'm asking
I'll
you
be
to
all
chill
that.
out.
Be
And if
all
you
that. I'll
don't
be
chill
all that.
out,
Because you're
I'll
going to
just
have to
remove
kick
you,
me out
gang.
with your bitch ass. Okay, well, remove me.
Hey, bro, come on,
Well,
come
you know
on,
what?
man.
I'm gonna take it back. I'm gonna take it back. I got heated out. I didn't mean to call you a bitch ass
Yeah,
nigga.
yeah.
I
You
was
want to
tripping.
call me a bitch ass nigga and I call you? I can heat up with you. That's what I'm saying. I can heat up with you.
I
I can
said
keep
I
it
was
cool with you.
tripping,
Which
yo.
one you want?
I just said I was tripping, but I'm asking you
Okay,
to
now I'm
stop.
trying to
Like,
keep
can
it
we
cordial.
get back
I'm
on the
asking the brother
conversation?
how old he is because he brought
Can we
the
keep
fact
it
that
back
he
on
was
the
dealing with
conversation, bro?
people in his age range. That was the reason I asked him. We didn't need for you to
But
come in and do
I'm
no
asking
type
you
of
to get
variation.
back
I'm
to
talking to a grown man.
meritocracy, bro.
I'm
I'm
talking to
asking
a
you to
grown
get back to
man. What
meritocracy,
fucking
yo.
point are you bringing up if I'm talking to another grown man? Why do you
I'm
niggas feel
asking you
like
to get back to meritocracy.
Nigga tripping.
Hey, hold up. Let me go ahead and say something real quick. Yo, see that? This DQ. I'm one of the owners of the Discord. Let's bring it down a little bit, y'all. It's a lot of people on this mug. Let's get it back together, get back on topic. It got kind of crazy. I'm about to unmute you, King.
But no, we passed that. I
I
ain't
asked you a
tripping off
simple
that.
question,
We
bro. I
passed
just
that, bro. We good, bro.
I'll say it again, yo. My bad for calling you a BNA. Can we please get back to meritocracy? I'm saying please.
I'm asking the brother
Yeah,
a
okay,
question.
bro. All right. So when we talk about meritocracy, the reason why I brought that up is because again, I'm asking you, right? Is there white supremacy talking points for a black? Hold on. Is there white supremacy talking point for a black person to give, a inward critique and acknowledge, the strengths and weaknesses and how we need to progress? Is that white supremacy talking points? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Discord must be
What
doing that
happened?
bullshit again.
Yeah,
Somebody talking?
yeah,
Yeah,
we
the
back.
Discord glitching today, y'all. We back though.
Yeah, I'm sitting there. I heard the brother ask the question. I didn't think he was asking me
Oh
the
no,
question, so I
can
was
you
waiting
hear
for
me now,
somebody else
bro?
to answer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I heard.
I was saying, when it comes to,
I heard. Were you talking to me?
no. I wasn't directly talking to you, but I'm trying to, because
Okay.
again, my overall sentiment is that I noticed, especially in certain, discords or just online communities, any black person that really cares about the, our people as a whole, they may have a different roadmap, and that incorporates a lot of just inward critique and not leaning on external factors, because a lot of us feel like in the race that we talking about, we don't have time to really do that in 2025. It's good to do that, but at the same time, you also got to promote, and I think that's what the brother Tony was talking about, excellence, just as a culture, valuing certain things. Not saying that we don't, but we just got to do it at a better clip. Because when you bring up data or sports, it's crazy how people look at sports and look at data and you can indicate stuff, but when we do that with other situations in real life, niggas act like that same concept don't apply. The reality is we in a competition, bro. And we gotta, in order to bridge this shit, we gotta have some form of accountability. That's all I'm saying. So why is it that when certain black people critique and want to see some inward improvement, why do they get labeled as a person echoing white supremacy talking points, a coon, etc.? That's my only.
Oh no, we can't do that. We got to stick to meritocracy. We can't. I can't address your
Meritocracy,
question
I think that's what
because
he
we
was
got to
talking
stick
about.
to
Meritocracy,
meritocracy.
just dealing with excellence. That, like meritocracy can be broken down in different forms. That's why I say, like, don't get focused on the word, but actually see what see what it's trying to describe, and it's ultimately, trying to describe valuing excellence or just something being done at a high level and rewarding that. So that could be incorporated
I just want
into.
to point out. I just wanted to point out the fact that you brought this question up, asking the same question again.
Okay, I got
Right?
you. I got
You
you.
asked
I
about
got you. I'm gonna
coon
mute
and
up. I
Sambo.
got you. My bad,
So
bro.
when if I respond to it and respond to that question, then I don't want Logic to jump in and be like, no, we only supposed to be talking about meritocracy.
All right, man. Come
All
on,
right,
y'all. We gonna have this conversation or not? God damn.
Somebody else can respond if you want to. I just wanted to make sure that we stuck to it. I want to make sure we stuck to what Logic was saying. We got to
see that.
I didn't
No
mean to
one's
get everybody all emotional. You know what I'm saying?
I apologize.
Oh my God.
Now what? I was trying to stop this shit, right?
God damn.
What happened? I think they good now. It doesn't calm down.
But we don't need to veer it back up. We don't need to throw any subtle shots. We don't need to be no condescending. Let's just have the conversation like grown man.
Bro, brother Fetty, would you be able to break down, like, like, for example, you know what I mean? Like, who would you be saying, like, in the past who've been called a sample or a coon for having those accountability talks?
What's
Much
going
for
on?
background.
I just
You got a
got
lot
back.
of
What's going on?
background
Turn that
noise.
down, baby. What's
Is
going
that
on?
me with a lot of background noise?
No, that was me. I just got back. What's going on? I heard
Now
Coon
you was-
Sambo as soon as I walked in the door.
Yeah,
Jesus
Fetty was
Christ.
asking why people get called coons and sambos for holding black people accountable. So I was asking for an example of, like, who might he be talking about? Would you say, like, Candace Owens gets called a coon? So would you say, like, she's not a coon or sambo for the things that she says?
I mean, nah, she would be called the coon for something like, again, I don't agree with Candace Owens, but on a lot of things. But when she says simple things like African Americans, we have terrible conflict resolution skills. You know what I mean? Am I supposed to say, hey, she's 100% wrong? Or am I supposed to apply what I saw in my real life and things I need to improve on as well and things I see? And a lot of the
No.
conversations y'all see, even though it's not absolute, is she 100% wrong?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Yes.
She's not. She's
Okay.
not. She's not.
No, she is.
I'm
Yes, she
sorry.
is.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
When you couch conflict resolution skills as anything racial, and you try to make it inherently racial, human beings have conflict resolution issues. Younger people have conflict resolution issues. But I'll never accept when someone says African Americans have conflict resolution issues because you're talking about an
Only, she
entire
didn't say
fucking race.
only. She didn't use only.
I didn't
Did
say
she?
only. No, I didn't
No,
say
I'm saying,
only.
did she
But
say
she
that?
said,
She didn't say black
no,
people are the
you
only.
listen. I don't know what she said. I just heard what you just said.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what I'm
what you
saying.
said.
I don't
Remember
know
the
what
clip
she
I
said. I
sent?
don't know what you
You
just
remember
said.
the clip I sent and you cursed me out? I was like, what the fuck? That was the
Yeah,
Candace Owens clip.
no, I don't remember. That's a while ago. No,
Oh, I
I
got
don't remember. That's a while ago. I'm just saying anybody, whether it was Candace
Thomas
Owens,
Sowell. Hey, bro,
Candace
Thomas
Jenkins,
Sowell.
Thomas Sowell, anybody.
Thomas
I'm just
Sowell.
saying, no, anytime you group any human being that makes the statement out of their mouth, African Americans have I don't know. You would be implying that it's an inherent African American issue. Now, then my next question would be: are you saying that we're genetically predisposed?
See, this is what I'm saying.
Predisposed?
Oh my
No, I'm
God.
asking a question. Listen, y'all can get as emotional
I
y'all want.
can't
I
do
just
this.
got back here. Maybe I'm walking into a powder keg or some shit. But my question will always be: when you say African Americans do something, I need to know why. That will always be my question. And I'm speaking for people that can't defend themselves because my son is a fucking African American. So before y'all motherfuckers who don't know me or my son tell me I got conflict resolution issues, I'd like for you to explain to me how you apply that to all of us. That doesn't make that's similar to that black on black crime conversation we was having. 6% of the population of the 6% of that population represents the other 94% of people not doing shit. So no, I'm not gonna accept that. And I hope that wasn't contentious, but I hope y'all understood where I was coming from.
That was a great point. You said it better than I would have. Let me mute.
Hey, Brad, when we
Hey,
clearing up
question. I was
garbage,
saying when anybody
Hey,
talks
listen,
about
I'm not
culture,
ducking you, but I'm still in the road, Haskell. I'm
oh,
not
you on the
ducking you.
road?
We could do it today. No, I could send you a picture. I'm literally on the road. As soon as I get in the crib, I was gonna do something else, but we'll cut this live and then start the Garvey live. As soon as I get in the crib, but I'm still on the road right now. Hit the horn so this nigga believe me because you think I'm ducking him. Hit that horn right
Nah,
there.
I don't think you
Let
ducking.
me
I
get in
was
a
just
second.
playing.
Yeah, you hear
I
that
was just
horn?
playing, man. I was just
I'm just letting you know. No, because he said I was ducking him, but I got a reputation to uphold. I ain't ducking shit. I want all the smoke. But and this motherfucker in front of us about to cuss us out. But anyway, no, I just
No,
don't. I know
okay,
y'all
Brad.
don't like
Okay,
to
let's
have those
scratch that. Let's scratch
conversations. I'm
that.
just curious.
Tom,
Yeah.
let's talk about Thomas Sowell and the fact that he addresses culture and the fact that we can correct things and how that trickles down to education and things of that nature. Anybody who again critiques on a accountability level is automatically assumed that they're not taking into account external factors. It's like it's an automatic. Oh, you say that means you don't take this into account. But why can't you think about both factors at the same time? Want to have accountability and also acknowledge the systematic barriers and shit that y'all talk about every single day.
My
Thomas Sowell
question,
don't do that.
hold on.
That
My
ain't what
question
Thomas Sowell does.
yeah,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
but when we talk about culture, we had the culture conversation earlier. I think culture is more of a reflection of what's going on in the Black community versus a cause. I don't prescribe to culture being a cause. Because Fetty, I could be wrong and I could be saying the words wrong, but I think it's very dangerous to say that Black people as a culture are murderous, don't don't have good conflict resolution. I think it's a reflection of what's going on versus the cause for what's going on. Hip hop music and language and things like that, they're talking about what's going on, but it
I've
ain't the
read
cause.
W.B. Du Bois and Booker T, and they both said basically the most intelligent of our people will have the ability to address the strengths and weaknesses.
I agree.
I can show you hella quotes. So again,
Hold
if
on,
they
hold on,
was
no.
preaching
Before you
that
get
rhetoric in
animated, let's say the
2020,
rest of W.E.B. Du Bois. Say the rest, because W.E.B. Du Bois later on in his life realized that it isn't that way. He backed away from the
he
talent.
still
Hold on,
emphasized.
let me finish my
Okay,
sentence.
okay.
I know what you said is true, but I'm telling you, when he had further reflection and he lived a little, trying to just push the talented 10th without Booker T. Washington's labor focus, he backed away from that shit, got so frustrated, left the United States and moved to fucking with Nkrumah to do
You
That's not
probably
true.
you
That's
can't
not true.
use that
Sorry.
to undermine again his overall talking
undermining
point,
the
bro. You
point.
can't
I'm
do
just
that, bro.
saying, no,
You
I'm
can't
not
say if he
undermining.
went. You cannot say if
And
he
them,
got older, he went away with all. Come on,
No,
he
well,
didn't.
hold
Like
on.
he
He
didn't. He
did
didn't.
back away
He
from
didn't.
talented 10th
No.
later in his life. Am I
I'm
tripping?
saying no. Not getting with
No.
a man.
He stepped away. That, but
Go
that
ahead.
y'all confusing W.E.B. Du Bois. Number one, the
Okay.
talented 10 conversation, as far as him feeling like so the talented 10 conversation was based on him saying that the most educated people in our communities are going to be the ones that come back to the communities and teach, so that the lower portions of the community, or the people that didn't have the opportunities to get educated, can be educated. That was the main focus of the talented 10.
Okay,
So
I
but it
got
wasn't
you.
the
I wasn't
only
even
focus
going
of
that
the
deep
debate.
into it. All I was saying was that both of them, Booker T and W.B. Du Bois, at a ground level of just Black people mastering everyday life. I'm not going into the nuance that y'all
right,
talking about. They're just saying,
right, but
as
that's
far as
still against
solution,
today,
there
though.
has to be a form of
It's
looking inward. Both of them
Okay,
you're
said that.
right,
Freddie and C
but
Dot.
that's
Freddie
not.
and C Dot. 1 second. Freddie and C Dot. Give me a second. Just give me 1 second. The quote is this: the Negro race, like all races, this is in 1903 of the Negro problem. The Negro race, like all races, is going to be saved by its exceptional men. It says that his shift was in the 1930s to the 1940s. This is during the Great Depression, and after he began to embrace Pan Africanism a little bit more, he focused less on a talented elite, more on mass organization of Black workers, farmers, and everyday people. He quoted in 1933, "The talented 10th are today submerged largely because of the economic stress of the world. They cannot be leaders because they themselves are being hard pressed." Let me finish. I'm about to land my plane. In 1948, he rejected it. He criticized his own idea. My own panacea of earlier days, the so-called talented 10th, proved to be inadequate. By the 1950s, Du Bois was aligning with labor movements, socialism, and Pan-African struggles far from the talented 10th idea. Now, somebody tell me where the words that he said was wrong, not how I was wrong.
The words that he said weren't wrong.
Okay, so then he
What I'm
did
saying to
reject the
you is that
idea later in his life. Correct? Just tell me where he didn't
no,
reject it, where he just said he did. He said it. I'm not saying this. He said it.
It is. I wish I had it in front of me. Um, it's a lot of nuance to all of that. To his conversation about the talented team and what actually he was bringing forth with the idea in the first place. So I wish I had it in front of me.
Well,
Really,
history.
because I would
I
actually
just
speak
read
on
you,
it
but
to the quote.
History,
can't.
can you hear me?
I listened to your quote. And give me 1 second, brother Reggie. I listened to your quote when you find it, but I'm saying deal with what these are from his mouth. So deal with the words from his mouth I just read to you. Tell me where
I'm not
he
gonna.
didn't
I'm
reject
not.
it later.
I'm not gonna. I can't give you a rebuttal to it without having his words in front of me. So I don't want to give an improper rebuttal to what you're saying. But I know that what you're saying
Okay.
is a little bit off. So that's why I want to give the proper
I was
rebuttal
referring, hey brother,
and
I
not
was
just what
referring
His
you're
to the
word,
saying
his
off
words.
the
Philadelphia
top of my
Negro.
head.
That's what I was
Hey,
referring to. The
listen. Do you know
Philadelphia
he turned
Negro.
Mark? Wait. In 1950, 1960, in Battle for Peace, 1952, he says the power of the masses is the foundation on which the future of any people must be built. This is he turned to Marxism.
He also
You're
said men
correct.
have the right to
Go
demand,
ahead, brother
men
Reggie.
have
I
the
ain't trying
right
to
to
cut you off.
demand that the
I'm about to
members
walk
of
into
the
this
civilized
restaurant.
community be civilized. That's what I'm
When did
saying.
he say it?
He turned to
You
When did
can't
he say
socialism.
it?
undermine, you cannot
When
undermine all of
did
those
he say
quotes
it?
that all right, bro.
Okay, can
Say
I
it.
speak now?
Did he say what you just read? Go ahead, Reggie. When did he
I
say?
was
Because the
referring to
dates
the
are important,
Philadelphia.
Freddie.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All
Go
right.
ahead, brother Reggie.
So history has proven uh, Du Bois incorrect. Du Bois was always in search of and analyzing movements and ideas and systems. He was in search of one. So these are his analysis, more so his personal analysis on what he thinks. But history has proven that organizations, right? Um, organizations, if done right, control the masses. That's what history has proven over and over again. So when we were talking about this whole thing of meritocracy, right? I was listening, and even though I heard the definition, I'm gonna say what the definition is. Meritocracy is a system, organization, or society in which people are chosen, promoted, or assigned roles based on their demonstrated abilities, talents, and achievements rather than their social class, wealth, or other external factors. The key to this, it starts with a system, an organization, or a society. In that uh, compartment, then people are chosen to fulfill certain roles because they are solving particular problems. The organization needs to solve a particular problem. And so, therefore, it is only natural to solve the problem that you find the best people that can help you, right? So, like the United States military or militaries around the world, very rarely uh, there are, in some cases, where people are chosen because of nepotism and social class. But ultimately, when the problem is not solved, they are given honorary roles and they are replaced by uh, the a system, organization, or society, or in this case, I was just talking about the military. So, what we fail to do is that one, we do not have a plan based on analysis. History has proven Boyce uh, great in his thinking, but ultimately organizations like Sigma Pi Phi, right, that was the next stage of the Talented 10, has been most successful uh, for their organization management of people. They choose the best people. They have particular rules. You cannot be a member unless you have at least a minimum bachelor's, but more likely a master's, that you have a professional life that that shows that you are proven problem solver, and that you can now control at least 1,000 to 5,000 people, right? And so you recruit over and over and over and over these type of people. And so when the organization has some type of strategy, it trickles down to the masses where these people control in every aspect of Black life, right? And so they're very, very rigid. And so if you look at the list of Sigma Pi Phi members, they're all minimum in the Fortune 500s. They're lawyers, they're judges, they're corporate leaders, they're governmental leaders, right? And so that has proven to work, and that is just a mirror on the white counterpart organizations. That's just a mirror of them, right? It has been the best that we can do, right? But it was successful because they mirrored white achievement, right? So then meritocracy, right, is a norm for them. In the Black community at large, it is highly unorganized, highly fragmented, right? It needs leadership. It doesn't have a plan, right? So we could be upset about that. Now, all the name calling, like the Uncle Toms, okay, all of that stuff is in social media, and social media you're partly safe, but if it was anywhere else, someone would hit them with a defamation suit and take their car, their livelihood. But because social media is not a real system, organization, or society or government, anybody can say anything on social media, right? So please know that social media is the masses of ideas, but they don't mean jack shit. Don't mean jack shit. What means jack shit is your government, meaning if you live in a majority Black city, how strong is that government, right? How and then and to keep the government in how can I say accountable, you have to study the American Revolution. You have to study the town hall structure, where the town hall structure, or the people that come and they assess things that the government may not be doing. And then in the town hall meetings, right, they address those problems, and they also set up a process that particular elected officials won't be elected again to office. This is how white folks do it, right? They have town halls. They have their government, and then they have town halls. And in the town hall, you drag the elected officials and all the commissioners and the police department, you drag them to the town hall. You don't go to City Hall. City Hall comes to you, and City Hall has to defend itself. So I'm hoping I'm clearing up a few matters. We don't have a plan. What we're doing is not an organization. Looking at how
Black people have town halls.
huh?
Black people have town halls.
I'm saying that the best of the governments, right, structures have town halls. We need to learn how to make those more effective. I didn't say that we didn't have town halls, but I said that the best structures use these kind of structures. The best organizations, governmental system, or they use these structures. I didn't say that we don't have town halls. We absolutely do, but because we are mirroring something that works. That's how the Mormons, right? The Mormons, rose to power, the Italians, the Irish, right, and other non-white groups that became white, right, because Italians were guineas. Remember, they were guineas, right? They used this structure, and then they used sometimes their underworld and other access points to strengthen it. So what I'm saying to you all is that we are unorganized. I'll stop. And thank you for letting me speak, and thanks, Brass, and thanks, Logic, for your support of the material.
Well, I can agree with that. I can agree that black people are disorganized. I think that it's the reason why we're disorganized is because we're fragmented. Um, you got so many different opinions about shit. Don't nobody want to actually stick together on what actually progressive black people because we all gonna differ or we're gonna have a different opinion on what process we need to take in order to benefit black people. So that's part of the issue. Um, I don't think he really addressed the whole Sambo and Coon statement too tough,
I
but I
did.
mean,
It don't matter. Those are personal attacks that I said only can live in the unorganized social media kind of context. You will not have someone call anybody a Sambo in a government structure or a corporate structure or an organization that is important, because once that is done in that venue, that person will be sued. I did address it.
you can't. That person will be sued for what?
Defamation. I said that. See, the laws of the United
It's not a
States.
form of defamation, though, brother. That like name calling is not a form of defamation. Like just saying somebody's a Sambo is not defamation. I would have to actually be
Sir,
telling a lie
sir,
on somebody in order to
sir,
be confirmed as defamation.
sir. Okay, so the difference between me is that 3 days for the last year I've been involved in a defamation case for a Jewish guy that was called a nigger, right? And my pleadings my pleadings for him, and I'm not a lawyer, has survived. I've gotten rid of 4 lawyers, right? And I'm working on sanctioning the defense's last lawyer. Defamation, you will have to tell me, because I know, right, what defamation is. Name calling in itself is not defamation, but if it's in an organizational capacity, then there is harm. If it was broadcast, right, to the public, there is harm. And what I'm talking about is not social media per se. I'm talking about organizations that feed people, organizations that control economics, organizations that control transportation. I'm talking about or organizations that provide some service. In that capacity, in law, there is no special damages, right, that you have to deal with, right, because it's organizational. You're harming someone's ability to do their job.
I get that. I get that, but I think we're talking about in the context of YouTube, or we talking about in the context of black people talking about other black people who are antithetical to black causes in the black community. So
Well,
that's what
that
we more so talking about, not necessarily talking about a corporation or anything like that. Because I understand what you're saying as far as a corporation making a racial slur or anything like that. Yes, they can be held liable for defamation. But if you, like I said, in the terms of people just having a conversation, you can't sue me for defamation for calling it a Sambo because
okay.
that's my
So
personal opinion.
here is the test. Here is the test. Okay, so for example, there is a live case with Yvette Cornell and Antonio Moore against Harvard and the Kennedy Center, right? where they took out many of their statements and said and said some untruthful things about Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. That is a live case, right? Now, social media, again, is not an organization, it's not a society, it's just supposedly free speech, but sometimes it borders past that. For example, if you call me a name, you say I'm sickly, and you have a channel per se, right? Or you're on a chat and you're doing that to harm me to benefit yourself, I could sue you for defamation, right? Now, I could probably win on technicalities because if I'm in New York, I will drag your ass to New York. You better, once you're served, you better come to New York. You don't come to New York, I am going to get a default judgment without the merits of the case, right? So you be a big social media and you say something untruthful about me that damages me, again, I will drag your
Right,
ass to New
right.
York.
Right, but that's defamation. I get what you're saying on that, but I call a former legislator down here in Atlanta named Vernon Jones. I make regular accounts. I make regular basis. I call him a coon and a sambo. Why? Because he's antithetical to black people in the city of Atlanta and in Georgia, in the state of Georgia, period. So I regularly call this former legislator a sambo and a coon, even to his face when I see him at events in Atlanta. So, and there's never a point in time to where I've ever gotten a piece of paper to say, hey, it's defamation for you to call him a Sambo or any of that type of stuff. Like he said more stuff, more things about me as far as like non-truths than me calling him a Sambo or a coon. So he talked about my family, all type of personal things. I call him a Sambo and a coon on a regular basis, and I've never been prosecuted for it. So
No,
that's
no,
what I'm
it's
saying. Like I don't think that it's something that we can lean back on the
I'm
law and
in
say,
court right now. So I wish I could show you my court papers, but I cannot. But what I'm saying to you is, um, watch how you do it. I would advise you not to call him specifically out on what he does, but do not name call him, right?
"Oh, I'm
And
getting shirts made."
and do not think at some point, because people get angry, and if they have the money, the problem is if he drags you into court, then you're going to have to represent yourself and get a lawyer. So to prevent that, you would choose your words a little bit more carefully so that you could
Really? Not really. I'm gonna just reverse it on him in court. So as soon as he calls himself trying to take me to court for using my freedom of speech, then I'll just reverse that around and he'll pay the expenses for all of it.
Okay, but both of you have to be meritorious on your case. So the thing about it is that's your idea, and I'm not saying you're not capable, but I did say you have to do two things. One, you have to represent yourself, right? Or you have to get a
Get a
lawyer.
lawyer.
The average
Right.
lawyer fee is $450 an hour, right? Per lawyer, and then you have to pay for paralegals and and then you have to pay more for your motions and court appearances. Now, I'm pretty sure you seem to be able to represent yourself in the court, but that's going
No,
to
no, no,
take a
never.
huh?
I would never represent myself in the courtroom. I would have a lawyer to represent
So
me
then you
in
have
the
to pay
courtroom.
$450 an hour.
No, I have representatives. I mean, how much I pay is, I guess between me and my team, but I wouldn't. That's not a worry. Like that's not a situation where I'm worried about because, like I said, I'm not breaking the law by calling somebody a Sambo or a coon.
No, you may be, you actually may be, but well, here's
Sure,
the thing about
I'm pretty sure. You good. Pretty
I'm not
confident.
so sure. I'm not so sure because you know why I'm not so sure? Because I live for this. I'm waiting for one of these stupid YouTubers, right, to come out there and say something to me personally that's not true, so I can show you all what your the idea of pretty sureness is, right?
Mhm. But that's what I'm saying. But you would have to then point out what's not true. So, like, I'm not saying for you in particular, but when I call Vernon Jones a Sambo and a coon, it's because of the fact that he has been antithetical to black progression for black people in this state.
Okay, so now
So
after
it's not without cause and it's not without reason. So it's not, and it's also not a lie about it. I'm not making up something. I'm
I'm
not
not
saying he has
saying
a,
that you don't
you know,
have.
he got a disease or his wife, he cheating on his wife. Nothing I made up. I'm I'm calling him something based on his actions towards black people.
What I'm saying is language in court is really important. An open-ended word like a coon, what is the definition? It's a derogatory statement. So the first issue is the statement itself derogatory? Second, could you have said the same thing another way that helps your issue?
Right. But have you ever heard of somebody getting sued because they call somebody a bitch?
I have well, see a bit okay, so now remember there are things like it's all in the court pleadings, right? So what I'm just trying to say is that you can accomplish your goals, right, by sometimes using better language.
Right. You're right. You're very right about that. But because of the First Amendment, I can say what I want. I don't have to use a different language. All I have to do is not, like you said, intentionally lie about a person, because that would be defamation. But if I
Okay.
want to insult an individual, that is perfectly within my right and within the First Amendment. I can
Yes.
insult. I can insult a police officer. I can call him a bitch ass motherfucker, all that type of shit, and he can't do shit. Why? Because it's my First Amendment right to be able to say what I want to say.
Okay, and so so remember one of the latches to defamation is as long as this if the statement is true, right, and you can prove it, you don't have to worry. Now, with the problem is if you're calling a person a coon and you're saying they're not serving black people, well, as a somebody who knows a little bit of law, what they will do is they will gather up more affidavits than you know that they could, and that you would have to gather up the
This
same amount.
this don't even make sense.
What you a barber? What don't make sense?
I'm cutting hair right now.
Damn.
I'm cutting hair right now.
I'm mute.
Reggie always throwing shots at me. He crazy.
Because you jump up and you can say it in other ways. I'm not throwing shots at you. I'm just saying you can say it in another way. So I'm listening. I
No,
apologize. First, I apologize. Second, I'm listening.
thank you. About what I'm saying, like you saying somebody can be sued for being insulted, like that. How, how would you do that? I can curse a person out. You know what I mean? I can tell a politician that they're not serving my community. How do they? They can't turn around and sue me because I made an assessment, whether true or false, about their duty to a community.
You have a right.
Politicians and stuff get called out all the time. You dig what I'm saying? Like
You have a
you
right to
can't
do
go
that.
around suing somebody because they disagree with you on whether you creating policies or doing things for certain communities. How can you sue for that?
Okay, so here's the thing: is the difference is that you can make your critiques, right? But calling
Right.
them a particular word, right? A particular derogatory word, you could accomplish your goals of criticism without calling somebody.
I agree with that.
You agree with
Yeah,
me?
but we're talking about suing them for it.
Right.
Like, how does that work? That's
So
what I thought you was attempting to prove.
yes. So the thing about it is, if you do it in such a way where many of the statements you're saying is not true, right? Or they have a dispute in your material facts, then a judge or jury will assess the material facts based on what your perception is. But you can accomplish your goals without calling people open-ended. See, the problem is open-ended labels and conclusions do not survive plausibility. Your criticism could probably survive, but not the name. For example, let me give you an example, right? Okay. Why the FBAs will never ever be successful in any court proceeding on reparations or anything is because the FBA is a conclusionary label, right? Meaning that all the foundational Black Americans are deceased, right? They are all deceased. So if I say something about the current FBAs, they're not the FBAs, they're descendants of FBAs because the original FBAs are all deceased, right? The last one probably enslaved African or any died, right? If you want to do with slavery as they probably died in the 1910s, 1920s. So this group is a label. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
What part don't you understand?
That ain't even make sense.
Why don't it make sense?
Because if you are what your forefathers were, right? The reason why you claim African American is because of a lineage,
No.
right?
No.
Yes.
It's not because of a
Yes.
limit. It's my
No,
current
I'm
status.
not doing it.
It's my
I'm not
current
doing it.
status.
Like the reason, no,
It's
two
my
things
current
can be true.
status. I am a living African American.
Right. But and that goes back to how do you prove that you're an African American? What
Because
makes you
on the census
qualify that you're an
report, I
African
click
American?
because on the census
That ain't
report,
got
in
nothing to do with no damn.
yes, because see the
The reason
problem is that in we live in the United States. We have to click things to verify. Whereas is
only thing
benefits.
you gotta click is that you're an American. You don't have to say you African American or nothing. The only relevant question is whether you are an American. All of that other stuff is arbitrary for the most part.
Oh yeah, but why does the government?
Yeah. So now you gotta calm that down. The government can
why
put
does the
anything because they
government
know
make these labels?
they know people like to label themselves. But you don't have to do that. You being an American is equivalent for anything that you want here.
Okay,
You
so
saying that you're African American or Black or Native American, all of that is secondary. That's added information if you want to give that.
I love this, Chef. I love this. You know why? Right? Because it's dialogue that can help. So, what's the point of discrimination suits if we're all Americans?
That's something completely different.
No, it's not.
You know what I mean?
Because in the discrimination, you have to say that you are a protected group.
Hold on. You say you're being discriminated on because of your rights as an American. It's being violated.
No, because you're a protected group in America, which is the African American.
No, that's not true. That's
Why
not
is it
true.
not
Any
true?
group, you don't have to be. You don't
All
have
groups
to
are
be
protected in America, though.
You don't
All
have
groups
to
will
be
be
a
protected.
group. Yeah,
Not
you're
all
American. That's
protected
your
in
protection.
America. That's why we
No,
lose family.
the fact that you're an American is your protection.
Hey,
Once you
sir,
prove that your American rights have been violated,
sir,
that's what gets you that.
sir.
Yes, it's
I'm with you now.
constitutional
I'm
rights.
with you
Once
now.
your
The
constitutional
difference
rights
between
have been
me
violated,
and the difference
you're right.
between me, the difference between me and any of you is that if you look up my name, Reginald A. Mabry, right, under Google Scholar, you will see a case that I did for discrimination. You will see that there is 141 citations on my case. That means 141 litigants use my case in either way, right? So I am the standard in plausibility in employment discrimination in the United States right now. My case has 141 citations. I am not listening to you because I know
But
y'all because I went
how does that?
through the process.
Yeah,
So
but
you
how does that
that you
exclude the constitutional rights of the people in the country? Because he's still talking about constitutional rights. You saying the protected people under the you protected under the Constitution. So if your constitutional
what
rights are
constitution are you
being
protected? I like that. What constitution? What constitution statute says this?
says what?
Are you serious?
That
Yeah,
your
I'm
rights
serious.
have to be protected as an American citizen?
You have the Equal Protection Clause in the 14th Amendment, right? And it has certain latches to show basically what a protected person is, right? But that's not
What
all
is it?
people.
Explain it. Give
No,
me an example of protected people.
you said all people are protected. I said no.
No, I'm saying Americans are protected under the Constitution. So if your constitutional rights are being abridged upon, then yes, you have a case. Like you don't have to. I don't. That's what I'm trying to understand. The protected people that you're talking about, you're protected under the Constitution. So, like, are you saying that it's a certain people that are in the Constitution are the only ones that can use this, or like that's what I'm trying to get understanding. I'm not really trying to go against what you're saying. I just don't get it because what Chef was saying was more accurate is that people are protected under the Constitution. Black people fought to be protected under the Constitution.
Okay, so here's
Right.
this is why this is so problematic, right? Because I asked you to tell me where the protection is under the Constitution and how that works, right? But you say, and then on the issue of protected, but who is protected, right? Uh, there's a latch to being protected. No state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. There is your protection. So your protection is only that you have the right to go to court, right? That's your that's the only right that you have. That you have the right to go to court. That's all, right? You don't get automatic protection. You have a right to show to a court of law, right?
Where did you get your law degree at?
I don't have a law degree, but I have 141.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Wait. I have. Do you understand that if you type my name up and it goes to employment law, any employment law case in right now in the United States will cite my case. Why? Because I have 141 citations. So my issue is part of the United States, part of the United States laws when it comes to employment. You don't believe me? You type my name up. Go to Google Scholar, click federal, type my name, Reginald A. Mabry, and you will
No,
see
I'm
my.
not disagreeing with that, and I feel you, but I'm saying you ain't making sense right now.
Because
like
you're not
you might got all of it. I'm saying what you just said previous is not making sense. How black people are not protected under the Constitution. Like
I didn't
we
say
don't
that.
understand that. You said
What
that
you're
we're a
telling me,
protected group. What do you say?
you
Make that make
said
sense.
you said that we're all Americans, right?
Yes.
We're all
You
Americans,
want
right?
you want to see my
And
passport?
that yes, huh? Yeah, we're all
You want to see
Americans.
my passport?
And I told you that the United States, right, segments its population based on classifications. Those classifications matter when people are when people's rights are violated, right? So when you're under a particular classification, you have protected status. You have protected status. And you have
Show me
protected.
where African Americans got protected status other than their American rights. What make that? I've never seen that in practice.
Okay, so let me just look it up. Okay, so under Federal Executive Order 11246 as amended, protected minority groups are defined as African Americans, Asians, Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Native Americans, right? All women are designated a protected group. Okay, so under Federal Executive Order 11246 as amended, protected minority groups are defined as African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Native Americans. Okay, so I said it. What's your point now?
Right. So now you have to explain what does that mean?
So first, my first tour was to tell you that it existed. Now,
Okay.
you want me to explain what
Yeah,
does that
because
mean?
now we got to mean what you now we got to mean what you was implying. You know what I mean? That it means that about our constitutional rights is what I said protects us. So does that clause that you just read under the protected status, is that ensuring that our constitutional rights will be upheld?
In law, what it is it gives you a cause of action to plead that you are a protected minority group and that you have been disenfranchised by some corporation or some government or something like that. So in your pleadings, you would say that I am of the protected minority group, and then if you complained about any discrimination, that gives you protected status, sir. So now I just explained it.
So what was your point?
I didn't have to make a point. I didn't have to make a point. What I did was read to you what the law is. I didn't have to make a point. What was your point?
No. You were talking about you was talking about how FBA is ain't nothing because all foundational Black Americans are dead. And I said, well, how was you African American? And you said it's because of something about whatever you was just talking about.
Yeah, because
And I
African
said,
American.
you don't even have to claim African American, and you still have your rights. I know that was my point.
Okay, so what I'm saying that the FBA is a label that doesn't have any plausibility because they are not the people who they're saying they are. Foundational Black Americans have already been deceased. What you are, if you claim that you're a descendant of the original population of Black people or African people that came to this country. So you are a descendant, right? And regarding the African Americans, the last reparation case, Posner said that a harm to your ancestors is not a harm to you, right? So it prohibits it prohibits you for claiming something that happened to your ancestors in law. You have to show your own harm. We can show our own harm, right? Without using our ancestors, because it's continuous. So,
So do you agree? Do you agree with that?
it's not whether or not I agree with it. It's
No, that's
what
the
it is
question that I asked.
over. But I am a problem
Yeah,
solver.
but
That if what I suggest to our people is not to use conclusory statements that don't directly apply to us, so that we won't have to defend it. So I would not use ancestry. I would not use descendants, and I probably wouldn't necessarily use Black, but I would use African American or Black American as a current class, living class that I am, because I check the box, because I'm often required to check the box, because my birth certificate puts me in that class, and that is a protected class. Oh, I
That
have
foundation don't even make sense. Because some of the
Yeah,
motherfuckers, Louisiana, were part of the United States at one point in time.
Gullah, I'm so sorry. I apologize.
are
What?
are old white people old white person? Wouldn't they be classified as a protected class?
No.
What about LGBT? What about gay people?
Yes.
They are a protected class.
Yes.
So why wouldn't old people be on in that protected class? Isn't age
Old
a
people are.
requirement?
Yes. Old people are. That's what you call age discrimination. If
Right, exactly. So an old white woman would be able to
no
use
old
that in their benefit.
anybody old, anybody above
Right,
50, but but your
right,
racial classification doesn't matter. You wouldn't
right. But
use
what I'm saying, race is also a part that's incorporated in the protected class. It'd be race,
if
gender, age, all of those type of things, and it's basically
okay,
just
for
to say
example,
that you can't discriminate against these people.
in your pleadings, if, for example, a white person was discriminated, an older white person was discriminated against a group by a group of black people in jobs or in a organization or in a government, that white person, Asian person, old Asian person, white person, they could sue those people, because if they can prove that they were discriminated, they were singled out because of their race, their color, their
Age,
religion, sex, their national origin, then they could sue. So then they would be, yes. So then after that, they would be protected. But what I'm saying about the FBAs is that you are not an FBA. Our ancestors, our ancestors may you might want to say, if you want to say that they were the original inhabitants of the Americas with the colonists, that's fine, but you're not that. You're an imposter. You're an FBA. You're a goddamn imposter. You're a body snatcher. You're not those people. What you are is who you are in your current situation, a descendant. Otherwise, you're a body snatcher.
You're not African American.
well,
African.
I get what you're saying. I think because I think you're trying to make a distinction between foundational Black American and descendants of Black Americans, or descendants of African Americans, or whatever. So I get what you're trying. I get what you're saying, but I think like when we talk about protected, I think when people hear the words protected class, that like we should be a little bit more direct, because like what are we protected
Yeah,
against? You know what I'm saying? And
correct.
the thing that we protected against would be discrimination, right?
Right. So you are absolutely right. So
Okay.
that's why I said in your pleadings, you would specify in your complaint, right? What actually happened. So then you would search for, hopefully, you will find yourself in a protected class because of your ethnicity, and someone discriminated against you for your ethnicity. Now, when it comes to what we were originally talking about was defamation, right? If a person calls you a coon, right? Okay. On the first instance, it may be hyperbole. It may be hyperbole. Okay. However, if I, as a litigant, can say that you harmed me because of that, you're going to have to prove that I'm a coon. That's only my suggestion.
No, that's not how it goes.
How do you
Okay,
prove
you saying
somebody a
it's just a
fool?
suggestion. I was about to say, 'cause that's not how the law goes, man. Like I
I'm
said, you
telling
don't like. I don't have to prove that you're a coon in order for it to be like. You can't claim defamation based on somebody's name calling. You have to be able to prove the harm that you took from being called a Sambo or a coon, and you won't be able to do that based on just it being an insult. So that's why I say I don't get where you trying to bring the whole law into calling somebody like you're not. It's nobody can find you for defamation for saying calling somebody else a Sambo or a coon. That's just not true. That's my only point.
And you say it's not true because you just, well, help me
No,
out with the
because
law. Help me out with
okay.
the
Well,
law.
if you can show me,
Now you're sounding like
no, no
you're
problem. No.
Hebrews, the Christians, or you're telling me your belief, but you're not telling me.
I'm not
You're
telling
not
you to believe. Well, I'm not telling you a belief. I'm telling you it's something that I've never seen before in my life. I've never
you said
seen anyone get found guilty or be able to be prosecuted based on someone calling you a Sambo or a coon. If you have examples of that, I'll take those examples, no problem. I'm just telling you
okay.
I've never seen it. I'm not
Watch this.
calling you a liar or anything like that. But if you have the proof, let me see it.
Wait. For example, I just want to ask you. So this is your personal belief. This is your personal belief. Do you look at law cases regularly?
Not regularly, no.
So did you ever look for this particular matter on derogatory statements?
Sure. I mean, I've seen some cases about derogatory statements that actually got people cases, but typically, or defamation suits. But typically, the only way that those people won those suits is based on the information that came behind those statements. So it wasn't just the fact that they called somebody a bitch, but they said you a bitch ass, or you a bitch that you know what I mean that got AIDS,
Okay, so you're
or
answering
you a
my question.
bitch that got this, that, or the third.
So
So it,
you
it, it
actually
was never based on. I'm
okay.
sorry. I hear you.
Yes, you're actually agreeing with me because see the first prong, right, is that the statement is untrue. The second prong is whether it caused harm. Now, if you do this to a person publicly and it embarrasses the person, you're creating harm, right? Because
Not
it was
not 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 in most cases.
But and
An
isn't
insult
being a
to
Sambo,
somebody
is that,
publicly is not a.
and that can also just be your opinion, right? So that's like if you insult somebody and you call someone ugly, that's your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. Now, if you are in a place of employment and then you call your boss calls you a Sambo, now that's a different thing because that's considered a racial slur. But if you're just on the street talking to somebody, you can have your opinion. You can call them a Sambo, you can call them a motherfucker, you can call them whatever you like, right? Because that's
I
an
don't,
opinion. I think, are
I
we
don't
getting
dis-
stuff confused with defamation and what is a person's opinion? Because defamation has to be a claim about someone,
okay.
right?
I agree, but I put in another I put
Damn,
in another
Discord.
part.
Discord is tripping.
Be sincere. I put in another part of it. Now it's not just the name, whether it's true or untrue. It's in the circumstances. Do you agree with that? So if it's in fact in a public forum that is taped, right? And yes, you may be exhibiting your opinion, but if your opinion changes the balance and causes this person to be shamed, right? Causes other type of harm, emotional harm, right? Then it depends. You
And you're
agree with
talking about outside of the workplace? Because I can see where you're coming from if you're talking about work, right? If you're talking about the workplace setting, but just everyday communication with your friends or with, whoever. That's like if you call someone a hoe.
I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is if you're doing it in a public place, right?
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
a
So if you're calling someone, let's just say, for example, if someone is on YouTube and they say they don't like so and so YouTube personality because they a hoe. Are you saying that's a problem and it's outside of the bounds of their opinion?
It's the circumstances. So let me see if I can share my. Let me share my screen, for example, if I can. So I don't share my screen. Should have did it on ChatGPT because most people know ChatGPT, but I'll do it here. So I guess somebody has to. We pause this preview to. Can you see? Can you see what I put up? Can you see what I put up?
Yes.
Okay. So someone called me a coon and I want to sue for defamation. It's harmed me because it was done in a public place. And I want to say, can I sue? It is possible to sue for defamation if someone calls another person a slur, like coon in a public place. But success depends on several legal factors, particularly under New York. Calling someone a coon is an extremely offensive racial slur with a long, demeaning history. But whether it rises to action depends on the context. It depends on the context, the nature of the statement, and how New York courts have treated similar cases, right? To prevail in this defamation suit, it has to be a false statement about an individual. Calling someone a coon is already problematic because it's derogatory. It was communicated to a third party, meaning it was in a tape session, so people can watch it over and over again and make clips about it. The speaker was at least negligent in making the statement, right? Meaning that the other party has to show that they were not negligent, and the statement caused harm to the individual's reputation, unless it falls into defamation per se categories. So there are defamation per se categories, right? Which are statements accusing someone of a serious crime, statements harming a person's profession, imputing a loathsome disease, imputing unchastity on a woman. Now, this statement harming a person's profession, racial slurs, even highly offensive ones, generally do not fit in the categories by default, but the courts consider slurs like coon to be deeply hurtful, like slurs like Uncle Tom and coon. They may interpret them as expressions of opinion, not fact, a critical distinction since only false statements of fact or action voice distress. Public insults and emotional distress. If the language used goes beyond insult and harms on individuals' mental health or safety, there may be potential claims for intentional infliction, right? So while publicly being called a coon is reprehensible and may cause immense harm, New York defamation laws makes it difficult to win a lawsuit based solely on this insult, unless it can be shown to be a statement of fact that injures reputation, opinion, or epithet. So that is the problem. If I can show harm, that
It told you everything I already told you, bro. I'm just saying, Reggie. I just said all of
No.
that to you. I actually did. I told you that, like, you can't, like, they just told you right there that just because somebody called you a coon or a Sambo or Uncle Tom does not necessarily mean that you're going to win a defamation case. Why? Because you have to show
I got a
harm. A person
question.
can base their opinion if they want to. Go ahead.
Right. And then I have a question. If someone is stating their opinion, how do you prove in court that someone isn't someone else's opinion. So how would you even prove in court that the person is not a coon or Uncle Tom? What would you have to do to prove that? That's like saying if someone is ugly, how
Right.
would you, if the person feels that way, that's their
Okay.
opinion,
I'm gonna
how
put this
how
up
could you
again.
prove that that's not true?
Okay, so let me put this up again because I just want to check. I just want to check that you understand that you understand what I showed you to read. Okay, so let's put this up again. And unfortunately, it says, right, it is possible to sue for defamation if someone calls another person a slur like coon in a public place. So it is possible. But success depends on several legal factors, particularly under New York law. Calling someone a coon is extremely offensive racial slur with a long and demeaning history. But whether it rises to actionable defamation depends on the context. So what I said now, the context is harm. The context is harm is where was the statement made? How was it made? If it was made in a public place, right, that it could be communicated to a third party, right, and that the person, for example, did not specify exactly why they're calling me a coon, right, and it caused harm to reputation. The statement caused harm to my individual's reputation, right, unless it falls into defamation per se. So the fact is that the word carries a long history of uh, problems within this society, right? So if you want to call them a name, I would prefer you call them a name that doesn't have a long history in this society. Now, the thing about it, did it cause the person harm? Well, now it depends in the context. So now if you are in a particular place and a person is speaking, you're talking about the man's indiscretions, you're talking about the man's you or yourself trying to harm this person. Otherwise, you would just stick to the issues of what he's not been doing. But once you engage in just name calling to be harmful, then it can become actionable. So the issue is whether or not now, after the person pleads this, right, pleads, makes a complaint about it, right, uh, you have now the unfortunate responsibility of defending yourself, and it's going to cost you money because you're going to have to answer the complaint.
Not if I win. If you lose, you're accountable for that money.
Hear what I
You have to
said.
pay those costs occurred.
Hey, you
Now I
didn't hear
heard
what
what
I
you said.
said.
I heard exactly what you said. I did what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But it's not if
Okay, let me
I
make
call
sure.
somebody a Sambo. I'm saying if I call somebody a Sambo, okay, at that point, like that individual who decides to go and try to sue me
Yeah.
has to prove that it hurt them in some way, shape, or form. That's number one, which will already fail. Because like I said, that's an extremely tall mountain to climb when you're trying to prove that a insult actually did bodily harm or caused financial misfortune or anything like that, truly harmful. Which it will be an uphill battle for you to
I'm
prove
actually
that.
trying to, I'm actually trying to here's the thing is I'm actually trying to help, right? But I'm trying to help because what I'm trying to say is that it'd be better for you to deal with what the person did rather than to use a label. If you just dealt with what the person did or didn't do, right? And all those type of things, it would be better than calling them a derogatory name, right?
But not
That's
really though. But not really, because if I address what they did and I get it wrong, like if I say, "Hey man, I heard about you, you know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, matter of fact, with Vernon Jones, okay? He's a piece of shit. And a lot of people, he had a lot of different cases or whatever, whatnot, that was brought up on him for messing with women on in the workplace and shit or whatever, right? So if I just randomly said something about that and was like, hey, you know what I mean? You a piece of shit because you was in there messing with them girls in your workplace. Now that will be something that could be held as defamation. Reason being is because it will be something that if he can prove never happened, then it's a false situation. It's me lying on him.
Well,
Me
I
calling
would.
him a Sambo or a coon just speaks to him in reference. It doesn't necessarily um say that he did an action or he didn't do an action. If I go into saying what actions he did or didn't do, that's more so of a case against me of defamation than me calling him an insult.
Well, I would just, can you, there's no way that you want to take my advice, but I think some people are listening to me. It'd be better
I
for you.
respect you, bro. I respect you, brother Reggie. Don't take it as disrespect,
No,
man.
I'm not.
You know what I mean?
I'm just saying there would be better practice going forward to specifically deal without calling him names what this person did and why this person should not be in office. Because if, some people have throwaway money. So if I have throwaway money, like $100,000 or some throwaway money, I'll put you in court just to put you in court. Because I got
Yeah, that
throwaway
would be
money,
crazy.
and I'll match your money, and hopefully you can match my money.
Oh yeah,
So
that would be crazy. I wouldn't approach it that way per se, because in a lot of situations, like you don't know what that other person's situation is. So in
Mhm.
some cases, like myself, like I'm not rich, you know what I'm saying? I don't have throwaway money as you would say. But at the same time, I know people that don't mind stepping in order to, make sure that I'm straight when it comes to legal action.
right.
So if
So
a person would want to go that route, then that would be on them to spend all that money and throw it out the window just because that person is going to have to pay those
yeah,
legal
well,
fees once they lose.
so what I'm trying to say is that, watch this. There's hundreds of thousands of cases where Black people have been disenfranchised in America. And for the most part, we have lost most of those cases. Why? Because our adversaries, right, have more money to spend, right? The first thing that they're going to do is get a lawyer. They're going to get a great lawyer, and then it's going to go into litigation. Lots of times in litigation, what happens is the merit of the case goes away and people win on technicalities. So the underlying issue goes away. But but many people could just beat you on technicalities. So it doesn't have to be evidentiary. It could be in a sense that your pleadings are not plausible. So a lot of cases that our people have went through with in the system, we have lost to not the underlying issues of discrimination or theft of house or mortgage fraud or any of those things. We lost based on we lost based on technical issues with our pleadings, right? How can I say in for example in things like early dismissal phase or depending on the jurisdiction or summary judgment, right? Because they have handsome motions and your motion is not so handsome and they may have influence in society with the courts, right? So and so the group of people who have put this person in that you're calling a name, obviously he's an elected official, so he has a constituency that's already spent money to get him in there to do what they want him to do. So most likely, and those people probably have some influence with the courts, the clerks, and things like that, right? And I'm just trying to say is you could be dead right in calling him what you think you're going to call him, but be very careful about the American system of law. We've lost almost all of our cases, and we lost pitifully the last reparations case. We lost pitifully for all the technicality. It was thrown out because plaintiff, she couldn't attach herself to the victims of the banks that financed our ancestors. She didn't plead any of her particular ancestors that were caught up in this. She did what you call just a general ancestry. These are my people, and the judge threw that out. In your particular case, what I'm just trying to say is, if you're doing it privately, he's walking down the street and you call him a name, that's fine. You'll probably get away with that. That's your opinion. But if you go up inside a public place where there's a hearing and stuff like that, people could say that you disturbed the hearing, or you disturbed and so I'm saying that, listen, we're just talking general about law. I see that you're strong on you being permissible on this, but I would say use better language. I would say use better language, more concise language. Right? That's all I'm saying.
What
And I appreciate that input, but I'm gonna keep calling them. I'm gonna keep calling them Sambos and Coons. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute now. Go ahead, brother.
And guess what? You can't keep calling them Sambos and Coon without anything happening. You can draw a reference to Hustler Magazine versus Jerry Falwell. That's a case that reinforced freedom of speech. In that case, Hustler Magazine published an article indicating that at that time, one of the biggest televangelistic in the world, Jerry Falwell, was a motherfucker. He called him a motherfucker, right? And he implied it. There's a movie based on a People versus Larry Flynn. It's the same thing, but it's a Supreme Court case for First Amendment speech. Hustler Magazine versus Falwell. Go and read it up. You realize that if I call you a coon, you just have to live with it. You just have to live with it. Thank you to Hustler Magazine. There's nothing you can do. The Supreme Court reinforced that. That's the case in law.
But here's the thing. What I'm saying, Stupies, and thanks for bringing up the case. Was that it went all the way up to the Supreme Court? Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Correct? Okay.
Yes, it
So
did.
that case was, if you put a monetary value on that case, how much did that case cost? $1 million, $2 million?
At that time, yeah, it's supposed to cost a lot of money. Yeah.
Okay. So ultimately, what happens in law is that what happens is the case gets more expensive as it goes from place to place. So from district court to appellate court, right? And then doing all the things that you have to do to get it certified. So that means both parties at some point paid a whole lot of money. Is that correct? In litigation, did both parties pay a whole lot of money in litigation?
Yeah, but the beautiful thing about that is that because it has been, what's the word is now? It's already been decided. No lawyer is going to take it up. They're going to tell you that, listen, you live with this because this has already been decided in the
But I'm
past.
saying the litigants that were in the matter, it took a lot of money and a lot of time. Is that true?
Yes, but it's settled case law that no, that is settled case law. So most people don't even bother to sue unless you're going to talk about their health. You're going to say that they have herpes, like in the case of Carly B versus what's the other girl on the internet, Tasha K. The reason why Carly B won that case is because she made a claim that Carly B had herpes. No, that was
Right. One of
interlinked,
the
as
problems.
you mentioned earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
But
Good.
for me, if I just called you something that you can't prove that you are not, or you can't prove that you are, it is what it is. As long as it has nothing to do with your health, I can't just say Michael Smith have AIDS. No, that is a problem.
And I don't disagree, but what I'm just trying to say, what I'm saying, it goes in once a person sues, then it goes into the litigation mode. So then there's cost, right? And I'm just you can accomplish what you want without putting yourself in risk for a court, right?
Oh,
And
I
litigation.
understand what you're saying.
Okay, that's
I
all I'm
understand
saying.
what
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. So, well, this is a great show because we get a chance to talk about, and I've provided everything that everyone asked me about my point. Whether you agree with me or not, uh, um, unfortunately, I had to go to federal court and state court, and I know enough about the process that I sometimes help other people for different reasons, right? So the case that I'm currently working with, I've gotten rid of 4 lawyers, and I am working on getting rid of the last lawyer, the who did summary judgment without a notice of issue, closing discovery, not allowing the person I'm working with to uh, dispute material facts. And so, if I can help him win his defense against summary judgment, right? Then the other side is going to be precluded from offering up any other summary judgments because it's been repetitive unless there's no new information. And the funny thing about it is that if you look at the court schedule, right? If you look at the court schedule, it's probably been about 20 appearances. So someone is both parties have to pay. And the side of the person who made the defamation, well, they probably paid maybe about all together with the 5 lawyers, they probably in all appearances, they probably paid about $80,000, $90,000. So I'm just trying to say is that in some cases it just helps if you can accomplish your goals without calling a person something derogatory. Call them another name, but not something that's a known derogatory term like coon uh, and what do you call it? What's the other word? Coon and Uncle Tom.
Sambo, Sambo,
And,
Sambo. That's
and
my favorite.
oh my goodness. Well, okay. I would ask the listen. I look. My whole thing is those are deep, painful words, and the problem is that you are using them for pain, right?
Not really,
Reggie,
not really. I'm just using it as a description. I'm not necessarily using it for pain because I don't think they hurt by me calling them a Sambo. I'm using it as a description in order to describe the things that individual is doing negatively to
Okay, so
black people.
can you at least take this advice? Can you say before you call them a coon, Sambo, and Uncle Tom? Can you just use these? Can you use these few words in front of it? In my opinion, damn coon, Tom, right? So it's not an issue of fact. Can you at least get that from Brother
State it
Reggie?
as a fact. I will say, Brother Reggie, that I will make sure in the future. So I think I already do, but I'll make sure that I'm not calling the wrong person a Sambo or a coon.
Well,
I, I,
can
I,
you?
I will take your advice, Reggie. But Reggie,
Huh?
I'm so sorry that I wasn't here to hear you talk about meritocracy. Did you address the whole issue of meritocracy and what your opinion is on it? Did you address that issue?
Yes, I did. Meritocracy is a system, organization, society in which people are chosen, promoted, or assigned roles based on their demonstrated abilities, talents, and achievements rather than their social class. So that's the accomplishment of a organization, society, or system. What problem is that our problem is on social media that doesn't matter because that's not a organization of social. That's just entertainment, right? In our governments, right? Uh, it, the safety net for that, right, is town hall meetings, right? So there where where we can address that in town hall meetings. And the other thing is that we can put in something called a referendum, meaning that if we're in our governments, local governments, that there's a number of citizens that could vote to get your ass out of office before your term. That would be a major deterrent to to a lot of this.
No,
So
no, all right. Probably I said the wrong word. It's like merit based. I was talking more like a merit base that people get jobs based on their merit, they're based on their qualification, based on how proficient they are.
yeah.
Does that apply in the black community?
No, because black people, black communities, well, it does when we have good local governments in place at times, right? So, but in the ones that doesn't work is because we don't have any other structures like referendums and or town hall meetings, right? So it just so once a person is in and they like for example Eric Adams in New York City, right? Once he's in, right, it's hard to get him out, right? Except for what's happening to him right now, right? It's hard. We tried the legal road. Well, there was a legal road where he got indicted, but the president of the United States stepped in and made the Justice Department. Otherwise, it would have went away. But this is a very unusual thing. But now the Democratic Party, he's no longer in the. Still a Democrat, but now he can't run as a Democrat, right? So he's running as independent, right? So, but when he was in office, he hired uh, this guy Banks, and ultimately two of his brothers benefited, right, from him. And then his girlfriend was who he ended up marrying was part of it, and a lot of other type of people. So it couldn't stop. And then there's lawyers and all these other groups of people that prevented it from being stopped. And the government, the federal government stepped in and indicted his ass, and it was stopped by the president of the United States. Huh?
So you believe that his job was merit based? That he
No,
achieved his success because of
no,
his qualification?
no. Well, when he first got elected, he had what any person who was mayor of New York, he had qualifications. He was a police
Right.
officer, right? He had qualification, but in office, right? What happened in office wasn't merit based.
So
In my opinion.
how do you think that merit based would be? Do you believe that merit based are people promoting merit? I can't say the word. People promoting that approach. Do you think it's beneficial to us as black people?
Yeah, I think that this is why Stupice we don't have a plan. We don't know how these structures work, right? And we don't have any controls like again like a town hall meeting or a press, right? A press that does these that examines these things, and that Eric Adams was not working for black people or our people. He was working for the former mayor, uh, Bloomberg, right? So because Bloomberg seems to have a lot of influence, a lot of products and things like that the mayor's office and stuff that the city of New York uses, and Bloomberg gave him a lot of support. But all of that is over because looks like he's going to be beat by by man, and a lot of people don't know. A woman did run on a ballot, black woman, very close to me, right? Um, she ran. I helped her get on a ballot, but she was blocked by this system. So if you so I would Yeah, so I don't want to say it because it's on the internet. It's no plus or minus, but someone who was very close to me ran for mayor of this term, blocked by this nepotism, uh, uh, choosing. They actually tried to choose Cuomo. So black people in New York lost terribly. We got so much mud on our face because our elected leaders, church leaders, chose Cuomo to be mayor, and he lost to Mandami. Could you believe it? Black people became sharecroppers for Cuomo, and Cuomo lost. He lost. So okay, so I'll stop. Well, I hope yeah, I hope this was helpful. You can I'm just giving you some suggestions, but when we were I think that we covered meritocracy, and we cover some things I think about law, and but we don't have a plan. So once we have a plan, then we plan to fail. We don't have a plan. We don't
Hold
know. We
on,
don't.
Reggie. Stick around, Reggie.
Hmm?
We about to they about to debate uh what's the boy name from Jamaica? Garvey. They
Oh yeah,
about
I
to
know it's gonna end. So
debate whether
I'm gonna watch it.
uh
So is it gonna be on this Discord?
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it. So thanks for your
Yeah,
time, Chef. Chef, I give you a hard time because you
Brass and
always.
Haskell.
Okay, so let me get off the phone. I mean, let me get off the thing. But you're always, once you come in, Chef, you're the leader. You are the leader of this podcast. And then once you say something to kind of knock me, I got everybody against me, so I got to go hard against you.
Why I ain't seen you live in a minute. What you doing?
Chef, today's show was a good show. Can't lie. Good
All right,
show.
I'm out.
Good show.
Peace.
And I kept me cool. I enjoyed the show today. Thank you.
Yeah, it's definitely been a good one. We still waiting
Yeah.
for Brass to get in the house when he get his notes together.
Mm-hmm.
Because if Brass end up letting Garvey off the hook, if Haskell somehow wrestle Garvey back into the good graces of black folks, I'm gonna be highly upset. You know how long we had to hear this
Garvey,
nonsense about Garvey?
eh?
It took us over 100 years to run this scammer down.
We'll see. We'll see. Today is a good day. We're happy this.
Hey, did y'all see that? I think they said like 6 HBCUs had a shutdown today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw that.
What happened?
They getting
Fear.
threats. They not just
Who's
fear, but
threatening them?
they got actual threats from people calling in, and they don't know who they anonymous, but people calling in saying they're gonna do stuff or whatever the case may be, because of what happened to homeboy.
What the hell HBCU?
Come on now, Chef. You know how this works, bro. Come on now.
That man got killed in Utah on a white campus. Now you want to target HBC? So we can't win for losing, yo. Even when we ain't got nothing to do with the shit, we the problem. That's fucked up.
Hey, somebody got to
That is
pay,
fucked
bro.
up.
Yeah. No, when people tell you that words don't have power, we see. That's why when people tell you that words don't mean anything, then you're free to say anything. No. Mm-mm. It has impact. So ask Kelly ready, right?
Oh yeah. You know what's crazy? I was thinking about getting information from a whole bunch of different sources, but the gentleman whose article I'm going to be reading from, he got everything is in there. Like he covered every base. And the debate is pretty much going to be relegated to the trial.
because when people say Garvey is a scammer, that's where they get it from. You know, his conviction for mail fraud. So I don't know if possibly Brass is going to introduce. I told him I want to keep it to that, but if he wants to introduce something else, some other scamming, you know, he's free to do so. But as far as him never buying ships, that's a lie. Um, what else? I think that's like the main thing. Him sending advertisements while knowing that he didn't have ships and all of that stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of information that I feel like a lot of people have never heard. I know Chef has never heard it, and I'm intrigued to hear what people got to say like after everything has been laid out.
Know about that. Honorary Garvey.
FBA versus the Rude Boys.
Versus the tether class, the tethers versus FBA.
Yes. Defending the Tether Garvey.
The Tether Coalition.
Hey, you know what's
Tether
funny?
Coalition.
You know what's funny, Chef? You was talking about Joe Lewis yesterday, and you was saying like how the Jim Crow era, how unfair it was, like the court system and everything. And I'm like, it just dawned on me. I'm like, how do people miss that with Garvey? Like, it's literally dead smack in the middle of Jim Crow. You know what I'm saying? And he not from here.
Yeah, but that don't mean, right, but that don't mean niggas don't commit crime just because it's Jim Crow either. You feel me? Like racism and shit exists nowadays, and just because I acknowledge that don't mean that niggas ain't out here on bullshit too. Two things can be true.
That's a
You
fact.
know what I mean?
That's a fact.
Hey, I
That's a
know
fact.
Garvey is one of the Jamaican national heroes. Is he on any of their currency?
Yeah, he's on the what is it? Stoopy, is it 20?
I don't remember, but he was on several currencies because as the
Yeah.
currency devalued, they put him on new currency.
Yeah,
But
because when I was still living in Jamaica, he used to be on the 20-cent coin, was it? Or the 20-cent coin? He used to be on one of the coins, but like Stoopy said, our currency has devalued so much the last 30 or so years. I know they don't have a 20-cent coin anymore. But he's definitely on currency, Miss Sincere, yes.
Mhm.
That's
Hey,
what's
what
up.
happened to whatever happened to the Tubmans though? Whatever happened with that?
Man, man, Trump ain't giving us no Tubman. You don't believe that? He giving us no Tubman. Yeah, crazy.
Hey,
Dr. King should be on something.
that'd be some raw shit to say though, bro. Like, hey dog, let me get a tub, nigga. The Tubman, nigga.
2 tubs. That'd be 2 tubs. That'd be 2 tubs. Yeah, man, no, I think Frederick Douglass or Martin Luther King should make currency in the United States first.
Before Tubman?
Why you think that?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Cause he's a
They were more
misogynist.
impactful.
He's a misogynist, Miss Sincere. That's why.
No, I ain't. I think they was more impactful. You know what I mean?
What?
Frederick Douglass and Martin Luther King, yeah, they were more impactful than Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman was actually helping people escape, and she had a wonderful career as a unprofessional nurse, but she worked as a nurse during the war. You don't think that that's something to speak
Admirable.
of?
No,
Yeah.
she's admirable. Definitely a hero. I ain't take, you know what I mean? Definitely, I would never argue against her. I'm arguing in favor of more accomplished African Americans. That's what I'm doing. But I'm not saying she ain't the shit. She definitely the shit. You know what I mean? I definitely rock with Harriet Tubman.
What do you think, or how would you think Frederick Douglass would feel about that? If you had
I
to
think
look back.
Frederick Douglass would agree with me.
What?
I think Frederick Douglass would agree that he, is a little bit more than Harriet Tubman. You know what I mean? And I think most people would agree with that also. You know what I mean?
I think that's
You
recency
think
bias.
you think
I think it's recency bias
what?
is what it is.
They all contemporaries.
No.
Harriet
I'm
Tubman
saying
and
for
Frederick
you.
Douglass, they contemporaries.
No, I know that's what I'm saying. I think because they're closer to our time, you tend to, because
Harriet Tubman,
they're.
no, they weren't.
Yeah, what's the name is Martin Luther King is way closer to our time than Harriet Tubman.
Oh yeah, definitely. But that's why I said Frederick Douglass or Martin Luther King should have a better claim to U.S. currency first. But you know what I mean? Because they will only be the second people that's non-president. You dig what I'm saying? And everybody definitely know
Who the
Martin Luther
first?
King.
Who the
I
first
think
that ain't?
Franklin. Is
Oh
it
yeah, that's
Franklin?
right. Yeah, it is Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is Franklin.
Yeah. So if you're gonna argue for a non-president, you know what I mean? I think Martin Luther King and Frederick Douglass represented Black people presidentially. You dig what I'm saying? They was our representatives. So what would be the closest to a president for African American? It would be Frederick Douglass and Martin Luther King.
What about
Y'all
Shirley
disagree?
Chisholm? What about Shirley Chisholm?
She Jamaican.
Is she?
I mean, why would we? Yeah, you ain't know that?
Nah, I knew I was trolling.
What about Arthur Ashe?
Who?
Arthur
The
Ashe.
tennis player?
Yeah.
The tennis player? Are you tripping?
Yeah.
How the hell would we put a gay tennis
Y'all
player?
playing around too much.
Right. You tripping.
You can't be
Wait,
saying
who
no
you
Arthur
said?
Ashe over Harriet Tubman.
Oh, you said Arthur Ashe?
Right.
Wow.
Okay. No,
Wow.
I definitely think, I don't see how we could put Harriet Tubman over Frederick Douglass or Martin. Yeah, like that would be, that's diabolical.
So I
Like,
think it's
how do
because
Black men?
so because Frederick Douglass had that seminal court case, and I mean, as far as I know, I've never took a deep dive into Frederick Douglass. Pause. Um, but I think because he had that seminal court case, is that pretty much what it's based on, Chef? Or because like what else?
He was the consensus Black leader during slavery and Reconstruction. He was the consensus Black leader. He was the one that pushed for Black people even fighting, for the Union. He pushed for that. He pushed Lincoln, you know what I mean, to do that. He's an ex-slave. You dig what I'm saying? He went and argued for our rights in Constitution Hall. He also went all the way over to England, and presented, our case in England, as a runaway slave. I mean, the shit that Frederick Douglass did, like, shit is amazing. He did all of this as a fugitive slave.
What time did Frederick Douglass live in again? It was post slavery for sure, right?
He did all of this during slavery.
Like what time period he lived?
He lived in the 1840s, 50s, and 60s. Yeah, he made these arguments during the height of slavery.
And when was Tubman?
60. Tubman they was contemporaries.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
But
Yeah, they was contemporaries.
I think like certain doors that he could have went through, I think a woman at that time, they wasn't gonna let her. You know what I'm saying? Certain
Yeah,
leadership
yeah,
positions and stuff like that.
no, I agree with that. You know what I mean? But it just the shared impact. She didn't do what he did. So even if she was capable of doing what he did, she didn't do it. So we got to give credit to the person who actually did it. You feel me? Like
Think, but
you could
Tubman
you could
more G though. Tubman more G. I'm with Miss Sincere, man. I don't care.
how she how is she more G than Frederick Douglass?
What she mean? She busts her gun.
Man, Frederick Douglass whooped this slave master ass and left and was on the
But
Yeah, that's
fucking
Harriet
true.
journey.
Tubman went back and forth, literally freeing people.
Yeah, he got up out of
Literally.
there and said peace. Fuck y'all
Yeah,
niggas.
she went back and forth and back and forth. And how can you, you know, I I like both of them. And where I live here in upstate New York, Frederick Douglass, his grave is here. He has a gravesite here. And then also, I believe in DC, he spent a lot of time here with his children and wife, one of his wives. And then Harriet Tubman, her estate is like 20 minutes from me, and it is beautiful. A local church, has the upkeep and all that stuff. And it's just marvelous to see. If you guys are ever in upstate New York, you can go check it out. Both of their old homes and stuff.
Nice. The hell brass at, man?
Just didn't Frederick Douglass married to a white woman? Lose points for that.
His second wife, I believe.
Yeah, it was his second wife. Either way,
Well,
it's treason.
either way, lose points for that.
Miss
Yeah.
Sincere, he trying to help your case, Miss Sincere. You supposed to be riding. Like, hell yeah. He betrayed
Yeah.
us, Miss Sincere.
Lose points for that. Different time we argue that one. Lose a lot of points. Mhm.
Wasn't he? Was Frederick Douglass? He was biracial, right?
Right.
So
Lose
he was
points.
biracial, so you can't hold that against him. He's mixed, so he can go either way.
No. Lose points
So,
for that also.
Yeah, he lose points
huh?
for that too. Miss Sincere, we trying to help you. What's
No.
going on here? We trying to help you.
Well, I like both of them, but Harriet, she's a woman. I gotta rock with Harriet, and she was a gun-toting woman, so I really
Yeah,
gotta rock
she
with her.
told guns. We got to
And
get her on there first.
Yeah,
yeah,
because she
And
was.
and obviously, whoever is in charge of the currency and stuff around here already had ideas for her to be first. So that's the end of
boom,
that. So
it's
but
over with,
Frederick
chef.
Douglass, he's not he don't lose points. You don't lose points as a black man if you're with a white woman, if you're biracial, in my opinion, because you can go either way. You can pick a white woman or a black woman. Especially, if you're no, you can't hold that against them. If you're biracial, you can go either way you choose.
No, it was bunny hopping. No bunny hopping around here. That's the only truth said to me. Oh my ever met. No bunny hopping. Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson should be the greatest boxer ever. Because when he fought, but he lose points, so Gallivant to do all those white women, lose points for that.
You know what's crazy? Like so many of our luminaries got with white women. Sertima, Joe,
Right.
Arabella
who
Fonte
else?
lose points for that.
Arabella. Well, Belafonte was like biracial too. So I agree with Miss Sincere as far as that go. Like black people kill me with that. Like the women be getting mad at Chris Brown because he don't like dark skinned women. But I'm like, Chris Brown, damn near. You know what I'm saying? Like he probably like 40% like non-African. You know what I'm saying? and and a lot of them women like him because of the features that are non-black. They be swooning, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So how you gonna get mad when he got the same value system as you? Like,
The
I don't
reason
want
why
your
Chris Brown
big.
is point is because the light skinned women them love him more than anything else than the white women them.
Nah, they all love him. The blacks, the darks, shit, they all love that motherfucker. Shit.
Yeah.
E.
But Cindy
And
Poitier lose points too.
who else married white women, Miss Sincere? I can't think. So we got Jope, we got Van Sertima, we got Frederick Douglass, we got Belafonte,
Cindy Poitier.
Sidney Poitier. Well, I'm talking about like scholars and
No, but he was Cindy
activists.
Poitier was Cindy Poitier is an activist. He's one of the biggest activists ever. Civil rights activists. So him lose points.
York.
What up? What up?
What's happening?
What's going on? I'll be in the crib in 2 minutes. If you still up for it.
Of course, man. I'm waiting to lay hands,
Yeah, I
man.
think y'all done killed the crowd. Crowd is done, but we can still do this
Nah,
live.
it wasn't us. It wasn't us. I know who it was, but I'm not gonna say no names.
It went from 40 to it's like 3 people watching.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say no names as to who I believe killed the audience, but I think everybody knows what I'm alluding to.
Would you say it was a good conversation? Would you say it was a good conversation?
No.
Like, ain't nobody keep it going. I heard Logic. I was listening to a little bit of the playback.
No. Listen. It had nothing to do with us, Brass. There's a particular gentleman who usually when he comes through, you know what I'm saying, he tends to take the wind out, the oxygen out the room. It's a light-skinned gentleman. And he's nearing.
Yeah. I know what you're getting at, bro. I got you, my brother. I got you. I know where you're going with it.
That if you're light skinned, you lose points too.
Paper bag test. You got to do the paper bag.
But seriously though, I heard 30 to 40 minutes of discussion about potentially suing based on somebody calling you a slur or a derogatory name.
That was disproven already.
Was a defamation of character angle?
No.
Yeah.
Because defamation of character involves a definite claim that is injurious to the person making the claim. Brother was saying,
talking about it first.
I'm not getting involved with this. I've been going the whole time. I've been out of trouble. I'm sure y'all done pissed off a bunch of people. But it ain't got nothing to do with it. So what is the yeah, then when I came into the conversation pause earlier, Haskell, it was like prophetic timing. As soon as I got into the conversation, I heard Coon and Sambo.
Yeah, that's what he was
I
talking
just
about.
left. As soon as I heard it, I just left. Like, I don't
Brad, they did an hour and a half on whether if someone calling you a coon should be something you could litigate for. Like a whole hour to an hour and a half.
Like, my God.
Reggie was saying that? It's across the street.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I would have rather watched fucking grass grow paint dry. Lord have fucking mercy. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Hey,
did he say anything else about it? Did he say it was like what was his thoughts on people using it? Did he say it was like cool or not? Or not cool, but you think it's something that should be used?
He said that it's in the best interest to not use it because the litigation is going to cost you money. He was saying it, and then I brought in the conversation, Hustler versus Jimmy Farrell that passed that Supreme Court case. I brought that up to let him know that listen, you can't call anybody anything as long as you know parameters. You
But
can't let them have something that they don't have, like health related. But you can call
I,
them all kind of
no,
every
but I
all
mean
different.
just the wrong, just black people calling each other that name, just the I don't want to say more. Yeah, I guess
He's
I would say
saying,
morally wrong
yeah,
when you say it.
he's saying outside of the litigation parts too. Like, can
Yeah,
he
just
address
like
that
just
part? Yeah.
it's just not a word we should be using towards each other, even if we feel
Listen,
that way. In my
to me
opinion,
the N word, I hate the N word. I
yeah.
hate it. Yes, God, I hate it. I hate it.
So, Brass,
Yeah.
because I know that our oppressors used it, so I get why it's objectionable for you. But what word then would you substitute it with for people who display that behavior?
Um,
Bootleg.
not like us.
No,
When the revolution is televised, everybody can't go. Terms like
yeah.
that.
No, we need a word, Brass.
I
Like,
know I can't boil it down. I'm trying to boil it down to a
how
word
about
that's gonna
bootleg?
be good.
Will bootleg work?
Ooh, that's tough. That's right around the corner.
Oh my God.
That's that's literally right around the corner. It ain't on the same street, but it's definitely bootlickers around the corner.
I can show
I
you a
might
case. I can show you a case that I just worked on, where the defendant called a Jewish man a nigger, and the defendant's lawyers tried to dismiss the case because they said it was just hyperbole. And I could show you the same case that I worked on, that the dismissal was denied, and the case goes on. So the plaintiff who was called the nigger, this case is still going on, right? And I'm still working on behalf of to help him. So I can show that case.
What was the
So I
contention that it wasn't a case, brother Reggie? First off, what's up, bro? I wasn't here this entire time.
Brad, how you doing?
How you doing,
So
boss?
so the issue is that there's a group of people in the chat that believe that you can call these people derogatory names like Coon, Uncle Tom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just their speech and hyperbole.
Mm-hmm.
But depends on where it's called. If you call this person that derogatory name, you already survived the first latch because it's derogatory. It has a long history. So I, as a non-lawyer, advise them to say, in my opinion, you are such and such, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is a statement of fact. Okay, so then a court decided based on this person calling this person a nigger
Mm-hmm.
in a public environment, uh, the defendants who were defending their position, they lost their dismissal. And it's a public record. I could show it to you.
So what
You
was the
can't.
dispute? Was somebody saying you were wrong, or why would you have to
Yeah,
show this
well,
to someone?
he's gave a case, and I respect him because at least he did the work. The other
Uh-huh.
people that was arguing with me, they were arguing without any cases, but Stu Pease, his credit, brought up a case. However, in New York law, it depends on the jurisdiction. It depends on how this was done.
Mm-hmm.
So you use a derogatory term to harm a person and harm a person's reputation, then there is a cause of action to sue. Now, it doesn't mean that you will prevail. You could, but the defendant will be dragged into court because they
Mm-hmm.
were served, right? And the
Right.
average court fees are $450 an hour, right? Uh, and most people who call people names like that, they couldn't survive. They couldn't survive the legal. They don't have the money. $450 an hour,
Right.
right? So it's better not to use conclusory terms, but just say, don't call a name, or certainly not a name with a long history like Coon and Uncle Tom, right? Say so you could dispute, in your opinion, what the issues are, but But if you say that into your defense that, oh, he cheated on his wife, you're going to ultimately have to prove that. It may be true, but you're going to have to prove that. So the litigation costs are enormous for both parties, right? So it's better not to. It's a good practice not to use these words. And so I tell people, YouTubers and stuff like that, if you have a YouTube channel and you're an influencer and you talk, you say something nasty about Brother Reggie, it's untrue, right? To get clicks and you're monetized or whatever, to get clicks and influence, then I can sue you. And I know
So you mean I could sue somebody for calling me a coon and a Sambo?
you could you actually could,
Likelihood of
but the
you
litigation
the, the,
costs
li-
what
the
you
likelihood of you prevailing is like infinitesimally improbable. Like
And that's the point right there.
no, I could then I'm gonna have to shut y'all up because you're freaking irritated to me. You're saying that it's infinitesimal. Show me a court case. I'll show you a court case.
I know he's about to go
No,
off.
show me a court case. Like you're just talking. Show me a court case. I'll show you a court case
Wait,
right now.
is that Sister Safa?
No,
yeah, it is.
Hey, Sister
Yes,
Safa,
sir.
hey, do me a favor. Shoot me your address real quick. I gotta send you this subpoena.
I didn't call you no coon, and if I did, listen, I believe in freedom of speech, and
Hey,
unless
thank
you
you. Hey,
can,
thank you,
unless you
Reggie.
can prove that it's hurting
I'm a
your
lawyer.
bottom line, unless you can prove it's hurting your bottom line,
It is. It's hurting my bottom line. My kids, hey, Sister Safa. My kids, you hurt my kids'
come
feelings.
on,
My kids watch these shows.
come on, I don't think so.
No, you don't believe me? It don't work. Okay,
No.
So,
I'll
but
get you
Mrs.
next time. I know.
So
I'll be one.
Brad, let's
I
get
hate
this
to
show on
raise
the
my
road,
voice to
man.
a sister.
No, finish talking to
All,
Reggie. I'm
all
ready, but
respect.
just finish talking to Reggie. Don't try to side skirt that smoke
All
with Reggie.
respect.
Hey, yo, Brass, I'm on like 4%. I sent you something.
Hey, thanks, Logic. But with all due respect, Miss Sincere, you that's your opinion. That's your opinion. I got you. Show me a case where it won't survive. I'll show you a case where it did survive. A case that I worked on.
Brother Reggie, I don't want no problems with you. Okay, I'm just saying that I agree with what Brother Haskell just said. Is that you winning the case is probably less likely. Or yes, it's not going to happen. I think it's less likely. So I want you to show me some cases where somebody was called a coon, ugly, fat, anything like that, and they won. And not in the workplace. I'm talking about just in everyday life. Even when it comes to a politician, we have the right to talk about politicians. We have that right.
Well, let's meet the first prong, right? I can show you a case where the defendant tried to dismiss a case and the case continues, right? At the end of the day, I say a lot of these cases, it's usually settled or resolved without dealing with the underlying issue, right? Through technicalities and settlement. But can you show me a case? I can show you a case where it survives, where the person thought just like you all thought they could get some lawyers and defend themselves, and they lost, and the case continues.
My point is, are you saying that the case is not about money? Because I already agree that if you're in the workplace, if it's something that's going to hurt your bottom line, and you can prove that someone else's opinion of you hurt your bottom line or hurt your chances at getting a job someplace or something like that, I agree with that. But if you're just talking about, I think it was the brother who said that he was calling his local politician or somebody, some sort of Sambo or something like that. How? Where's that gonna be successful in court?
Okay, so let me explain. So, wait. First of all, you have looked at cases dealing with this matter? You have, right?
No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a nurse.
Okay. So I'm not a lawyer.
That's irrelevant, Reggie.
I do paralegal work on the side for cases that I can afford to do. So I can show you a case where I worked on. I can show you a case where I worked on.
And maybe can you even show? Can you show some statistics on people who
Whoever's talking,
sue?
your microphone sound. Whoever that is talking, your microphone sound bad.
Okay. So what you so Miss Sincere. Okay, so you're trying to I can go and find case laws, and certainly in my jurisdiction in New York. But before I do that, you have to show me something.
Brass, remember,
Reggie, can you show me? Can Reggie, brother Reggie, can you pull up some statistics that and show us what's the likelihood or the percentage of people who sue because someone had a negative opinion of them and they won?
Miss Sincere,
None.
Miss Sincere. Wait, Miss Sincere.
You're arguing against settled case, and I gave you the Supreme Court case. Thurgood Marshall was on the court at that time, and if Thurgood Marshall said, "Listen," the question was, does the First Amendment freedom of speech protection extend to the making of patently offensive statements about public figures relating to perhaps in their suffering emotional distress? And the answer is yes. In a unanimous opinion, the court held that public figures such as Jerry Falwell may recover for the intentional infliction of emotional distress without showing that the offending publication contained at least a false statement of fact, which was made with actual malice. That is the problem with all of these cases. I can call you anything, but you can't prove that I made it with actual malice. Right?
Yeah.
The court added that the interest of protecting freedom of speech under the First Amendment surpassed the state's interest in protecting public figure. So you see that, you see, Brass is now a public figure because he's online. If I call Brass a coon, a butt liquor, a boot, every kind of thing, he just have to eat it.
We get the point.
Right.
Yeah, so
You just
here's
have
the
to
thing
eat
that
it.
Reggie keeps
Second
reverting
case.
back to, right? He's pointing to cases where, they were settled out of court.
Vitas Michael
Now,
speaking.
yeah, from what I could, mute out Stoopies. From what I've heard, there is no case where a petitioner, took it all the way through and was awarded a judgment, unless I'm wrong. Everything that I heard from Reggie is where it never got to that point, it was settled. Am I wrong about that, Reggie? Or
Yeah, well, see,
Well, he said he got a case. He waiting on
here's the
y'all to
thing.
show him a
There
case.
is
Ain't it?
reasons
Okay,
why cases. Okay, first of all, a lawyer usually costs anywhere between $350 to $450 an hour, right? At some point, as the case goes along, it gets very, very expensive for both parties. Usually, the defendant will try to settle, right? Will try to settle because he's the defendant or she's the defendant. They're the person who called the person a name, right? And so at the end of the day, right? Most cases get settled because of the increased. Because if it goes to if it's appealed, then you're going to have to start all over paying. And if it goes to another to a higher court, so it becomes very expensive. So now, so it depends on the circumstances. Now, if a person and say that they're a public figure, right? And if the person could show that they're a public figure, right? Then I understand what Stu Peace is saying, but that's on a federal level. Cities and states have their own jurisdictions. So it depends on the content. It depends on the jurisdiction of the success.
all right. So to be clear, Reggie, as to the question that I asked you, the answer is no, from what I'm hearing. Now, to the point that you made, we have millions of defamation cases that have been filed, right? Or thousands or whatever. I'm kind of, so we have plenty of defamation cases that have been filed, and I would venture to say most of them never make it to the judgment portion. Probably most of them either got dismissed or they were settled, right? But even so, I would also venture to bet that there's likely hundreds or thousands of defamation cases that did reach the judgment state phase and were awarded. So my question still stands. Has there been one case, just one, in U.S. case law where a petitioner was awarded a judgment by a court for someone calling them a name? Don't no, I don't want you to expound. You expounded earlier. You can expound, but give me a yes or no first, then you can expound. Has that ever happened?
Yeah. What the proper thing is to do is to look it up. So give me a check.
Just say no. Just say no, bro.
Why
Oh,
should
that's
I?
C-Dot. What's up, C-Dot? I didn't know C-Dot was in here.
What's going on, fam?
What's
I'm
going
just
on,
saying,
G?
Reggie, you gotta like just concede sometime, brother. You ain't always right. You know what I mean? And it ain't even that you wrong. It's just the fact that in the situation that we're talking about, it doesn't happen. Like you even read it. Like even with New York case law, you read New York case law, and they said that it's highly unlikely that you will win a case based on defamation for calling you a name. You
Okay,
read
wait.
that. We all sat here and listened to you
Okay.
read it, brother.
So So now it comes down to, all right. So okay. So it depends. It certainly depends on the circumstances. But I'll give you some case. Right. One of the highest profile cases is the Donald Trump case. Right. E. Jean Carroll. She was awarded $65 million in punitive damages after a jury found that Trump repeatedly defamed her by publicly denying sexual assault and attacking her credibility, calling her names. Alex Jones and Sandy Hook families. Jones went on and he had to pay $1 billion for defending families of Sandy Hook. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Depp was awarded $10 million in compensatory and punitive damages after a Virginia jury found that Heard's Washington Post article defamed him by implying that he was an abuser. Right? Other noteworthy jury cases: police officer defamation versus Smith. Jury awarded $200,000 in compensatory damage to a plaintiff falsely accused of drug activity by a police officer. Right? So those are some high-profile cases. Now we can narrow it down. Right?
Those are all defamation
Now wait a
cases.
minute. Now that Trump case, you got to go back to that because that Trump case, was he found guilty in that Trump case? Okay, so if he was found guilty, he disobeyed the judge's orders pretty much that told him to stop going around saying that this lady is lying when you were found guilty. So that's a little bit different, Brother Reggie.
You're saying that,
and calling somebody a name.
No, sister.
That's different.
No, sister. He
Then we about to
continued
go
to
live
attack her
about garbage,
credibility.
y'all.
Yeah, we got to get on with this, bro.
Say it again, Brother Reggie.
I'm sorry to interfere, but see, everything that you asked me to give you, I give you. Y'all haven't given me nothing.
Brother Reggie, can you repeat what you said? Can you repeat what you said about Trump?
To close it up.
E. Jean Carroll versus Donald Trump. Carroll was awarded $83.3 million in compensatory damages and $65 million in punitive damage after a jury found that Trump repeatedly defamed her by publicly denying her sexual assault allegations and attacking her credibility.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So
Right
that's what I'm
there. So
saying.
it's based on a
He was
lie.
denying.
It's not based on calling her a
He was
name. It's
denying
based on him
what was
lying on her.
already proven. So he was lying on her.
No,
so
it didn't
that's
say
different.
that. No,
Yes, it did.
It didn't say that, sister. It said that
Wasn't she awarded? She was awarded money, right? Based on what he did to her. He then was turning around, and wasn't the judge telling him to stop saying that she's lying on you when it's already been proven, or she's already been awarded something? Isn't that what happened? And the judge told him every time you tell a lie, he's going to smack more money on it. That's different from calling somebody a name.
No, he was calling her names by attacking her credibility, by calling her
Yeah,
names.
but that's a different situation. When he's calling her a name, what he's doing is lying. That's like if somebody robs me and they get get convicted, and then they're still going around telling people that they didn't rob me, even though they was convicted and had to do time.
And you people are acting like Trump. You people are continuously denying something that's already true. I already gave you the cases, and then you continuously say that it can't happen, right? So you're continuously
Because you agree that that's different. That case that you're talking about is different.
in the chat, Haskell.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
we
y'all
can get
y'all
back
finish
to this on another show. Why don't y'all lawyer up? Get some cases. Because everything that you asked me for, I gave it to you, and you just didn't give your opinion. Get some cases. All right?
You know,
Watch
the sad part about that is most people that talking
Oh,
about this, I
Yeah, I'm
promise
telling
you,
you.
y'all would be, if y'all needed a lawyer, y'all niggas would be on Yelp or motherfucking Amy's list looking for lawyers. If y'all, everybody talks about lawyer shit. If you know how much it costs to keep a lawyer on retainer, you would never want to even have the fucking conversation. Trust me. If you in real estate or you in mortgages, you know exactly what the hell I'm talking about.
I know exactly
That
what you
shit
mean.
is a
They don't know.
number, nigga. And I've used a lawyer one time in probably 20 years. And I swear to you, I've been paying for that shit the whole fucking time. But it's just the security of knowing that is there. But you wouldn't, I promise you, y'all wouldn't pay that cost, bro. Lawyer on retainer ain't no bullshit. That shit is tough.
Well, that's the thing about. You're right. But at the end of the day, if you lose the case, typically the losing party pays the lawyer fees. So, like, I don't understand why that's even being brought up in this situation, though. Because, like I said, instead of Brother Reggie just saying, like, you're right, you can't be, you know what I mean? You can't be considered defaming an individual just because of the fact that you called them a name. It's based on a lie. Like everything that he just named, all of the cases that he just talked about were all based on somebody telling a lie on the other person, not based on them just simply calling them a name.
You call a person a nigga, it's a lie. It's a lie. It's
that subjective?
So I can make this title, bro.
That's subjective, right?
Just put it in the general chat.
I
promise you, using it in the case, you're using it in the sense of a corporation calling somebody an N-word or whatever. But regular people on the street calling somebody else a N-word is not like you can't file charges for somebody for that, bro. It's personal opinion.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it, Brad.
Okay, I got you.
Cardi B lost. Cardi B beat her case on. Tasha K lost her case on Cardi B.
But lying, because she lied on Cardi B and said Cardi B had a disease. That was a lie.
That was a real thing. I always thought
that
was fake. I didn't know that was
That
real.
was the only reason she got that is because she lied on Cardi B. She didn't win because she called her a name. She won because she lied on Cardi B.
When you call somebody a coon or something like this, that's derogatory. It's a label. You are already you're already in trouble.
But you're gonna lose that case though. That's all I'm trying to tell you is that it's highly unlikely that you'll win a case based on somebody calling you a name.
Remember when Bill Murray called Trump the son of an orangutan, said that his mother had sex with an orangutan? He won that case. He won that case. That Trump looked like an orange orangutan because his mother had sex with an orangutan. So he's the son of an orangutan. And Trump sued him.
That pastor was sued? That pastor? You talking about the pastor?
Not the pastor, the one who real time with Bill and HBO. He called
Bill
Trump.
Maher. That's Bill Maher. Yeah, Bill Maher.
He said Trump mother had sex with an orangutan. And Trump is the son of an orangutan.
Hey, come here, son. I want you to tell Sister Safa to stop calling your father a coon, or we gonna sue her ass. Hey, Stu Peas, they done called me a coon in the Sambo so much I don't even know my name on these online streets, bro. I be having to look at my thumbnail and make sure I ain't misspelled Brass.
Why they calling you that though, Brass? Like,
man, it's like a fucking the other day, right? We was talking about I don't want to hijack y'all conversation. I'll tell you another time. You'll be there. Listen, I gotta get this conversation with Garvey going with Haskell. I'm about to get. Hey, listen. The reason why I'm setting all of this up It's because I'm literally about to be called a cool for the next 2 or 3 hours in this conversation with Haskell.
Yo, what's your argument with Haskell on Garvey?
Haskell was telling me that Marcus Garvey. I don't know. I keep telling him to get a premise, but I
I
think
put
he's
it in
busy.
there. It's in there, bruh.
Pause, my nigga. Pause, my nigga.
Listen. Yeah, I want to hear the contention with Garvey. What are we talking about with Garvey?
Yeah, I
What
know
Garvey
you.
do?
Listen, I'm about to be a coon, bro. Just trust me.
Oh, so you the
see
negative
what
on the argument.
You see what I put in
his
the
premise. Okay, so Haskell's premise is Garvey wasn't a scammer because there was never any intent to defraud anyone. That's his premise.
Oh, he won.
Okay. Just get
He
your
won
coon
that.
button out. Hey, get your coon button. Like
Oh,
that
no, I ain't gonna
Staples
call you no
button.
coon, but you definitely gonna have to have
the
a
Staples button.
strong case.
That was easy. You ever see that Staples button on the commercial? That was easy. This look at the chat. This gonna be It's gonna
Y'all
get
doing that
rough
today?
for me.
Y'all
We about
doing
to
it
do
now?
as soon as y'all done talking, I'm gonna bring down this stream and then we're gonna start that next stream.
Oh shit. All right.
And I'm
listening
rocking
in
with
for
it,
that.
Haskell.
I know you are.
Wait.
Hey, listen.
wait.
Hey, G, been around for a little bit. You're gonna call me a cool in about 30 minutes. That's right.
No, I never called you a coon anyway.
Yeah, but you celebrate the people that do.
Ah, man,
Brass.
come on, Brass. Come
Come on,
on,
Brass. Now you got to stop.
Yeah. No, I know, but at least you calling me
You
Brass.
have to stop
For
this.
now, you
Mr.
calling me Brass for now.
You have to stop
Mr.
this.
Brass. Okay, I can deal with that.
I can deal with that. From the moon who left
and you know it's funny. Haskell laughing, but he know I'm telling the truth. Maybe not you, but Haskell has been in here with these conversations. Lord Jesus,
That's not even a term I like to use. I prefer
I
Uncle
don't
Ruckus.
think any black, Uncle Ruckus. That's no. That's what you call me. Write that down. No, this is still recorded.
Damn.
Hey,
No, wait a minute. I didn't say I called you that. Hold on. I called you that. I said coon is not my language that I use. If I'm dealing with a Negro that I don't rock with and I think he is cooning, I don't say cooning. I call him an Uncle Ruckus. That's just.
I think it's the same thing, bro. I think it's worse. Have you seen what Uncle Ruckus look like? That motherfucker look crazy.
Well, it's not about what he looked like. It's about what he acts like. It's not about what he looks like. It's about what he acts like.
Well, I'm still somewhat young. I'm concerned about how people say I look. Uncle Ruckus look crazy as hell.
It's about that vitiligo, man. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know who created the Bulldogs, but that Negro vitiligo bit is hilarious. Oh my
Aaron
God.
Magruder. Aaron Magruder is a
he's
fucking genius. He's a fucking genius. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to hear this debate because this is gonna be a good one. Like I said, I already got Haskell for this one because it should be easy for him to prove this one. I don't even want to throw nothing out there, but this should be easy for Haskell.
Wait. So C-Dot.
Yes, sir.
You think Garvey wasn't a scammer?
Not in the slightest bit. Garvey wasn't a scammer in the slightest bit. And if bro got all his information together, he'll be able to outline everything for you to show that Garvey had absolutely no intention on scamming black people.
Okay, for sure. Hey,
you got everything together.
You know what's funny, C-Dot? You do the same thing. I have this argument with my brothers a lot. Because my brother, he's like he just loves Garvey. And the word intention always has to come out on y'all side of the argument.
Definitely. Definitely. That's what you have to show in order to say somebody's a scammer. You have to show that they intentionally are trying to, you know what I'm saying, like misguide the people.
Not just once, in multiple cases.
Oh, this gonna be good. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait. I don't want to get no gems out, but man, I can't wait because if you don't do it, Haskell, I'm gonna have to come in.
Yeah,
you know
I
what I'm
already
saying?
see.
Get you right.
They about to try to jump. I already know what's going on, bro. I see it.
I ain't jumping you. I ain't even gonna give them no info.
Hey, Steve, we got a thing in the Discord for motherfuckers doing interest music. As soon as they see somebody struggling, you can hear if you smell what the rock is cooking. That motherfucker will come running down the motherfucking Discord chat, click unmute, and all y'all gonna be trying to kick my ass. I already know how this goes.
Nah.
I need to
I'm gonna take this as just a debate. I don't think it's your personal opinion. So we're gonna go with that.
Yeah,
remember, Brad, for the intent of the debate, right? You can go outside of the purview of the whole the trial thing, but that's mainly because to my knowledge, that's the only thing. When people say Garvey is a scammer, it's tied back to his conviction for mail fraud. But if you have something outside that scope, you can
No, I got a
introduce it.
bunch. Yeah, I got a
I'm
bunch.
intrigued. I'm intrigued to hear it.
Yeah,
But
I got a
that's going to be my argument is going to be centered completely around
and that's
that.
fine. And I'll bring up my points, but I will only. And then on top of that, I think this will be good information too, because most of the people that have this conversation, about 10 minutes into the conversation, they begin to threaten each other's lives. So for me and you, it'll be more of a. I'm gonna be talking to the crowd also. You know what I mean? More
Right.
informational that people can get some things maybe they didn't know.
You know, we more gentlemanly and gentlemen and scholars, so
Yeah,
we ain't
bro. I
gonna
don't
do
know why
all
people
that.
say that about bro. I've seen you. I don't know if you've done a 180, but I swear to you, either you went to the doctor and they said cut that shit out because your blood pressure or something, but you try your hardest to have an up and up conversation. Most of the times when you argue or get into an argument, you get pulled into one. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
motherfucker try to cut you off. They want to see that side of you. Like Mike Tyson, you know, how motherfuckers used to pick with him out in the street and shit just to get him to fight or whatever. So I give you that.
Hey, I got to say too, I've seen growth in C-Dot as well. C-Dot, bro.
I haven't known
I
him
find
long.
it
I haven't known C Dot long enough. I gotta know
just
C Dot a
just
little.
just
I gotta
just
know C Dot a little bit long. I don't know his past angry history. We
just
still get to know each other.
you might have missed a few episodes in the Discord there because my only interaction is right here in the Discord. I'm just saying when he first came in, it didn't take much. You know what I'm saying? But now,
You
like
right,
yeah. Today
you
he
right.
was really patient, man. He was, and boy, I kept telling fucking Tony like, leave that man alone. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
y'all
Like I
it's
came off
right.
it a few times, like leave that nigga
Tony was trolling. I'm
alone.
bringing down the
But
stream
it's
now.
because
Y'all stay if y'all want to watch the Garvey. What's the name? But Tony was. There was a certain point also with Tony.